A Country of Vast Designs, James K. Polk, The Mexican War, and the Conquest of the American Continent, by Robert W. Mary. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Copyright 2009 by Robert W. Mary. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Robert Mary and Sterling Lord Literaristic, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Introduction. Ritual of Democracy. The emergence of an expansionist president. Precisely at sunrise on the morning of March 4th, 1845, the roar of cannon shattered the dawn's early quiet of Washington, D.C. 28 big guns fired in rapid succession. Thus did the American military announce to the nation's capital that it was about to experience the country's highest ritual of democracy, the inauguration of the nation's executive leader and premier military commander. James Knox Polk was about to become that leader and commander. On this morning he was ensconced, along with his wife, Sarah, at the National Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue, known popularly as Coleman's, just 10 blocks east of the White House. That night, the two of them would be residing at the presidential mansion. At 49, Polk would be the youngest of the country's 11 presidents, and, in the view of his many detractors, the most unlikely. Until the previous May of 1844, when he had emerged unexpectedly as the Democratic Party's presidential nominee, few had imagined the man would ever rise to the presidency. Indeed, just a year earlier, his political career had appeared in ruin following his third campaign for Tennessee governor. He had won the office in 1839, but had been expelled 2 years later by a backwoods upstart known as Lean Jimmy Jones, who had greeted his exacting rhetoric and serious demeanor with light-hearted buffoonery. Trying again in 1843 to outmaneuver this unlikely rival, he once again failed, causing friend and foe alike to dismiss his political prospects. But those observers hadn't grasped Polk's most powerful trait, his absolute conviction that he was a man of destiny. Throughout his political life he had been underestimated by his rivals in the Whig Party and also by some of his own Democratic colleagues. When he had captured his party's presidential nomination, the country's leading Whig newspaper sneered in derision. "This nomination," declared the National Intelligencer, "may be considered as the dying gasp, the last breath of life of the Democratic Party." The newspaper said it couldn't imagine a less imposing opponent. It was true Polk lacked the soaring attributes of the era's two rival political giants, Andrew Jackson and Henry Clay. He didn't possess Jackson's forceful presence or his blunt-spoken way of attracting men instantly to his cause and his side. Nor could he match the lanky Clay's famous wit, his smooth fluency with the language, his ability to amuse and charm those around him even as he slyly dominated them. By contrast, Polk was small of stature and drab of temperament. Upon his Washington arrival for the inauguration, some of his former colleagues noted he appeared thinner than before, and one wit suggested if he hadn't had his coats cut a size or two large, he would be but the merest tangible fraction of a president. Polk lacked the skills and traits of the natural leader. His silvery gray hair, in retreat from his forehead but abundant elsewhere, was brushed back across his head and allowed to flow luxuriantly below his collar. His probing blue eyes, deep set under dark brows, reflected a tendency toward quick and rigid judgment. Seldom did his thin lips convey any real mirth or jocularity, and the powerful jaw that jutted from his countenance signaled a narrowness of outlook tied to a persistence of resolve. Polk lacked the easy manner and demeanor that bespoke friendship and camaraderie. He didn't much like people. What he liked was politics, the art and challenge of moving events in the favored direction, which, for Polk, meant the direction most favored by Democrats. People thus were a means to an end, figures on a vast civic chessboard of national destiny, to be directed and positioned in such a way as to move the country where he wanted to move it. Though a man of conviction and rectitude, he often allowed himself to become encased in his own sanctimony. These traits shrouded the real James Polk, whose analytical skills and zest for bold action often placed him in position to outmaneuver his adversaries. He understood the forces welling up within the national polity and how they could be harnessed and dominated. He was a master in the art of crafting an effective political message, and he never allowed himself to be deflected from his chosen path by the enmity of his foes, or their dismissive regard toward him, or their unremitting opposition. Besides, he enjoyed the friendship and mentorship of Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, the country's most popular figure and its dominant political voice for the past 20 years. Jackson had been a longtime friend of the Polk family, had watched young James grow up, had counseled him on whom to marry and how to manage his career. So now, on this momentous morning, as he began his day at Coleman's and prepared for the events ahead, his inauguration must have seemed the most natural thing in the world, even as he knew it struck most others as utterly accidental. From a window of his suite that morning, Polk could see the prospect of rain reflected in a charcoal sky. Yet the enthusiasm of democracy was running high. For days, Washington had teemed with all manner of people thronging there for the festivities. Office-seekers and office-expectants, political speculators and party leaders without number and of every caliber, as the Intelligencer put it, adding that the crowd also included strangers of every rank in life and every variety of personal appearance. Hotels and boarding houses were sold out, and some halls and bars spread pallets upon their floors to accommodate wayworn arrivals. At 10 o'clock, the cannon roared again as part of a succession of Inauguration Day salutes. This one, signaling the ceremonial procession, was to begin forming at the western end of Pennsylvania Avenue for the mile-and-a-half ride up the boulevard to the Capitol. At precisely that time, as if summoned by the cannon, the rain began a steady downbeat. Up went a multitude of umbrellas. A British journalist, surveying the scene from the west end of the avenue, said it looked like a long line of moving umbrellas, terminating at the Capitol, the dome of which towered up like a gigantic umbrella held aloft by some invisible hand. Leading the procession was the inauguration's chief marshal and his aides, bedecked in silks and ribbons and carrying distinctive batons of officialdom, branches of young Hickory, alluding to Polk's nickname as protege of Old Hickory. The marshals were followed by various local military units, as well as leading officers of the day. Then came members of the area's clergy, and behind them the open carriages transporting President-elect Polk and his predecessor, John Tyler of Virginia. Next in line came the justices of the Supreme Court, then the diplomatic corps, members and ex-members of Congress, participants at the Democratic Convention in Baltimore that had nominated Polk the previous May over New York's Martin Van Buren, the former president who had hungered for a White House return, then governors and ex-governors. A place in the procession had been reserved for ex-presidents, but only one such dignitary was in town that day, and he had declined the honor. That was John Quincy Adams, the New England moralist and political ascetic who had been expelled from the White House by Andrew Jackson 16 years before. He had salved the wounds of defeat by taking up duties as an outspoken member of the House of Representatives, whence he waged unrelenting war upon democratic aims. He had greeted Polk's election with near despair. "I mused over the prospects before me," he had written, "with the impression that they portend trials more severe than I yet have passed through." The many military bands within the procession played lively marches to stir a buoyant mood among the throngs jammed compactly along the avenue. The rain may not have dampened the mood, but it drenched everything else. Military plumes began to droop. The white silk badges of the marshals stuck fast to their soaked black coats, and pretty dresses absorbed water. Meanwhile, in the shelter of the Capitol, the Senate was called to order precisely at 11 o'clock. Like the streets and plazas outside, the galleries and nearby stairwells were filled to overflowing. The chamber bustled with the arrival of special guests, Supreme Court justices, House leaders, the District of Columbia Marshal. Polk and his designated Vice President, George M. Dallas of Pennsylvania, appeared precisely at 11:40 amid much interest and bustle on the floor and in the galleries. The next order of business was the swearing-in of George Dallas, then 52. His most distinguishing physical characteristic was a head of thick flowing hair, white as milk, which accentuated his dark eyebrows and a broad face that displayed friendly resolve. Sarah Polk considered him an elegant man, exceedingly handsome and gentle. He had served in the U.S. Senate at an early age, then held jobs as Pennsylvania Attorney General and U.S. Minister to Russia. He was part of a Democratic faction in his state that seemed in perpetual conflict with another faction led by Senator James Buchanan, designated as Polk's new Secretary of State. The issue seemed to be who would control Pennsylvania's Democratic patronage, and Dallas had expected his vice presidential elevation to settle the question in his favor. I am resolved that no one shall be taken from Pennsylvania into the Polk administration who is notoriously hostile to the vice president, he had written to a friend amid rumors that Buchanan might be tapped for Polk's cabinet. If such a choice be made, my relations with this administration are at an end. Such a choice was made, and Dallas promptly cast aside his private threat. But the animosities constituted a political reality that Polk needed to monitor. At around 11:45, the Senate's President pro tempore, Willie P. Mangum of North Carolina, administered the oath of office to Dallas, who then delivered a brief speech marked by appropriate Democratic platitudes mixed with appropriate expressions of humility. The citizen whom it has pleased a people to elevate by their suffrages from the pursuits of private and domestic life, he intoned, may best evince his grateful sense of the honor by devoting his faculties, moral and intellectual, resolutely to their service. This I shall do, yet with a diffidence unavoidable to one conscious that almost every step in his appointed path is to him new and untried. History doesn't record whether, as Dallas droned on, some in the audience perhaps found their minds wandering to thoughts of forthcoming political battles. Many of those assembled were destined to play major roles in those battles. James Polk had studied these men with his hallmark attention to detail and penetration of human traits and foibles. Polk knew his first priority would be keeping his party together, and down on the Senate floor he could see just how difficult that would be. He needed to look no further than to two of the Senate's most powerful and willful Democrats, Missouri's Thomas Hart Benton and South Carolina's George McDuffie, who pressed their convictions with a white-hot intensity that often melted any prospect for measured political behavior. Though both proudly carried the Democratic imprimatur, each reserved for the other a degree of political vitriol seldom directed at members of the opposition Whigs. McDuffie, a senator since December 1842 and his state's governor before that, was a protege and ally of South Carolina's fiery John C. Calhoun. An oval-faced man with dark, deep-set eyes and a recessive chin, McDuffie represented the extreme states' rights views that had emerged with South Carolina's efforts during Jackson's presidency to nullify federal laws distasteful to the state. Andrew Jackson had quashed this rebellion by threatening to hang Calhoun and any other traitors who sought to rend the hallowed Union. But the sentiments behind it continued to percolate in some southern precincts, most notably in South Carolina. Thomas Hart Benton despised those sentiments. He was a man given to flights of outrage that unleashed in turn torrents of outrageous rhetoric. John Tyler called him the most raving political maniac I ever knew. Benton was an imposing man with a big face full of crags and a beak of a nose. He spoke with authority and an air suggesting he didn't have much patience for the mutterings of lesser men, a category that seemed to include most of those with whom he came into contact. He fancied himself a fighter, and he had a history of several duels to prove it. As a young man in Tennessee, he became embroiled in an altercation with Andrew Jackson that quickly escalated into an angry gun battle. Benton had been a protege of Jackson and his aide-de-camp during the War of 1812. But the younger man had become enraged at Jackson's decision to serve a friend as second at the friend's duel with Benton's brother, Jesse. Jesse took a bullet to the buttocks, which proved humiliating, and Thomas Benton blamed Jackson for fostering the duel. The brothers trashed Jackson's name throughout Nashville with such abandon that the proud Jackson went after the two of them outside a downtown saloon with a riding whip. It ended with multiple wounds for Benton and a bullet-shattered shoulder for Jackson that nearly claimed his life. Concluding Tennessee was now enemy territory, Benton promptly set out for Missouri, where he emerged as its leading politician. When the territory became a state in 1821, it sent Benton to the U.S. Senate, where he nurtured his identity as a man of absolute independence. Though a proud Democrat, he could never be counted on to adhere with any consistency to the party line. He adhered only to the Thomas Hart Benton line. Benton had awarded his political loyalty to former President Van Buren, and he felt rage toward the Democratic politicians who had maneuvered to deny Van Buren his party's nomination at the Baltimore Convention. Polk studiously had avoided any overt action that could be construed as inimical to Van Buren's ambitions. Though Benton publicly had accepted Polk's denials, privately he wasn't so sure. But about George McDuffie and John C. Calhoun he harbored no doubts. They were the enemy. The issue was Texas annexation, and just behind it, slavery. Texas had exploded onto the political scene quite unexpectedly when Tyler had negotiated an annexation treaty with this southwest country that had secured its independence from Mexico through force of arms. It turned out that annexation was hugely popular in the United States, but an instinctive wariness emerged within the political establishment. Many politicians feared war with Mexico, which had never accepted or recognized Texas independence. They feared also an intensification of the slavery issue as the country grappled with the question of whether this vast new territory would be free or slave. Both Van Buren, the presumed Democratic presidential candidate, and Clay, the assured Whig candidate, had declared their opposition to immediate annexation, and both saw their presidential hopes destroyed in the bargain. Polk, attuned to political sentiment and attentive to Jackson's expansionist instincts, had immediately embraced annexation, and this had helped boost him to the presidency. Now, with the rain-soaked multitude about to witness Polk's swearing in, the Texas issue still loomed large over the political landscape, generating acidic animosities within the party and the country. Benton was convinced McDuffie and other anti-Van Buren Southerners harbored desires to bring Texas into the Union as a slave state so the expanded slave empire could form its own country. He had railed against this long-conceived Texas machination, an intrigue for the presidency and a contrivance to get the southern states out of the Union. McDuffie just as adamantly insisted the North harbored secret aims of surrounding, squeezing, and ultimately destroying the slave culture. Asked if South Carolinians would continue to submit to oppression, he had replied, "Before answering that question, I will ask, are you men? Are you South Carolinians? Or are you curs, which, when kicked, will howl and then come back and lick the foot that has inflicted the blow?" Clearly, bringing these two men under the same political tent would not be easy. It was nearly noon when the Senate assemblage made its way to the temporary platform constructed over the vast stairways of the Capitol's east portico. First to emerge, to cheers of welcome, were Tyler and Polk, walking side by side, but with the president-elect occupying the ceremonial position to the left of the outgoing president. A British journalist in attendance described Polk as looking well, though thin and anxious in appearance. Behind them were their wives, and behind them various dignitaries. Sarah Polk, though not a true beauty, possessed a magnetism that had served her well as a politician's wife. Her enveloping warmth was viewed by many family friends as an antidote to her husband's stiff demeanor. She had a Spanish appearance, with black hair, large dark eyes, olive skin, thin expressive lips, and an oval face. One high-toned Pennsylvanian noted that she dresses with taste and called her a very superior person. He added, Time has dealt kindly with her personal charms, and if she is not handsome, she is at least very prepossessing and graceful. On this day she wore a gown of satin, with a neckline that dropped into a V and with stripes of deep red and silvery gray. The waistline was tight and the sleeves long. Over it she wore a sand-colored wool coat with a quilted rose taffeta lining. On her head, protecting her from the rain, was a velvet bonnet the same color as the red of her dress. Clearly she wished to make a statement with her manner of dress on this day. Dallas wrote to his wife that he found her rather too showy for my taste, but I go for the new lady. At the appointed time, before the swearing-in, Polk stepped forward to deliver his inaugural address to a large assemblage of umbrellas, as John Quincy Adams wryly noted in his diary. Standing at the front of the platform, protected from the rain by an umbrella held by a servant, Polk sought to quicken the hearts of Democrats while assuaging fears of Whigs and others. Passing quickly over his own humility in accepting the awesome responsibilities and his resolve to seek divine guidance in discharging those responsibilities, he moved directly to the central tenets of the Jacksonian Creed. Warning against federal usurpation of governmental prerogative beyond the limits of the Constitution, he pledged to assume no powers not expressly granted or clearly implied in that document. He extolled the executive veto as protection against a capricious or despotic majority. He vowed to fight any threats to the Union, thus serving notice that state actions aimed at nullifying federal laws or dissolving the Union would encounter the kind of military resistance Jackson had directed at South Carolina. Polk denounced any kind of federal bank, any national debt, and any tariffs crafted specifically for the protection of particular industries. The raising of revenue should be the object, and protection the incident, he declared. On foreign policy, Polk declared his expansionist vision. He celebrated the recent actions in behalf of Texas annexation and warned against any interference from Mexico or any other continental power. And he served notice that the United States considered its title to the full Oregon Territory to be clear and unquestionable, a bold statement, given that his country and Britain had occupied those lands jointly for 22 years, and had pledged mutually to negotiate a disposition of the matter at some point in the future. Just 80 years before, noted Polk, the country's small population had been confined to the east side of the Alleghanies. Since then, our people, increasing to many millions, have filled the eastern valley of the Mississippi, adventurously ascended the Missouri to its head springs, and are already engaged in establishing the blessings of self-government in valleys of which the rivers flow to the Pacific. To us belongs the duty of protecting these settlers adequately wherever they may be upon our soil. It was pure Jacksonian rhetoric in both substance and style. Indeed, the first draft had been crafted by Amos Kendall, Jackson's brilliant word maestro from his own presidential days. But Jackson himself wasn't there to hear it. In declining health for months, he now was dying. I thank my God that the Republic is safe and that he had permitted me to live to see it and rejoice, Jackson had written the previous fall, upon hearing of Polk's election. Jackson's absence was balanced by the absence of his great political rival Henry Clay, whose defeat in November's presidential balloting had been his third such subjection. Clay remained at his vast Kentucky estate Ashland, pondering how it happened that, after years of contending with Old Hickory, he now had to deal with his equally hostile young protege. Polk delivered his inaugural remarks, according to Washington's Daily Globe, in a voice so firm and distinct as to be heard by almost every individual present. But the response from the crowd was more polite than enthusiastic, suggesting perhaps his voice hadn't carried over the din of rain falling upon umbrellas. In any event, now it was time for the country's 11th president to be sworn in, and Chief Justice Roger B. Taney stepped forward. Taney was a Jackson appointee whose robes of impartiality never fully shrouded his Democratic sympathies. I feel so truly rejoiced at your election as president, he had written Polk in November, that I must indulge myself in the pleasure of offering my cordial congratulations. I need not say with what pleasure I shall again meet you in Washington and see you entering upon the high station to which you have been so honorably called. Tawney held what the Illustrated London News would describe as a richly gilt Bible presented to Sarah Polk by Alexander Hunter, Chief Marshal of the District of Columbia. At Tawney's prompting, Polk uttered the famous 35 words affirming faithfully to execute the presidential office and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Then he was president, and another 28-gun salute roared its affirmation. The new president and the man he had just replaced left the platform again side by side. But this time Polk occupied the ceremonial position at Tyler's right. The official parade formed up once again into what Quincy Adams called a draggle-tail procession thinned in numbers, and the President and First Lady were escorted back to the White House, where they greeted visitors through much of the afternoon. The evening agenda included 2 inaugural balls, one at Carusi's Hall at $10 a ticket, another at the National Theater at $5. Intent on making yet another fashion statement, Sarah ventured forth in a marine blue velvet dress with a cape described by one biographer as deeply fringed. Quincy Adams, whose self-exile from the day's activities didn't preclude his pouring wry pronouncements into his diary, reported that Polk attended both galas, but supped with the true blue $5 democracy. The next day, Polk assumed the duties of a presidential term that he had promised would be his only claim upon the office. Ahead of him were 4 tumultuous years of American expansionism that would transform his country and set it upon a new course. But when he relinquished power in March 1849, he would be a spent force, politically and physically. His greatest accomplishments would live on in a vast expanse of territory in the West and Southwest, now part of the United States. But he himself would not last much beyond his hour of eminence. Within 4 months of leaving office, he would be dead. Chapter 1. Young Hickory. The making of a Jackson protege. Beginning in summer 1717, there arrived upon American shores a new breed of immigrant from the British Isles, far different from the Puritans, Quakers, and Cavaliers who had already settled in their chosen locales. The new arrivals came from the borderlands of northern England, northern Ireland, and the Scottish Highlands, and they emerged in undulating waves that deposited 250,000 souls in the New World over nearly 60 years. The borderland migrants were a rustic folk, largely Presbyterian in religious provenance. The men were lanky and fit, with faces leathered through outdoor toil. They displayed distinctive habits of dress, hats made of felt, loose-fitting shirts made of sackcloth, wood shoes. The young women displayed a frolicsome sensuousness that seemed shocking to many of the earlier arrivals. They wore tight-fitting dresses with short skirts. Men and women alike showed a notable casualness and openness toward sex and nudity, and social sanctions against wayward personal behavior were mild compared to those of earlier migrants. The menfolk displayed a liberal attitude toward spirituous liquors and a fighting spirit more intense than their work ethic. There was a strain of cultural conservatism among these people. They were strongly attached to their ancestral ways. The borderland migrants arrived not seeking religious freedom, as their predecessors had done, but rather to escape economic travail. Hence they came largely from a lower socio-economic station than the folks who had settled earlier in Massachusetts, Delaware, and Virginia. The vast majority were small farmers, farm laborers, and mechanics. But they displayed a defiant pride that would have far-reaching political impact in the New World, particularly in the lush western regions beyond the Alleghenies that would become their favored frontier destination. As one historian would later put it, extreme inequalities of material condition were joined to an intense concern for equality of esteem. They demanded respect, often with a social insolence that surprised and irritated those who considered themselves of higher rank. Ultimately, this trait would manifest itself in a powerful strain of political populism, a suspicion of entrenched elites, hostility toward wealth and power, a conviction that the new American democracy should be guided by the virtue and wisdom of ordinary folk. This was the heritage, outlook, and politics of Andrew Jackson, and also of his protege James K. Polk, 28 years younger than his mentor. The two men shared also a similar family consciousness. While the vast majority of borderland migrant families were poor and always had been poor, about 1 to 2% came from the landed gentry of Britain's borderlands. They migrated to America not to better their station but to retain it, and they remained intensely conscious of their family heritage. However impoverished they may have become in the course of their journey to America or during their struggles once they got there, they never lost their sense that they came from exalted levels of society. Jackson's mother taught him from earliest childhood to think of himself as a gentleman, and she taught him that his Scots-Irish grandfather had been a well-to-do linen weaver and merchant, and his father a comfortable farmer with substantial acreage in the old country. And Polk proudly traced his lineage back 8 centuries to a Saxon nobleman named Undwin, and to Undwin's descendants who held sway over vast estates and political decision-making throughout their long Scottish ascendancy. To Polk, all this was vastly more significant than his inauspicious birth in a one-room log cabin at a time of economic transition for his family. The first of 10 children, he was born November 2nd, 1795, in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, to Samuel and Jane Knox Polk. His mother, a rigid Presbyterian of sharp intellect and strong character, came from an established North Carolina family. James's father, 4 generations removed from the family's New World founder, Robert Bruce Polk, or Pollock, as the family had been known up to that time, was a sturdy farmer of simple virtues whose robust drive for advancement overcame a rather limited imagination. When young James was 11, the family set out on the arduous 500-mile journey to the Duck River region of Tennessee Territory, between the Smoky Mountains and the Mississippi River. Beleaguered and angry Indians posed mortal dangers that stirred the combative juices of these borderland settlers, whose fighting spirit was rendered all the more intense by the richness of the prize they sought. The region's fertile soil promised abundant wealth for those who survived, and the path of betterment was well established in the country's frontier outlands. Venture forth to a thinly populated area and accumulate large expanses of cheap or free land. Develop as much acreage as possible for farming. When land prices rise with the arrival of subsequent pioneers, sell undeveloped lands at elevated prices. Use the profit to further develop the retained acreage and perhaps venture also into the law or commercial enterprises. Sam Polk's father and uncle had pursued this formula successfully in North Carolina. Then, early in the new century, they had leveraged it further in the West by selling high-priced North Carolina land and purchasing much larger tracts of low-cost Tennessee acreage. They settled in what would become Maury County, south of Nashville, and founded James Polk's lifelong hometown, Columbia. Hence, when Sam Polk followed them there in 1806, the way was paved for him to prosper quickly if he was willing to invest long days of toil and plenty of sweat. Sam's father, Ezekiel, not only accumulated 1,000 acres of rich soil land, but also fathered 14 children, who in turn produced for him 92 grandchildren and 307 great-grandchildren. One of Ezekiel's grandchildren, of course, was young James, but he would give the old man no great-grandchildren. Most likely this resulted from a medical development in his young life that must have had a searing impact on the lad's consciousness. He was a bright and studious boy with an early zest for learning. But he was weak and sickly, unable to do even modest physical chores without wilting under the strain. The boy's father got him apprenticed to a local merchant so he could pursue a trade that wouldn't tax his physical strength. James hated the mercantile life and even more so the termination of his formal schooling. Then, when he was 17, the doctors finally diagnosed his ailment: urinary stones, which were slowly sapping his health. The only solution was surgery, a highly risky and painful procedure in those days before modern anesthetics. Sam Polk bundled up the lad in the back of his wagon and took him to Danville, Kentucky, residence of an acclaimed medical pioneer named Ephraim McDowell. The doctor performed a surgery that can only be described as a necessary barbarity. With brandy, his only sedative, young James was placed on his back with his legs secured by straps high in the air. With a knife, the doctor cut into the perineum, through what would become known as the pelvic floor. He then used a pointed instrument called a gorget to cut through the prostate and into the bladder. A scoop or forceps was used to remove the stones. However hellish, it was a medical success. But, knowing what we know now about the nerves that line the prostate and control much of the sexual function, it would seem likely the operation left the young man impotent or sterile. Perhaps both. In any event, following his recovery, he resumed his formal schooling with enthusiasm. At a small Presbyterian academy near Columbia, he proved diligent in his studies, and his moral conduct was unexceptional and exemplary, according to a recommendation submitted later by the school. During subsequent studies at the Murfreesboro Academy, he displayed what a school document called literary merit and moral worth. He was admitted to the University of North Carolina as a sophomore and was graduated 3 years later with first honors in both mathematics and classics. At the university, he developed a personal outlook and pattern of behavior that would guide him through life. He never considered himself brilliant, and he knew he lacked the outsized personal characteristics that propelled some others through life with apparent ease. Yet he discovered that he had a highly functional mind, and if he applied himself with diligence and avoided diversions, he could excel beyond his peers. He acquired a seriousness of purpose and intensity of ambition that would become hallmark traits. They complemented the physical appearance that settled upon him in adulthood. Just above medium height, he was not at first glance an imposing figure, but he conveyed a pleasant countenance marked by his strong oval face and prominent chin. He carried himself with a dignity and self-confidence that led many to see him eventually as a man of mark. Upon graduating, he studied law under Felix Grundy, the state's most acclaimed lawyer and a former member of Congress. Taking a shine to the earnest young man, Grundy offered social connections and personal guidance as well as legal training. Within 2 years, Polk was admitted to the bar, and with Grundy's help and his own family's prominence, he didn't have any trouble acquiring clients. Soon his practice was sufficiently lucrative so he could branch out as clerk of the state senate at Murfreesboro. It was at this time, in 1819, that he met Sarah Childress, then 16. At a high-toned reception to honor a prominent Tennessean named William Carroll, later governor, he saw young Sarah's reflection in a large mirror. "She's beautiful," he thought, and began making his way through the crowded room to where she had been talking with General Jackson, a longtime family friend of the Childresses as well as the Polks. By the time he got there, she was gone. But then he saw her talking with Anderson Childress, a classmate from his Murfreesboro Academy days. It turned out the young woman was Childress's sister, the same person Polk had met years earlier when she was a young girl. Anderson asked Sarah if she remembered James from their encounters years earlier. "Why, of course I do," replied the self-possessed young lady. Anderson later offered James a ride home in the family carriage, and the two got to know each other better. But the young man was slow to pursue her as a marriage companion, until Jackson slyly intervened. When Polk sought the general's counsel on how he might pursue his political ambitions, Jackson said he should take a wife and become an established member of society. Polk asked if Jackson had anyone in mind. "The one who will never give you trouble," his mentor replied. "Her wealthy family, education, health, and appearance are all superior. You know her well." "You mean Sarah Childress?" asked Polk. "Then I shall go at once and ask her." They were married on the evening of January 1st, 1824. By then, the intensely ambitious Polk had been elected to the state legislature and was eyeing a run for Congress the following year. He also had joined the Tennessee militia in which he eventually would rise to the rank of colonel. With Jackson's endorsement, he won the congressional seat in August 1825 and headed to Washington the following December. In reaching the capital, he entered into a political crucible defined largely by the political rivalry and personal animosity between two men, Andrew Jackson and Henry Clay. It isn't possible to understand Polk's emergence without understanding its political context, and nothing illuminates that context more clearly than the awesome tensions, political and personal, between the men known throughout the nation by their colloquial nicknames Old Hickory and Prince Hal, arguably the two greatest political figures to emerge in the second-generation era of American politics. There were similarities between the two. Born in the southeast Piedmont region, both sought opportunity across the Alleghanies in the boisterous western lands of Tennessee and Kentucky. Both gravitated to the law and gained early prominence in civic affairs. Jackson as judge and military officer, Clay as politician and diplomat. Both hungered for national fame and influence. Both married into prominent frontier families. And both harbored profound feelings of patriotism and viewed themselves as protectors of the founders' civic legacy and dream of American greatness. Beyond such similarities, the two men could not have been more different. While Clay was playful in conversation, Jackson was stolid and upright. While Clay viewed politics as a game of intrigue in which the pursuit of victory was nearly as sweet as victory itself, Jackson considered politics a deadly serious business involving unbending principle. While Clay easily could forgive the most cutting rhetoric directed against him and expected the same from his adversaries, Jackson never forgot a slight he considered gratuitous. Clay moved with ease through any crowd or situation and brought forth an audacious eloquence based on his mastery of the language in all of its richness, range, and nuance. Jackson's eloquence was of a different cast. Blunt, no-nonsense, unadorned language aimed directly at ordinary folk and betraying a depth of conviction and passion that moved people with its simplicity and common wisdom. Clay loved the legislative game that called forth his eloquence, wiles, and mastery of issues and people. Jackson hated the ceaseless debates and self-important maneuvering that characterized Congress. But it was the variance in their political views that framed the pivotal debates of their era. Clay wanted the power of federal Washington brought to bear boldly in behalf of domestic prosperity. Almost single-handedly, he crafted a philosophy of governmental activism and devised a collection of federal programs and policies he considered essential to American prosperity. He called it the American system, and it would become the bedrock of his Whig Party. Jackson abhorred the very thought of concentrated power in Washington, which he believed would lead inevitably to corruption and invidious governmental actions favoring the connected and powerful at the expense of ordinary citizens. He wanted political power to remain diffuse and as close to the people as possible. These two outlooks, personified by these two men, would drive political events surrounding nearly all the major issues of their day: protective tariffs, the Bank of the United States, public works, public lands, and ultimately American expansion into Texas, Oregon, New Mexico, and California. Jackson's life and legend would serve as inspiration for James Polk throughout his life. Born 1767 in the Waxhaw region of the Carolinas, Jackson grew up in deprivation. His father had died before his birth, and his mother moved with her 3 boys into the plantation home of her sister and brother-in-law, the Crawfords, who had 8 children of their own. With his mother busy earning her keep through household devotions and the Crawfords focused on their own offspring, the skinny lad quickly learned self-reliance. He developed an independent, pugnacious demeanor, always ready to fight for his interests and never willing to surrender even when bigger boys beat him up. He had almost no formal schooling, and his lack of mastery over spelling and grammar would become something of an identity scar in later life. Ridiculed by political opponents, frustrated by his tendency to rise in society despite these limitations. Young Jackson grew up quickly during the Revolution, when the Carolinas were ravaged by the British force known as Tarleton's Raiders. Judged too young to carry a rifle, the 13-year-old served as courier and scout. At one point, caught in a firefight, young Jackson witnessed a cousin killed at his side. Later, he became a prisoner of war. When a British officer ordered the young rebel to polish the officer's boots, Jackson defiantly refused, and almost lost his life when the enraged officer brought down a sword upon his head. Jackson managed to deflect the blow, but gashes on his hand and head left lifelong scars, only slightly more apparent than his lifelong hatred of the English. During these travails, the boy lost his 2 brothers to war and his mother to cholera. After independence, orphaned and alone at 17, Jackson apprenticed in the law at Salisbury, North Carolina, and developed a reputation as a wild young man who drank, gambled, and roistered. But his commanding presence slowly gained dominance over his wilder tendencies. Tall, well-proportioned, and always well-dressed, he carried himself in polite society with dignity and courtliness. The intense gaze of his welkin blue eyes suggested an immense self-regard. One young woman of the area wrote that he possessed a kind of majesty I never saw in any other young man. At 21, in search of financial betterment, he left North Carolina for the fledgling outpost of Nashville, in what would become Tennessee. He practiced law, acquired property, became a merchant of Eastern goods, married a young divorcee named Rachel Robards, and took up with the territorial militia. Author's note: Rachel's actual marital status at the time of their wedding was in question, which resulted in later allegations of scandal that enraged the devoted husband. He became Tennessee's first congressman in 1796 and later served a one-session stint as U.S. Senator. But he thrived particularly in the militia. Frontier citizens could accept a certain lassitude in their prosecutors, judges, and politicians, but not in their elected military leaders. Those were times when the area lost a man, woman, or child to Indian attack every 10 days or so, and the tenuous existence of pioneer whites necessitated the highest degree of competence in their military commanders. Jackson possessed the desired attributes: quickness of mind, boldness of action, an ability to gain sway over other men, a deep sense of rectitude. And his occasional impetuousness and flashes of temper only added to his commanding mystique. In 1802, at 35, he was elected Major General of the Tennessee Militia. There followed a number of years when his military exploits and personal proclivity for roustabout conduct seemed in conflict. His reputation as a man out of control lingered as a result of a number of duels: that notorious gunfight with Thomas Hart Benton and his brother, and a tendency toward hot-headed reactions to presumed slights and insults. And yet, with the outbreak of the War of 1812, as Major General of the United States Volunteers, and later in the regular army, he ran up a string of military victories against the Creek Indians and the British that brought him national attention and widespread adulation. Displaying a toughness that stirred his troops to identify him with the hardness of hickory, he acquired his famous nickname. A noted example was the day he put down a mutiny of disgruntled troops by ordering artillery guns to be pointed at the troops as he confronted them. He then demanded that the mutineers return to their posts, or he would order the guns to be fired, destroying them and himself in one barrage. The action stunned the wayward soldiers into subjection. Bringing his troops back into line, he destroyed elements of the Creek Indian tribe bent on terrorizing settlers in Mississippi. And he devastated a British army seeking to seize New Orleans and its strategic dominance over the Mississippi River Valley. The British reported 2,037 dead, wounded, and missing on that fateful January day in 1815, while Jackson's troops suffered only 13 killed. Instantly, he became a national hero and potential presidential contender. Subsequent military exploits against the Seminole Indians and a stint as governor of Florida Territory bolstered his countrywide standing. And yet he invited detractors with displays of defiance and a tendency to substitute his own judgment for those of his superiors. Most often he was right on the merits, but these traits provided an opening for critics to suggest he couldn't be trusted with power. By the 1820s, Jackson was probably the country's most revered figure, but also one of its most controversial. A decade younger than Jackson, Clay soared to national prominence at a younger age. Born in 1777 into a comfortable Virginia family of yeoman farmers, he was one of 8 siblings, 4 of whom died in infancy. His father, a planter and rousing Baptist minister, died when Henry was 4. His mother remarried a plantation owner and militia captain named Henry Watkins. Aside from witnessing the ransacking of his home by Tarleton's raiders shortly after his father's death, the boy grew up in comfort amid trappings of culture and learning. He didn't apply himself much to the meager formal education then available in rural Virginia. As he later explained with characteristic self-absorption, "I always relied too much upon the resources of my genius." Indeed, it was clear to all who knew the strapping youngster that he possessed special qualities of intellect and spirit. At 16, he became secretary to George Wythe, one of the state's top jurists, who gave the lad a sterling education in the law and civic affairs, as well as entree to the highest Richmond society. 4 years with Wythe and another with Richmond lawyer Robert Brooke provided young Clay with enough background to pass his bar examination. He then set out for Kentucky, where his mother and stepfather had gone some years before. He settled in Lexington, connected with other Wythe protégés, established a law practice, married, and prospered. He became known as brilliant, industrious, and dependable, and the town's residents soon were exchanging stories about this exciting young man who seemed always ready with an amusing quip or flight of eloquence on some intriguing topic. He was not without character flaws. His wit sometimes veered into the outrageous, and he displayed a weakness for gambling, dueling, and indulgence with women. He also harbored a certain intellectual arrogance, manifest in a biting invective directed at those he considered less brainy than himself. Bored by a loquacious man who suggested he spoke for posterity, Clay interjected, "Yes, and you seem resolved to speak until the arrival of your audience." Gravitating inevitably to politics, he served a number of terms in the Kentucky legislature and twice was elected to fill vacancies in the U.S. Senate before settling on a House career in 1810 at age 33. Such was the young Westerner's reputation as a legislator that his colleagues promptly elected him Speaker upon his House arrival. He thrived in the role and distinguished himself further when President James Madison sent him to Europe to help negotiate the Treaty of Ghent, ending the War of 1812. There he encountered John Quincy Adams, who didn't much care for Clay's inveterate dissipations. An early riser, Adams became increasingly disgusted to see, at the start of his day, Clay heading off to bed after a night of drinking and card-playing. When his diplomatic mission ended, he returned to the House and his old job as Speaker. In that role, he brought off one of the most difficult and commendable legislative feats of his generation, the Missouri Compromise Bills of 1820 to 1821, which sought to maintain a delicate balance of political power between slave and free states, and thus prevent the slavery issue from sundering the Union. Immediately, Clay was hailed as the great compromiser, the savior of his country. His national standing was unrivaled by any other American save Andrew Jackson. Despite his brilliance, Clay displayed a tendency to misread political forces and trends, and thus tread into unnecessary thickets. An early example occurred after President James Monroe recalled Andrew Jackson to military service in 1817 to subdue a wave of Seminole Indian attacks against frontier Americans. Jackson's orders allowed him to pursue the Seminoles through their protected enclaves in Spanish Florida and to clean up operations there. Jackson invaded Florida, crushed the desultory Spanish defenses, burned Seminole villages at will, and created an international incident by hanging 2 British subjects convicted in a military court of assisting the Seminoles in their murderous raids. Most Americans rejoiced, but some expressed shock. Juices of indignation flowed in Congress, and a censure measure emerged in the House. On January 20th, 1819, Speaker Clay rose to address the matter, and everyone knew he would not be kind. The galleries were so packed that one witness wondered if they could hold up under the weight. Even the outer entries were thronged, he added, and yet such a silence prevailed that though at a considerable distance I did not lose a word. At times harsh, witty, admonitory, outraged, outrageous, amusing, and devastating, Clay spoke for 2 hours and never lost his audience. "Beware," he warned, "how you give a fatal sanction to military insubordination. Remember that Greece had her Alexander, Rome her Caesar, England her Cromwell, France her Bonaparte, and that if we would escape the rock on which they split, we must avoid their errors." Many in the galleries gasped, for he had just called Jackson a likely tyrant. He immediately disavowed any intent to assault Jackson's character, but such disclaimers couldn't wash away the force of his earlier words, and Jackson now was Clay's lifelong enemy. It was a major political blunder, as Quincy Adams quickly perceived. His opposition to Jackson, wrote Adams, is now involuntary and mere counteractive. Jackson could hate with a vengeance, and now he would never pass by an opportunity to cut down his rival. Polk's Washington arrival in 1825 followed a powerful political development that would mark the beginning of Jackson's political ascendancy and ensure the frustration of Clay's lifelong presidential ambition. Some months before, on February 17th, word spread through official Washington that President-elect John Quincy Adams had offered the job of Secretary of State to Clay, and Clay had accepted. This was big news. As House Speaker, Kentucky's consummate dealmaker had engineered Adams's rise to the presidency after the 1824 election had failed to produce a majority winner, and the presidential contest had fallen to the House. Clay had even rebuffed the clear political sentiment of his own state to give Kentucky's House delegation to Adams rather than Jackson. Everyone knew that 4 of the country's 6 presidents had reached the White House from the job of Secretary of State. Thus, to all appearances, the presidency, indeed American democracy itself, had been bartered in a backroom deal closed off to the scrutiny and reach of the nation's voters. Over at Gadsby's Tavern near the Capitol, where Jackson had taken up residence the previous December 7th, the old general received the news from an agitated supporter named Richard M. Johnson. The general exploded into one of his famous fits of rage. "So you see," he scribbled onto a letter to his loyal friend William B. Lewis, "the Judas of the West has closed the contract and will receive the 30 pieces of silver. Was there ever witnessed such a barefaced corruption in any country before?" In Jackson's view, Clay's acceptance confirmed Washington rumors of a corrupt bargain. He wrote, "When we behold 2 men political enemies, and as different in political sentiment as any men can be, so suddenly unite, there must be some unseen cause to produce this political phenomenon." His reaction, he told Lewis, was to shudder for the liberty of my country. 4 men had vied for the presidency in 1824: Adams, Clay, Jackson, and former Georgia Senator and Cabinet Secretary William H. Crawford. Jackson had received 154,000 votes to Adams's 109,000, while Clay and Crawford each had around 47,000. But in the Electoral College, Clay had come in fourth with 37 electoral votes to 99 for Jackson, 84 for Adams, and 41 for Crawford. Under the Constitution, since no one had received an electoral majority, the House would choose the president from among the top three finishers. Clay was out, but he could still play kingmaker. "I cannot believe," he had written, referring to Jackson's most famous military victory, "that killing 2,500 Englishmen at New Orleans qualifies for the various difficult and complicated duties of the chief magistracy." He considered Jackson a mere military chieftain, unfit for the presidency. So his resolve to thwart Jackson and elevate Adams was natural enough. But accepting the job at state was something else entirely. Clay knew it would look bad, but he wanted the position, and the one it could lead to, with an almost desperate ambition. Besides, his arrogant confidence in his own political skills convinced him that he could handle any political difficulties that might arise from his decision. So he accepted the offer, and ensured the ascendancy of the one man whose political career he most wished to thwart. Jackson now held an almost unimaginable opportunity to drive out this rival administration at the next election. Employing rhetoric that included words such as cheating, corruption, and bribery, he set out on a 4-year campaign to destroy the Adams presidency and, with it, the Clay ascendancy. Into this political maelstrom stepped young James Polk, just 30 when he began his congressional career, bent on lending his vote and voice to the furtherance of the Jackson career. In March 1826, he delivered his maiden floor speech favoring a constitutional amendment to ensure that presidents were elected by direct popular vote, and never by the House. With a certain youthful sophistry, he quoted selectively from the Constitution's preamble, the Federalist Papers, and various politicians to demonstrate that the framers clearly intended presidential elections to be decided by the people at large. This was entirely false, but Jackson duly offered praise from his estate outside Nashville, known as the Hermitage. "Your speech I have read with much pleasure," wrote the general, "and I can assure you is well received by all your constituents and gives you a strong claim to their future confidence." Later, when Polk sent his mentor a long letter filled with inside Washington intelligence, the general responded warmly, "I feel greatly obliged to you for the information, and I duly appreciate those feelings of friendship which dictated the communication." In 1827, Polk won re-election in what was now a safe district. The same year, the Democrats took control of the House and promptly replaced the pro-Adams Speaker with a loyal Jacksonian, Andrew Stevenson of Virginia. "It was a great triumph," an elated Polk wrote a friend. Returning to Washington for the next session of Congress, Polk took with him the 23-year-old Sarah, who had remained in Columbia, much to her dismay, during Polk's first-term trips to the federal capital. The young congressman's wife quickly emerged as his conspicuous helpmate, handling his correspondence and dealing with boarding matters at the couple's house on Pennsylvania Avenue. When Polk gave a speech on the House floor, Sarah often could be seen watching from the gallery. It was clear to friends and acquaintances that Polk was much enamored of his young wife. In one letter to a friend, he extolled her stamina and good cheer during their stagecoach travels. She seldom needed to stop for rests, he said, and complained about the arduous trips far less than he did himself. The Polk's return to Washington coincided with growing optimism among Democrats about Jackson's presidential prospects the next year. Already his forces were working furiously to position their man for victory, and the effort gave Polk further opportunity to attach his career to that of his mentor. He enlisted in the Nashville Central Committee, a pro-Jackson operation set up to parry any campaign allegations against the general. And there would be many, including murder, adultery, dueling, gambling, drinking, cockfighting, and swearing. Clay, mastermind of Adams's re-election campaign, knew Jackson's defeat required that his heroic image be shredded, and he set out to do that by dredging up for attack every indiscretion or misstep in his long career. Many of the allegations were spurious. One particularly vicious handbill alleged that Jackson's execution of 6 militiamen for desertion during the Creek War was actually murder, as they merely had wanted to depart the military at the close of their enlistments. Polk helped gather evidence showing their crimes actually had included mutiny as well as desertion. Meeting with Jackson and his allies in the summer of 1828, Polk discussed whether the general should defend himself publicly against the multiple allegations. Polk favored a dignified public address, but later he thought better of it and sent Jackson a letter saying so. Treat everything that has or may be said, he suggested, with silent contempt. Jackson appreciated the counsel so much that he wrote upon the page, "My friend Colonel Polk's letter, to be kept as a token of his real friendship." Replying to his protege, he wrote, "I receive, my dear sir, your letter as the highest evidence of your sincere friendship, and as such have treasured it up." The campaign unfolded amidst a subtle transformation in presidential politics that translated into opportunity. Through the nation's early decades, presidential elections had been in the hands of state legislators and other local men of prominence, who selected the electors who in turn selected the president. The idea was that the people themselves would not be directly involved in the process and would defer instead to the elites. Property restrictions also served to curtail voter involvement and hence voter interest in presidential elections. But, responding to a wave of populism emerging in the West, more and more states were choosing electors by popular vote and eliminating property requirements. The result was the emergence of a mass electorate, and any candidate who could reach these new voters could blow away the opposition. Jackson understood this. Adams and Clay missed it. Jackson also understood that his central allegation of the campaign, the so-called corrupt bargain between Adams and Clay, was just the kind of message that would resonate with this new broad electorate. He would exploit this to the hilt, notwithstanding the lack of evidence that any quid pro quo deal had ever been struck. Besides, President Adams was embracing most of the major elements of Clay's American system: protective tariffs, federal internal improvements such as roads, bridges, and canals, even a bold concept to create a national university. Jackson opposed all this, and he was sure the expanded electorate would oppose it too. Thus, a new political alignment was emerging. On one side were Adams and Clay representing the Republicans' old Madisonian wing, which favored positive national legislation to promote economic development. Aligning with them were the remnants of the declining Federalists, led by the impassioned and golden-voiced senator from Massachusetts, Daniel Webster. The other side included Jackson, Georgia's William Crawford, and Missouri's Thomas Benton, now a committed Jacksonian despite the earlier unpleasantness in Nashville. These men led a faction that opposed greater concentrations of federal power for any purpose. They also felt disturbed by Adams's earnest agitations against slavery, and, as national expansionists, faulted the administration for not moving more aggressively to secure Western territory for settlement by dealing with Indian land titles there. It turned into an intense and nasty campaign before it ended with a sweeping Jackson victory in November 1828. Jackson carried 56% of the popular vote to Adams's 43.6%. He also carried 178 electoral votes to Adams's 83. What's more, Jackson's Democrats swept both houses of Congress by significant margins. Adams, foreseeing the calamity, had slipped into a depression at the thought of a man such as himself, so admired and respected by czars, prime ministers, and brilliant intellectuals, being so unceremoniously discarded by his own countrymen at the hands of a political ruffian. All he could do, he concluded, was await my allotted time. My own career is closed. Clay missed the coming wave. "I yet think that Mr. Adams will be re-elected," he told Webster as the vote totals made their way to Washington. His campaign rhetoric betrayed his misplaced optimism. "I would humbly prostrate myself before him and implore his mercy to visit our land with war, with pestilence, with famine, with any scourge other than this military rule or a blind and heedless enthusiasm for mere military renown." Such words only enraged Jackson all the more, and underscored a political casualness toward the country's well-being that Jackson found scandalous. Returning to his Ashland estate in Lexington for an extended respite from affairs of state, Clay refused to see Jackson's victory as a repudiation of his American system, but rather as an accident of history that would be reversed as soon as the people perceived Jackson's political incompetence. "We must but passively await the inevitable fragmentation of Jackson's alliance," he wrote a friend. But soon it became apparent that Jackson was far more formidable than his opponents had anticipated. And within 3 years, Clay's congressional friends were begging him to return to the fray. "Everything valuable in the government is to be fought for," wrote Webster to Clay, "and we need your arm in the fight." Indeed, the congressional opposition had sought to thwart Jackson at every turn, but usually ended up outmaneuvered. When Jackson nominated a New Hampshire editor named Isaac Hill for a minor position in his administration, the Senate blithely rejected the man. The president quickly moved to get New Hampshire Democrats to redress this wrong by electing Hill to the very senatorial body that had repudiated him. When Jackson sought to get New York's Martin Van Buren, emerging as a presidential favorite, confirmed as minister to London, again the Senate turned thumbs down. This time the old general simply tagged Van Buren, now a subject of great sympathy among Democrats, to be vice president in his second administration. "You have broken a minister and made a vice president," Thomas Benton sneered at one disgruntled Van Buren opponent. Throughout the forthcoming political struggles unleashed by Jackson's bold brand of politics, Polk would be well positioned to help his mentor, and reap plenty of benefit in the process. Jackson long had demonstrated shrewdness in finding bright and effective men who would rally to his cause. Now, as president, he needed many such followers, and he could not find a better man than Polk to serve his interests in the House. Though hardly eloquent, Polk's rhetoric cut through to the nub of important matters and showed a precision of logic that gave force to his arguments. As one admiring newspaper would later put it, his preference for the useful and substantial has made him select a style of elocution which would perhaps be deemed too plain by the shallow admirers of flashy declamation. The worst of all styles is the florid and exaggerated. Besides, no one would demonstrate greater discipline or put in longer hours. Few could match Polk's analytical skill in assessing the meaning of political events. And he was utterly loyal. Not only did he share Jackson's broad political philosophy, bequeathed through their shared family and ethnic heritage, but he would avidly embrace any tasks placed before him. Thus, as the struggle between Jackson and Clay intensified to an ever greater pitch of emotion and risk, young Polk would find himself with ever greater political tasks.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 2. Tennessee and Washington. The Rise and Fall of a Presidential Loyalist. On May 27, 1830, President Jackson shocked official Washington by stamping his veto upon a piece of legislation that most politicians had considered routine. It was a measure to extend the so-called National Road from Maysville to Lexington, Kentucky. The National Road project had begun back in 1811 with Cumberland, Maryland, and extended west in stages over the succeeding years. It was just the kind of public works that fit neatly under Clay's American system. But Jackson had always opposed the idea of Congress appropriating federal money for local projects. Now, as president, he knew his veto would generate anger among Westerners even within his own party. But he sent it up anyway, along with an extensive rationale aimed not at legislators, but at voters. The people, he said, had a right to expect a prudent system of expenditure that would allow the government to pay the debts of the Union and authorize the reduction of every tax to as low a point as our national safety and independence will allow. Once the national debt left over from the War of 1812 was repaid, he promised, the government would make surplus resources available to the states for internal improvements. But direct expenditures for projects that went beyond purposes of defense and national benefit struck Jackson as constitutionally suspect. Characteristically, the president feared that such power in the hands of federal officials would lead inevitably to a corrupting influence upon the elections, by giving people a sense that their votes could purchase beneficial governmental actions to make navigable their neighboring creek or river, bring commerce to their doors, and increase the value of their property. This, he said in a series of notes on the issue, would prove fatal to just legislation and the purity of public men. This was all too much for Henry Clay. Following events from his Ashland estate near Lexington, Prince Hal promptly heeded Webster's call and got himself elected to the Senate in November 1831. He would take the reins of leadership in the struggle to thwart and destroy this dangerous administration. From that moment, Clay would be, as historian Claude G. Bowers put it, the brilliant, resourceful, bitter, and unscrupulous leader of the opposition. Young James Polk, emerging by now as a skilled legislator, was thrilled to be in the thick of these fights. A publication known as the Democratic Review identified him as one of the administration's leading supporters, and at times, and on certain questions of paramount importance, its chief reliance. Polk also enjoyed having Sarah with him during the congressional sessions. The couple settled into a pleasant routine during their Washington stays. Each session they would join a small group of other couples who lived together, according to the custom of the day, in a boarding house, with private apartments upstairs and a common dining room and parlor downstairs. Among their early housemates were Tennessee Senator Hugh Lawson White, Maine Congressman Leonard Jarvis, and South Carolina's John C. Calhoun. Sarah enjoyed the capital's social scene and developed friendships with the wives of numerous major players in Congress and the President's cabinet. She acquired a reputation as a lively conversationalist who nevertheless avoided expressions that could raise questions of any kind of impropriety. She eschewed any hint of gossip or mirth at the expense of others, in part because it was against her nature, but also because the priggish James considered such conversational habits to be particularly discreditable. If, in her social exuberance, she slipped into a hasty observation that nobody else would question, James nevertheless might direct toward her a particular smile that she came to interpret as a gentle hint that she may be close to the line. Later he might say, "Sarah, I wish you would not say that. I understand you, but others might not, and a wrong impression might be made." For her part, she felt such nudges reflected his essential gentleness. "That was the strongest rebuke he ever gave me," she once said. "When persons speak of my strict ideas of propriety, I think of my husband's circumspection, and reply, 'You were not brought up in so strict a school as I was.'" But her own social standards were just as strict. When the wife of a cabinet secretary invited her on an afternoon outing to the horse races, she declined. Later that evening she encountered the woman at a social event. "Oh, why did you not go with me today?" she asked, adding that many members of Congress and their wives had attended the exciting event, featuring a race between the thoroughbreds of two prominent Tennesseans. Sarah replied pleasantly that she never attended the races and didn't wish to violate her rule. "Well," said the woman with a smile, "that is a reflection on me." "Oh, no," replied Sarah tactfully, "not at all. You are in the habit of going. I am not." She avoided horse races throughout her life. Polk never allowed his social obligations to interfere with his defense of the Jackson agenda. When the Maysville Road bill arrived on the floor, with clear majority sentiment behind it, he tied it up for 3 days of debate. He disputed its constitutionality, since it benefited but a single state, and accused members of Congress of labeling as national any project that sent federal dollars to their particular districts. After the bill cleared Congress, Polk helped Jackson and his speechwriter, Amos Kendall, draft the veto message. And when the veto was sustained, he joined his administration friends in rejoicing. Jackson and Polk viewed such issues as reflecting a wide philosophical chasm over the very essence of American democracy. Though Clay had never embraced the concept of an entrenched aristocracy of the kind that captivated some members of the dying Federalist Party, he nonetheless believed in an office-holding class that would emerge through a system of indirect democracy and serve the country by running it. In this view, no one should be born to power. It should be earned through meritorious service. But having earned it, national leaders should be allowed to manage affairs of state without undue interference from the masses. Leadership and power should come from landed interests, business and financial interests, the intellectual classes. Clay had in mind men rather like himself, who possessed sufficient brilliance and understanding to know what was best for the nation. This was precisely the concept of government that Jackson despised. With Thomas Jefferson, he distrusted any elites or concentrations of power, particularly if they were insulated from the reach and passions of the broad electorate. Power corrupts, he believed, and the best protection against tyranny was to bring the masses into the process to the fullest extent possible. In this view, the people possessed a collective judgment and wisdom that would guide the nation to its destiny in a manner that would be appropriate and just. Jackson believed his own election, by repudiating the corrupt bargain of Adams-Clay elitism, made the point. Providence, he said, had pronounced that the people are virtuous and capable of self-government. This conflict of politics and philosophy was reflected in an issue that emerged following Clay's return to Washington: disposition of more than 1 billion acres of federal lands in the West and South. Clay and his allies saw this acreage as a vast governmental revenue source that could be poured back into the nation in the form of internal improvements. Jackson and Thomas Benton, on the other hand, favored a system of graduated prices, with free grants to actual settlers who would promise to develop the land. Benton argued the country could benefit most by making these lands readily available to ordinary citizens who would raise the foliage, till the soil, build wealth through hard work, establish communities, and in the process expand the culture of American democracy. Elites weren't needed in this view because the people themselves would build up the nation from below. Clay employed his brilliant oratory to get his version through the Senate, but it died in the House. Still, he and his allies celebrated what they considered a notable senatorial victory, unmindful that most voters viewed their Senate triumph as added impetus for supporting Jackson over Clay in the 1832 election. With that election approaching, the Kentuckian needed a big issue to cut into Jackson's popularity. The internal improvements issue didn't work because most voters actually approved the Maysville Road veto. The lands issue, Clay eventually realized, was actually hurting the cause. The tariff didn't work because the president cleverly had crafted a compromise approach designed to capture majority sentiment, bringing down the so-called Tariff of Abominations enacted in the John Quincy Adams administration, while leaving in place sufficient duties to placate northern industrialists. So he would make his stand on the Second Bank of the United States. The First Bank of the United States, chartered during the country's early Federalist period, was the brainchild of Alexander Hamilton, who saw the bank as a means of giving the economy sufficient liquidity, maintaining currency stability, and ensuring economic efficiency. Jefferson and his Republican allies had attacked the bank as a dangerous concentration of financial power, and in 1811 the bank's charter had been allowed to expire. However, with the outbreak of the War of 1812, it became clear the country needed a central banking authority. State banks in the Northeast, where the war was unpopular, were hoarding the country's meager reserves of specie, gold and silver, and banks in other regions were forced to rely solely on printed money. The result was a menacing wave of inflation and considerable economic dislocation. Thus, the Second Bank of the United States, patterned on the first, was established in 1816 and set up shop in the nation's financial center of Philadelphia. Immediately it slipped into corruption as its first president, William Jones, promiscuously violated terms of the charter, speculated in the bank's stock, and exploited the venal practices of the bank's branch members. Jones was forced out, and his successor sought to clean up the mess by calling in unsound loans, foreclosing on overdue mortgages, and redeeming overextended notes from state banks. The result was the Panic of 1819, as local banks slipped into bankruptcy, prices collapsed, unemployment soared, and a general economic malaise gripped the country. Inevitably, the bank became the focus of intense political passions. Not surprisingly, Jackson abhorred this concentration of economic power in what he called a hydra-headed monster that Eastern elites inevitably would exploit for their own corrupt ends. But he wasn't inclined to force the issue, as the bank charter was not due to expire until 1836. Clay had other ideas. Looking ahead to the 1832 election, when he fully expected to get the presidential nomination of the opposition party, he settled upon a simple political calculus. If Jackson were forced to attack the bank, he would lose Pennsylvania. If he lost Pennsylvania, he would lose the election. Clay sought to get the bank's young president, Nicholas Biddle, to seek an immediate charter renewal from Congress. Biddle was the picture of the educated Eastern establishment of his day, dapper, smooth of manner, highly literate, widely schooled. Though he professed no interest in politics, he maintained a wide network of political friendships that practically constituted a pro-bank political faction encompassing elements of both political parties. Arrogant to a fault, he had cultivated a reputation as a man of power and influence beyond what was prudent. When addressed as Emperor Nicholas, he would smile approvingly, unmindful of the political hostility generated by such personal grandiosity. On January 6, 1832, Biddle complied with Clay's request by submitting to Congress a request for renewal of the bank. What followed was an epic political struggle that would reverberate throughout the remainder of Jackson's presidency and beyond. Clay knew the bank enjoyed sufficient congressional support, even among Democrats, to ensure victory for the new charter. The only question was whether Jackson would veto that bill and invite a political backlash in an election year. Should Jackson veto it, the Kentuckian declared, "I shall veto him." Jackson's anti-bank forces developed a strategy best described by Thomas Benton. Attack incessantly, assail at all points, display the evil of the institution, rouse the people, and prepare them to sustain the veto. Benton took command of the anti-bank effort in Congress, but Polk wasn't far behind. When the Recharter Memorial was assigned to the Ways and Means Committee, chaired by the implacably pro-bank and anti-Jackson George McDuffie of South Carolina, Benton got Georgia's neophyte representative Augustine Clayton to introduce a resolution calling for an investigation of the bank's condition and methods. When the pro-bank forces fought back, Polk led the opposition with what historian Claude Bowers called the strongest speech of his congressional career. He attacked the bank for requesting a recharter while opposing the kind of scrutiny needed to justify voting for it. It all raised suspicions, he said, that there was something rotten in the state of Denmark. The investigation was approved, in part because many pro-bank members feared their opposition would raise questions about the favorable loans and other financial beneficence bestowed upon them by Bank President Biddle. The Investigations Committee brought forth 3 reports. The majority issued allegations of wrongdoing and corruption, while 2 minority reports exonerated the bank. There wasn't much definitive proof in any of them, but the majority report gave Jackson the fodder he needed for his planned veto, while the pro-bank forces seized the minority tracts to bolster their anti-Jackson campaign rhetoric. In the summer of 1832, both houses of Congress approved Biddle's bill. "I congratulate our friends most cordially upon this most satisfactory result," wrote the egotistical banker. "Now for the President." The President promptly brought in Kendall and nephew Andrew Jackson Donaldson to draft a veto message, then got Attorney General Roger Taney's guidance. He sent the completed political manifesto to Congress with full awareness that it would hit political Washington, indeed the country, like a boulder thrown atop an anthill. For it turned out to be a turning point in the rise of American democracy, a quantum leap in the emergence of the mass electorate. Thenceforth, any politician desiring to lead the nation would have to go beyond expressing merely what was best for the people. He would have to speak in the name of the people. In measured and detailed language, Jackson's veto message portrayed the bank as a government-sponsored monopoly that employed the money of taxpayers to enhance the power, privileges, and wealth of a very few Americans and foreigners, chiefly the richest class, who owned stock in the bank. "If government is to grant such gratuities," he said, "let them not be bestowed on the subjects of a foreign government, nor upon the designated and favored class of men in our own country. Rather," he added, "such favors should be confined to our own fellow citizens, and let each in his turn enjoy the opportunity to profit by our bounty." Jackson made it clear he harbored no impulse toward economic equality or societal leveling, but wished merely to ensure that the levers of government were not used to bestow special beneficence upon a well-positioned few. He explained, "Distinctions in society will always exist under every just government. Equality of talents, of education, or of wealth cannot be produced by human institutions. In the full enjoyment of the gifts of heaven and the fruits of superior industry, economy, and virtue, every man is equally entitled to protection by law. But when the laws undertake to add to these natural and just advantages artificial distinctions, to grant titles, gratuities, and exclusive privileges, to make the rich richer and the potent more powerful, the humble members of society, the farmers, mechanics, and laborers, who have neither the time nor the means of securing like favors to themselves, have a right to complain of the injustice of their government. If it would confine itself to equal protection, and, as heaven does its rains, shower its favors alike on the high and the low, the rich and the poor, government would be an unqualified blessing." With such language did the old general once again outmaneuver his great rival Clay, whose political power had been accumulated through alliances with the wealthy, the influential, and the educated. Now Clay, having induced a powerful moneyed institution of the East to seek the humiliation of a beloved president, had instead fostered a new political force comprised of the mechanics of the cities, the farmers of the plains, and the pioneers of the frontier. Clay, wrote historian Bowers, had unwittingly intrigued the Jacksonians into the advantage. As Jackson himself put it to Van Buren, "The bank is trying to kill me, but I will kill it." Neither Clay nor Biddle understood the significance of the message. Clay called Jackson's action a perversion of the veto power. Biddle, presuming, incorrectly, that the electorate would recoil at Jackson's message, had 30,000 copies distributed as a campaign document. "It has all the fury of the unchained panther," he declared, biting the bars of his cage. But in the November elections, Jackson brushed aside Clay with 54% of the popular vote and 219 electoral ballots to Clay's mere 49. Elated with Polk's dedication and effectiveness on the bank issue, the energized Jackson forces promptly got him assigned to Ways and Means, the epicenter of the next big bank controversy. With 4 more years on his political lease, Jackson now vowed to destroy the bank by withdrawing federal funds from its vaults and depositing them in various state banks, quickly dubbed pet banks by his detractors. Biddle, consumed with rage, responded by constricting the money supply in an effort to induce a recession and bring the wrath of voters down upon Jackson. "The bank feels no vocation to redress the wrongs of these miserable people," declared Biddle. "This worthy president thinks that because he has scalped Indians and imprisoned judges, he is to have his way with the bank. He is mistaken." The second bank battle began on December 4, 1832. When Jackson's annual message urged an investigation into the soundness of the U.S. Bank. The new Ways and Means chairman, Julian Verplanck of New York, initiated a committee inquiry. But Jackson didn't trust Verplanck and turned instead to Polk. On December 16th, he sent his protege information to show, as he put it, "The hydra of corruption is only scotched, not dead, and that the intent is to destroy the vote of the people lately given at the ballot boxes." He added, "An investigation kills it and its supporters dead. Let this be had." He urged Polk to get the Treasury Secretary involved and then issued a peremptory command. "Attend to this." Polk dutifully complied. Throughout the subsequent investigation, which included testimony under oath by bank directors and others, Polk served as a leading administration functionary in the maneuvering, intrigue, and power politics that ensued. His job was to ensure that Verplank's investigation turned up plenty of dirt on the bank. In early January 1833, Treasury Secretary Roger Taney forwarded to Polk a document calling into question certain bank actions. And later he found himself frequently cajoled by Jackson's excitable ally, Reuben Whitney, a Philadelphia businessman and former bank director. "It is of the utmost importance," Whitney wrote Polk, "that while the investigation is undertaken, it should be as thorough as possible, and the exposures as complete. I beg of you to see the Secretary and the President both tomorrow morning upon the subject." On a mission to Philadelphia, Whitney discovered that bank partisans planned delaying tactics until Congress adjourned. He also learned that pro-bank forces viewed Verplanck as their leading congressional ally and expected help also from John Gilmore of Pennsylvania, a Ways and Means member considered a Jackson loyalist. "I communicate to you these facts," Whitney told Polk, "to show you the importance of hastening the examination and of our taking care that Gilmore is not tampered with." He added, "I beg of you to guard against the secret machinations of our adversaries." Throughout these weeks, Polk worked behind the scenes. But in March, Verplanck issued a Ways and Means report declaring the bank to be financially sound. The House promptly accepted Verplank's interpretation. Polk issued a Ways and Means minority report centering his critique on the 3%, securities bearing 3% interest that had been issued by the government some 40 years before. When the government in March 1832 sought to pay off $6.5 million of these, Biddle sought a delay, citing routine timing reasons. But then the bank frantically and secretly sought to unload some of its own debt on unfavorable terms, apparently to make good on the 3%. The Verplanck report had criticized these questionable maneuverings, but raised no connection between them and the bank's fiscal health. That was too much for Polk. He rose on the House floor to deliver a scathing speech drawing a direct link. Practically the entire Jackson cabinet traveled to the Capitol to hear his rhetoric, along with that of Thomas Benton, who on the same day excoriated Clay on the Senate floor. Polk accused Biddle of dissembling on the 3% matter and suggested the bank had needed the delay to shroud its own financial woes. All of Polk's fundamental political traits emerged in the speech: his exhaustive study of the issues, his capacity for clear-headed argumentation, his demeanor of dignity mixed with an instinct for partisan pugilism. When the president of the bank not only induces the board to act for reasons unknown to themselves, said Polk, but conceals even from the committees acts done in their names, something stronger than doubt almost seizes on the mind. He added that given the actions of Biddle and his bank, there is just ground to doubt whether there be soundness in the institution or proper precaution and responsibility in its management. Polk also argued that the president alone had jurisdiction over questions of whether the bank had violated its charter or been guilty of mismanagement. Congressional action on the matter, he declared, was unauthorized and improper. Jackson quickly incorporated many of Polk's arguments into his bank speeches. Biddle was outraged. He personally sought to get Polk defeated at his next election in August by funneling bank money to the anti-Polk newspaper in Nashville, while other bank proponents joined in the assault. Polk's friend Andrew Donaldson wrote to say his supporters are well apprised of the instruments which are employed to defeat you. And Polk himself described his race as an angry and most violent contest. I am assailed from all quarters. But he won easily with 70% of the vote, just as the next and final battle in the long bank struggle was about to begin. On August 31, 1833, Jackson wrote Polk saying he had managed to get a small peep at the bank's financial records and thus discovered that Biddle had funneled $80,000 into political activity aimed at getting his recharter. Can anyone really say from this expose that the U.S. Bank is a safe deposit for the people's money? He asked, adding Polk could use the information as he wished, so long as he kept the president's name out of it. Already Jackson was clearing the way for his next bold move, withdrawal of federal funds from the bank. He wanted Polk to be fortified for that battle and also for the next assignment Jackson had in mind for him: Ways and Means Chairman. Not only did the Jackson men install Polk as head of the committee when Congress convened in December, but also assigned to the panel enough Jackson loyalists to ensure its fealty. At the same time, Jackson sent to Congress two powerful documents: a presidential message outlining his decision to remove federal deposits from the bank, and a report from Treasury Secretary Taney defending the action. An intense parliamentary battle ensued over which committee would get the assignment: Polk's pro-Jackson Ways and Means, or the Committee of the Whole House, which could open up endless debate on the matter. Through some deft legislative maneuvering, Polk outflanked the relentlessly anti-Jackson George McDuffie, but when McDuffie counterattacked, the chairman faltered. He missed a chance to call for the previous question, which would have ended floor debate and assigned the matter to his committee. Thus the debate raged on for another 2 months. But throughout the subsequent floor debate, Polk thoroughly dominated the chamber, eventually getting full jurisdiction for his committee. In the meantime, on February 11, 1834, the panel had issued a report scoring the bank for its handling of certain pension matters. The committee cannot condemn in terms too strong the conduct of the bank in this transaction, stated the report. A month later, the committee issued a broader report upholding all of Jackson's actions related to the bank. And on April 22nd, Polk reported out a bill to regulate state deposit banks, thus authorizing the president's action. The full House passed the measure on June 24th. The Senate refused to go along and, in fact, under Clay's leadership, assaulted the president with a resolution censuring his bank actions. But Polk had emerged as something of a national figure for his brilliant legislative success in the House. The Daily Globe of Washington, the country's leading Democratic newspaper, called one of his floor speeches perfectly irresistible in fact and reasoning. Speaking in Tennessee, Jackson praised the chairman's performance and added, Polk, for the hard service done in the cause, deserves a medal from the American people. So pleased was the President that when Stevenson resigned as House Speaker in June 1834, Jackson favored Polk for the job. But it went to fellow Tennessean John Bell, who had been emerging as a rival to Polk and a critic of Jackson. Bell promptly leveraged his new position to gain control over the Nashville newspapers and to establish a Democratic alternative to Jacksonism in Tennessee. It began to appear that Jackson could lose his longtime dominance over Tennessee politics. The following year, when the new Congress convened in December, Polk marshaled his political resources and ousted Bell from the speakership, getting 132 votes to Bell's 84. Now he held a constitutional office and considerable sway over national politics. It was a triumph for Jackson as well. Thomas Benton called it a test of the administration's strength, Mr. Polk being supported by that party. Sarah believed her husband's new position, if held by the right kind of leader, could rival the presidency in power and influence. She had no doubt the new speaker would be the right kind of leader. The new position also required that the couple secure larger living quarters away from the common mess boarding houses. Political protocol dictated that the speaker shouldn't dine regularly with other members. The principal reason for this, James explained to Sarah, is that awkward positions might ensue when the affairs and measures of Congress are discussed at meals. As would inevitably happen, she replied with a smile. And if you were there, they couldn't openly criticize the speaker, could they? Hardly, said James in an affectionate retort. Neither do I want to be subject to a charge of over-intimacy by a small group of congressmen to continue to share a house with them. But Polk's election as Speaker widened Tennessee's Democratic Party split, which now threatened to go national. In 1836, Bell persuaded Tennessee's Senator Hugh Lawson White to run for president against Jackson's chosen successor, Vice President Martin Van Buren. Jackson may have overreached by forcing Van Buren on the party. A brilliant lawyer, the New Yorker had a reputation for letting his famous cleverness and zest for intrigue supersede his statesmanship and intellectualism. In fact, he possessed both intellectual depth and an unerring instinct for assessing political events. But his smooth demeanor, persistent drollery, and courtly manner generated suspicion among some, particularly Southerners, and his political wiles earned for him the nickname the Magician. From the beginning, Jackson could see the full measure of the man and came to revere his manifold talents. But not all of the president's followers were so inclined. Hence, an intra-party challenge was probably inevitable. Few would have predicted it would come from White, a loyal Jackson ally for years. In temperament and political approach, he was the anti-Jackson. Tall, well-proportioned, with kindly blue eyes and long flowing hair, he both looked and acted the part of the dignified senatorial statesman. Often viewed as a throwback to the glory days of Rome, he spoke softly, without fire or eloquence, but with a clarity and common sense that elevated him above his peers. In the Senate he commanded respect, and in Tennessee he was beloved. Jackson, enraged to see his old friend trying to thwart his plans, fostered a steady attack on the senator by the Globe and other Democratic organs. It was a mistake. The attacks caused White's popularity to soar among protective Tennesseans. When the votes were counted in November, Van Buren won easily, carrying 15 states with 170 electoral votes. It was clear Jackson's populist convictions still held sway over the new Whig Party that Clay had forged in 1834 upon the foundation of his American system. For Clay, it was the final blow from his old rival. He vowed to escape Washington as soon as possible. Jackson played the tyrant to the last, he complained, adding he now felt little enthusiasm for the trials of the Senate. I shall escape from it as soon as I decently can, he declared, with the same pleasure that one would fly from a charnel house. But the Jackson-Van Buren victory brought with it a troubling development. Tennessee shunned Van Buren and gave its electoral votes to White, who also carried Georgia. Worse, White's Tennessee supporters, combined with the state's new Whig contingent, now formed the foundation of a strong Whig party in Tennessee, capable of commanding close to half the electorate. Jackson's dominance over the state was now lost. Soon he lost his dominance over the nation as well. Within 9 weeks of Van Buren's inauguration, economic collapse swept the country. It began when New York banks suspended specie payments, causing widespread alarm and setting in motion a deflationary spiral as credit dried up, loans were called in, and prices plunged. The Panic of 1837 ushered in a cycle of recession, recovery, and depression that would dominate American politics for the next 7 years. Suddenly, the Democratic ethos lost much of its luster, and Van Buren lost much of his popularity. With people in financial anguish, they wanted action at the national level, the kind of action that Clay and his allies had been advocating for years. Van Buren, clinging to his Jacksonian heritage, seemed out of touch with the needs of his constituents. The political focus centered on the Specie Circular, Jackson's departing executive order that had been designed to curb a dangerous inflationary wave sweeping the country in the wake of wild land speculations in the West. Prices had skyrocketed across the board, leading Jackson to require future purchases of government property to be transacted in gold or silver. But now, with prices plummeting and liquidity scarce, the call went up to rescind the Specie Circular. Neither Jackson, Van Buren, nor Polk would hear of it. The result was that Democrats found themselves utterly on the defensive. Polk, true to his political convictions and his sense of loyalty, remained a stalwart floor leader for Van Buren's agenda, but the tide had turned against his party. Worse, the fissures in Tennessee politics had taken on the appearance of a blood feud. Two fervent politicians, Tennessee's bellicose Bailey Peyton and Virginia's fiery Henry Wise, let it be known they planned to insult Polk incessantly and draw him into a duel with Wise, known as a dead shot with a pistol. They showered Polk with invective, calling him, among other things, a cancer on the body politic, a petty tyrant, and as destitute of private honor as he was of private virtue. The disciplined Polk refused to respond, proving that in this one respect he didn't aspire to be like his great mentor. Eventually the storm passed, but the spectacle would linger in people's minds for years. In summer 1838, Polk announced his intention to leave the House and run for Tennessee governor the next year. It wasn't the career path he desired, but Tennessee Democrats had implored him to return home and oust the Whig governor, Newton Cannon, elected in 1835 and re-elected handily 2 years later. Only Polk could restore Democratic hegemony, they argued. Besides, with the Democrats' House dominance also threatened by economic travail, it wasn't clear Polk could hold on to the speakership. Upon his departure from the House after 14 years, his adversaries contrived one last humiliation. When a routine resolution was brought up thanking him for his service, some Whigs quibbled with the wording, and 57 members actually voted against the customary measure. Ignoring the slight, Polk responded with dignity, adroitly characterizing the vote, because of the opposition, as more than a mere formality, and hence the highest and most valued testimony I have ever received from this House. Polk brought to the gubernatorial campaign his characteristic analytical acumen, attention to detail, and debating skill. He honed a campaign style that included repartee and ridicule in sufficient abundance that the stolid Cannon soon announced the duties of his office precluded further joint appearances. When the votes were counted, Polk had a narrow victory margin of 2,616 ballots out of more than 105,000 cast. Democrats rejoiced at the outcome. Monday, October 14, 1839, in Nashville was a day of raucous political celebration mixed with a certain religious solemnity. Amid two church conventions that drew hundreds of Baptists and Methodists from around the region, the city also that day witnessed the inauguration of its new governor. To top it off, Nashville's fall horse races had drawn a contingent of genteel horse fanciers and rakish gamblers. It seemed to some that just about every Democrat from the state had made it to Nashville for the political festivities, some to celebrate the return of their party to the State House, but many to seek patronage jobs in the new administration of James Polk. At 11 o'clock, the state's legislators formed up at the courthouse and began a procession to the Presbyterian Church, site of the inaugural ceremonies. There the Baptists and Methodists already had congregated, along with a man whose presence drew the eyes of everyone on the scene, Andrew Jackson, looking a bit infirm but proud as he strolled through the throng, directing courtly nods here and there and pronouncing himself to be mighty happy with his party's political restoration. When it came time for the new governor to speak, Polk stepped forward to proclaim his resolve to regulate state banks, bolster education, foster internal improvements with state funds, and align corporate power with the interests of ordinary citizens. That day turned out to be the high point of his political career for a considerable time. As governor, Polk confronted the same economic blight that buffeted Van Buren and eventually forced him out of the presidency in the 1840 elections. That economic environment also rendered a successful governorship impossible. Polk's adversity was compounded by the nature of his opponent when he sought re-election in 1841. This was James C. Jones, a 30-year-old freshman legislator from the outlands of Wilson County. Tall, thin, ungainly, with an audacious wit and a light-hearted air, he went by the name of Lean Jimmy. And in the legislature he had emerged as the governor's most nettlesome political pest. Now the Whigs turned to him to disorient Polk and blunt his campaign repartee. Lean Jimmy did it with aplomb. Lacking Polk's conventional debating skills and expansive knowledge of the issues, he brought to the campaign ridicule, sarcasm, wit, buffoonery, and a deluge of epithets. When Polk, struggling to puncture this irrepressible jester, suggested Lean Jimmy's style was less suited to a gubernatorial campaign than to a circus, the challenger retorted that they both belonged in the circus, himself as the clown, and Polk as the little fellow that is dressed up in a red cap and jacket and who rides around on a pony. Their joint appearances generated huge crowds, and Polk could see many of those in attendance had come specifically to see Jimmy. Whether it was the Depression, or Lean Jimmy, or Polk's continued devotion to the discredited Van Buren, the governor lost his re-election bid by 3,243 votes out of 103,000 cast. Never before had Polk experienced such a defeat. Throughout his career he had been buoyed by the Jacksonian wave, that great political force that had dominated Tennessee and the nation for nearly 2 decades. This potent wave had shaped him and guided him through countless political struggles during a particularly intense time of civic combat. It had incubated his congressional career and sustained it through 7 terms in the House. It had propelled him to positions of influence in that chamber, then to its highest station. It had swept him into his state's premier political office, and throughout his adulthood it had instilled in his consciousness a sense that his career was moving always in tandem with history. Now it had failed him. But not for long, he vowed. He would return to the fray 2 years hence, oust Lean Jimmy from the governor's chair, and restore his self-identity as a man of destiny. The rematch proved unavailing. Jones outpolled him by 3,833 votes out of some 110,000 cast, hardly a change from the previous tabulation. Now he was a 2-time loser in his own state. At 47 he knew he looked washed up, and it wasn't clear what he could do to restore his political standing. Stung and depressed, he lingered in Columbia, pondering his fate. Chapter 3. The 1844 election. Searching for a means of political recovery. For James Polk, the 1844 presidential campaign began on August 14, 1843, precisely 2 weeks after his second gubernatorial humiliation. On that day he ordered the family buggy hitched up for the 45-mile ride north to Nashville, where he planned to assess his political circumstances and craft a strategy to rekindle his career. For 2 weeks he had sat in his comfortable but modest home on a wide tree-lined avenue in Columbia, contemplating the wreckage of his political standing. One biographer later would conjure up a picture of the former governor sitting in retreat, saying little, stirring little, just thinking, as Sarah sat nearby sewing or knitting with Presbyterian devotion. Neither was given to deep introspection. Neither had much tolerance for expressions of self-pity or even words of sympathy if offered with any degree of effusiveness. But they shared a deep devotion to the husband's career. For James, political success was the only kind worth striving for. He was a man of conviction, driven by ideology, and passionate in his love of the political game. If he wasn't devoting his life to his vision for America, nothing else mattered. For Sarah, her steely dedication to her husband's political success may have emerged in part from her childless marriage. Without children to occupy her daily existence, she found her greatest enjoyment in serving as political counselor to her ambitious husband and mixing in the company of the nation's most powerful men. She thrived in this environment and derived pleasure in her success. She was proud of her Washington reputation as an independent-minded woman, reflected in one instance when she resisted her husband's anti-banking convictions and his consequent aversion to paper money. "Mr. Polk," she said to him jocularly in the company of some of his political allies, "you and your friends certainly are mistaken about the bank question. Why, if we must use gold and silver all the time, a lady can scarcely carry enough money with her." On another occasion, when he extolled the steamboat as having outdated all other means of transportation, she demonstrated a clearer vision of the future. "What about the steam car?" she asked. Clearly, she possessed special attributes as a political helpmate. And so it was probably inevitable that this marital partnership, the introverted, driven politician and his only true confidant, would quietly reach a mutual resolve to shake off the despondency of defeat and revive the White House dream. The eclipsed politician set his consciousness on two immediate goals: rising from the ashes of his career by capturing his party's vice presidential nomination, and reclaiming control over Tennessee politics from his rivals. He had plenty of time to contemplate both during his 4-hour ride to Nashville. Any serious analysis would begin with the National Party. It was widely assumed the Democrats' presidential nomination would go to Van Buren, who hankered to challenge Whig President John Tyler, Vice President under William Henry Harrison, and President since Harrison's death in 1841. Many Democrats chafed at the thought of Van Buren at the head of their ticket in 1844. New political and economic developments were driving a wedge through the party. True, the fires of passion surrounding the national bank issue were now mere embers of political sentiment. Most Americans accepted the death of the Bank of the United States and appreciated the growing paper money state banks now operating under various regulatory safeguards. But this emerging consensus unleashed its own divisiveness. As many Democrats retreated from the ideological commitment to hard money, the hard money men dug in to defend the old orthodoxy. The new entrepreneurial conservatives had seen how Van Buren's rigid adherence to the hard money doctrine had squelched needed liquidity and thus lengthened the economic depression. With recovery now in serious prospect, they feared a second Van Buren administration would further restrict liquidity and kill the recovery. For their part, the Van Buren partisans viewed these conservatives as party traitors, whose disloyalty had cost their man his re-election in 1840. They vowed to purge the party of these perfidious rebels and redeem the magician's national standing through a glorious 1844 victory. Van Buren faced opposition also from Southern Democrats under the considerable sway of that irrepressible orator, John C. Calhoun. With his penetrating yellow-brown eyes set into deep sockets, his raven black hair, chiseled face, and captivating fluency of speech, the South Carolinian loomed large over American politics. He was one of the most brilliant politicians of his era and one of the most erratic, one of its most mesmerizing figures and one of its most polarizing. A man who could give expression to hallowed causes with unmatched eloquence, and then alter his causes with apparent ease. He was much enamored of his own manifest talents. John Tyler called him the great I Am, and one devoted follower observed, he liked very much to talk of himself, and he always had the good fortune to make the subject exceedingly interesting. Calhoun wanted to be president, and his desire for the office took on added intensity through his hatred of Van Buren. The two had been rivals since their days together in the Jackson administration. Aside from the tariff issue, which had set Southerners against their Northern brethren for decades, there was also the lingering slavery issue. As the country's premier defender of the South's slave culture, Calhoun had developed a fervent distrust of the New Yorker. With abolitionism gaining force in the North, many Southerners feared that even states' rights Northerners eventually would abandon the South. As one Richmond editor warned, "Vote for a Northern president from a free state, and when the test comes, he will support the abolitionists." So Calhoun now had his sights focused on his party's nomination. Barring that, he would settle for destroying Van Buren. Among the other contenders circling the nomination, two stood out. One was Richard M. Johnson of Kentucky, former vice president during Van Buren's presidential term, whose national reputation had begun with news that he had personally killed the famous Shawnee Indian leader Tecumseh at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. It was never established definitively that he had done so, but Old Dick, as Johnson was often called, had been dining out on reports of it throughout his life, traveling across the land, visiting churches, schools, and town meetings, insisting he had no wish to dredge up once again the famous story, and then regaling audiences with every detail, as well as a furtive display of the mutilated finger he had acquired in the battle. He was a man of no fixed opinions, the damnedest political whore in the country, as Thomas Hart Benton described him. Johnson let it be known that, while he aspired to the presidential nomination, he would just as avidly accept the ticket's second spot. To the anti-Van Buren forces looking for an entrepreneurial conservative to supplant the rigidly hard-money Van Buren, Old Dick didn't measure up. They favored Lewis Cass of Michigan, a rich and erudite frontier empire builder with a wide girth, weary eyes, and demeanor that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Barely past 60, he had a long history of service to his country. As Ohio legislator, Indian fighter, Army general against the British, governor of Michigan Territory, Secretary of War, and minister to France. Yet throughout that protracted career, he had somehow managed to avoid being identified with one side or the other in any of the truly contentious issues of his day. The political calculus facing Polk as he headed north was simple. Van Buren, despite the pockets of opposition and the determined rivals, would be the nominee, and Polk's chance of being the running mate depended entirely on his ability to unite Tennessee Democrats behind the New Yorker. It wouldn't be easy. Many Tennessee Democrats disliked Van Buren, and some didn't care much for Polk either. The challenge loomed before him most starkly in the person of Alfred O.P. Nicholson, a tall, oblong-faced lawyer with a knack for powerful eloquence and an endless capacity for political mischief. He had proved troublesome to the party establishment since the day he emerged on the scene and promptly began promoting Hugh Lawson White over Van Buren for the 1836 presidential nomination. A hypocritical friend in disguise. That's how Polk describes Nicholson. As governor, Polk had once given the man an interim appointment to the U.S. Senate, and later regretted this capital error of my political life. It was clear to Polk that Nicholson wanted to replace him as the state's party leader. His method of doing so was clever in the extreme. Shortly after Polk's second gubernatorial defeat, Nicholson publicly blamed Van Buren's unpopularity for the unfortunate outcome and endorsed Cass as a stronger presidential candidate for the Democrats. The state's pro-Polk newspapers naively echoed this assessment, and soon the Cass boomlet was in full cry. The irrepressible Nicholson had set in motion a chain of events designed to destroy Polk's career, and he had done so under the guise of professing friendship for the man. Polk wasn't fooled, but he couldn't be sure about Van Buren. The New Yorker would be forced to conclude Polk either wished to do him in, or else had lost control of his own state party. Either way, it wasn't much of a recommendation. Arriving in Nashville, Polk promptly turned to the political tasks at hand, galvanizing his troops, organizing letter-writing campaigns to get his name into the party consciousness, reaching out to Van Buren. He would rely primarily on 3 loyal associates. One was Cave Johnson, then serving his 7th term in the U.S. House. The tireless and unassuming Johnson could be counted on to be precisely where needed to serve Polk's interests at any given time. His constancy was unquestioned. As a young man in 1815, he courted a woman named Elizabeth Dortch, who rejected him for another. He vowed never to marry, and didn't, until Elizabeth was widowed some 20 years later, and he courted her again, this time successfully. Johnson's devotion to the politics of Andrew Jackson stirred Quincy Adams to label him the nuisance of the House. Then there was Aaron V. Brown, son of a Virginia preacher, who had practiced law with Polk in their early manhood, and who had developed a deep friendship with Sarah as well as with James. More ambitious than Johnson, he also was more demanding. His availability for service emerged largely when tangible rewards were in view, as one Polk biographer put it. As a Tennessee congressman, he was showing signs of sympathy toward the Southern Democrats then angling to thwart Van Buren. And finally there was Samuel H. Laughlin, a generous, spirited, and highly literate writer and political organizer, whose intermittent weakness for spirituous liquors rendered him often in need of cash, and hence available for whatever tasks Polk placed before him. His affection for his ambitious friend was requited with a high degree of regard and friendship from the normally aloof Polk. Having assigned various political tasks, Polk returned to Columbia and sought to assure Van Buren that Tennessee remained a Democratic state despite his own unfortunate defeats. This was crucial. Polk had value as a potential vice presidential candidate only if Tennessee remained in play. If the state had been captured by Whiggery, as many suspected, then Polk was essentially worthless to Van Buren. In a letter to the New Yorker, Polk assured him Tennessee would rise above the local causes that had upended his own candidacy and would give full support to Van Buren. Andrew Jackson added his own assurance, particularly, he noted, if Polk were on the ticket. In early October, Polk returned to Nashville and spent a week seeking to solidify his standing among state Democrats through cajolery, entreaty, and old-fashioned political horse trading. Polk and his top lieutenants also crafted their strategy for the Tennessee Democratic Convention set for November 23rd at Nashville. It had 3 elements: control the selection of Tennessee delegates to the National Convention at Baltimore, instruct the delegates to support Polk for vice president, and keep the delegation neutral on the presidential outcome while pledging support for the eventual nominee. This was risky. Van Buren might view it as an effort by Polk and his allies to thwart his presidential ambition. But Polk concluded he could manage that more easily than the 2 risks inherent in a Van Buren endorsement. First, with Tennessee delegates so intensely divided on the presidential succession, an effort to force the issue could split the party and destroy Polk's ability to dominate events. Secondly, as soon as Van Buren had Tennessee's delegates safely secured, he no longer had any incentive to deal with Polk. With characteristic candor, Aaron Brown explained the concept. If Van Buren or his folks intend to give Polk the go-by, We must then just let them know that if they will take Polk for vice president, we will take Van Buren. If not, and they go for Colonel Johnson, that then we will go for Cass. With the convention strategy settled and his allies thoroughly briefed on what to do, Polk left for a 3-week inspection visit at his Mississippi plantation. Immediately, the politically rebellious Alfred Nicholson initiated an effort to gain dominance over the Nashville Democratic Association. His plan was to use that dominance as leverage to force the state convention to endorse Cass for president. The Polk forces suppressed the rebellion, but enjoined their leader to rush to Nashville upon his return from Mississippi in order to quash any lingering Cass sentiment. Polk got to Nashville 3 days before the convention and almost immediately reestablished his party leadership. On November 23rd, the convention strongly endorsed Polk for vice president while avoiding a presidential endorsement. What's more, of the 13 Tennessee delegates to Baltimore, at least 10, and perhaps a dozen, were Polk loyalists. Polk had accomplished his first big goal of consolidating power within the Tennessee Democratic Party. But now he faced the challenge of assuaging any resulting Van Buren anger. In a November 30th letter to the New Yorker, he blamed the outcome on a few discontented members of our party who had agitated for Cass, thus necessitating a compromise whereby no candidate was endorsed. Polk assured the New Yorker he would control up to 12 of the 13 delegates, and all would support Van Buren at Baltimore. Van Buren did not rush to reply, nor did his response, though cordial, offer any assurances of support. No explanations were necessary to satisfy me of the goodness of the motives of my friends in Tennessee, he wrote on December 27th. But he expressed puzzlement over the political situation there, and slyly lamented the impact of this Democratic decline on poor Andy Jackson. It is not to be endured that the old chief should go out of the world with his favorite Tennessee in Whig hands, he wrote. The message was clear. Polk could not look to Van Buren to help him capture the vice-presidential slot. But with the state party under control and Van Buren at least neutral, Polk and his lieutenants turned their attention to the national scene. In early December, Cave Johnson and Aaron Brown arrived in Washington for the new session of Congress and began collecting intelligence on the forthcoming state conventions. Johnson established ongoing contact with New York's veteran Senator Silas Wright, a strong Van Buren associate and Polk friend, who might keep the Polk men apprised of thinking within the Van Buren camp. And on December 9th he reported some good news. Prominent politicians from Missouri, Kentucky, and Ohio all predicted their states would support Polk. Johnson promised to mingle with other colleagues, as if by accident, and bring up the subject and try what I can hear. He also shared some bad news. Rumblings that Tennessee's refusal to support a presidential candidate had angered some Democrats. With many, it had a bad aspect on paper. It seems to say that we hold ourselves in readiness to take part with the man which will take our vice president. Shortly after Congress convened, Van Buren scored a triumph. Anti-Van Buren members of the House Democratic Caucus sought to thwart the New Yorker's followers by imposing a 2/3 rule for selecting various House officers. The Van Buren men readily accepted the supermajority rule and promptly rolled over the opposition in placing their chosen candidates in each position. This remarkable show of strength gave Van Buren an appearance of inevitability, and many opposition forces quickly fell into line. Pennsylvania's Senator James Buchanan, who had allowed his friends to submit his name as a long-shot presidential candidate, withdrew. Johnson reiterated his secondary interest in the vice presidency, and John C. Calhoun pondered the hopelessness of his presidential ambitions and withdrew from the race. Cave Johnson observed to Polk that all the fragments of our party seem likely to unite upon Van Buren, make his nomination unanimous, and each party seek the succession by distinguished services in his behalf. In other words, party members harboring presidential ambition would begin maneuvering for future presidential elections by outdoing each other in supporting the magician. Thus, the party likely would get through the nomination process without any threat of splitting, and thus would present a united front against the Whigs' Henry Clay in the fall election. Still, it posed a danger to Polk. Some of those presidential aspirants, now falling into line, would oppose any vice presidential prospect with presidential stature. This was particularly true of the men Cave Johnson called the Bs, Buchanan and Benton. He wrote, "I think both the Bs are afraid to yield to your nomination lest you should be in the way in 1848, and I fear may be inclined to throw their weight for Colonel K," meaning Senator William R. King of Alabama, longtime legislator with a distinguished public record, but insufficient gravitas for the presidency. Sure enough, Benton and his allies began agitating against Polk on the basis of the Tennessee party's refusal to back Van Buren. Johnson encountered Benton in late December and received an earful from the cantankerous lawmaker. He regretted the position of Tennessee, Johnson wrote to Polk, and feared it would lose you the nomination, and seemed full of wrath that Jackson's state should have taken such a course. Ohio's Senator William Allen echoed the sentiment in a separate conversation. This was particularly ominous, as Ohio was a crucial state in Polk's calculus. As Polk wrote to Jackson on Christmas Day, "Ohio I regard to be the pivot upon which the question of the vice presidential nomination will turn." Jackson promptly wrote a strong Polk endorsement letter to the state's most prominent Democratic editor, modestly couched so as to be disarmed of all appearance of dictation, with proper deference to the judgment of the democracy and the claims of others, as Samuel Laughlin described it to Polk. But on January 8th, Ohio Democrats instructed the state's Baltimore delegates to support Van Buren for president and Richard M. Johnson for vice president. This bad news stirred Polk to indulge himself a flight of self-pity. "It will not be the first time," he wrote to Laughlin, "that I have performed hard service and made immense sacrifices in the cause, whilst others who have enjoyed their ease have been rewarded with the honors." He added he would never retreat and, if rejected by the convention, would fight in the ranks. Throughout January, Polk's prospects declined further as an exchange of correspondence in Washington's leading Democratic newspaper, the Daily Globe, raised eyebrows among party officials. It began on January 8th, when the Globe ran a letter from an anonymous writer calling himself amicus. It praised both Polk and Alabama's King as vice presidential nominees, but ultimately favored King based on his longer and more varied public record. Then the letter pointedly noted that Democrats in King's Alabama had endorsed Van Buren for president, while Tennessee Democrats had passed over a Van Buren endorsement. The letter added that Alabama was firmly Democratic and can help the cause, whereas Tennessee remained politically unreliable. This was a serious blow, striking Polk where he was most vulnerable. Polk immediately saw the hand of Thomas Benton in the letter and moved quickly to respond. On January 15th, the Globe ran a letter from a Tennessee Democrat, actually Aaron Brown, that disputed amicus on all points. It dismissed King's record as being that of a backbencher, whereas Polk had been at the center of the major storms of the Jackson era. It noted that King had voted for the Bank of the United States in 1816 and asked, how could Colonel King be conspicuous on these subjects when he had voted for that very bank in 1816? A Tennessee Democrat went on to direct his most vitriolic language at the allegations regarding Tennessee's Democratic constancy. The letter said Jackson himself concurred in the decision to avoid a presidential nomination. And is it possible, after all that General Jackson has done, and all the Jackson party in Tennessee has done and suffered in the support of Mr. Van Buren, that he and they cannot now be permitted to take a course of forbearance, for the sake of union and harmony in the state, without subjecting themselves to the wanton and unjust suspicion of being indifferent or unfriendly to the election of Mr. Van Buren. 3 more entries rounded out the exchange, each more pungent than the last. It had all the appearance of a 3-ring circus. Almost immediately, Democrats in Washington, perhaps spurred on by Benton, began discussing ways of defusing the unseemly Polk-King controversy. As Cave Johnson wrote to Polk, "There is already a good deal of talk of settling the controversy between you and King by giving it to RMJ," meaning Richard Johnson. As the letter exchange unfolded, Polk found himself in a delicate position. He couldn't let the amicus assault go unanswered, and yet he couldn't afford to alienate King because it would take a united Polk-King effort to stop the accelerating Johnson bandwagon. Polk wanted the letters in his behalf to be measured and in good temper, as Aaron Brown put it, but he also wanted them to state his case powerfully, as he intended to have them printed up and distributed widely to Democrats throughout the country. "I deem this of such vital importance at this moment," he wrote to Cave Johnson, "that I hope you will not fail to attend to it." In mid-January, word arrived in Columbia that Mississippi Democrats had endorsed a Van Buren-Polk ticket, with Polk beating Johnson 2-1 in the convention balloting. Yet bad news always seemed to follow the good. Back in November, the Tennessee Democratic Convention had named a group to produce a statement of Democratic purpose for wide distribution throughout the state, and Polk had wanted it to include a strong Van Buren endorsement. This could serve as an antidote to party rancor over the lack of a convention stand for president. But then came that persistent irritant, Alfred Nicholson, who gained sway over the drafting committee and worked stealthily to excise the pro-Van Buren language. Thus watered down, the statement proved worthless to Polk's designs. Polk decided to write a carefully crafted letter to Van Buren's friend Silas Wright, designed to clarify his complex circumstances. He detailed at length the maneuverings of Nicholson, who has given us much trouble and yet claims to be one of us. He offered absolute assurance that Tennessee would go for Van Buren at the convention. He expressed regret at the recent letter exchange in the Globe, which Wright himself had lamented in a previous letter. "I, of course, could have had no agency, and at this distance knew nothing of them until they appeared in the Globe," wrote Polk in one of his more conspicuous lies. And he counseled Wright that his friends would never consent to withdrawing his name from the convention, even if he wanted them to. But, of course, he would cheerfully accept any convention outcome that emerged. Wright, who liked Polk and favored him for the vice presidential nomination, responded with words of appreciation for Polk's frankness and confidence, and for the manly and patriotic manner with which he had comported himself in the recent political battles. Wright also gave vent to an emerging development on the political scene, a growing expectation by the party's anti-Van Buren forces that they might actually manage to upend the New Yorker at Baltimore. "It is said that new hope has sprung up," wrote Wright, "that there is yet a possibility of defeating the nomination of Mr. V.B. He speculated that these base feelings, by crystallizing the need for a quick and clean compromise on the vice presidency, were serving to solidify the nomination efforts of old Dick Johnson over Polk, particularly in Pennsylvania. This negative assessment was echoed by Cave Johnson. A serious and earnest movement secretly to supplant Van and nominate Cass is now on hand, and is injuring us now by producing despondency among our friends in the country," wrote Johnson. Polk chose to ignore the warnings. Writing to Laughlin, he noted receiving Wright's letter, then added, "My own opinion is that Colonel J. cannot get the nomination." This confidence remained intact even after word reached Polk that the Pennsylvania Convention had endorsed a Van Buren-Johnson ticket by acclamation. William King promptly accepted a post as minister to France, thus further solidifying Johnson's position in the vice presidential competition. Polk told Cave Johnson he had expected Old Dick's Pennsylvania victory and King's exit. Still, it can scarcely be possible that Old Dick can receive the nomination at Baltimore. It would destroy the party, he said, so it could not happen. What accounts for this persistent optimism in the face of these defeats? History offers no definitive answer. Perhaps the shrewd and ambitious Tennessean was operating from an analytical framework rather like the one posed by Aaron Brown in a letter to Sarah Polk back in January. Seeing the forces converging against his patron, Brown had suggested that perhaps his man was shooting too low. Colonel Polk is now encountering the very identical difficulties as to the vice, Brown had written, that he would do for the first office of the government, and if he can overcome the one, he could have done the other. Given his lingering discomfort with Van Buren's policy outlook on hard money and his sympathy for the Calhoun Southerners, Brown may have been quicker than other Polk loyalists to see the New Yorkers' inherent vulnerabilities. It was clear even in January that the party in Congress was moving into a period of regional divisiveness over slavery and tariff issues, and this in turn was generating intra-party animosities against Van Buren. There is a good deal of submission or acquiescence in what is inevitable without being satisfied with it, Brown had written to Sarah. Our friends are really doubtful not of the nomination, but of success under it. Cave Johnson warned Polk that he must stand aloof from all this anti-Van Buren agitation. If Van was withdrawn or declined, our party would be irretrievably lost, wrote Johnson, because the party's big guns, Benton, Calhoun, Buchanan, would never go for Cass. Our unity, our safety, depends upon Van. Polk agreed, and made clear he would take not the slightest action against Van Buren's interests. But a new issue was brewing that could throw the entire party instantly into chaos, and Polk was watching this development closely. As winter gave way to spring, rumors began circulating throughout official Washington that President Tyler secretly was negotiating an annexation treaty with the Republic of Texas. If true, this would create new political fault lines in the party and introduce powerful new emotions. It could give new impetus and force to the anti-Van Buren elements. Whether Polk had incorporated this possibility into his thinking is unknown. But it wasn't long before events would force it into his thinking, along with that of everyone else playing any major role in American politics in that fateful year, including the nation's leading Whig, Henry Clay.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Clay had not enjoyed the career trajectory he might have anticipated upon the departure of his old nemesis, Andrew Jackson. Although he hungered for the Whigs' 1836 nomination against Van Buren, it was clear he didn't enjoy the party's confidence. But no one else did either, and so the Whigs limped into the contest without much expectation of victory. Shortly after Van Buren's inauguration, Clay wrote a friend, "Can I offer any consolation for the future as to public affairs? I regret to say not much." But then the panic of 1837 abruptly turned the Democrats into a beleaguered party. The Whigs' enthusiasm for using federal power to promote public works and economic expansion now found resonance with the electorate, and the result was that just about any Whig could win the presidency in 1840. Clay thought this would be his year. "There is everywhere," he wrote with characteristic self-absorption, "an irresistible current setting in towards me." But the party rejected him in favor of William Henry Harrison, an aging and colorless military hero. Party elders simply viewed Prince Hal as too much of a liability. He had sliced up too many rivals with his rapier wit, had made too many enemies, and that old corrupt bargain charge that Jackson had pasted upon him 20 years earlier still lingered as a mark of opprobrium. Harrison won the election, as just about everyone had anticipated, and then he died a month into his presidency. The new president would be the rigid and self-confident John Tyler, an angular-faced former governor and senator who prided himself on his defiant adherence to principle. He had been a Democrat until breaking with that party over Jackson's policies, and he had brought to his new Whig home many of his old Democratic leanings. Soon it was clear that this particular Whig had no intention of embracing the Henry Clay agenda. He opposed the national bank, protective tariffs, and just about the entire American system. Clay was incensed. From his position as leader of Senate Whigs, he declared war on Tyler, but it didn't avail him much beyond a protectionist tariff bill enacted in 1842. His frustrations became visible in his political demeanor. Sometimes the old Henry Clay of scintillating good humor remained much in evidence, as when he greeted a Tennessee audience by asking where their old friend Felix Grundy was. "Off in East Tennessee," someone shouted from the crowd, "stumping for Mr. Van Buren," replied Clay with a smile. "Ah, at his old occupation, defending criminals." The crowd roared. But at another occasion in Indiana, he responded with high dudgeon when someone yelled, "Hurrah for Jackson!" "Hurrah for Jackson, you say," he bellowed. "Where is your country?" "I say hurrah for my country, and the man that says hurrah for Jackson deserves not the name of a freeman, but he ought to be a subject of the autocrat of Russia, and have the yoke of tyranny placed upon his neck till he was bowed down to the very dust." And with that outburst he terminated his speaking tour. It was not the performance of the old Henry Clay. More significantly, Clay seemed unmindful of a fundamental reality of democratic politics. It's always about the future, not the past. Clay seemed stuck in the past, fervently pressing issues that no longer had the same resonance as when he had brilliantly interjected them into the American consciousness so many years before. The bank issue had lost its sting through compromise and a salutary evolution toward constructive state banks. Yet Clay still flogged the issue. The same could be said about tariffs. Jackson had demonstrated how anti-tariff Democrats could effectively finesse the issue by accepting incidental protection within tariff systems designed solely to raise revenue. One could label this as cynicism, which to some extent it was, but its political effectiveness was beyond dispute. And on the matter of American expansionism, he seemed deaf to the rumblings of enthusiasm emanating from the electorate. The question of Oregon Territory was a good example. Britain and the United States administered those vast lands jointly, but pressures were mounting for a negotiated solution, and most Americans wanted at least most of that expanse. Not Clay. He argued for confining American settlement to lands east of the Rocky Mountains and postponing the occupation of Oregon some 30 or 40 years. It was as if Clay didn't want these new issues or developments to intrude into American politics, lest they negate his own brilliance in crafting his American system and impede his ability to control the national debate. But he no longer controlled the debate anyway. On the campaign stump, he actually took to apologizing to his audiences for haranguing them with the same old dialectic. But he persisted in doing so. Still, Clay remained supremely confident as he watched events converging upon the Democrats. If the rival party could avoid an implosion, given all the frictions and animosities surrounding the Van Buren candidacy, it would be a miracle. Meanwhile, he had a lock on the nomination of his own party, which remained united and serene. Maybe 1844 was destined to be his year. Perhaps his third try would be the charm. Still, if so, he would have to be more politically dexterous and flexible than he had demonstrated in recent years. Chapter 4. Texas. Dawn of a New Era. On February 14, 1844, Washington's Daily Globe ran a letter from Navy Captain Robert F. Stockton, a rich adventurer with a flair for the dramatic and an instinct for the main chance. Stockton announced the arrival of his new warship, the USS Princeton, to the waters of the Potomac, just off the capital. In orotund language, the captain expressed pride in his vessel's two unique characteristics: its capacity to run under either wind or steam power, and its two wrought-iron guns, larger than any naval cannon ever before built, and capable of throwing immense shot nearly 600 yards with unprecedented accuracy. Stockton's ship was, in fact, a marvel of naval architecture. Its steam engines powered not the traditional cumbersome side wheels, but underwater screw propellers that generated greater speed and mobility than that of any other naval vessel. The advantages of the Princeton over both sailing ships and steamers are great and obvious, wrote Stockton. These advantages make the Princeton the cheapest, fastest, and most certain ship of war in the world. He added that the Princeton's martial attributes could presage more important results than anything that has occurred since the invention of gunpowder. Always alert to political opportunity, Stockton invited a bevy of Washington bigwigs aboard his ship for an afternoon inspection cruise. It had the desired effect. One Ohio reporter later gushed in print, "A nobler and hardier man, a man whose appearance more favorably impresses you with his qualifications as a man and a sailor, is not to be found than Captain Stockton." So successful was this public relations cruise that Stockton scheduled another for February 28th. This time his guests would include President Tyler himself, numerous senators and congressmen of prominence, just about the entire cabinet, including the new Secretary of State, Abel Upshur, and the new Navy Secretary, Thomas Gilmer, and a great number of ladies, as Thomas Hart Benton noted, including presidential widow Dolly Madison. In all, some 400 guests boarded the warship and headed downriver toward Mount Vernon under a cloudless sky. The mild air of an early spring afternoon enveloped the entourage as Stockton's crew maintained a steady flow of libation, and the guests noted the smoothness of the ride and the quiet of the ship's machinery. They brightened with excitement when Stockton ordered his gunnery crew to demonstrate the Princeton's firepower. After the crew served what Benton called a sumptuous collation below decks, word arrived that the captain planned another cannon demonstration. A dining-room exodus ensued as guests clambered up to the deck to witness the spectacle. Upshur, Gilmer, and Benton took position to the gun's left, but Benton decided to reposition himself directly behind the armament, the better to see the 225-pound ball's trajectory. The senator opened his mouth wide so his eardrums might better absorb the shock of the powerful noise. Then the big gun was ignited. Suddenly everything went awry. At ignition, the huge gun disintegrated with an ear-splitting blast. Huge chunks of shrapnel swept into the unsuspecting crowd, spilling blood and mutilating human bodies. Benton was knocked several feet inward, as if into a vacuum, landing face down, unconscious. He was not seriously injured, but Stockton, standing next to the faulty armament, was singed by burning powder. Secretary of State Upshur and Navy Secretary Gilmer were killed outright. So were a naval officer, a diplomat, the father of the young woman whom President Tyler planned to marry, a presidential servant, and 2 sailors. Some 9 other seamen were wounded seriously. The president had been out of harm's way below decks. Nevertheless, it was a stunning and tragic turn of events that would cast a pall over official Washington, as survivors of the deceased grappled with the ache of sudden loss and people generally contemplated the vagaries of fate. The Princeton incident also unleashed new vagaries of political fate. For months, Tyler secretly had been pursuing a plan to bring Texas into the United States through an annexation treaty, and Upshur had been his lead negotiator on this weighty initiative. Now Tyler offered the State Department portfolio to John C. Calhoun, who would place the issue of Texas annexation before official Washington with an aggressiveness guaranteed to generate controversy and disruption. Upshur also had favored annexation, but he hadn't possessed Calhoun's stature or wiles. Thus, the bloody event aboard the Princeton would redirect history. The emergence of the Texas issue would mark the dawn of a new political era. The ascendancy of Texas is best understood through the aims and ambitions of 7 influential Americans, beginning with the president. It wasn't surprising that Tyler, an ardent expansionist, would set in motion the powerful chain of events leading to annexation. But by the time he actually moved on the issue, Tyler had other reasons in mind besides his vision of an expansive America. In his early career, he had been a Democrat, and his party had been good to him, sending him to the Senate at age 37. Then, in the Jackson years, he had switched to the Whigs, and his new party had been even better to him, making him vice president and, with fate's intervention, president. But, refusing to embrace the Whig agenda, he had essentially become a president without a party, and a president without a party couldn't govern effectively. Neither could he get the voters to retain him in office. Tyler decided to shake things up. Perhaps, he mused, by introducing the powerful Texas issue into American politics, he could ride the resulting political wave and win a presidential term in his own right. John C. Calhoun was happy to oblige, but for different reasons. He wanted to expand the country's slave territory and thus retain the South's numerical and political advantage in regional disputes. He also wanted to force a slave issue confrontation within the country, which he knew would inflame the South and ensure his status as the country's leading exponent of the Southern cause. Besides, if that confrontation should split the nation, Texas would add luster and power to an independent South. Already many Southerners were making the point. The Madisonian, a Tyler Calhoun newspaper, had declared the South's defense required either secession or annexation. And South Carolina's governor, James Hammond, had written, "If the Union is to break, there could not be a better pretext. With Texas, the slave states would form a territory large enough for a first-rate power, and one that would flourish beyond any on the globe." For Thomas Hart Benton, such sentiments turned his normal flows of outrage into gushers of indignation. As a Jackson Democrat and fervent expansionist, he wanted Texas in the Union, and he fully expected the ripened pear to fall of itself into our hands at some appropriate future time. But now wasn't that time, and behind this cheap maneuver, he saw a conspiracy of unsavory politics and unpalatable greed. On the part of some, as he expressed it, an intrigue for the presidency and a plot to dissolve the Union. On the part of others, a Texas scrip and land speculation. He vowed to fight this unholy movement, and perhaps in the process cleanse his party of the nettlesome Calhoun. Up at Lindenwold, in Kinderhook, New York, where Martin Van Buren resided on his expansive estate, the former president watched events with concern. He knew the Texas issue would drive a wedge through his party and perhaps through his own presidential ambition. Southern and Western Democrats, those in the regions of his greatest vulnerability, would rally excitedly to annexation, while Northerners would remain wary. The magician had a reputation as a bloodless politician whose lack of deep conviction enabled him to navigate the shoals of politics with smooth efficiency. If true to that reputation, he would simply embrace annexation and go with the crowd. But he found this development bothersome for many of the same reasons that animated Benton. Besides, he had reason to believe Henry Clay, his likely opponent in the fall election, opposed annexation also. So perhaps the issue could be neutralized and relieved of its sting. Out at his Ashland estate near Lexington, Clay followed the issue with irritation. At age 67, he knew 1844 represented his last good chance for the presidency, and he would exploit that opportunity by leveraging the political framework that had guided him for decades. He would run on his trademark American system, or not at all. If other issues emerged, he would finesse or attack them. This included Texas. His good friend John Crittenden, the Kentucky senator, had warned him about the impending issue, but Clay had ignored the alarm. He deemed it unimportant and considered himself the arbiter of what was important. He would take a leaf from the Democrats' book. Just as they always sought to mute the slavery issue, he would seek to mute the expansion issue. Andrew Jackson had devoted much of his career to outmaneuvering Clay, and now Texas was giving him one last chance. At 76, Jackson was near death and knew it. His physical frame, once so commanding, was withering, and seldom could he venture comfortably beyond his bed. But his mind remained sharp, his spirit robust. He set his consciousness to what he considered his country's next big issue: territorial expansion. Even racked by pain, he thrilled to the dream of a transcontinental nation facing both Atlantic and Pacific, positioned to become one of the great powers of the world. But he feared this dream would be destroyed by the hated British, who were meddling in Texas politics and retaining their claim to vast portions of Oregon. The country must seize the moment, pull Texas to her bosom, and take possession of Oregon. The vehicle for accomplishing this would be his beloved Democratic Party, under the leadership of his protege Van Buren. If the magician wouldn't do it, he would find someone else. That someone else most likely would be James Polk. His struggle to cadge his party's vice presidential nomination wasn't going well, but perhaps the Texas issue would improve his prospects. He had hitched his ambition to that of Van Buren, and by every outward action he would remain loyal to that plan and that man. But should Van Buren falter, perhaps Polk's vice presidential quest could turn into something more lofty. These aims and ambitions emerged atop a history stretching back to 1803, and Thomas Jefferson's celebrated purchase of the Louisiana Territory from France. One problem was that the precise boundaries of these vast lands were unknown. Thus, Spain and the United States found themselves in dispute over Louisiana's western border and the extent to which Jefferson's purchase had included portions of Texas. The United States argued the border stretched to the Rio Grande River. Spain contended it was far to the east of that. Efforts to negotiate a settlement failed, and the countries agreed to an interim solution: a 10-year neutral strip encompassing the disputed lands. Then, in 1819, the matter was incorporated into the two countries' effort to settle the status of Florida. John Quincy Adams, then Secretary of State, negotiated an agreement with Spain awarding Florida to the United States and establishing all of Mexico west of the Sabine River as Spanish territory. This enraged many U.S. expansionists, not least Thomas Benton, who called the concession a gratuitous and unaccountable sacrifice that had dismembered the valley of the Mississippi, mutilated two of our noblest rivers, and brought a foreign boundary to the neighborhood of New Orleans. Anger over the treaty lingered for decades. In the meantime, Mexico established its independence from Spain in 1821 and set about to address a problem that had plagued the Spanish overlords for generations: the dearth of settlement in Texas and California, and a consequent inability to establish dominion over those lands. Unlike the robust Anglo-Saxon migrations to the New World, the Spanish influx had not encompassed large numbers of families seeking land for cultivation and settlement. The Spanish migrants had been bent more on establishing themselves as a societal elite superimposed over the established Indian societies. This worked in the New Spain heartland, where the populous Indians had established a high degree of civilization. But in areas such as Texas, where the landscape was forbidding and Apache and Comanche Indians posed a brutal threat, it faltered. To address this problem, Spain had granted large tracts of Texas land to an American group headed by Moses Austin. His son Stephen arrived in 1821 and established sway over 100,000 acres of arable land. He set about to sell it to American settlers willing to brave the hardships of weather and Indian attack. They arrived in a torrent, reaching nearly 40,000 inhabitants by 1835, and nearly 150,000 a decade later. Down in Mexico City, the new independent government watched all this with growing alarm. The nation's leaders foresaw a burgeoning cultural chasm as the newcomers rejected loyalty to Mexico and cast their devotion to their ethnic brethren in the United States. In 1830, Mexico outlawed this immigration wave, but it proved inexorable. As Mexican officials had feared, in March 1836, the tough-minded migrants of Texas declared their independence and repulsed efforts by Mexican President Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna to bring them to heel. 3 battle names, the Alamo, Goliad, and San Jacinto, etched the cultural struggle into the consciousness of 2 peoples on either side of the Rio Grande. There, matters stood for the better part of a decade. Mexico never recognized the Texans' right to split off and vowed to retake the territory. Hence, an official state of war existed between the 2 entities, although it never erupted into full-scale fighting. In Washington, many expansionists advocated bringing the new republic into the Union. But the country's leaders remained wary. Jackson, who wanted the territory as much as anyone, and who had sought to purchase the province from Mexico before Texas independence, concluded any annexation effort would overwhelm his other domestic and foreign initiatives. His only concession was a formal recognition of the defiant new nation extended just before he left office. Van Buren, cautious by nature and highly conscious of his northern political base, followed suit. He particularly feared any sectional flare-ups over slavery that could ensue from an annexation effort. Tyler had other ideas. The Texas Republic was in financial distress, and the always meddlesome British were hovering over it with an aim of establishing an alliance of mutual convenience with the struggling republic. In exchange for financial help and military protection, Britain would be positioned to undermine the United States' supremacy over the Gulf of Mexico, and to menace its dominion over New Orleans, gateway to the strategically crucial Mississippi River. Besides, if Britain could dominate this southwestern territory, it would have the United States neatly hemmed in between that region and its Canadian possessions to the north. Britain's premier New World aim was to thwart the American dream of a burgeoning power stretching from sea to sea. Then there was slavery. As an anti-slave power, Britain sought to end the institution wherever it could. Thus, many Southerners feared a British-Texas alliance could lead to the abolition of Texas slavery, which in turn would threaten slaveholders in the southern states. Fugitive slaves would have a new and relatively easy route to freedom, which would encourage escapes and complicate southern relations with a free Texas and its British protectors. The British minister to Mexico, an ambitious and scheming naval captain named Charles Elliott, had actually formulated a plan for extensive British loans to Texas in exchange for abolition and a free trade policy between the 2 countries. His clear aim was to detach Texas completely from United States influence. The plan quickly generated agitation in the American South and diplomatic concern in London. Lord Aberdeen, the British Foreign Secretary, on 3 occasions sought to assure America that Britain harbored no such ambitions. Although his country would continue its open and honest efforts in behalf of worldwide abolition, said Aberdeen, his government shall neither openly nor secretly resort to any measures which can tend to disturb the slave state's internal tranquility, or thereby to affect the prosperity of the American Union. But a Virginian named Duff Green, Tyler's man in London, chose to ignore Aberdeen's assurances. His motive is discernible in his private warning to his friend Calhoun that, without the Texas issue, the Calhoun forces would be overwhelmed by the presidential momentum of their rival Van Buren. More publicly, Greene wrote a warning letter that made its way into a Baltimore newspaper. It alleged that Aberdeen himself had earmarked the Texas loans as an indemnity for the abolition of slavery. Though false, this was highly incendiary throughout the South, and also in a White House occupied by a Virginia slaveholder and longtime Calhoun confidant. By fall 1843, Tyler had decided to go for annexation with full force and inject the issue into the 1844 campaign. His annual message to Congress in December 1843 hinted at his intentions. Aaron Brown, Polk's congressional ally, perked up at the president's hint. Running into Benton outside the Capitol, he suggested that the Missourian, as an early and powerful voice against the U.S. loss of Texas in 1819, should take the lead in getting it back. Benton took fire at his words, rebuked Brown, and attacked Tyler's move as part of a nasty intrigue likely to get the United States into war with Mexico. Brown, taken aback, responded with some heat of his own. That exchange signified the emergence of the Texas rupture within the Democratic Party. When Upshur, at Tyler's instruction, opened annexation discussions with Texas President Sam Houston, the result was a Houston rebuff. Weary of having his own annexation overtures rejected by the United States, and skeptical of Democratic support, Houston had allowed Britain and France to become interlocutors in a plan to grant Texas peaceful recognition from Mexico in exchange for Texas assurances it would not join the American Union. Undeterred, Upshur conducted a private survey of congressional sentiment on the matter and reported to Houston widespread enthusiasm. But the key was Old Hickory, Houston's friend and mentor from earlier days, who dispatched a series of letters extolling his protégé's opportunity to ensure the prosperity and permanent happiness of Texas. Jackson's influence proved decisive. In February, Houston sent an emissary to Washington to negotiate a treaty. By then, Upshur was dead, but Calhoun was positioned to proceed. By April 12th, the treaty was signed, and 10 days later it was submitted to the Senate for ratification. But in the process, Calhoun had added a powerful twist to the issue. Attached was a Calhoun letter to British Minister Richard Pakenham that contained language so incendiary and politically audacious that it would render Senate ratification nearly impossible. In his letter, which Benton quickly labeled Calhoun's Texas bombshell, the Secretary of State declared the actual rationale for the U.S. annexation initiative was strictly to protect Southern slavery from British meddling. He praised slavery as beneficial to mankind, slave and freeman alike, and he piled up extensive statistics purporting to demonstrate the South's slaves were better off than the North's free blacks and Britain's white industrial workers. Whatever his motive, Calhoun rendered it impossible for most Northern politicians to support a treaty billed as a pro-slavery document. Among those Northern politicians was New York's Martin Van Buren. Before the treaty or Calhoun's Pakenham letter actually materialized, however, rumors of the secret negotiations circulated through Washington, and it became increasingly clear that all other issues, the tariff, Clay's American system, currency matters, instantly took a secondary position. On March 19th, numerous newspapers throughout the East published a letter by Daniel Webster, a leading voice of New England morality, expressing vehement opposition to annexation, largely on the ground that the country should not allow any extension of slavery within its territory. "I regard slavery as a great moral, social, and political evil," wrote Webster, who added that the country should abandon its push for ever greater territorial aggrandizement and concentrate on internal matters. That stirred Aaron Brown to publish in the Globe a letter from Andrew Jackson that had been in his possession for a year. The old general crystallized the strategic rationale for annexation by arguing that British dominance over Texas would threaten the entire U.S. position on the continent. From Texas, the British could plant up to 30,000 troops on the country's doorstep before the United States could do a thing about it. threaten the Mississippi River, and with it New Orleans, stir slave insurrections in the South, and tie down the U.S. military in the Southwest while fortifying its position in Oregon. Remember, wrote Jackson, that with Texas, the U.S. western boundary would be the Rio Grande, a powerful fortification due to its extensive barren plains. With such a barrier on our west, wrote Jackson, we are invincible. He endorsed the idea of the United States positioning itself to enlarge the circle of free institutions and having greater efficiency in spreading the blessings of peace. In early April, Polk received a letter from an Ohio politician named Salmon P. Chase, who sought to learn, on behalf of a group of anti-annexation citizens, the Tennesseans' annexation views. Polk immediately placed himself foursquare with Jackson. I have no hesitation, he wrote, in declaring that I am in favor of the immediate reannexation of Texas. Polk's use of the term reannexation represented a not-too-subtle suggestion that Texas once had been part of the United States and never should have been relinquished. Hence, in this view, there was ample justification now for the country to get it back through reannexation. He added that the strategic threat of British meddling was too grave to ignore. Clay and Van Buren received similar letters from inquisitive citizens. By chance, their replies ran the same day, April 27th, in their respective party newspapers, the National Intelligencer for Clay and the Globe for Van Buren. Clay's was eloquent and relatively brief, Van Buren's considerably longer and a bit ponderous in the nature of a legal brief. But they took precisely the same position: opposition to immediate annexation. Clay's letter, written from North Carolina and quickly dubbed his Raleigh letter, explained that he had remained silent on the issue, despite entreaties that he speak up, because he hadn't seen any reason to introduce a new element among the other exciting subjects which agitate and engross the public mind. And he saw no evidence the American people cared particularly about the annexation question. But the President had forced the issue, so he would speak. He said he would embrace annexation if it could be effected without the loss of national character, without the hazard of foreign war, with the general concurrence of the nation, without any danger to the integrity of the Union, and without giving an unreasonable price for Texas. Unfortunately, he averred none of those conditions could be met. The United States had forfeited Texas in a previous era, he argued, as France had forfeited Louisiana and Spain had Florida. And just as the United States would not relinquish those valuable territories, so would Mexico not relinquish Texas. Mexico has not abandoned, but perseveres in, the assertion of her rights by actual force of arms which, if suspended, are intended to be renewed. Hence, if the United States acquired Texas, it would also acquire its war with Mexico. Annexation and war with Mexico are identical. And, asked Clay, was it wise to assume Mexico would acquire no allies in her effort to thwart U.S. annexation? Suppose Britain or France or both were to enter the fray, arguing that such intervention was necessary to protect a weak and helpless nation at risk of dismemberment from an increasingly expansive American power. Not only would that subject the Union to a much greater military challenge than anticipated, but also would subject the American nation to the opprobrium of an impartial and enlightened world. Clay then introduced the fearsome implications of the slavery question without putting to paper the politically charged word. There were those, he said, who favored annexation and those who opposed it, on the ground of the influence which it would exert in the balance of political power between two great sections of the Union. This was ominous, he argued, for such a principle, put into practical operation, would menace the existence of the Union. It would proclaim to the world an insatiable and unquenchable thirst for foreign conquest or acquisition of territory. That's because if Texas were acquired to further the internal ambitions of one region, then the opposing region could just as appropriately argue for the acquisition of, say, Canada to redress the imbalance. The logic leads inexorably to an ideology of conquest, and hence to the destruction of fundamental principles underlying the Republic. No, said Clay, it would be better for the American Republic to forego such territorial ambitions. I think it far more wise and important, he wrote, to compose and harmonize the present Confederacy, as it now exists, than to introduce a new element of discord and distraction into it. Van Buren offered legalistic arguments on the constitutionality of territorial purchases, on the boundary issues underlying the matter, and on the legal question of whether U.S. recognition of Texas independence implied Texas's international right to that independence. It didn't, said Van Buren. He dismissed the notion that the Texas people, so many of whom carry in their veins the blood of our revolutionary ancestors, and are thoroughly imbued with democratic principles, would invite into the hemisphere the armies of Europe's crowned heads. And he agreed with Clay that Mexico would view annexation as an act of war, and hence would embroil the U.S. Republic in a military conflict with unpredictable consequences. He also agreed that such an action would violate fundamental principles of the nation. It has hitherto been our pride and our boast, he wrote, that whilst the lust of power has led other and differently constituted governments to aggression and conquest, our movements in these respects have always been regulated by reason and justice. Whatever might be said about the eloquence and soundness of these arguments, their underlying significance was clear. The political establishment of both parties had taken a position at variance with the strong sentiment of the broad electorate. Clay held such dominance over his Whig party that the impact of his Texas position would not be immediately discernible. He would be nominated as the Whig presidential candidate, as expected, at the party convention in Baltimore on May 1st. But for Van Buren the impact was more immediate and more ominous. Already he had faced considerable opposition within his party, particularly from Southern slaveholders and Western entrepreneurs. In the best of circumstances, it would not have been easy getting the nomination while avoiding a party rupture. Now that rupture was unavoidable. Out in Columbia, James Polk followed developments with near disbelief. The day after Van Buren's letter appeared in the Globe, Polk's ever-loyal friend, Cave Johnson, wrote an anguished letter to his patron. Democratic spirits had been sinking to a new ebb, he reported from Washington, and party discontents now had strong new leverage to work against Van Buren. He speculated that they likely would take up the cause of Lewis Cass as their best chance of thwarting the magician. 2 days later he returned to his writing desk with more news, none of it good. The discontents had mobilized, held meetings, apparently planned letter-writing campaigns aimed at generating anti-Van Buren sentiment from around the nation to exhibit at the Baltimore Convention. If Van Buren is to be thrown over, which I do not believe possible, we must have an entirely new man, wrote Johnson, adding he saw little hope for Democrats in the fall election. We are broke up here, and I see no hope of mending matters. A few days later the picture looked even worse. Van's opponents and the friends of Texas are outrageous, and the chances now seem to be that his nomination will be defeated. Van Buren's position within the Democratic Party was unraveling. But he had defenders too, and their growing anger at the turn of events was fomenting further intra-party dissension. Particularly vengeful was Thomas Benton, who published a vehement letter in the Globe defending Van Buren and attacking the advocates of immediate annexation. In private, he hurled allegations of treason at his adversaries. Texas is all now, he wrote a friend. Tariff, nothing. Van Buren and his friends are kicked off. Tyler and Texas is the word, and all the rest may go to the devil. Amos Kendall, said Benton, roars like a madman, and the old general wondered aloud whether perhaps the Missourian's experience aboard the Princeton may have affected his ability to think clearly. When Clay's Intelligencer letter reached the Hermitage, the old general practically whooped for joy and pronounced his enemy a dead political duck. Van Buren, he surmised, now only had to embrace annexation, and he was home free. The next day, when his friends Willoughby Williams and Robert Armstrong stopped by, he was still spouting enthusiasm at the turn of events. "I knew Clay would not be president," he exclaimed. "I knew he would commit some indiscretion." "General," replied Williams, "we came to submit other developments to you." The late mail brought a letter from Mr. Van Buren in which he takes the same ground that Mr. Clay has taken. "It's a forgery!" roared the general. "Mr. Van Buren never wrote such a letter." Williams placed the globe in the general's hands, and then the two retreated to give him time to read it alone. When they returned, Jackson was subdued and crestfallen. Perhaps, he mused aloud, Van Buren could find some way to reverse his position. "Too late," said his friends. "There wasn't time to repair the damage before the Baltimore Convention." The general sat wordless, his eyes moist, shaking his head in silence. As he saw it, the New Yorker could simply have said he had no way of assessing the rumors about British interference in Texas and hence favored annexation. Had he done so, his election would have been assured. "I have shed tears of regret," he wrote a friend. To Van Buren he wrote with deep sorrow that it now seemed impossible to elect him. His chances, said the general, were roughly equivalent to turning the current of the Mississippi. Then, never one to sit back passively, Jackson took action. On May 10th, Polk received letters from Armstrong and Andrew J. Donaldson, summoning him to the Hermitage for a talk with the general. "I am particularly anxious," wrote Donaldson, "that the ground occupied by the general should be thoroughly understood by you." Polk immediately rode to Nashville, where he spent the evening in discussion with Armstrong. The next morning the two rode out to the Hermitage. Along the way they encountered Donaldson, riding to Nashville to deliver a Jackson letter to the Nashville Union. It would be the general's first public pronouncement upon the Van Buren letter, which he picked apart with merciless precision. "Although no difference on this subject can change my opinion of his character," Jackson wrote of Van Buren, "the New Yorker was wrong to ignore the possibility that Texas could be inevitably driven into alliances and commercial regulations with the European powers, of a character highly injurious and probably hostile to this country." Polk considered it stunning that the general would take such potentially devastating steps against his old protege. Donaldson decided to return to the Hermitage with Polk and Armstrong, and upon arriving at the Jackson home, the three immediately engaged the general about the situation. Jackson expressed both sadness and anger at Van Buren's letter, and noted ruefully that the New Yorker had had the general's views before him as he wrote. He added that he considered Van Buren ruined unless he could find some plausible way to modify his opinions, which didn't seem likely. Hence, he believed Van Buren should withdraw from the presidential race and had suggested as much in his private letter. The Democratic nominee, said Jackson, must be an annexation man from the Southwest. Then, turning to Polk, he identified his Tennessee protege as the most available man for the job. If Polk could be nominated, he added, then the party could take a northern man for vice president, and perhaps a fatal party split could be avoided. Writing to Cave Johnson shortly afterward, Polk expressed skepticism. "This I do not expect to be effected," he wrote. He added a more likely outcome would be that the Van Buren partisans, following a Van Buren withdrawal, would hold the balance of power in the party and select a northern man for the top slot, and then look south for a vice-presidential candidate. Hence, his best hope still seemed to be the ticket's second spot, which would continue to require cordial relations with the Van Buren people. And yet the Jackson formulation was intriguing, all the more so following a conversation in Washington between Cave Johnson and New York's Silas Wright, Van Buren's close confidant. Johnson had suggested that if Van Buren failed to get the nomination at Baltimore, perhaps Wright should step forward in the interest of party unity. The New York senator firmly had demurred, in part because he shared Van Buren's views on immediate annexation, and also because he would never tarnish his relationship with his New York friend. Then he had identified Polk as the only new man acceptable to Northern Democrats, because you was known to be firm and true to the cause, as Johnson expressed it to Polk. Polk began to think that perhaps the Jackson formulation wasn't so fanciful after all. Jackson's devastating letter would run in the Globe a few days before the nominating convention, and at a time when most delegates would be clustered in Washington on their way to Baltimore. So long as the New Yorker remained in the game, Polk would profess utter loyalty. But he knew the party was doomed unless it bypassed the magician and united behind a pro-annexation man. The party and the country were in flux, and nobody could predict what would emerge out of it. Chapter 5. Baltimore, America's first political dark horse. On May 4, 1844, James Polk crafted a letter to Cave Johnson in Washington, instructing him to establish a close working association with a Polk confidant named Gideon J. Pillow, soon to arrive in the capital on his way to the Baltimore Convention. "You will find Pillow a most efficient and energetic man," wrote Polk from Columbia. 11 days later, he returned to the theme. "Whatever is desired to be done, communicate to General Pillow. He is one of the shrewdest men you ever knew, and can execute whatever is resolved on with as much success as any man who will be at Baltimore. He is perfectly reliable, is a warm friend of VB's, and is my friend, and you can do so with entire safety." Gideon Pillow would be Polk's pivot man in Baltimore, the Tennessee delegate who would assess the scene, size up the players, identify the opportunities, and execute the plans that emerged from the chaos. Cave Johnson, also a delegate, would be well positioned to support the cause with his characteristic loyalty. Samuel Laughlin and Aaron Brown would be on the scene as well, gathering intelligence and helping in the effort. But Pillow would be the field commander. He was 37 at the time and a man of considerable distinction. A graduate of the University of Nashville, he became a lawyer in 1830 and soon emerged as one of Tennessee's most brilliant legal practitioners. He was brilliant enough, in fact, to save Polk's brother William from an extensive prison term in a celebrated Columbia criminal case in 1838. William, a troubled and troublesome lad with a wild streak and weakness for alcohol, had killed a man in Columbia's public square during an impromptu gun duel that followed an altercation some days earlier in a local tavern. Pillow got him off with a $750 fine and 6 months in jail, an outcome that cemented a bond between Polk and Pillow that would last throughout their lives. Pillow's abundant wealth, accumulated through his law practice, enabled him to maintain what was widely considered one of his state's most splendid estates, Clifton Place near Columbia. He was also known as an accomplished farmer who employed the latest and most sophisticated agricultural methods on his far-flung landholdings in Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas. At age 27, he had become adjutant general in the Tennessee militia. With his unruly shock of dark hair over a broad forehead, deep-set eyes, a prominent Roman nose, and thin lips, he had the look of confidence and displayed a knack for establishing rapport quickly with other men. Less visible was an underlying self-absorption that could cloud his judgment, but his devotion to Polk's success in Baltimore now shrouded that character weakness. In Columbia, James and Sarah Polk conducted life according to their normal habits and routines. By mid-May, he had done just about everything he could to squeeze a political rehabilitation out of the Baltimore Convention, and his own ability to influence the outcome now had expired. On May 15th, he penned his letter to Cave Johnson that included his final words seeking to analyze or affect the coming Baltimore events. He spun out a scenario by which his name might actually emerge, with considerable help from his friends, at the top of the ticket, but allowed as how this speculation might in fact be ridiculous. He added, "I think it probable that my chief hope will be for the second office, and if so, I wish my name to go before the convention at all events." In the meantime, he would get letters from Johnson, Brown, and Pillow, but they would all arrive at least a week after being sent, and so he wouldn't know his fate until the 8th or 9th of June. There wasn't anything he and Sarah could do now but wait. Pillow arrived in Washington on May 21st with Laughlin, and the two immediately sought out Cave Johnson for an evening of information sharing and strategic planning. From Johnson they learned the bitterness and distraction within the party was even more intense than they had anticipated, and Van Buren's position was even more tenuous. The next day, Pillow encountered Silas Wright and Alabama Senator Arthur Bagby, Van Buren's top convention operatives. They expressed near despair at the state of things and confessed being at a loss as to how to deal with it. But they insisted Northern Democrats would never abandon Van, and his name would never be withdrawn. Meanwhile, Pillow learned that delegates from the Southwest and West were threatening to bolt the convention if Van Buren were nominated over Cass. If they continue to occupy that ground, Pillow wrote to Polk, they will break up the party and will leave no hope of reconciliation. He immediately set out to foster a series of conciliation meetings to get Northern and Southern factions to accept the final convention judgment. He also met with members of the Tennessee delegation to bring some discipline to the contingent and craft a plan for getting Polk the vice presidential nomination. My great effort, he wrote his friend, shall be to conciliate and to hold things in attitude to secure your nomination, no matter which party may succeed. The first Tennessee delegation meeting on May 22nd didn't go well. Two congressmen from the state, George Jones and Andrew Johnson, transferred their rabid anti-Van Buren sentiment to Polk, vowing to thwart his vice presidential ambitions if he continued to support the New Yorker. Pillow later received a similar message from several Mississippi and North Carolina delegates. They said that if Polk's friends voted for V, they would not vote for P, Pillow reported. And there was a new complication. The Southern delegations seemed bent on instituting a convention rule requiring a two-thirds vote for the nomination. This could destroy Van Buren. I do not think V will get the nomination, wrote Pillow. I think he will be cut off under the two-thirds rule. He feared Polk's standing could slip badly among Southern delegates if he continued to support the fading New Yorker. But perhaps, mused Pillow, some good could emerge from the chaos. If Van Buren faded rapidly enough, Polk might avoid going down with him. Then he might even emerge at the top of the ticket. I would not still be surprised if a compromise were finally made by both parties taking you up for the P, he wrote on May 24th. The next day, just before heading to Baltimore, he reiterated the thought, noting his friend's stature seemed to be rising amid the chaos. I am satisfied, he wrote, you are the choice of two-thirds of the convention for the vice, and almost every one of your friends say they would prefer you for the presidency. Pillow posed the tactical notion that such a turn of events would have to be initiated by Northern delegates. We of the South cannot bring that matter up, he emphasized. If it should be done by the North, it will all work right. But if we were to make such a move, it would in all probability injure your prospect for the vice. Gideon Pillow was piecing together a strategy to position his man for ultimate success, while avoiding actions that could harm his chances for secondary success. Shortly after noon on Monday, May 27th, the Democratic National Convention assembled in the ornate but cramped Egyptian saloon of the Oddfellows Hall on Baltimore's Gay Street. The first order of business was selection of a chairman, a designation quickly conferred upon Hendrick Wright of Pennsylvania, a 36-year-old former prosecutor and state legislator. Hardly had Wright taken the gavel when Romulus Mitchell Saunders of North Carolina rose to move a simple procedural resolution. Resolved, that the rules and regulations as adopted by the National Convention of May 1832 and as adopted by the National Convention of May 1835 be the rules and regulations for the government of this convention. Those two previous conventions had required a supermajority for nomination, and thus adherence to precedent meant Van Buren would need a two-thirds vote to get the party's nod. No one thought he could get two-thirds, and thus his people faced the need to kill this motion. Following nearly 3 hours of procedural fits and starts on such matters as the credentials process and a means of naming convention officers, the delegates finally proceeded to Saunders's two-thirds motion. The debate began with Robert J. Walker of Mississippi, a wisp of a man weighing barely 100 pounds and beset by chronic ill health. Walker was one of his generation's most cunning political operatives. Born to wealth and prominence in Pennsylvania, he had fled his state's sluggish elite to embrace the more open and raucous society of Mississippi, where he had emerged as a brilliant and successful lawyer, planter, and land speculator. Elected to the Senate in 1835, he had developed a stealthy knack for leveraging his position and wiles to direct events in favored directions. Lately, he had been seeking to direct events toward Texas annexation. In 1843, he had slyly persuaded the Van Buren people to schedule the Democratic Convention in spring 1844 rather than in the fall of 1843. Had the earlier schedule been adopted, Van Buren would have secured his party's nomination with ease before the Texas issue could have intervened to complicate his ambitions. Later, Walker successfully had prodded Jackson to press the annexation matter with Texas President Houston, and had helped Secretary of State Upshur marshal arguments for convincing Houston that Congress would embrace Texas statehood. He also had published a long pro-annexation treatise that had helped galvanize the issue and get it into the public consciousness. Now the diminutive politician rose to project his wheezy voice across a silent hall in behalf of the two-thirds principle. "We were successful in both the nominations made in pursuance of this rule," he said, "because it produced that union and harmony which are indispensable to success." The convention, he argued, must produce a nominee who enjoyed not just majority support, but a broad following of consensus that ensured political strength in the general election. "If the candidate proposed to be nominated can never receive the vote of two-thirds of the convention," he asked, "what hope is presented of electing such a candidate to the presidency of the Union?" Walker cleverly suggested the majority rule actually worked against the majority in a paradoxical way. Suppose, he said, one candidate should get the first ballot votes of New England, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Delaware, and New Jersey. That would be 138 votes and a majority, and thus that candidate would get the nomination. And yet, in 1840, those particular states had given only 7 electoral votes to the Democratic ticket. And looking back as far as 1801, those states had never constituted a majority of the National Democratic Party in any election. "This rule, then," he said, "which is called the majority rule, ought to be called the minority rule, for it enables a small minority of the Democratic Party to control and force their nominee upon the majority." North Carolina's Saunders then warned against violating the well-established usages of our party, usages to which the democratic faith is pledged, and that is, we go for principles, not men. The only reason this was contentious now, he suggested, was because a particular presidential aspirant, Van Buren, couldn't get support from two-thirds of the delegates. "How dare we then," he demanded, "do what we would not do but to advance the success of particular men?" He noted that a vote had occurred on the matter also at the 1835 convention. Then, directing his words to Benjamin F. Butler of New York, he added, "And let me tell the gentleman from New York, the delegation of that great state, then having 40 votes, cast their votes unanimously for the rule. Is that great state so selfish as to contend for and support a measure as right when it is to her advantage, but wrong when against her?" There was a reason why Saunders directed his question to Butler, Van Buren's former law partner and also former War Secretary under Jackson and Attorney General under Van Buren. Everyone in the hall knew Butler would be the most formidable advocate for majority rule. And upon Saunders's conclusion, he rose with solemnity to assault the two-thirds requirement and the idea that precedent should prevail. What if Andrew Jackson had been guided by precedent when he confronted the evil Bank of the United States? Wouldn't he have been forced to accept the bank as the product of his predecessors, including the great Washington himself? Where, he asked, was the precedence for the Declaration of Independence? "Principle trumped precedence," said Butler, "and the principle was best articulated by Thomas Jefferson. With a flourish, Butler went on. Mr. Jefferson said that absolute acquiescence in the will of the majority was the principle of republicanism, and that a departure from it was a return to the rule of force, which was next to despotism. Butler challenged Walker's complaint that majority rule would place the nomination decision in the hands of a few states that did not vote for Democrats in general elections. He said he would give to the true Democrats of Massachusetts, Kentucky, and Delaware an equal voice with my own proud state, and I consider them as truly the representatives of democratic principles, as any state in which the baleful star of federalism never was in the ascendant. After all, he said, Democrats in those Whig states had labored just as hard for their shared principles as those in Democratic states, and with fewer prospects for political reward in the form of state offices. Butler then took aim at the allegation that New Yorkers were somehow selfish for wanting a rule that would benefit their preferred candidate. Remember, he said, that they were all there under instructions from state conventions to vote for a particular individual, and not only to vote for him, but to use our best expertise to secure his nomination. How, he asked, could he honor his pledge to secure the nomination for Van Buren if he were to vote for a rule that would destroy Van Buren's prospects for getting the nomination? Suppose a delegate voted for the rule, and suppose his candidate then got a simple majority but not a two-thirds majority. Wouldn't his constituents legitimately question whether he had actually honored his pledge? Why, they might ask, had he voted for the two-thirds rule, knowing it would militate against his own pledged candidate? We have no discretion, he said. We are sent here to act. And if we are satisfied, as all candid men must be, that there are not two-thirds in favor of any one individual for either of the offices in question, then, by adopting a rule which requires an impossibility, or which requires, contrary to the doctrines laid down by Mr. Jefferson, the majority to yield to the minority, we say at the outset that we have determined not to accomplish the object for which we were sent here. By the time Butler finished speaking, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the convention soon adjourned until the next morning. That evening, Cave Johnson wrote to Polk describing the two-thirds debate and predicting the rule would pass the next day, with the full support of the increasingly anti-Van Buren Tennessee delegation. From what we can learn, he said, public opinion within the delegation will not justify us in giving our vote to Van. As for the presidential outcome, he added, everything is in doubt. When the two-thirds debate resumed Tuesday morning, particularly notable was John W. Tibbets's reply to Butler's powerful speech of the previous day. The Kentucky congressman dismissed Butler's explanation of why he must oppose the two-thirds rule in order to fulfill his convention pledge to Van Buren. After all, he emphasized, Kentucky's delegation was equally devoted to the nomination of its favorite son, Richard M. Johnson. But, said he, so soon as we ascertain that we cannot procure the nomination of the favorite son of the democracy of Kentucky, with the sanction of the whole Democratic Party, just so freely are we ready to offer him up as a willing sacrifice to the harmony of the Democratic Party and the success of the principles we advocate. This was greeted by great applause from the anti-Van Buren delegates. Finally, the question was called and the vote commenced. Maine and New Hampshire, the first states on the roll call, went against the two-thirds rule, but the rest of New England split on the issue. New York cast its full 36 votes against, but Pennsylvania split 12 for and 13 against. Then came a cluster of southern states in succession: Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. 78 votes in favor, none against. The two-thirds rule was adopted. Many Van Buren partisans may have resisted the reality unleashed by the vote, but their man was finished. The convention recessed until 3 o'clock, when the roll would be called for the presidential nomination. As the nomination balloting unfolded, Van Buren showed his strength, retaining a commanding lead over his nearest rival, Cass. 3 big states, New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, together gave him 85 votes out of the 177 needed to capture the nomination. But when the voting ended, Van Buren had only 146 votes to 83 for Cass and 24 for Old Dick Johnson. Calhoun captured 6 votes, while Pennsylvania's James Buchanan got 4. As Butler had predicted, Van Buren commanded a majority but not the requisite 2/3. In subsequent votes, ordered in rapid succession, Van Buren's standing steadily fell as tensions within the Egyptian saloon steadily rose. In the second balloting, Van Buren lost 19 votes, while Cass and Johnson each gained 11. Buchanan gained 5. Van Buren's erosion continued in the third balloting, when he dropped another 6 votes, while Cass lost 2 and Johnson gained 5. On the fourth ballot, Van Buren's total dropped to 111 votes, only 6 ahead of a resurgent Cass. Johnson dropped slightly to 32 votes, while Buchanan rose slightly to 17. Van Buren's position looked precarious. It now seemed apparent that Cass had a realistic chance of capturing the nomination if Van Buren's support continued to erode, or if Johnson and Buchanan delegates suddenly switched to Cass. On the fifth ballot, Van Buren lost another 8 votes, while Cass picked up 2. It was a slow transfer, but Cass now possessed 107 votes, 4 more than Van Buren, while Buchanan and Johnson hovered in the 20s. A Pennsylvania delegate, apparently fearing more Van Buren erosion, moved adjournment until the next morning, but the delegates defeated the motion and headed to a 6th ballot. It ended with Cass at 116 votes to Van Buren's 101, with Buchanan and Johnson holding steady. A 7th balloting yielded 123 votes for Cass to Van Buren's 99. The transfer of Van Buren's delegates to Cass now was accelerating. The Pennsylvania delegation, which had given Van Buren 17 votes on the 6th ballot and only 12 on the 7th, was on the verge of abandoning him altogether, and it now seemed likely that Cass could get over the top within the next 2 or 3 ballots. If that happened, the party would be hopelessly split, as Van Buren's residual support throughout the party would never accept the triumph of what one Van Buren partisan called the damned, rotten, corrupt, venal Cass cliques. Then Ohio's John Miller rose to submit a motion, which, he said, if voted down, would lead to his likely departure from the convention. The motion declared Van Buren the nominee based on his majority standing on the first ballot. Pandemonium spread across the convention floor, with Miller demanding to speak over a steady din, while several delegates attempted to call for a point of order. Miller's aim was twofold. First, to thwart another Tuesday ballot that would lead to further Van Buren erosion and further Cass strength, and secondly, to get Hendrick Wright to rule the motion out of order. Then Miller and his Ohio colleagues would challenge the ruling, which they surmised could be overturned with a majority vote. Hence, the 2/3 rule instituted with a majority vote would be rescinded with a majority vote. But Wright thwarted them at every turn, first demanding the motion be sent up in writing, then ruling it must be submitted 24 hours before a vote could be taken, finally insisting that it would take a 2/3 vote to amend the convention rules. Various Ohio delegates attacked the chair's rulings, their fiery rhetoric frequently interrupted by emotional points of order. Valuable time was consumed as the Ohio delegates argued with the chair until 7 o'clock, at which point a motion was made and carried to adjourn until the next morning at 9. As all this unfolded, Gideon Pillow sat on the convention floor and calmly wrote a letter to James Polk in Tennessee. The letter wouldn't arrive until after the outcome was known, but such were the protocols of communication that it was deemed important to maintain a steady flow of news. Pillow reported that he had been working the floor all day in behalf of his friend, approaching well-chosen delegates, always focusing on Polk's vice-presidential ambitions, but subtly interjecting hints of his availability for the top spot should the convention wish to pursue such a course. Perhaps some of the seeds he had cast upon the soil were now beginning to germinate. Just a few minutes before, he revealed in his letter, He had been approached by leading delegates from Pennsylvania and Massachusetts with the idea of putting Polk before the convention as a compromise candidate. He had replied that Polk's name certainly was subject to the will of the convention, that he would not at the present time bring it forward, and that, should such a development occur, it would have to be at the instigation of Northern delegates. "There is, I think," he wrote to Polk, "a strong probability of your name ultimately coming up for president. I do not think it prudent to move in that matter now. I want the North to bring you forward as a compromise of all interests." Pillow would have a long night ahead of him, much of it in league with George Bancroft of Massachusetts, a kindly and erudite poet and historian whose work had brought him national fame. Bancroft, a convention delegate and longtime Polk admirer, had decided the time had come to thwart Cass by inserting Polk into the proceedings. Upon his arrival in Baltimore, Bancroft had sought out Pillow and Andrew Donaldson to assure them that his state would cast at least 10 and perhaps 12 votes for Polk in the vice-presidential balloting. Thus, the connection had been established at the beginning of the convention. On Tuesday, as the convention broke into near chaos and Cass kept rising in the voting, "It flashed on my mind," Bancroft later told Polk, "that it would be alone safe to rally on you." He approached New Hampshire delegate Henry Carroll, editor of the Concord New Hampshire Patriot and State Gazette, and a convention secretary. When he proposed Polk as compromise candidate, Carroll fell into it heartily, as Bancroft later put it. The two then went to New Hampshire Governor Henry Hubbard, head of that state's delegation, and he also embraced the idea. Now Bancroft had New Hampshire, not a large state but pivotally located in the north, whence a Polk boomlet must come. Next, Bancroft brought into the plan his good friend Marcus Morton, former Massachusetts governor and head of that state's delegation. He signed up immediately. That's when Bancroft went to Pillow and got word that if the Polk initiative began in the north, Polk's friends would immediately set to work on the southern delegations. Pillow mentioned specifically Mississippi, Alabama, and, of course, Tennessee. This was precisely the circumstance Pillow had anticipated, and he now moved with passion and energy to exploit the opportunity. He found Bancroft equally enthusiastic and ready for a long night of heavy political exertions. Pillow possessed complete faith in his reading of the opportunity, and thus devoted nearly the entire night to swaying Southern delegates toward Polk. Meanwhile, Bancroft and Donaldson showed up at the residence of the New York and Ohio delegations and argued with delegates there for hours. Samuel Madary, head of the Ohio delegation, listened intently and seemed to grasp the dual reality that Van Buren was gone and only Polk could stop Cass. He said he anticipated that his state eventually would go for Polk. New York was tougher. Its delegates naturally were in a great state of agitation, as Bancroft later recalled, and hardly open to entreaties that they abandon their man. But Bancroft found a receptive audience in Governor Campbell, industrialist and former congressman, who suggested his delegation needed to move decisively and not simply drift into the vortex of convention confusion. He agreed that Polk would make a sound compromise and suggested he was prepared to take a lead in getting his delegation to act assertively. Bancroft returned to his lodgings near midnight, tranquil and happy. Next morning, the relentless Bancroft enlisted Maryland's William Frick in the scheme and also confirmed Louisiana's enthusiasm.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
The convention reconvened at 9 o'clock and devoted a good portion of the morning to the Ohio delegation's protest motion to declare Van Buren the majority nominee. This gave Pillow, Bancroft, and others valuable time to work the floor in behalf of their scheme. When the eighth ballot finally commenced, a new political dynamic emerged. New Hampshire, the second state to be called, awarded its 6 votes to James K. Polk. The Egyptian saloon erupted in cheers, repeated 2 states down the register when Bancroft called out 7 Massachusetts votes for Polk. As the balloting continued, it became clear that Van Buren and Cass were largely holding their ground, while support for Johnson and Buchanan had evaporated. When the roll call reached Tennessee, Cave Johnson rose to say his delegation had not traveled to Baltimore to press the nomination of Tennessee's Polk. Yet, he said, the delegation felt the same warmth toward its favorite son as did the other states for their favored candidates. And, now that other states had voted for Polk, Tennessee would do the same. The hall erupted in cheers. With Alabama's 9 votes and a scattering of others, Polk ended the ballot with 44 votes. As delegates on the floor pondered the significance of what had just happened, Pennsylvania's Rhea Fraser moved that the assemblage proceed to a 9th ballot. In doing so, he noted that he had followed party instructions to vote for Van Buren 3 times, only to see him sink with every vote. Then he had supported his state's own James Buchanan, who clearly couldn't emerge. So now, said Fraser, he was going for Polk, the bosom friend of Old Hickory, the man who stood up in defense of the old hero during the panic session, the man who fought so bravely and so undauntingly the Whigs of Tennessee, the pure, whole-hog, loco-foco Democrat who goes against the ring-streaked and speckled Whig party with all its odious, abominable measures. There followed a series of testimonials from the floor on Polk's behalf, including one from Ohio's influential Samuel Medary, who said they all must now be willing to sacrifice their first-choice candidates in the interest of brotherly affection. When the 9th roll call unfolded, it soon became apparent it would be the final ballot. As the Daily Globe later reported, the enthusiasm and perfect harmony that now prevailed in the convention was in striking contrast with the proceedings of an hour previous. The delegation from each state appeared to be firm and undivided in their support of Mr. Polk. But the drama was not yet over. The New York delegation had left the floor for caucus discussions following the 8th ballot, and Virginia followed upon seeing the rush to Polk in the early 9th ballot voting. Other delegations asked to be passed over in the roll call so they could discuss the sudden turn of fortunes. When Virginia returned, William Roane of that state rose to say that, after the Texas issue had emerged, Virginia had abandoned Mr. Van Buren with a bleeding heart, for Virginians loved and admired Mr. Van Buren as a patriot and statesman. Virginia's delegation had been for Cass through 8 ballots, and Roane's kindly words for Van Buren now represented a significant effort to foster that brotherly affection throughout the hall that Medary had advocated. Now, said the Virginian, they all had a higher duty to perform, necessitated by the arch-apostate Henry Clay, who for 20 years has been stimulating every vindictive feeling of his heart against the democracy of the country. It was to defeat Clay, said Roane, that Virginia now extended its 17 votes to James Polk. Thunders of applause, reported the Globe. New York had returned to the hall during Roane's remarks, and now Benjamin Butler rose to the rapt attention of the assemblage. The New York delegates, he explained, had been discussing whether they had fulfilled their pledge, and could now in conscience withdraw Mr. Van Buren's name from convention consideration. It touched the hearts of them all, he said, but perhaps none so much as his own. From his earliest youth, Van Buren had been his friend, protector, and teacher, with ties equal to those of father and son. He had brought to Baltimore, he revealed, a letter from Van Buren authorizing him to withdraw the New Yorker's name if he concluded Van's continued participation could harm the party. Statesman to the last, Van Buren had taken steps to ensure his ambition wouldn't precipitate a convention breakup. Butler then said he had told his New York colleagues in caucus that he reluctantly would exercise the sad duty of pulling Van Buren's name from the roll call. He added he would cast his vote for Polk, who fully met the Jeffersonian standard of qualification, being both capable, honest, and faithful to all his trusts. When all but one of New York's 36 delegates also went for Polk, the rush was on. One after another, delegation leaders rose to cast full delegation support to James K. Polk, often adding warm praise for the man or directing piquant invective at Henry Clay. By the time it was over, around 2 o'clock that afternoon, every delegate had cast his vote for James Polk, and the Tennessean was declared the unanimous choice of the Democratic Convention. The result, said Mississippi Delegate Williamson Smith in a letter to Polk, was a continued and heartfelt burst of enthusiasm, of gratulations, and heart-cheering speeches I have never before witnessed in any assemblage of people. That left two outstanding matters of business: the vice presidential nomination and approval of the platform. The delegates moved with dispatch to give the ticket's second spot to Silas Wright, the New York senator and Van Buren confidant. When he declined the honor out of devotion to his New York friend, the convention turned to Pennsylvania's George Dallas. The party platform consisted of standard Democratic fare, praising strict construction of the Constitution and states' rights, while opposing any national bank, all high tariffs, and Clay's federal system of internal improvements. On foreign policy, it resolved that our title to the whole of the territory of Oregon is clear and unquestionable, that no portion of the same ought to be ceded to England or any other power, and that the reoccupation of Oregon and the reannexation of Texas, at the earliest practicable period, are great American measures, which this convention recommends to the cordial support of the democracy of the Union. The convention, boisterous to the end, but serene now in the harmony that had descended upon it so unexpectedly, adjourned sine die at 1 o'clock in the morning of June 1st. Chapter 6. Polk versus Clay. Answering the question, who is James K. Polk? News of James Polk's nomination crept across the land, reaching the nominee as mere rumor a full 9 days after the event. The next day, June 10th, brought confirmation in the form of newspaper accounts and congratulatory letters. Polk responded with characteristic matter-of-factness. I need scarcely say to you, he wrote to Robert Walker, that the nomination was not anticipated or expected by me. At no time did he allow his correspondence to betray any hint of excitement or even surprise. The closest he came was an expression to a Philadelphia lawyer and staunch Jacksonian named John K. Kane. If the nomination made at Baltimore shall have the effect of restoring harmony to our party, he wrote, I shall be heartily rejoiced. But to Cave Johnson he extended a rare expression of appreciation. I am under many personal obligations to my friends, and to yourself especially, for the agency which I know you had in bringing about the result. At his Ashland estate outside Lexington, Henry Clay responded with typical scorn. Are our Democratic friends serious in the nominations which they have made at Baltimore? He asked his friend, Willie Mangum, the North Carolina senator. We must beat them with ease if we do one half of our duty. Mangum agreed. It is a literal disbanding of the party for this campaign, he said. We will literally crush the ticket. New York's Francis Granger labeled the nomination a farce, and a Whig senator from Louisiana named Alexander Barrow declared, I hardly believe such a ridiculous thing. Whigs across the land delightedly took up the chant, Who is James K. Polk? A sneer at the candidate's relative obscurity and lack of political stature. But astute Whigs, including Clay, privately knew this was not good news. A Van Buren nomination would have sliced up the Democratic Party and left the South and West ripe for Whig capture. It also would have neutralized the powerful Texas issue. Now the Democrats appeared at least temporarily unified, and the Texas issue was unavoidable. For Whigs, capturing the crucial southern and western states now would be more difficult. Still, Polk nervously identified 4 looming impediments to victory. First was the tariff issue, which lingered as a serious regional threat, particularly in industrial Pennsylvania. Next was the prospect that John Tyler would run for president under some kind of new party label, thus siphoning away votes that otherwise would go to Polk. The New York political situation posed another danger. The nation's largest state teetered precariously between Democrats and Whigs, and a strong Democratic candidate in the coming gubernatorial race was needed to quell intra-party frictions and bring victory in November. No such candidate had been recruited, and none appeared willing to step forward. Finally, there was the ever-threatening specter of Benton's angry Northerners and Calhoun's rebellious Southerners squaring off in a spasm of intra-party belligerency. Then there was the Texas issue, generally a political boon to Polk given the country's growing expansionist sentiment, but complicated by Calhoun's provocative linkage of annexation and slavery in his famous letter to Ambassador Pakenham. The Senate was about to vote on the annexation treaty, and everyone anticipated its defeat. In the wake of that, Polk would have to decouple the two issues in order to get the full benefit from the annexation emotions emerging within the country. The tariff issue presented itself immediately. In his first batch of post-convention letters, Polk received earnest agitations on the matter from Robert Walker and Andrew Donaldson. Walker considered this the one question which can by any possibility defeat your election. Without Pennsylvania, the election would be lost, he said, and without a flexible tariff position, Pennsylvania would be lost. Donaldson advised Polk to embrace the deftly crafted positions and language of Andrew Jackson. He stood up all the time against Clay, wrote Donaldson, and yet conciliated the good feeling of both sections of the Union. It was, however, he added, the most difficult task of his administration. Pennsylvania long had been the hotbed of pro-tariff sentiment, rendered all the more intense with the Panic of 1837 and the succeeding Depression years. The shift to anthracite coal from charcoal in the production of iron was generating even greater distress among owners and workers at iron companies that had been slow in making the conversion. The result was that coal producers now were joined with iron producers in demanding strong protective tariffs to indemnify themselves against foreign competition, and this combination constituted a powerful political force. It had captured Pennsylvania's newspapers and its entire congressional delegation, including its Democrats. It had fostered passage of the protectionist tariff of 1842 and stood ready to defend that legislation at all costs. Polk had opposed the tariff of 1842 and now had to determine just what he would or could say about it. On June 18th, Walker offered further counsel, noting it wasn't simply the South and West that had abandoned Van Buren in 1840, but also Northern entrepreneurial conservatives who chafed under the magician's rigid economic constrictions. These wanderers of 1840 would never again vote for Van Buren, but they could be lured back to the party if Polk could harmonize, as far as possible, all conflicting interests on this dangerous and difficult question. To do that, said Walker, Polk should build his position upon two foundations. First, that tariff rates should not exceed levels needed to run the government, as administered according to a spirit of Republican simplicity and economy. And second, that within that range it would be acceptable for the government to impose particular duties to benefit specific industries in need of protection. Walker added that Polk's friends in Washington urged that he use the word aid in place of protection, and suggested Polk should hark back to his consistent support of Jackson's tariff policies during the old general's popular presidency. Polk promptly drafted a letter to John Kane in Philadelphia outlining his tariff position, with a cover letter authorizing Kane to publish the document if Polk's Pennsylvania friends deemed it beneficial. He took his language almost entirely from Walker. I am in favor of a tariff for revenue, such a one as will yield a sufficient amount to the Treasury to defray the expenses of the government economically administered. In adjusting the detail of a revenue tariff, I have heretofore sanctioned such moderate discriminating duties as would produce the amount of revenue needed, and at the same time afford reasonable incidental protection to our home industry. As Walker had suggested, Polk noted his previous support of Jackson, but he opted for the bold use of the word protection over aid. And he added this deftly crafted sentence: In my judgment, it is the duty of the government to extend, as far as it may be practicable to do so, by its revenue laws and all other means within its power, fair and just protection to all the great interests of the whole Union, embracing agriculture, manufactures, the mechanic arts, commerce, and navigation. It was a brilliant stroke. By twice inserting the word protection, Polk gave Pennsylvania's Democratic protectionists plenty of room to maneuver. They promptly distributed the statement widely, suggesting they had nothing to fear from this Southern Democrat. As James Buchanan later told Polk, "Your discreet and well-advised letter to Mr. Kane has been used by us with great effect." Of course, Whigs everywhere correctly pointed out that Polk had ignored the most important question, whether he would repeal or modify the tariff of 1842. It was all essentially duplicitous, they argued, bolstering their case with past Polk statements such as, "I have at all times been opposed to the protective policy." But Polk successfully had finessed the issue. All he needed now was the discipline of silence. The statement must speak for itself. This proved difficult in late September when a group of Whigs from neighboring Giles County arrived in Columbia with a set of questions probing Polk's specific views on the 1842 tariff. The group expressed a resolve to remain in Columbia pending Polk's reply and reminded the candidate of his lifelong advocacy of open political dialogue. Polk fretted over the matter for nearly a week and drafted 6 possible replies. In the end, he opted to brush aside the interrogatories. "Having declared the general principles which I entertain, and to which I would conform in the event of my election to the presidency," he wrote, "it cannot be expected that I should do more." His reticence generated widespread Whig criticism, but his tariff finesse remained intact. Pennsylvania looked safe. The New York problem solved itself when the highly popular Silas Wright accepted the mantle of Democratic gubernatorial candidate. He had wished to avoid the call and remain in the Senate, which he loved. But there wasn't anyone else who could carry the banner with sufficient weight in that crucial swing state. Writing to Jackson, Polk had reported that former New York Governor William Marcy had despaired of finding a satisfactory nomination. Polk had added it would be most unfortunate if the state party's internal difficulties shall have the effect to weaken our cause, as I think there is some reason to fear they may. But Wright, one of the true statesmen of his time, had seen the political imperatives facing his party and stepped up to the need. "The Whigs are aghast at the nomination," a Polk ally named Albert Gallup wrote from Albany. "You can put us down for 20,000. meaning a New York victory margin of that magnitude in the presidential race. The Tyler problem proved more nettlesome. The stubborn president had never expected his third-party efforts to keep him in the White House, but he did think he could craft a distinctive brand of politics encompassing states' rights Whigs, expansionists, and Jacksonian populists. He estimated his core supporters as numbering some 150,000 men, mostly business-minded Democrats, a few influential newspaper editors, and beneficiaries of his own expansive use of presidential patronage. His aim was to marshal these followers into a knot of political sentiment with enough clout to hold the balance of power in the presidential campaign. Polk quickly concluded that only Andy Jackson possessed sufficient stature to nudge Tyler out of the race. In early July, Jackson wrote John Y. Mason, former congressman from Virginia and a Tyler intimate. Now that the Democrats had nominated a pro-annexation candidate, he argued, there was no need for Tyler to press his cause. Then, that dexterous, behind-the-scenes operator, Robert Walker, paid a visit to Tyler at the White House. Over several hours of conversation, a most disagreeable duty, as Walker later wrote, the president rambled at considerable length about what he considered his unfortunate situation. First, said Tyler, his sentiments now rested firmly with the Democrats, and he fervently wished for Polk's election. His followers also tended toward the Democrats. But the Democrats had been attacking Tyler and his followers so vociferously, said the president, that his withdrawal could only benefit Clay. Stung by these Democratic attacks, particularly from the Democrats' official Washington newspaper, The Globe, the Tyler men considered themselves proscribed from the Democratic Party, and thus would vote Whig or withdraw from the race altogether if Tyler exited the campaign. On the other hand, the president continued, if the Democrats would signal that his followers would be welcomed back into the party, treated with respect and considered for future patronage jobs, then he would gladly withdraw and cast his support to Polk and Dallas. Walker replied, as he later wrote Polk, that no effort would be omitted on my part to produce an honorable and cordial union between the Democratic Party and himself and his friends. To Polk he added, I think that the importance of this union and cooperation cannot be overrated. He urged the candidate to write a private letter to a friend, to be shown confidentially to Tyler, expressing devotion to the president and his friends. He also urged Polk to enlist Jackson to write a similar letter, which might find its way into print. Stirred by this turn of events, Polk moved to action. First, he had to do something about the Globe, run by the brilliant and cantankerous Jackson ally Francis P. Blair. Blair was an unabashed Van Buren man and close friend of Thomas Hart Benton, and he wasn't happy about what had happened at Baltimore. He also delighted in directing his famous bellicosity at President Tyler, whom he considered a menace for having derailed his favorite Democrat by forcing the Texas issue. Now, in the wake of the Baltimore outcome, he not only continued his assault on Tyler, but displayed a visible coolness toward his party's own standard-bearer, Polk. George Dallas, writing from Philadelphia, had complained that Mr. Blair's columns are exceedingly cold, and this frostiness was confusing Democratic activists in his state and undermining the Polk-Dallas candidacy. Polk wrote to Andrew Donaldson, never far from Jackson in proximity or friendship, and urged him to get 2 letters off to Blair, one from himself and one from Jackson. I know of none, wrote Polk, unless your intimacy with Blair would authorize you to write him a plain, but at the same time friendly and conciliatory letter, urging him as a matter of duty to the party to take stronger ground than he has yet done. As for Jackson, he suggested one of his strong letters in his own handwriting. The same day he wrote to Jackson. I wish the tone of the Globe was more cordial, he said, adding the paper's transparent coldness and indifference had been attracting attention in the country. The next day Polk wrote again to both men, this time enclosing Walker's letter describing his session with Tyler. I believe, Polk wrote to Donaldson, General Jackson is the only man in the country whose advice Mr. Tyler would take. He doubted the propriety of making public any Jackson letter, but suggested a private correspondence to some friend that then could be shown confidentially to the President. Returning to his previous complaint, he added, The General can certainly induce Blair of the Globe to change his course. To continue his attacks on Tyler can do no good. To Jackson, he diplomatically suggested he would defer to the General's judgment on what should be done in the way of a Jackson letter, but he left no doubt that he desired some kind of action designed to assuage Tyler. He added the main impediment to Tyler's withdrawal seems to be Blair's sustained attacks in the Globe. There is certainly no necessity, he wrote, for the Globe to continue its attacks upon him or his administration, particularly since a full-blown Tyler candidacy could put in jeopardy the vote of several closely contested states. Jackson responded on July 26th as Polk's stern mentor. He was taken aback, he suggested, at Walker's great want of common sense in suggesting Jackson should express himself publicly on what the Tyler men would get from Polk if their man would withdraw from the race. Why, my dear friend, he lectured Polk, such a letter from me or any other of your conspicuous friends would be seized upon as a bargain and intrigue for the presidency, rather like Clay's corrupt bargain of 1825. Let me say to you, wrote the General, that such a letter would damn you and destroy your election. But Jackson had no intention of ignoring the problem. He sent a carefully worded letter to his old friend William B. Lewis, also a confidant of Tyler, in which he sought to assure the President that his friends would be received as brethren, all former differences forgotten. He authorized Lewis to show the letter to Tyler, but refused to allow its publication, and steadfastly avoided any specific promises or any suggestion that his expressed spirit of generosity was predicated upon any Tyler action. It worked. Within 3 weeks, Tyler wrote to Jackson saying the general's expressions as to the proper course for me to pursue in the present emergency of public affairs had prompted him to withdraw. He said he would seek to get his friends to support Polk, but added that might prove difficult in the current climate of attack from Blair's Globe. Jackson promptly wrote to Blair. "I pray you," he said, "to desist from the abuse of Tyler or his supporters, but treat them as brethren in democracy, and hail them welcome to the support of the great Democratic cause to aid in the defeat of Clay and Whiggery." Blair eased up, and on August 20th, Tyler published in the Madisonian a letter of withdrawal. Another potential impediment to Polk's victory was gone. But the frictions within the party still posed an ongoing threat. Polk's first move was to neutralize any hostility that might arise from Democrats inclined against him because he stood in the way of their own aspirations. He knew he would be more likely to get enthusiastic backing from ambitious party leaders such as Cass, Benton, Wright, Buchanan, and Calhoun if he promised not to seek a second term. As Aaron Brown had expressed it to Polk, "I need not say who and how many of our friends expect it. The thing is right per se, and under all the circumstances I think you ought not to hesitate to do it." Polk didn't. In officially accepting the nomination by letter on June 12th, he wrote that, if elected, "I shall enter upon the discharge of the high and solemn duties of the office with the settled purpose of not being a candidate for re-election." He added this promise not only imposed a salutary restraint upon himself, but also allowed the party to select a successor who may be best calculated to give effect to their will and guard all the interests of our beloved country. That done, Polk turned to the lingering angers among the New Yorkers. This was delicate, as reflected in a letter from Silas Wright written 2 days after the nomination. Ostensibly a courtesy letter outlining his reasons for declining the vice presidential nomination, the missive also was laced with expressions of resentment at the Baltimore outcome, including a jibe at Tennessee for having voted for the 2/3 rule. Upon every principle of democracy, he wrote, Mr. Van Buren was nominated upon the first ballot. The country, said Wright, was never so much in danger as at this moment. This he attributed to Mr. Calhoun and his clique in all the southern states, and the success they have had upon this occasion, together with the course of the southern delegations in the late convention. The Democrats could lose the election, he warned, if the North abandoned the party due to the South's sectional issues, mischievous intrigues, and sudden excitements. He wanted the candidate to get his complete support and that of New York, but that would be impossible if Polk became captive of the Calhoun forces. Polk took pains in response to emphasize his long-standing support for Van Buren and his happy anticipation, prior to the Texas excitement, that the New Yorker would be the party's nominee. "I need scarcely assure you," he wrote, with something less than complete ingenuousness, "that my nomination was not only not anticipated, but was wholly unexpected by me." He stressed that, when he had publicly expressed support for Texas annexation, he had not yet seen Van Buren's opposition letter, and had fully expected the New Yorker to embrace the same sentiment. Wright's immediate reaction was to declare publicly, cheerfully and proudly, that next to Van Buren, he considered Polk the country's best qualified man for president. Van Buren added his own warm endorsement shortly thereafter. But intra-party tensions continued to pose a grave threat to Polk's election. On June 10th, 2 days after the annexation treaty died on the Senate floor, Cave Johnson wrote from Washington to say Benton was making considerable mischief on the issue. He had voted against the treaty, along with Wright and a number of other Northern Democrats, and now he was proposing his own annexation approach designed to assuage Mexican angers and bar slavery from Texas's northern portions. He wrapped his compromise effort in rhetoric so bellicose as to enflame Southern Democrats. Now, said Johnson, some Southern hotheads were proposing a Southern convention to air the issue, a sort of rally upon Southern principles against Northern principles. This could prove very troublesome. 2 days later, Johnson related what had happened in Washington when he called a meeting of Democrats to craft a campaign fundraising strategy. The sectional tensions were so intense that he had to adjourn the session just to avoid an explosion. Southerners, he said, were bent on expropriating Polk as their ally in their war against the North, and Northerners were equally bent on making sure that didn't happen. Johnson expressed fears that the war will go on between Calhoun and Benton to extermination. He had gone to see Wright with hopes he would somehow intervene, only to discover this normally dispassionate politician too angry at Calhoun to be of any help. He is furious, and I think determined to push Calhoun and his clique to the wall or perish. A week later, the fretful Johnson warned Polk that the Southern Convention idea was gaining force, and now the Calhoun men wanted to stage it at Nashville, bringing Southern agitation right to Polk's backyard, complete with pugnacious threats of secession if annexation dies. Meanwhile, Wright suggested that, if Polk were identified with the Southern agitators, his cause in the North would be ruined. The Northerners feared, said Johnson, that Jackson might somehow get drawn into the mess, perhaps induced by his Southern friends to bless the Southern Convention idea without weighing the consequences. Asked Johnson, "Cannot you see him and have a free conversation as to the Southern movement and put him on his guard?" Polk promptly dispatched the Johnson letter to Jackson. The old general was in a sad state of health, but he bestirred himself to reply. "I assure you it was not necessary to put me upon my guard," he wrote. He had been in correspondence with Benton and had assured him that Polk fully embraced the sentiments of Jackson's famous toast of many years before. "The Federal Union must be preserved." He added, "You will perceive I have stopped Benton or any others from believing that you or I could countenance nullification or disunion." Still, Jackson harbored no illusions about Benton. I found from his letter that his hatred to Calhoun and his jealousy of the growing popularity of Tyler had deranged him. He speculated that it had been Benton who had induced Van Buren to take his fatal annexation stand in May. And no, he would never countenance a Southern convention, though he favored the emerging idea of a broad Democratic meeting at Nashville in mid-August to blunt the Southern initiative and bring the entire party together. Nothing but a mass meeting should be held, the general declared. Polk knew he must squelch the Southern convention. Most of the agitation was coming from South Carolina, but not, Polk noted, from Calhoun. The most vociferous agitator was Robert Barnwell Rhett, the congressman from Beaufort. Born 1800 as Robert Barnwell Smith, he had changed his name in 1838 as he was rising through South Carolina politics. Senator George McDuffie, no appeaser on issues of importance to South Carolina, considered Rhett vain, self-conceited, impracticable, and selfish in the extreme. Unfortunately for Polk, and for Calhoun and McDuffie, Rhett had a large following among young political fire-eaters in the state. Now he was seeking to destroy Polk's presidential bid and precipitate a crisis, with the eventual aim of national disintegration. He railed against Polk's Kane letter on the tariff, attacked Calhoun as a cynical political manipulator, and declared himself the last great defender of South Carolinian honor. Soon others felt obliged to echo these sentiments, lest they appear unsteady in protecting their state from nefarious northern threats. Even McDuffie sought political cover in his famous query whether his constituents were true South Carolinians or curs habitually kicked by the Washington enemy, but always returning to lick the boots that inflicted the blow. Polk's opportunity came when Calhoun sent a confidant and former congressman named Francis Pickens to the National Party meeting at Nashville on August 15th. Polk promptly invited Pickens to Columbia for 2 days of conversation, then fostered a day-long meeting with the increasingly infirm Jackson. Polk showered the Calhoun emissary with cordial hospitality, demonstrated robust respect for Calhoun and the politics of South Carolina, digressed candidly about prominent Northern Democrats, including Benton, Wright, and Blair. Calhoun wanted assurances that Polk would liquidate the Globe as the Democrats' leading newspaper and would attack the tariff of 1842. Apparently, the assurances were forthcoming. Retreating to Polk's library, Pickens dashed off a letter to his patron, then showed it to Polk before sending it. "Everything is completely satisfactory," he reported, adding the nominee was engaging in no correspondence even with the Van Burenites. Not entirely true, but no doubt an accurate rendition of what he had been told. He added, "Polk is determined to do all he can to reform the government, and the first thing is to reduce the tariff of 1842 to a revenue measure entirely. Second, to introduce strict economy. Third, acquire Texas at all hazards." That was all Calhoun needed. Not only had Polk promised to pursue policies favored by the South Carolinian, but his one-term pledge also kept alive the man's lingering presidential ambitions. He instantly became an ardent Polk supporter and intensified his efforts to thwart the Democratic meeting at Nashville. The prospect was now brighter, declared the great orator, that the region could throw off the burden which has been weighing down the South, exhausting her means and debasing her spirit, than it has been since 1828. The great South Carolina rebellion had been neutralized, and another impediment to Polk's election greatly diminished. But Benton and his allies continued their belligerent ways. The Whig Central Committee appreciated Benton's anti-annexation fulminations so much, according to reports of the day, that it bundled his Texas speeches into a pamphlet, along with Van Buren's Texas letter, and printed 500,000 copies for distribution. The problem was that Benton's emotional intensity outstripped the actual differences that separated him from the more aggressive annexationists. His actual legislative activities on the issue reflected a creative approach to a complex issue, and a devotion to the eventual American incorporation of both Texas and Oregon. Silas Wright, in crafting his message for the New York gubernatorial campaign, took essentially the same position. But Benton's angry rhetoric was confusing the electorate and undermining Democratic unity. As the campaign unfolded, however, it became increasingly clear the broad electorate favored annexation, and this served to dampen Benton's influence. News reports and local political analyses suggested widespread support for annexation in Pennsylvania, New England, Indiana, Illinois, and elsewhere, while in the avidly pro-Texas South, several leading Whigs were bolting the Clay Party to support the annexationist Polk. "From all quarters, reports are gratifying," the well-informed Jackson wrote Polk in early September. "Let the Texian question be kept up." Though quite low and debilitated, and hardly able to walk across the hall without great oppression, he retained his feisty spirit and mental acuity. He suggested in his letter that the treaty's demise in the Senate would serve merely to agitate the electorate. "There never was such treachery to the laborer of the South and West as the rejection of this treaty. It must, when explained to our farmers, arouse them against Whiggery. Have it laid before the people." Out at Ashland, Henry Clay also could see that his now famous Raleigh letter had placed him athwart national sentiment on the Texas issue. He desperately needed to maneuver himself into a better position in order to redeem his lifelong presidential dream. In June, an opportunity arrived in the form of a letter from the editor of the Tuscaloosa, Alabama Monitor. Clay's Raleigh letter, said the editor, had fostered an abandonment of his candidacy by many state Whigs, and now Alabama Democrats were boasting that Polk and Texas will sweep the state. Clay seized the chance to clarify his Raleigh stand on annexation. "Personally," he wrote, "I could have no objection to the annexation of Texas, but I certainly would be unwilling to see the existing union dissolved or seriously jeoparded for the sake of acquiring Texas." Clay's aim was to dig himself out of a political hole, but it served to dig him further into it. Northerners complained that he was retreating from what he had hailed as sacred principle, while Southerners saw it as an insincere effort to patronize them. The howls of protest from both sides stirred Clay once again to recalibrate his Texas position, this time with a letter, soon labeled the Second Alabama Letter, published in the Tuscumbia, Alabama newspaper. He had always wanted Texas in the Union, he said, and had sought to reacquire it during his years as Secretary of State. But he backed off when Mexico declared it would consider annexation an act of war. He concluded it wasn't worth the price in national dishonor, foreign war, and distraction and division at home. But as president, he would promote annexation so long as it wasn't accompanied by dishonor or war. Regarding the increasingly inflammatory slavery question, he expressed doubt that annexation would affect slavery in any serious way, as American slavery was destined to fade away eventually anyway. Hence, he would simply be guided by public opinion on the matter and his paramount duty of preserving the Union entire and in harmony. This was a remarkable document, almost guaranteed to undermine his traditional support, without adding any new voters. Not surprisingly, anti-slavery Northerners reacted with acrimony. Now Clay was in an even deeper hole, and prospects for getting out appeared slim. Thurlow Weed of New York, a stalwart Whig and one of the nation's most astute political observers, pronounced Clay's document an ugly letter and added, "Things look blue." Daniel Webster wrote a friend, "I feel pretty tolerably angry." Throughout the country, Clay was seen once again as a master of cunning and duplicity. This wasn't entirely fair. He had intended his Alabama letters to be clarifications of his Raleigh position, not a retreat. But an astute politician would have seen the futility as well as the danger in attempting such a clarification at this stage of a campaign. Though Clay viewed himself as infinitely more brilliant and politically dexterous than the stolid and sober-sided Polk, he lacked a crucial political attribute that Polk had in abundance: discipline. Had Polk sought to clarify his Kane letter under pressure from voters, he would have experienced the same whipsaw response. He knew better and managed to resist the temptation. But something else was at work here that went beyond late-campaign rhetorical tactics. Clay's underlying problem was that he had taken a position at variance with the preponderance of voter sentiment on the most powerful issue of the day, American expansion. For whatever reason, stubbornness, ideology, ego, nostalgia, he had not sufficiently plumbed the depths of public opinion on the emerging vision of a transcontinental nation before rushing to his political stand on the issue. He remained stuck in the politics of the past, clinging to the perceptions, philosophies, and principles that had guided him ever since he brilliantly had bundled them all up into his famous American system. This outlook never fully had captured the imagination of the American electorate, though it had fueled the Whig Party and been an integral part of the national debate for more than a quarter-century. But nearly always it had been thwarted by the more popular perceptions, philosophies, and principles of Jackson and his Democratic adherents. Now the country was moving into a new era, and once again the Jacksonians had moved quickly to align themselves with the country's majority sentiment. They had seized the new force of expansionism, and it would sweep them back into power. When the votes were counted, Polk was elected the country's 11th president by a slim margin of 39,490 votes out of 2,703,659 cast, 49.5% to Clay's 48.1%. Polk captured 15 states for 170 electoral votes, while Clay pulled 11 for 105 electoral votes. But it was actually much closer than it might appear. The anti-slavery Liberty Party, led by James G. Birney of Michigan, a former Alabama slaveholder who had become a fervent enemy of slavery, amassed 62,103 votes, including enough ballots in Michigan, New York, and Ohio to have possibly captured the balance of power in those 3 states. Had he not been on the ballot, it is likely Clay would have carried all 3, and thus the election. Although slavery in itself galvanized only a small proportion of the electorate, it now was gaining force as an issue and on the margin could affect the course of political events. Nevertheless, history does not linger over such electoral speculations, and the country quickly absorbed the reality that Henry Clay's White House claim had been rejected yet again, and probably for the last time, while the new president would be that colorless but cagey and relentless expansionist from Tennessee. The Whigs' snide question, "Who is James K. Polk?" had been answered. Chapter 7. The Victor. Preparing for the Mantle of Leadership. Just before 6 o'clock on the evening of November 15, 1844, Nashville's postmaster, Robert Armstrong, Andrew Jackson's close friend and also a close friend of James Polk, received the information he had been anticipating with coiled anxiety. His friend Polk had captured the presidency. He sent the news on through the mail and then dispatched a fast horseman to Columbia to inform the new president-elect. The messenger arrived at Polk's doorstep at daybreak, and the triumphant politician was awakened to receive Armstrong's message. "Reed of Louisville sends me an express with the glorious news that New York is yours. This settles the matter and put Whiggery and Mr. Clay to rest. Our friends are happy and rejoicing." Never one to inform others of his own good fortune, Polk spent the day wandering around Columbia, nodding at friends' speculations on the electoral result. He accepted the congratulations of his community the next day, after the regular mails arrived and the news swept through town. At the Hermitage, the old general exulted in what he knew would be his last opportunity to savor a democratic triumph. "I can say in the language of Simeon of old, 'Now let thy servant depart in peace, for I have seen the solution of the liberty of my country and the perpetuity of our glorious Union,'" Andrew Jackson wrote with stoic acceptance of his looming death. Across America, people of all persuasions adjusted to the next 4-year installment in the ongoing chain of democracy set in motion 55 years before. Democrats basked in their majority status, while Whigs struggled to put a sheen of optimism on a miserable outcome. The Daily Globe noted that generations had come and gone since Clay's political emergence, and again and again and again sealed their verdict of condemnation on Mr. Clay and all his measures. The paper quoted an old saying that when the brains were out, the man would die, and this we take to be Mr. Clay's case at present. The Whigs' national intelligencer acknowledged complete surprise, adding, "The blow came upon us with a staggering force." The Journal consoled itself with the observation that the larger portion of the educated and informed people of the land voted for Clay and his running mate, and much the larger portion of those neither educated nor well-informed voted for their successful opponents. Thus did the intelligencer express the elitist outlook that had contributed to the Whigs' wilderness existence for most of 2 decades. At Ashland, Clay pondered the general wreck of our cause and said he felt the severity of the blow most intensely. At Columbia, Polk received bundles of congratulatory letters. Never inclined to bask in glory or even acknowledge it, he turned his mind to 2 key challenges. The first was creation of a cabinet to serve his national stewardship. All the conflicts, animosities, and furies welling up within the party had to be weighed and pacified, and somehow he had to craft an inner circle that could gain acceptance from both Benton and Calhoun. There had to be balance in geography, ideology, and personal temperament. And of course he must ensure loyalty to himself and his policies. Next, he had to monitor events related to Texas annexation. When the Tyler Treaty, wrapped in the infamous Calhoun letter to British Ambassador Pakenham, had failed to gain Senate ratification the previous June. 35 senators opposed it, while only 14 voted in favor. Whigs remained largely united, with 14 against and only 1 for it. But the wily Calhoun, even in defeat, scored a political triumph. Not only did he destroy the political career of the despised Van Buren, but he also split the Democrats along north-south lines. 7 Northern Democrats, led by the outraged Benton, joined the Whig majority in opposing the treaty on the Senate floor. Now this party fissure lingered as a major headache for Polk. Following the Senate vote, Whigs naturally hoped the issue would go away. But Tyler sent a message to the House urging annexation through a different means, a joint resolution, to be passed by both congressional chambers according to the legislature's constitutional right to admit new states into the Union. This would be unprecedented. Never before had Congress admitted any state not carved from U.S. territories. But pro-annexationists promptly embraced the concept as a more effective and perhaps even more appropriate approach to bringing Texas into the Union. As Cave Johnson had expressed it to Polk the previous spring, we should carefully distinguish between the treaty and annexation. The treaty is dead, but annexation as soon as practicable. Now annexation would dominate the congressional session scheduled to convene in early December. Polk would have to watch these unfolding developments carefully. Polk's cabinet planning began with 2 competing imperatives: dealing with John C. Calhoun and maintaining cordial relations with Van Buren. These dominated the discussions in late November when Polk and Aaron Brown spent 2 days with Jackson at the Hermitage. It was agreed that Calhoun would not be retained as Secretary of State. This would gratify Northern Calhoun haters, particularly Benton. The thunderous Missourian had warned that Calhoun's retention would make for Polk a hotter bed than Tyler ever lay on. He told Blair, as the editor later recounted to Jackson, that if a rotten egg were left, he would fire at it. But how could Polk exclude Calhoun without stirring the animosity of his mercurial Southern supporters? Perhaps, the 3 men pondered, Calhoun would go quietly if offered the ambassadorship to London. They agreed further that Polk should reach out to Silas Wright in a confidential letter offering him a top cabinet slot. And they resolved that Polk's cabinet should include no presidential aspirants. The virus of competing presidential ambitions must not be allowed to infect Polk's inner circle. Hence there would be no offers to Van Buren, Benton, Cass, Old Dick Johnson, or Calhoun. Buchanan, maybe. After the Hermitage discussions, Brown traveled on to Washington, where he and Cave Johnson would assess party sentiment and monitor rumors. Meanwhile, the president-elect sat down on December 7th to write a long and cordial letter, labeled strictly confidential, to the freshly elected governor of New York, Silas Wright. "I desire that you will accept a place in my cabinet," he wrote, adding he considered Treasury to be the most important of the executive departments. "If you are at the head of the Treasury Department, the whole country will feel and know that it is in able and safe hands." Polk considered it unlikely Wright would accept the offer, but he wanted the New York party to see it as a friendly overture. Upon arriving in Washington, Brown called on Calhoun and enjoyed a cordial conversation with the secretary. While avoiding any discussion of his own ambitions, the South Carolinian offered solicitous counsel, suggesting the government should be essentially Southern in its policies, but tempered with moderation and justice as to create no Northern aversions. Calhoun's amicable demeanor gave hope that perhaps he would not cling unduly to his cabinet post. Brown also talked with Fernando Wood, a prominent New York City shipping merchant and former congressman. He said Polk should offer a cabinet post to Wright, but predicted there was no earthly probability of its acceptance, as Brown later reported to Polk. But New York would expect a prominent position in the cabinet, said Wood, who offered a number of recommendations, including Churchill Chamberlain, former congressman and minister to Russia; Azariah Flagg, steadfast machine politician, state controller, and leader of the so-called barn burners, the most staunch of the Van Burenites; and William Marcy, former senator and governor. All were names on Polk's list, along with that powerful figure with extensive Washington experience, Benjamin Butler. Toward the end of December, Polk received Wright's reply. "I am not at liberty," he wrote, "either as a matter of public duty, of party obligation, or of personal justice, to accept your offer." Along with fulsome expressions of esteem for Polk, Wright outlined the complex and disturbing political situation in New York. The state's Democratic Party was hopelessly split between Van Buren's barn burners and an opposition group known as the Hunkers. The barn burners professed strict adherence to sound borrowing policies and firm opposition to most publicly financed improvement projects. In short, they were traditional Jacksonians, full of skepticism toward banking interests and government intrusion into the economy. The Hunkers sought a more flexible approach somewhere between the barn burners' rigidity and the more freewheeling policies of the state's Whigs. They favored some governmental financing of public improvement projects, almost irrespective of the consideration of debt, as Wright put it, as a necessary spur to prosperity and civic harmony. This fissure threatened the New York party so severely, wrote Wright, that it had necessitated his reluctant run for governor and now his ongoing commitment to remaining in the state. Upon receiving Wright's letter, Polk wrote to Van Buren. He recalled their last meeting in spring 1842 as a time when he had confidently anticipated that you would now occupy the position in which I have been placed. He added his personal thanks for Van Buren's generous support following the Baltimore Convention. Then, getting down to business, Polk solicited the New Yorkers' counsel on possible cabinet appointments from New York. He particularly wanted recommendations for State and Treasury, as I think it probable that I will desire to take someone from New York to fill one of these important places. But he wanted to hear from Van Buren on any or all of the positions to be filled. The same day he wrote to Wright, seeking similar counsel. In both letters, Polk expressed an element of urgency. He expected to leave Columbia at the end of January, with hopes of reaching Washington around February 20th. He wished to hear back before his departure, since the March 4th inauguration would arrive quickly and communication was slow. Throughout December and January, the solitary Polk sat in his study at Columbia and pondered the calculus of his cabinet decisions. Early on, he fixed on Pennsylvania's Senator James Buchanan as his first choice for state. Son of an Irish immigrant storekeeper, Buchanan had made a fortune in the law and then gone on to a successful congressional career. He had impressed Polk with his steadfast loyalty to the Democratic cause and, more recently, his eloquent support of Texas annexation. He was a cautious man, unlikely to rebel against Polk's policy prescriptions. And Polk calculated that having a Pennsylvanian at the top of his cabinet would prove helpful when he initiated his planned assault on the tariff of 1842. But he couldn't move on this nomination until he disposed of the Calhoun question, and it still wasn't clear how tenaciously the South Carolinian would cling to the job at stake. Soon a letter arrived from Aaron Brown relating a recent conversation with Calhoun intimate William Gwynn. Calhoun said Gwynn would be pleased to remain in the cabinet under Polk. But, should the new president prefer someone else, he will retire without the slightest possible dissatisfaction. Further, said Gwynn, Calhoun expected to support Polk's presidency fully, even on the tariff issue, should Polk feel compelled to trim his views somewhat to mollify his Pennsylvania constituency. This was excellent news. Polk promptly reserved state for Buchanan. This meant Treasury must go to New York, but he wouldn't decide on who should get it until after hearing from Van Buren and Wright. Now, with Pennsylvania and New York represented and Calhoun gone, another slot would have to go to someone from the lower South. The choice was obvious: Senator Robert Walker, the diminutive Mississippian whose qualifications included his unquestioned brilliance, undoubted loyalty, and chessmaster's instinct for stealthy political maneuver. He slotted Walker in as Attorney General. That left the War and Navy Secretaries and Postmaster General. The latter, by tradition, went to a close associate of the incoming president, and Polk had no difficulty in selecting Cave Johnson. The only other possibility would have been Aaron Brown. Both men wanted the job, perhaps Brown with greater intensity. In early January he had sent Polk a poignant letter outlining his career thinking in light of his wife's death the previous May, and his solemn pledge to see his 5 motherless children cared for and educated. Hence he really wished to resist pressures from Tennessee party regulars that he run for governor. He would rather, he said, rent a brickyard in this or some other town than to go through the vituperation and abuse of another campaign. Perhaps, he suggested, he might be useful as the next editor of the Globe. He quickly described this as a mere notion that he would abandon instantly if you can think of a better arrangement. Polk brushed aside these heartfelt musings, and soon thereafter Brown announced his candidacy for governor. Johnson would get the post office job. Though a bit limited in imagination and occasionally hampered by his habitual fretfulness, Johnson always put Polk's interests above his own, and hence held a powerful lien on the president-elect's affections. The final 2 slots posed a dilemma. Tyler's Navy Secretary was John Mason of Virginia, a congenial politician who pursued his public duties without much intensity, and displayed an instinct for landing jobs that many considered a bit beyond his talents. One wit described his career as a marvel to everyone who knew him well, and a piece of good luck at which he himself was much astonished. But he and Polk had been close friends since their days together at the University of North Carolina, and in the 1830s, as a House member, Mason had stepped aside to pave the way for Polk's elevation to Speaker. Thus Polk felt immense loyalty to the man, and he initially resisted Jackson's insistence that he pass over Mason along with the rest of Tyler's cabinet. But ultimately he gave in. That brought to the fore another Virginian, former House Speaker Andrew Stevenson, slotted in by Polk as his new War Secretary. That, in turn, meant the Navy job would go to a New Englander, and the president-elect leaned toward George Bancroft of Massachusetts, the historian who had served Polk so well at Baltimore the previous May. It all came together when he received Van Buren's reply just before setting out for Washington. The New Yorker issued a strong endorsement for Azariah Flagg, whose reputation in this state stands higher, I think, as financier than that of any man who has gone before him. Not surprisingly, the former president expressed enthusiastic praise for Ben Butler. But he added strong doubts that the man would leave his lucrative law practice for a return to government service. And Van Buren warned that only the State Department could possibly beguile Butler. If, therefore, you for any reason decide to go elsewhere for a Secretary of State, he will be out of the question, and I am sure very happy to be so. As for Bancroft, I have tried him and know him to be fit for anything, and you never would regret having taken him. That settled it. James and Sarah Polk stayed with Jackson at the Hermitage on the night before setting out for Washington, and that evening Polk presented to the general his thoughts. For State, Buchanan of Pennsylvania. For Treasury, Flagg of New York. For Attorney General, Walker of Mississippi. For War, Stevenson of Virginia. For Navy, Bancroft of Massachusetts. And for Postmaster General, Johnson of Tennessee. It was an excellent list with regional balance, 3 slave states and 3 free states represented, with a tilt toward Van Buren over Calhoun, with no Tyler holdovers, and with undisputed men of stature in every slot. The only question was whether Buchanan would forswear any presidential ambition. Jackson pronounced himself highly pleased and promised to write letters to Washington friends predicting a claim for the lineup. The next morning, January 31st, James and Sarah Polk stood on the steps of the Hermitage and shook hands for the last time with Andrew Jackson, who barely managed to get himself so far from his bed. It must have been an emotional moment as the younger man set off to assume the mantle of power once so effectively shouldered by the older. Jackson expressed his conviction, as he later expressed it to a friend, that Polk would fearlessly carry out all his principles heretofore acted upon, neither turning to the right or to the left. After an all-day open house at Nashville for supporters and well-wishers, Polk and his party embarked upon a chartered steamboat called the China that took them to the wide Ohio River via the smaller winding Cumberland. From there the little boat chugged its way north and east, past Louisville and Cincinnati, and finally to Wheeling, West Virginia. The President-elect avoided all fanfare and, when pressed for some public remarks at Cincinnati, simply expressed a conviction that he represented not a single party, but the whole country. Reaching Wheeling on February 9th, the party departed the river and joined a procession of lavish carriages that transported the dignitaries over the mountains to Cumberland, Maryland. There, a private railroad train was waiting to whisk the presidential party to Washington in a single day. As Polk was making his way to Washington, Washington was grappling with the country's most divisive issue, Texas. When the lame duck second session of the 28th Congress convened on December 2nd, Tyler was waiting with a presidential call to action based on his reading of the recent electoral results. A controlling majority of the people and a large majority of the states, he declared in a presidential message, had expressed support for annexation in terms most emphatic. In extensive language, Tyler outlined his policy rationale and dismissed his critics' objections. Mexico and Texas had been in a state of war for nearly a decade, he said, because of Mexico's unwillingness to accept the reality of Texas independence. Mexico has no right, declared the president, to jeopard the peace of the world by urging any longer a useless and fruitless contest, and any effort to do so would inevitably arouse the American people, who, after all, shared with the Texans an affinity of race and culture. The country was settled by immigrants from the United States, noted Tyler, whose friends and relatives would not fail to sympathize with them in their difficulties, and who would be led by those sympathies to participate in their struggles. Far better, he suggested, to bring Texas under United States protection, and then establish a clear and reasonable boundary between the two countries. Besides, added the president, the ongoing hostilities between Mexico and Texas threatened to weaken both to such an extent as to invite foreign powers into the region, which could eventuate in the most serious injury to the United States. For all these reasons, suggested Tyler, Congress should resurrect the rejected treaty language as a resolution. 7 annexation resolutions quickly emerged in the Senate, another 10 in the House. Throughout late December and into January, the House grappled with the issue until Democratic leaders finally embraced the resolution language of a Tennessee Whig named Milton Brown, whose fears of a voter backlash had compelled him to break with Whig doctrine and embrace annexation. Brown's resolution envisioned Texas joining the Union as a single slave state, not a territory, with the United States taking responsibility for settling final boundaries with Mexico. The Republic's debt would remain with the new state, which also would retain its public lands. But the Brown resolution also provided that Texans could carve out an additional 4 states from the territory, meaning there could be 5 new slave states in the Union represented in Washington by 10 new senators. To soften Northern opposition to this bold assault, Brown embraced the compromise language of Illinois Representative Stephen A. Douglas, which would extend the Missouri Compromise line westward through Texas. This meant slavery would be permitted below the line 36 degrees 30 minutes, but proscribed north of that latitude. No one missed the point, however, that there wasn't much Texas territory above that line. On January 25th, the House approved the Brown Resolution 120-98, largely along party lines. Only 8 Whigs, all from the South, joined 112 Democrats in supporting the measure, while 26 Northern Democrats aligned themselves with the Whig opposition. The Daily Globe crowed, "We congratulate the democracy on the vote of the popular branch of Congress. It is auspicious to the peace, prosperity, and happiness of the whole continent." The measure then went to the Whig-controlled Senate, where hardly anyone gave it much prospect of success. In the way stood that force of nature, Thomas Hart Benton. Benton had contributed mightily to the defeat of the Calhoun Treaty the previous June with a stream of harsh invective and eloquent entreaty. He could never, he declared, sanction annexation on weak and groundless pretexts, discreditable to ourselves, offensive to others, too thin and shallow not to be seen through by every beholder, and merely invented to cover unworthy purposes. He could only support annexation, he said, if Mexico first gave its assent. And though a Southerner and slaveholder who would resist all assaults on slavery, he added, "I shall not engage in schemes for its extension into regions where it was never known." Now, with the new Tyler Initiative before Congress, he still opposed any annexation initiative that ignored Mexico's interests, that mixed slavery with expansionism, or that skirted the Constitution through mere legislation rather than Senate ratification of a treaty. Aaron Brown reported to Polk that many of Benton's Western friends expected him to be antagonistical to the incoming administration. "He shows no mitigation of his opposition, and nothing but instructions, plain and powerful, can subdue him," wrote Brown. Then the Missouri General Assembly issued plain and powerful instructions to its senators, suggesting boundary questions be left to future negotiations and advocating considerable leeway for compromise on key issues by the executive branch, meaning presumably the Polk administration. On February 5th, Benton surprised his colleagues by introducing new legislation without any reference to Mexican assent or slavery. It called simply for an appropriately sized state to be carved out of the Texas expanse, with the rest to be incorporated into the United States as a territory. Other issues, including those related to slavery, would be negotiated by a 5-man commission appointed by the President. Benton said his new approach reflected his faith in the incoming Polk administration to negotiate the remaining issues with judgment and wisdom, and he believed particularly the slavery questions and the needed negotiations with Mexico were just as fully in the mind of the President as if submitted to him in a bill. This was a major breakthrough. The Globe endorsed the Benton formula. The Texas representative in Washington declared it the best approach. Even South Carolina's George McDuffie embraced it. Polk, arriving in Washington just as these developments unfolded, quickly concluded the issue had been resolved and he would avoid its sting. But then John C. Calhoun declared his opposition, and considerable Southern support evaporated. Now the issue appeared hopelessly deadlocked, with the Senate clearly unwilling to accept the House version, and the House equally unwilling to accept the Benton approach, which didn't seem to have enough Senate votes anyway. That's when the politically adroit Robert Walker proposed a compromise. Combine the two versions into one and pass it with a proviso that Texas could choose whichever approach it deemed most appropriate. This seemed promising, but ultimately proved insufficient. Benton and his allies pronounced themselves unwilling to give Texas such a prerogative, while many Southerners insisted on the House bill's Missouri Compromise line on slavery. Polk, now comfortably ensconced at Coleman's Hotel, found himself increasingly involved in behind-the-scenes maneuverings. "He is for Texas, 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 and talks of but little else," North Carolina's Senator Willie Mangum wrote a friend. By assiduously avoiding all leaks on his cabinet musings, he kept the pressure on office aspirants to find a solution. Benjamin Butler persistently worked New York's Senator John Dix, newly appointed to fill Silas Wright's seat, trying to get him to accept the House resolution if Benton's bill failed. With Walker's combination idea seemingly stalled, Polk pursued the idea of forcing the House version to a Senate vote on the theory that, with a week left before adjournment, Benton and his allies wouldn't dare vote against the session's last hope for annexation. By Sunday, February 23rd, however, it was clear this wouldn't work. Benton's allies, particularly Dix, remained adamantly opposed to the House version and its presumed extension of slavery. That's when Polk, in discussions with key Democrats, apparently hit upon a variation on the Walker approach. Combine the two versions, but leave it to the president, not Texas, to decide which one to embrace. According to numerous accounts, Polk added his strong inclination to embrace the Benton approach should the choice fall to him. The Bentonites leaned toward acceptance, but expressed reluctance to extend the prerogative of action to the outgoing president. McDuffie quickly assuaged those concerns by dismissing any prospect that the Tyler team would have the audacity to meddle with it. Thus, the Bentonites quickly fell into line when Walker introduced the new version on the Senate floor on Thursday evening, February 27th. Calhoun continued his opposition, but it cleared the Senate 27-25, with 3 Southern Whigs joining a united Democratic Party to seal a victory without a vote to spare. The next day the House approved the amended version. Polk's late interventions had proved deft and successful.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Meanwhile, however, the President-elect's carefully crafted effort to forge a cabinet was unraveling. It began when word spread through official Washington that Polk had offered state to Buchanan. The negotiations preceding the offer had been extensive, with Polk insisting that Buchanan, in accepting the job, must forswear participation in the party's succession battles as either partisan or candidate. Buchanan accepted the conditions, but added he could not accept the high and honorable station to which you have called me at the expense of self-ostracism. Hence, he could not proclaim that he would never vie for the 1848 Democratic nomination, only that, should he do so, he would resign from the cabinet if Polk so wished. Polk accepted Buchanan's proviso, and the deal was struck. Around the same time, Cave Johnson accepted the postmaster job on the same terms. But hints of the Buchanan appointment stirred Vice President-elect George Dallas into a frenzy of activity aimed at getting Robert Walker appointed to the Treasury job, where he could serve as a counterweight to Buchanan, Dallas's Pennsylvania rival. Dallas and Walker were blood relatives, born into the same upper-crust Pennsylvania family, and Dallas wanted his kinsman well-positioned to help fend off Buchanan on major patronage decisions within the administration. Soon intense pressures converged on Polk from the Cass contingent, from the Calhounites, from Dallas's Northeast friends. All insisted Polk's plan to make Walker Attorney General was insufficient. The Mississippian must be elevated to Treasury. Polk initially resisted this pressure, though it seemed to encompass a preponderance of party sentiment. On February 19th, the day after the Buchanan deal was struck, he drafted a letter to Walker offering him the Justice Department. But he didn't send it. Instead, he began pondering a revised lineup. He recalled Van Buren's warm praise for Bancroft and his suggestion that the Massachusetts intellectual could serve in any cabinet capacity. Why not shift him from the Navy Department to Treasury? A strong Van Buren man whose pro-Texas sentiments matched Walker's in intensity, he might serve as a compromise choice that could mollify both party factions. Then his old friend, John Mason, who had been displaying a hangdog demeanor as it became clear he would be passed over, could be resurrected as Navy Secretary. That left only the War Department for New York. This was tricky. Van Buren and Wright had come to expect a New York appointment of greater stature, based in large measure on Polk's own representations. Now he was about to deliver to them a serious disappointment. Confident he could justify his new thinking, he wrote to Van Buren describing the great difficulties interposed upon him, the intense pressures on behalf of a distinguished individual from the South getting the Treasury slot, and his conclusion that a satisfactory compromise choice might be Bancroft of Massachusetts. He explained his desire to appoint a New Yorker as War Secretary and expressed entire satisfaction in confidence with either Butler or William Marcy, the former governor and senator. "Would you give your advice in like confidence?" he asked. "Who ought to be selected?" Polk was running out of time, and the mails were slow. Thus, before hearing back from Van Buren, he dispatched a warm letter to Butler offering him the War Department. "I most sincerely hope that you will not hesitate to accept the office which I now tender to you." Butler quickly replied that he would have to decline the offer because of domestic and prudential considerations which forbid, except in a case of duty too clear and imperative to be mistaken, my removal to the seat of government. But, he added with a touch of malice, he would have felt compelled to accept either state or treasury, notwithstanding those domestic and prudential considerations. From this point things went seriously awry. On February 26th, Van Buren received Polk's letter. He was shocked. Not only had New York lost a chance at one of the top cabinet spots, but it had all happened under pressure from the same culprits who had destroyed Van Buren's career at Baltimore. The New Yorker took time in crafting a reply, traveling to Albany to consult with Wright. When he finally put his thoughts to paper, he did not stint on bluntness. "Polk's decision," he wrote, "has caused me considerable embarrassment and not a little pain." He added that Democrats of his state will feel their pride severely wounded and the recollection of past events painfully revived. Worse, Van Buren considered Marcy a political enemy, increasingly inclined to join the Hunkers in their intensifying battles with Van Buren's rigid barn-burners. He couldn't believe Polk didn't know this, and he was enraged that the president-elect would consider appointing one of his most nettlesome opponents to the cabinet. In dispatching his reply to Polk by hand of his son, Smith Van Buren, he gave Smith also a letter to be delivered to Butler in New York City. In it, he implored his friend to take the War Department lest it fall into the hands of their New York nemesis. Too late. Butler already had sent his letter of decline. Smith Van Buren continued on to Washington, but found himself delayed by a railroad mishap. Hence, he didn't get to Polk until Sunday afternoon. Again, too late. The previous evening, desperate to get news from Van Buren, but fearful he would miss his chance to have a cabinet in place for the inauguration 4 days hence, Polk had sent off a letter to Marcy offering him the War Department. At the same time, he had dashed off to Van Buren an explanation of his action and its rationale. "I hope this appointment may be satisfactory to you," he wrote, clearly unmindful of the feud that had emerged between the two New Yorkers. When Smith Van Buren arrived with his father's harsh letter, Polk was crestfallen. The president-elect held the letter, according to the younger Van Buren, as nervously as if it had been a pet snake, which he was half disposed to hold on to and half disposed to throw out of the window. There wasn't much he could do except endure the haughty outrage of Van Buren's impudent son. In a later conversation, young Van Buren denigrated Marcy mercilessly and warned Polk that his elevation to War Secretary would utterly paralyze the party in our state and prostrate the administration and its friends. Polk expressed surprise to learn of the Van Buren-Marcy feud and asked the young man to convey to his father that, as president, he would, as Smith Van Buren later recounted to his father, endeavor to rectify the bad effects of it, etc., and that Mr. Wright and yourself should have the patronage for New York, and that a foreign mission was one of the plums which he had in store for New York, and such fol-de-rol. It was a serious political setback on the eve of the Polk presidency. He had begun the exercise of crafting a cabinet with the primary goal of ensuring the satisfaction and support of Van Buren and his New York barn burners. Now, at the end of the process, he had ensured their anger and enmity. 3 days later, under pressure from the usual Southern and Western interests, and still smarting from Smith Van Buren's display of disrespect, Polk abandoned the notion of giving Treasury to Bancroft and offered it instead to Robert Walker. That left open the Justice Department, which he promptly offered to his old friend John Mason. Thus, the final cabinet selections were Buchanan at State, Walker at Treasury, Mason at Justice, Bancroft at Navy, Marcy at War, Johnson at the Post Office. This new lineup enraged Van Buren and his partisans all the more. It is an evil which neither civil words nor the disposition of patronage can repair, the ex-president later declared to Bancroft, and which, under the circumstances, nothing can justify. Both Van Buren and Wright vowed to have nothing to do with the new Polk government. As this was unfolding, a new development of politics and diplomacy emerged from the twilight of the Tyler presidency. On Sunday, March 2nd, 2 days after Congress passed the dual resolution on Texas annexation, and 2 days before the Polk inauguration, Tyler convened his cabinet and rushed to Texas a courier bearing an offer of annexation under terms of the House resolution. As word of Tyler's action spread through official Washington, outrage erupted among the Benton followers, not to mention the Missourian himself. It was not a barren fraud, but one prolific of evil and pregnant with bloody fruit, Benton wrote later. He argued that at least 5 senators had voted for the dual resolution upon getting assurances the matter would be left to Polk and dealt with according to the Benton formula. Any 2 of those 5 senators voting against the resolution would have killed it. Thus was Texas incorporated into the Union, said Benton, by a deception and by deluding 5 senators out of their votes. With Tyler's 11th-hour move, Polk escaped the need to initiate action on Texas, but he would not escape the passions engendered by the issue. As James Polk prepared to assume national leadership, he stood before a nation in transformation. Of course, many of the old passions remained that had stirred that long and bitter rivalry between Old Hickory and Prince Hal. There still would be tensions over the definition of America in economic terms. Whether the country should be guided by those who sought to generate progress through governmental projects and good works, through protective tariffs and the concentration of economic power in a federal bank, or whether the country should avoid concentrations of power, either economic or political, and distribute it as widely through the polity as possible. But these frictions were less intense now. They had been superseded by a new political development, the explosive emergence of the expansionist impulse. Soon a New York editor named John O'Sullivan would codify this powerful sentiment in a catchphrase that would last as long as the nation: Manifest Destiny. In doing so, he would bring a powerful sense of justification to the country's territorial aims and implant the new impulse into the framework of the Democratic Party. A new dream had taken hold of a vast and bountiful nation stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific, with ports and commerce and naval fleets on both oceans, and a burgeoning and productive population in between. As a product of the old politics, Polk took pride in his lifelong attachment to Jackson and his relentless opposition to Clay. And with his surprise presidential victory, he not only had regained his own sense of personal destiny, but also had re-established his party's sense of national destiny. His November triumph ensured that his party would dominate American politics for 16 of the 20 years between 1829 to 1849, interrupted only by the aberrational tenure of Harrison and Tyler. But Polk was not a man to get stuck in the past, and he thoroughly embraced the new expansionist impulse that was capturing the national consciousness. With his limited imagination tied to a propulsive ambition and an unceasing tenacity, he embraced this new outlook without thought of nuance or ramification. On this issue, he had little time or regard for the opposition, whether expressed in the elegant phrases of Clay, the stolid legalisms of Van Buren, or the outraged fulminations of Benton. His mind enveloped the simplicity of the concept, and that is what would propel him through 4 years of national leadership. But this simplicity of outlook shrouded from his thinking an ominous new political reality unleashed by the expansionist impulse, the growing intensity of the slavery issue. The force and danger of that sectional fissure had struck many Americans over the years. Thomas Jefferson had recalled famously that the perils of the issue had hit him like a fire bell in the night. But the nation at large had managed again and again to shake off the intermittent eruptions of the issue and keep it from getting embedded at the center of the nation's politics. Now that was changing. Northern Whigs, outraged by Calhoun's insistence on tying Texas annexation to slavery and the prospect of 5 new slave states along the Rio Grande, increasingly coalesced behind the politics of abolitionism. This put immense pressure on Northern Democrats, who couldn't ignore this growing voter sentiment without risking the loss of political standing. The first test case was New York, where anti-slavery Whigs held the balance of power in 10 upstate congressional districts, and where many Democratic voters remained outraged over the outcome at Baltimore. Democratic dominance was so thin, remarked Senator John Niles from neighboring Connecticut, that the abolitionists could capture the state for the Whigs by luring away a mere 1% of the state's Democrats. Meanwhile, many Southern politicians grew increasingly alarmed at these developments. With more and more Northern Whigs demonstrating abolitionist sentiments, and the Democrats split over annexation, they foresaw a coming assault on their culture, their economy, and their way of life. The cry, annexation or secession, heard with growing frequency among Southern politicians, reflected the deeply embraced feelings on the slavery issue among large numbers of Southerners. There is no evidence Polk took serious note of these developments. Like most Democrats throughout the Jacksonian ascendancy, he considered slavery a side issue, something that just got in the way of the important political objectives, such as preventing concentrations of power in government and commerce, keeping tariff rates just high enough to sustain a prudent national government, finding some means of maintaining currency stability without resorting to a nefarious national bank. And now, in the glorious dawn of expansionism, he added consolidation of the nation's position on the North American landmass from sea to sea. That's where he would direct his concentration, and nothing would deflect him from those ambitious objectives. There might be setbacks along the way, such as the cabinet fiasco with Van Buren and his New York allies. Such things might give momentary pain, but never would they induce him to slow or alter his course. And ultimately, even the cabinet makeup wasn't paramount in his thinking. As he had written Cave Johnson back in December, "I will, if I can, have a united and harmonious set of cabinet councilors, who will have the existing administration and the good of the country more at heart than the question of who shall succeed me. But, in any event, I intend to be myself President of the U.S. No one could know, as James Polk began his presidency, just how much that sentiment would guide his actions." Chapter 8. Taking Charge. America's Zest for Grand Ambitions. Around the time of Polk's inauguration, the Tennesseans sat down for a private chat with his new Navy Secretary, George Bancroft. Polk liked Bancroft, respected his intellect, and trusted his loyalty. Thus he indulged himself in a rare bit of candor. Speaking with a degree of animation seldom seen in the man, he slapped his hand upon his thigh and laid out the 4 central elements of his presidential ambition. First, he said he planned to settle the Oregon question with Great Britain and extend America to the Pacific Ocean. Second, he would acquire California from Mexico and secure for his country an additional broad expanse of coastal territory. Third, he would reduce the tariff of 1842 and replace its overt protectionism with a pure revenue rationale. And finally, he would revive Martin Van Buren's independent treasury designed to protect federal monies and ensure currency stability. The two domestic aims, representing standard democratic doctrine, were predictable enough. The foreign policy goals were of a different cast, almost breathtaking, a bold extension of the expansionism that had burst upon the scene with John Tyler's effort to bring Texas into the Union. What was remarkable about them collectively, aside from the Jacksonian audacity they represented, was that Polk never went beyond Bancroft in discussing the daring goals he set for himself and his country. He was, in many ways, a smaller-than-life figure, but he harbored larger-than-life ambitions. This dual reality was to shape his presidency, bringing forth both his success and the high price he would pay for his success. Particularly intriguing was Polk's resolve to acquire California. How, as he sat there with Bancroft on the threshold of his presidency, did he intend to accomplish this? Polk didn't say, and apparently Bancroft didn't ask. But both men were wise in the ways of diplomacy. Both knew every previous effort to broach the subject with Mexico had been firmly rebuffed. Hence, both had to realize that any such resolve would be frivolous without a corollary willingness to force the issue through war. Beyond Polk's four bold ambitions were two challenges of more immediate urgency: completing the annexation of Texas and shoring up his political standing within a fractious Democratic Party. The first would require decisive moves likely to generate intra-party frictions. The latter would require that he get rid of Francis Blair as editor of the Daily Globe. This wouldn't go down easily. Blair was a Jackson protege and close friend to both Van Buren and Benton. Clearly, Polk's presidency would traverse some treacherous territory. The United States that accepted James Polk's leadership in March 1845 was a nation on the move, animated by an exuberance of spirit. The population, having roughly doubled every 20 years since the Revolution, now stood at 17 million, equivalent to that of Great Britain. The national economy had been expanding at an average annual rate of 3.9%. Not even the Panic of 1837, for all of its destructive force, could forestall for long this creation of wealth. And throughout the land could be seen a confidence that fueled national success. We are now reaching the very height, perhaps, to which we can expect to ascend, declared the Democratic Wilmington Gazette of Delaware. Every branch of industry is receiving its reward, and a just, settled policy is all that is required to prolong, if not perpetuate, such blessings. This faith in the future produced an explosion of new technological developments, most notably steam power and Samuel F. B. Morse's magnetic telegraph. Steam was propelling people and goods across the country at speeds never before imagined, over rails connecting more and more cities, and through the waters of America's many navigable rivers and man-made canals. By the 1830s, during Jackson's presidency, the country had 450 locomotives pulling trains over 3,200 miles of track. Now the country's track mileage exceeded 7,000, and train travel over vast distances had become routine. Henry Clay's first trip to Washington from Lexington, Kentucky in 1806 had taken 3 weeks. Now he could make the journey by rail in 4 days, and with much greater comfort. As remarkable as this was, it seemed almost commonplace alongside Morse's ability to send information across vast expanses almost instantaneously. The improvement that annihilates distance, as Thomas Benton put it. Morse had strung his famous wires from Baltimore to Washington in time for the Democrats' nominating convention the previous May, and had thrilled Washingtonians with the latest news of developments there. On that rain-soaked day of Polk's inauguration, Morse had been on the platform, hunched over his little gadget, clanking out detailed descriptions of the inaugural events for an expectant crowd in Baltimore, and for subsequent readers of newspaper extras rushed to the streets with unprecedented immediacy. Now the idea was emerging of those wires crisscrossing America along with the expanding ribbons of locomotive transport, connecting north and south and stretching westward with the human migrations then becoming an increasingly powerful element of the American story. All this served as a resounding reply to hidebound skeptics who asked whether America's expansionist impulse would eventually outstrip the country's ability to govern itself. The answer was no. Just as America was encompassing ever greater distances, technology was obliterating the sluggishness of distance. And so the impulse of exuberant expansionism continued, sending more and more citizens westward and into ever greater cities, fueling an entrepreneurial spirit and technological inventiveness that in turn generated ongoing economic expansion, spreading a sense of national destiny. America is the country of the future, declared Ralph Waldo Emerson in 1844. It is a country of beginnings, of projects, of vast designs and expectations. Polk shared this American vision, but he never allowed his mind to wander far from the details of everyday toil. And so he set about organizing his government and establishing its routines. One of his first actions was to place in his White House office Thomas Sully's famous portrait of Jackson, a huge likeness of the man in full military regalia. "The contrast between your appearance then and now is very great," Polk wrote the general. Early on he had resolved to govern largely through his cabinet, which would meet in private sessions twice a week, on Tuesdays and Saturdays at noon. All issues of consequence would be aired at those meetings, or at irregular sessions called at other times of necessity, and he would assess the collective judgment of the 6 cabinet members before rendering major decisions. The cabinet could be divided into 3 categories: the loyal friends, the newcomers, and the men of stature. The loyal friends were Cave Johnson and John Mason. As Postmaster General, Johnson held the least imposing cabinet portfolio, which he seemed to acknowledge by remaining relatively quiet in cabinet meetings. But when he did speak up, he nearly always supported the president's favored direction, and he extended to Polk quiet counsel in private conversations. Attorney General Mason, Polk's friend since college, proved to be something of a surprise, more sound in his judgments than one might have anticipated, and more effective in his decisions and actions. Like Johnson, Mason made clear in word and deed that his highest priority was serving the president's interests. The newcomers were Navy Secretary Bancroft and Army Secretary William Marcy. Though Polk had not known Bancroft well, he had esteemed the man's famous histories of the American experience. Now this presidential respect was fostering a mutually comfortable association that included quiet conversations on matters of state, much like the revealing discussion involving Polk's presidential ambitions. But Polk knew Bancroft hankered for an eventual ambassadorial post in Europe. Marcy, the New Yorker whose elevation had nettled the Van Buren forces, emerged as able, sagacious, and loyal. In short, a highly valuable lieutenant. The men of stature were Treasury Secretary Robert Walker and Secretary of State James Buchanan. Walker's audacious temperament was brought to bear most often in behalf of Polk's aims, but occasionally he would set his own goals at a higher plane. More troubling was a suggestion sent from a concerned Jackson that Walker, well known for his land speculations, might fall under the sway of a coterie of corrupt speculators who had bought up Indian lands in Mississippi, then issued scrip upon those lands worth some $1.5 million in the hope the U.S. government would buy it at elevated prices. The scrip now was worth only 50 cents on the dollar, and Jackson anticipated pressures emerging on the Secretary to bail out the investors. "There never was a greater fraud attempted and committed than in these claims, and when properly investigated, will throw shame and disgrace upon all concerned," wrote the general. "Look to this, my friend. Let the scrip rest on its own basis. Do you not believe that such an act in the Secretary of your Treasury would blow you and your administration sky high?" Despite this troubling warning, Polk remained appreciative of Walker's talents and contributions. Buchanan soon emerged as Polk's most nettlesome adviser. Bright enough and willing to work hard, he was a man of stubborn whims, puzzling inconsistencies, and self-interested maneuvers. With his 6-foot frame, unruly white hair, high forehead, and large jutting chin, the humorless Buchanan brought instant attention to himself when he entered a room. But closer inspection revealed a certain effeminacy in his demeanor, accentuated by soft features and a beardless face. Andrew Jackson considered him an inept busybody, and once referred to him derisively as an Aunt Nancy, hinting at possible homosexuality. Indeed, Buchanan's longtime friendship with the handsome and foppish Senator William King of Alabama, known as an Aunt Fancy among colleagues, was so intimate as to stir whisperings around Washington. One congressman referred to the two as Buchanan and his wife. It soon became clear that in naming Buchanan to his cabinet, Polk failed in his resolve to keep presidential ambitions away from his inner circle. Buchanan's presidential aspirations were so raw that he seldom managed to keep them hidden. This ambition, combined with an erratic temperament and a proclivity to stir things up almost for sport, rendered him a sometimes disruptive force. But Polk accepted Buchanan's occasionally irritating cabinet machinations, and even seemed to harbor a grudging respect for him. The new president wasted no time in taking charge of the complex Texas issue. His first decision was whether to dispatch a fast horse to overtake Tyler's March 3rd annexation message to Andrew Donaldson, the one instructing the U.S. emissary in Texas to press the take-it-or-leave-it House approach, as opposed to the Senate's Benton formula, which had envisioned greater negotiation over key issues such as slavery and boundaries. After studying the Tyler dispatches, Polk on March 7th instructed Donaldson to disregard the Tyler message until he heard subsequently from the Secretary of State. 3 days later, Buchanan dispatched a message to Donaldson confirming Polk's decision to follow the Tyler approach. This, he said, would most speedily and certainly secure the admission of Texas into the Union. He instructed Donaldson to assure Texans that if the Republic accepted that approach, Texas could rely on the well-known justice and liberality of her sister states to ensure good-faith negotiations on the terms of admission. But he added, should Texas refuse her assent to the terms or present new conditions for the acceptance of Congress, we are then again at sea, and the success of the great measure may be placed in jeopardy. This was a momentous first decision by the new president, and it would have lingering political consequences. Benton and his allies felt they had received a commitment from Polk to choose the Senate version over the more austere House approach, and now some felt betrayed. Polk later would deny that he had made any such commitment, and anyway he was merely following a last-moment presidential decision made by Tyler. Polk would write years later that, while he had suggested he would endeavor to follow the Benton course, he had never promised to do so. But many Democrats, particularly the Silas Wright contingent, chalked it up to a tendency by Polk to deceive and dissemble. Over the next 2 weeks, Polk received 2 Donaldson letters and 2 from Archibald Yell, a flamboyant Arkansas politician and longtime Polk friend who had been sent to help Donaldson secure annexation. Taken together, they painted a mixed picture of the Texas situation. There was no question, they said, that public sentiment throughout Texas favored annexation. But the Republic's leadership viewed the question differently. Even those who generally favored annexation disliked the House version, which deprived them of the opportunity to negotiate favored terms before accepting annexation. Writing from New Orleans, Donaldson said the government's official newspaper, the National Register, opposed the House version with a great deal of feeling. Yell called its editorials very indignant and abusive. Even Sam Houston, the Republic's most prominent and beloved citizen, and an old friend of both Andrew Jackson and James Polk, seemed lukewarm on the matter. Meanwhile, other leaders, including Texas President Anson Jones, seemed opposed altogether. There were rumors Jones's administration had approached Mexico with promises of remaining out of the United States if Mexico would recognize Texas independence. It was clear that most Texas leaders wanted Polk to revert to the Senate version. But Donaldson and Yell both believed that approach would introduce so much complexity into the process that annexation could ultimately be defeated. Writing from Galveston, Yell said Houston was viewed as occupying a doubtful position, although Yell hoped Houston would be swayed by recent correspondence from Jackson urging his old friend to embrace the annexation movement. If Houston got on board, so would Jones, Yell speculated. But if H doubts, Jones will be against it, and likely would refuse to call a special session of the Texas Congress to consider the matter. Thus, he added that the thousand difficulties that the administration can throw in the way may finally defeat us if it should be attempted, which I hope and rather believe will not be the case. Meanwhile, reports reached Washington that the British minister to Texas and other agents of that sprawling empire were locked in a fierce struggle to induce Texas leaders to reject annexation. One anonymous insider was quoted in the Richmond Enquirer as saying, "Every possible inducement is held out by the English minister and agents to the people of Texas to reject the proffered terms. Magnificent offers are made, a reaction has taken place, and I feel warranted in saying that the issue is doubtful." As Polk awaited further Texas developments, he turned his attention to the problem of Francis Blair and his Daily Globe. Born and raised in Kentucky, the intellectually feisty Blair had emerged as a prominent newspaper editor in Frankfort, then moved to Washington near the beginnings of the Jackson presidency to found the Globe as the administration's court journal. He quickly became a Jackson favorite and one of the country's most influential journalists. But as fissures emerged in the party during the 1840s, Blair took sides, aligning himself with Van Buren, Benton, and Wright against Calhoun's Southern politics and Cass's Western outlook. This proved foolhardy after Van Buren published his famous letter in April 1844 opposing immediate Texas annexation. Blair stayed with Van Buren, setting himself against his party's majority sentiment and then becoming enraged when that sentiment prevailed at the Baltimore Convention. "The corrupted intriguers," he wrote to Van Buren, "have succeeded so far as to defeat us, but it will only be temporary chagrin we suffer, while immediate disappointment and lasting anathema and disgrace is all they have gained." As for Polk, Blair's letter to Van Buren portrayed him as merely a shill for the corrupted intriguers. Blair never truly respected Polk, which was discernible to close readers of the Globe, including Polk himself. The Tennessean was stung by the anti-Polk letters of early 1844, appearing in the Globe under the pseudonym Amicus, that had favored Alabama's William King over him for the Democratic vice-presidential nomination. Then there were those rabid attacks on Tyler during the general election campaign that Polk viewed as harmful to his electoral prospects. And, as George Dallas had noted, the paper just seemed lukewarm toward Polk, extending to him what seemed like the bare minimum of support needed for appearance's sake. Seldom was he mentioned with any prominence, and never did he receive the kind of praise routinely heaped upon Jackson, Van Buren, Benton, and Wright. Polk viewed the situation as untenable. His entire aim as Democratic leader was to avoid aligning himself with any party factions. That's why he had resolved to exclude presidential aspirants from his cabinet. That's why, as a candidate, he had so carefully avoided any campaign promises that would tie himself to any party factions. And now he faced the prospect of an official newspaper fervently embracing a favored faction against other Democrats. Polk's course was clear. Either Blair would have to yield his Globe editorship, or Polk would foster creation of a new official organ. But there was a difficulty: Blair's close friendship with Jackson. Already Jackson had become disturbed by rumors that Polk planned to take charge of Calhoun's Madisonian and make it the official paper. This was entirely false, the result of intrigues by various party functionaries bent on enhancing their own party influence through a new official newspaper. But in responding to his mentor, Polk took the occasion to outline his concerns. The problem, he wrote on March 17th, was that Blair had become so identified with certain prominent men of the party, and so hostile to other party leaders, that he could not possibly command the support of the entire democracy. Thus, he would stimulate party squabbles and harm Polk's ability to govern effectively. Worse, the Globe manifestly does not look to the success or the glory of my administration because it already was preoccupied with the question of who would succeed Polk in 1848. I feel, said Polk, that my administration is at this moment defenseless so far as the public press here is concerned. To address this state of affairs, Polk proposed that Blair and his partner, John Rives, maintain ownership while letting Polk name an interim editor who would hold the title during his presidency. If Blair continues at the head of the Globe, wrote Polk, and it shall be understood to be the government organ, it is certain that the administration will be in a minority from that moment. Polk knew this unfortunate turn of events would place a burden upon the ailing Jackson, and so he tossed out the possibility that Andrew Donaldson, the general's nephew and namesake, would perhaps assume the editorship. Barring that, he thought the best prospect would be Thomas Ritchie, longtime editor of the Richmond Enquirer and a strong Polk advocate. Jackson's initial reaction was highly negative. The general couldn't bring himself to accept the Polk-Blair split, and objected with such vigor that Polk apparently destroyed his letter. But a flavor of his tone was preserved in a Jackson letter to Blair. I am sick, exhausted by writing to Polk, he told Blair, adding he had asked the president, what excuse can he give for not letting you, Blair, and your paper go on as his organ? I ask, have you, the colonel, any new principles other than those you have always advocated and set forth in your inaugural, to bring before the people, that you think Mr. Blair will oppose? But Polk was unmoved even by his mentor's anguish. On March 24th, Blair called at the White House to inquire whether the Globe was to be considered the administration paper. Polk candidly outlined his concerns and aims. He said Blair had rendered himself unacceptable to a large portion of the party, and if he were to remain as the administration's official editor, it was likely the Democrats would find themselves in the congressional minority at the next election. The president noted their party didn't enjoy much of a numerical advantage over the Whigs, and hence Democratic unity was all the more imperative. Then Polk proposed his solution. Blair should relinquish the Globe's editorship for the duration of Polk's presidency. All I said to him was in a friendly spirit, Polk assured Jackson, adding, he would not yield to any of my suggestions, and separated from me with the distinct understanding that if the Globe was my organ, I must take it just as it was, and if I did not choose to that, I must take my own course. That evening, the Globe arrived at the White House with a Blair editorial that enraged the president. It was a spirited defense of Benton's actions on Texas annexation, with an implication that his outlook was now the party's leadership position. This, declared Polk to his mentor in Nashville, is placing me in a false position and one which I am unwilling to occupy. He added, the truth is, Blair is more devoted to Colonel Benton than to the success of my administration, and his editorial articles have already shown this, and will, I doubt not, continue to show it upon the greatest question, the Texas question, now before the country. To be plain with you, I have a very strong impression that Mr. Blair expected to control me and the policy of my administration. The inference I drew from the tone of Blair's conversation was that he was acting on the belief that I was helpless and defenseless without the globe. I feel this, and am unwilling to remain in so defenseless a position. Jackson could see that there wasn't any point in protesting further. Clearly, his own powerful mentorship of these two men wasn't sufficient to keep them in harmony as he lay dying. But he wasn't happy about it. "How loathsome it is to me to see an old friend laid aside," he wrote to Blair in a letter advising him to sell. "I cannot reflect upon it with any calmness." Blair, seeing no avenue of victory, told Buchanan he might be willing to sell out and retire. Polk was elated. "If he will do this," he wrote to Jackson, "and a proper man could take hold of it, the whole party would be united, and I would have a bright prospect of having a successful administration." The President immediately set about the task of making it work. Donaldson removed himself from consideration as editor or publisher, but John Heiss, publisher of the Nashville Union, strongly desired a similar role in Washington, and he traveled to Richmond to persuade a reluctant Ritchie to join him in the new venture. The financial arrangements involving Pennsylvania banking and political interests were complex and remained cloaked in mystery. Heiss and Ritchie paid $35,000 for the business, a third up front and the rest in 2 yearly installments. The purchase capital came from other parties, who later were repaid from the proceeds of the lucrative printing contracts the Globe enjoyed with the federal government. Indeed, it has been suggested that federal funds actually made their way into the Pennsylvania banks that facilitated the purchase as a kind of advance on those printing contracts. One Polk biographer speculated that the President probably shrouded himself from any detailed knowledge of these financial maneuvers, which likely would have raised eyebrows had they become public at the time. In any event, Blair retired to his Maryland mansion a rich and, by all accounts, happy man. And Polk got the official newspaper he wanted, though he couldn't escape the lingering irritation of his mentor. "But, my dear friend," lectured the general when it was all over, "this movement was hasty, and as I think badly advised, and I pray my God that it may not result in injury to the perfect unity of the democracy." In his usual suspicious way, he warned Polk to keep an eye on those who crafted the financial transaction. On April 14th, Blair and Rives announced the sale of the Globe. It had been the paper's misfortune, they wrote, to make enemies of some who united with the democracy in its last struggle, while the new owners had the good fortune not to have offended any portion of those whose adhesion to the party is necessary to its safety and success. And on May 1st, the new publication arrived on the streets under new management and a new name, the Union. Its motto, Liberty, the Union, and our country. Ritchie wrote, "Pledged to no candidate, committed to no clique, prejudiced against no portion of our party, anxious to extend the right hand of fellowship to every section, and to every honest Republican, we go to our post of duty not to disturb, but to unite." That was precisely what Polk wanted to see as the guiding principle of his official newspaper. He had paid a price for his resolve to take control of the newspaper that had begun 15 years earlier under the auspices of his beloved mentor. No doubt it was painful to stir up so much anguish and anger in the failing old man. But in doing so, he demonstrated his hallmark tenacity and political willfulness. Barely 6 weeks after the demise of the Globe, Jackson's life ended. On June 6th, his bowels dissolved, and he knew his long agony of decline was nearly over. "It must soon take me off," he told his adopted son, Andrew Jackson, Jr. He asked for pen and paper so he could write a final letter to his protege in the White House. He was urged to wait until he felt stronger, but he insisted. It required 2 hours of effort to produce his final missive, which was that anxious warning about the dangers lurking in that Mississippi land speculation. Then he called his family and household to his bedside for final farewells and admonitions. He urged the grandchildren to be always obedient, to keep holy the Sabbath and read the New Testament. He expressed confidence that he would see them all again in heaven, both white and black, as Jackson, Jr. recalled later. Putting on his spectacles and seeing tears in their eyes, he drew back. "Oh, do not cry. Be good children, and we will all meet in heaven," he said. Then he dozed off. "With perfect serenity of mind," said Sam Houston, who arrived at the Hermitage just after the general's end. It came the afternoon of June 8th. "His life is a volume of his country's history," wrote the Union in a heartfelt obituary on June 16th. As news spread across the land, citizens of all political convictions paused to reflect upon the death of a great man, as the Union expressed it. June 27th was designated Washington's official day of mourning. There was an almost total suspension of business, reported the National Intelligencer. The observance included cannon salutes, the tolling of church and engine bells, the appearance of numerous military honor guards, a procession to the Capitol, and a subsequent reception at the White House. At the Capitol, those assembled heard a speech by the orator of the day, George Bancroft. He spoke for nearly 2 hours, placing Jackson, said the Intelligencer, on the most exalted ground both as a hero and a statesman. It was, of course, an occasion dominated by Democratic sensibilities, as indeed the Democrats had dominated American politics for most of 20 years under the Jacksonian banner. President Polk's statement was properly simple. "Andrew Jackson is no more," he said. "His country deplores his loss and will ever cherish his memory." In a private letter to a friend, he expressed himself with more anguish, calling Jackson the greatest man of the age in which he lived, a man whose confidence and friendship I was so happy as to have enjoyed from my youth to the latest hour of his life. But Whig politicians and institutions had their say as well, though generally expressed more cautiously. "There is no doubt," said Daniel Webster, "that he sought to distinguish himself by exalting the character and honor of his country." Noting Jackson's famous declaration that the Union must be preserved, Webster added, "I believe he felt the sentiment with the utmost sincerity." Less inclined toward polemical charity was the Intelligencer, which offered to refrain from raising old animosities in exchange for a corollary forbearance on the part of his admirers. But even this grudging expression was an indirect testament to the Jackson legacy. The editors wrote, "He has occupied a large space in the history of his country during the greater part of the last 30 years, and, for good or for evil, has exercised an irresistible influence on public affairs. Grateful for the good that he has done, and willing to allow him credit for patriotic motives for such acts of his as we have most disapproved, we have no disposition to pronounce a discourse upon the merits of his public life. That duty we shall leave to his friends, trusting that it will be discharged with such delicacy and such respect for opinions differing from theirs as to leave no ground for controversy over his grave." Chapter 9. Annexation complete. Diplomacy, intrigue, and the force of politics. On April 2, 1845, Navy Commodore Robert Stockton received orders to join the fleet of Commodore David Connor, then hanging off the Mexican coast near Veracruz. Stockton never arrived. Instead, he set out for Galveston, Texas, where he appeared on May 12th with 4 ships, including the ill-fated Princeton, vessel of that bloody cannon explosion the previous year. He entered Galveston Harbor aboard his brig, the Porpoise, and fired off a 21-gun salute to announce his arrival. Then he went ashore amid much fanfare and quickly embroiled himself in a complex intrigue to foment a war between Texas and the Republic of Mexico. Of all the bizarre twists in the story of America's expansionist surge of the 1840s, nothing quite matches the Stockton intrigue. It unfolded against a backdrop of the final annexation maneuverings, and it ensnarled those events in mysteries that history has never fully unraveled. One of the biggest mysteries was the level of involvement by President Polk. What we know is that Stockton joined up with Charles A. Wickliffe, a Kentucky politician and former U.S. Postmaster General who had been sent to Galveston by Polk. Together, they aligned with Major General Sidney Sherman of the Texas militia in a plan to attack Mexico. The concept was that in the ensuing war between Texas and Mexico, the United States would be drawn in to protect Texas, and the result would be U.S. acquisition of California. The story of the final weeks of the annexation issue, including the Stockton subplot, is best told through the personalities and machinations of the outsized figures involved: Stockton, Wickliffe, Sherman, Texas President Anson Jones, Sam Houston, and U.S. Minister Donaldson. In the end, the Stockton-Wickliffe-Sherman plot failed, due largely to Jones, Houston, and Donaldson. For audacity or dash, few men of the era could match Stockton, who displayed piercing eyes and a defiant mouth under a thatch of thick, dark hair. Born into one of New Jersey's most prominent families, he had leveraged his filial connections and bustling intellect into success as both naval officer and business entrepreneur. Just 13 when he entered the College of New Jersey, he left without a degree to become a naval midshipman. He thrived in the Navy, serving in the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, and off the coast of West Africa. He saw action in the War of 1812 and the war with Algiers, intercepted slave ships, helped negotiate a treaty that led to the founding of the African nation of Liberia. Then, for 15 years, beginning in 1823, he assumed furlough status, returned to New Jersey, and made a fortune in canals and railroads. Now he was back in the military, demonstrating his irrepressible nature. Not even that February 1844 Princeton explosion, which had killed the Secretaries of State and War, among others, could arrest his ascension. A court of inquiry absolved him entirely. He appears to have been animated by motives the most patriotic, said the court, and stimulated by the laudable desire of being himself instrumental in promoting the honor of his country. A nationalist of rare ideological fervor, he fought a number of duels with British officers during his Mediterranean service. Initiated, it was reported, because they had expressed contempt for the United States. God and nature and inevitable circumstances, he declared in an 1844 political speech, destine the United States to be the only curb or check upon the ambition of Great Britain to rule the world. Should the United States, he asked, stand by and forego expansion opportunities while Great Britain increased its global dominance? This question, he announced, affects the progress, the glory, the grandeur, and the ultimate importance of our country. Charles Anderson Wickliffe was a broad-faced lawyer known for his wealth, aristocratic mien, and disdain for society's lower classes. In Kentucky, they called him the Duke, and he enjoyed considerable success as office-seeker there, following combat experience in the War of 1812. He served in the state legislature, the U.S. House, as Kentucky lieutenant governor, and briefly as governor. National prominence came when Tyler named him Postmaster General in 1841. General Sidney Sherman emerged a hero in the War for Texas independence, when he served under Sam Houston as a colonel and played a decisive role at the Battle of San Jacinto. Born in Massachusetts, he eventually settled in Newport, Kentucky, then formed a rifle company that joined the Texas fight in 1836. After independence, he became a Texas landowner and member of the Republic's House of Representatives. As legislator, he fostered a bill to create a major general of the Texas militia, and then, of course, captured the job. He had always been considered something of a Houston rival, and Houston never fully trusted him. Anson Jones brought to his Texas presidency a natural shyness, unprepossessing demeanor, and a troubled past. Born into a destitute Massachusetts family, he had become a doctor at age 22 and then spent a dozen years in failure at the profession. In 1832 he moved to New Orleans to try his hand in business. Again he failed. That led him to Brazoria, Texas, where he again took up medicine. "I had struggled almost in vain against innumerable obstacles," he wrote, "and finally, abandoning myself to a fate which it appeared I could not control or direct, I passively floated upon the tide which bore me to Texas." From that point forward he thrived, first in his medical practice, then in military and political service. He joined the Texas Revolutionary Army as a private, and quickly became surgeon in the San Jacinto campaign. After independence, he served as Texas congressman, minister to the United States, Secretary of State, then President. Still shy and unimposing, he developed a reputation as a modest and congenial man with strong convictions, a resolute temperament, and a capacity to master the minute details of any problem. He also enjoyed a marked identity with the Republic's premier figure, Sam Houston. Houston was the Andrew Jackson of Texas. Like his Tennessee mentor, he was tall, manly, dashing, impetuous, highly intelligent in a rough-hewn way, and fearless in battle. Born in Virginia of Scotch-Irish ancestry, he moved as an adolescent to eastern Tennessee. A congenital rebel, he fled frontier life at 16 and went to live with the Cherokee Indians, who adopted him and gave him the name Colonet, the Raven. He returned to Anglo-Saxon life in time for the War of 1812. He excelled as an infantryman, became an officer, got wounded 3 times, and won the attention of Jackson. After the war, with Jackson's patronage, he emerged as a leading Tennessee citizen, lawyer, major general of the state militia, prosecutor, U.S. congressman, and governor at age 34. It appeared he might follow his mentor into the White House. Then came a series of setbacks. His marriage to a young Tennessee beauty fell apart after 11 weeks. He took to drink, resigned the governorship, and returned to the Cherokees. During one foray back among his own people, he responded to an insult in Washington by thrashing an Ohio congressman with a cane. He was arrested, tried, and fined. He set out for Texas in search of fame, land, wealth, and perhaps himself. He quickly became a leader of the Texas independence movement and its top general. With his victory over Santa Anna at San Jacinto, he acquired the stature and acclaim in Texas that Old Hickory enjoyed in the United States. Like Jackson, he served 2 terms as his country's president. Finally, there was Andrew Jackson Donaldson, Jackson's nephew, who had grown up at the Hermitage after the death of his father. Throughout his young life, he was thoroughly under the sway of his beloved uncle, who showered him with encouragement. "So long as you continue in that virtuous path you have had from your infancy, so long will my thoughts delight to dwell upon you," the general wrote him during his college years. He extolled the young man's genius and application. Donaldson graduated from West Point, second in his class, then served his uncle as aide-de-camp during the Seminole campaign and as private secretary during the Jackson presidency. Afterward, he practiced law in Nashville, built a grand home near the Hermitage, and enjoyed the life of a country squire. When President Tyler appointed him minister to Texas with instructions to bring about annexation, everyone felt Tyler was seeking to capitalize on Donaldson's connection to Old Hickory. But he brought his own traits to the challenge: solid judgment, quickness of mind, and a congenial but firm negotiating style. The story of the final annexation events begins in early March 1845 at the Republic's main port of Galveston. There, Texas Secretary of State Ashbel Smith initiated a private conversation with the British Charge and Consul General, Captain Charles Elliott. America's annexation proposal was coming, warned Smith, and Anson Jones's government wished to get a credible independence option on the table as a counterweight. Jones, he added, would appreciate Britain's good offices in behalf of a settlement with Mexico that would bring Mexican recognition of Texas independence in exchange for Texas renunciation of U.S. annexation. On March 6th, Elliot dispatched a message to London asking for instructions. He asked his French counterpart, Count Alphonse de Saligny, to get Paris involved as well. In New Orleans, Donelson heard reports of the maneuver and rushed to Galveston to head it off. He carried with him official word of the congressional resolution and his government's decision to press the House annexation approach rather than the Senate's Benton option. He left New Orleans on March 24th and arrived at Galveston on March 27th. He arrived too late. On March 24th, Her Majesty's warship Electra docked at Galveston with the instructions Elliot had been waiting for, and also Paris instructions for Saligny. Proceed to broker a deal between Mexico and Texas under British and French guarantees, the two diplomats were told, and do all you can to prevent annexation. They hurried overland some 50 miles to the Texas capital, Washington on the Brazos, to confer with Jones. Jones was waiting with anticipation. For years he had sought a simultaneous two-way choice for Texas: independence with Mexican recognition or annexation to the United States. If that could be arranged, he argued, then Texans could make a reasoned and sound decision. He professed not to care about the eventual outcome, but in truth he favored independence, and everyone knew it. Elliot and Saligny began to press their case with great elaboration, but Jones wearily waved them off. He knew the arguments, he said, and they should bear in mind he was but the agent of the people. Twice he conferred with his cabinet, once bringing the two diplomats with him. Finally he agreed. They must move quickly, he said, and produce proof that Mexico would accept Texas independence. In the meantime, he would delay any official annexation action for 90 days. But he emphasized that an eventual decision favoring annexation, should it emerge, would not constitute any breach of faith. Elliot and Saligny set out for Mexico City, while Jones dispatched Ashbel Smith to Europe to deal with any diplomatic necessities arising from either decision. Then Jones sat back and waited for the imminent arrival of Donelson. Upon reaching Washington City, Donelson rushed first to see Secretary of State Smith, who was preparing for his European voyage. Smith received him cordially, but offered no assurances as to his intentions. The secretary rambled on about what a momentous decision this was, not one to be taken lightly or hurriedly. He would have to confer with his subordinates, he said, and give it appropriate time and thought. Donelson wasn't fooled. He sensed some settled scheme of delay and quickly concluded there wasn't much point in dealing with Smith. He penned an official letter to Texas Attorney General Ebenezer Allen, interim head of Foreign Affairs in Smith's absence, giving a detailed explanation for President Polk's insistence on the streamlined House approach. If annexation should now be lost, Donelson wrote to Allen, it may never be recovered. Then he turned his attention to Houston. On April 2nd, he wrote asking for a meeting. The former president, traveling in East Texas, demurred. He would say only that he considered the U.S. annexation approach to be faulty. Then, on April 9th, Houston crafted an extensive letter to Donelson outlining his concerns. I am in favor of annexation, he wrote, if it can take place on terms mutually beneficial to both countries. But he expressed serious misgivings about whether that was possible under the House approach. The terms are dictated and the conditions absolute, he complained, adding the House version would cede to the United States all public lands and other property without payment. This, he said, can only be regarded in the light of tribute. And he outlined two further objections. First, should Texas accept the House terms, the outcome could still be rejected by the U.S. Congress. And, secondly, that U.S. anti-annexationists could come to power following annexation and meddle in Texas's internal affairs, meaning, presumably, Texas slavery. Houston confessed to some conflicted emotions on the subject. I have felt so deeply for my venerated and highly valued friend the sage of the Hermitage, he wrote, that nothing but a most sacred regard for my adopted country could have induced me again to thus express my opinions upon this subject. Houston's uncooperative approach was bad news for Donelson, who now would have to call in the big gun, the sage of the Hermitage. Tell Uncle, he wrote his wife on April 16th, Houston has disappointed me and has not given me the support I expected. But it turned out Jackson's lingering magnetism already was having its effect upon Houston. Soon the Texan was not only coming around on annexation, but also making plans to visit his old mentor at the Hermitage one last time. As this was unfolding, the corollary Stockton drama was beginning. On April 22nd, the Commodore received private instructions countermanding his previous April 2nd orders to proceed to the Connor fleet. The new orders, straight from Navy Secretary Bancroft, instructed Stockton to proceed to Galveston, enter the harbor with one of his ships, then go on shore and make yourself acquainted with the disposition of the people of Texas and their relations with Mexico, of which you make report to this department. He was to remain as long as in your judgment may seem necessary, and then proceed to join Connor. On May 2nd, Wycliffe arrived in Galveston, preceded by a letter of introduction to Donelson from Polk. He has my confidence and will be entitled to yours, wrote the President. Wycliffe sought out Archibald Yell, who reported the Kentuckian's arrival to Polk. Then Houston arrived on his journey to the Hermitage. Yell saw immediately that Donelson's entreaties and Jackson's hold on his protégé had had the desired effect. Houston, Yell reported to Polk, is now safe, and no apprehensions need to be feared from that quarter. Donelson, after much frustration, was getting the same signals. On May 11th he had written to Polk, I have been greatly vexed by the course of Houston, who has controlled the President and all his cabinet. But by May 14th the picture had brightened. He received a letter from Houston, reported Donelson, that authorizes the declaration that he will not be an opponent of the measure. During a subsequent stopover in New Orleans, Houston publicly confirmed this position. Looking wonderfully preserved, as a dispatch in the Union put it, he spoke to an overflow crowd at the New Orleans Arcade and noted his repeated and always unsuccessful efforts during his two presidencies to get the United States interested in Texas statehood. It was that frustration, he said, that explained why he had coquetted a little with Great Britain to stir U.S. jealousy and enhance the prospect of annexation, which now, he added, was at hand. He said, reported the New Orleans Commercial Bulletin, there was no opposition among the people. He was sure the President would not, nor would he himself, interpose one breath in its way. Meanwhile, Stockton had made his dramatic entrance into Galveston Bay on May 12th, then entered into extensive private discussions with Wycliffe. At some point, General Sherman was brought into the talks. On May 21st, Stockton sent a dispatch to Bancroft reporting that annexation appeared safe. But he conveyed reports, erroneous as it turned out, that Mexican troops were crossing the Rio Grande and taking possession of a large swath of disputed territory east of the river. He said Donelson was away at New Orleans and President Jones couldn't be trusted to handle the crisis. I will do the best I can, wrote the self-important military man. That night, Galveston held a grand ball in Stockton's honor at the Tremont House. Far superior, reported the Galveston News, to anything of the kind ever before exhibited in this city. Nearly 350 dignitaries, officers of the squadron, foreign functionaries, Texas notables from throughout the state, attended, including, said the News, more than 100 ladies of the first respectability, embracing all the elegance, beauty, and fashion of our city. Galveston's mayor intoned a toast. Commodore Stockton, our guest, the friend of Texas. May his life be as long and happy as it has been patriotic and honorable. Stockton proposed a toast to Texas. Free and independent, annexed or not annexed. She will command the admiration of the world. Then a Texas colonel proposed a toast to Wycliffe, the early, steadfast, and undeviating friend of this republic. Wycliffe returned the favor with an extended speech extolling the virtues of Texas, and then a city official proposed a toast to Stockton's squadron. That prompted Stockton to accept the gesture with a 15-minute speech delivered in an eloquent and soul-stirring manner. A tear glistened his eye as he recalled the soulless butcheries of Goliad and the Alamo, as the news expressed it. This spree of congratulatory expression ended with 9 cheers for the Commodore, and then the party retired to the ballroom for dancing until 3 a.m. The next day Stockton sent another letter to Bancroft. He said he had sent for General Sherman, who had consented to call out the troops to clear and protect the boundary. Stockton said he planned a naval expedition to the mouth of the Rio Grande to ascertain the military situation there, and during his absence Sherman would meet with President Jones to apprise him of the probable danger and obtain, if possible, his cooperation in any measure which it may be precedent to adopt if Mexico contemplates an invasion. He added he might need more provisions and gunpowder and hoped he could find them available at Pensacola. Upon receiving the request, Bancroft replied, "Orders will be given to furnish powder and supplies at Pensacola on your requisitions."
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
A week later, Stockton sent an update to Bancroft. My dear sir, since my last letter I have seen Mr. Mayfield, late Secretary of State, who says that if the people here did not feel assured that the boundary line would be the Rio Grande, 3/4 and himself amongst the number would oppose the annexation. But I need hardly say another word on that subject. Its importance is apparent. But it may perhaps be as well for me in this way to let you know how I propose to settle the matter without committing the United States. The Major General Sherman will call out 3,000 men, and R.F. Stockton, Esquire, will supply them in a private way with provisions and ammunition. Yours, R.F. Stockton. So Stockton was planning to establish a private army to fight Mexican troops on the Rio Grande. On May 28th, the Commodore set out on his naval reconnaissance mission with Wycliffe aboard the Princeton. Bad weather and Wycliffe's subsequent seasickness prompted Stockton to turn back without reaching the Rio Grande. In the meantime, Sherman called on Jones, bringing with him Dr. John Wright, Stockton's squadron surgeon and private secretary. After pleasantries, Wright told the President he had been sent by Stockton to get Jones's authorization for a military action against Mexico. Sherman, as militia commander, would raise 2,000 troops or more, he said, and with Stockton's naval support would take the Mexican town of Matamoros, just west of the Rio Grande at its mouth. Further, said Wright, Stockton would supply the expedition and pay the men and officers to be deployed. Sherman assured Jones that Wright did indeed speak for Stockton. He urged approval. Stung by the audacity of this scheme, but wishing to appear businesslike, Jones replied that this was a serious affair, and he would need some kind of documentation that Wright actually spoke for the Commodore. Had Stockton, asked Jones, sent along any communication for the President's inspection? The reply, no. But Stockton would be willing to visit the President in person to relay his interest in the plan. Jones asked if Donaldson was aware of the scheme. The plan, replied Wright, was rather a confidential and secret one. Then, according to Jones's memoir, published posthumously in 1859, Wright said Stockton was operating under sanction of the U.S. government, with presidential knowledge, but that Polk didn't want to be known in the matter. But, he added, Wycliffe, a close associate of the President, was working with Stockton on the plan, and Stockton possessed the means to support the expedition while giving it an appearance of a private effort. The aim, he explained, was to place Texas in a position of active hostility with Mexico so that, when Texas came into the Union, she would bring that war with her. Jones smiled through his growing anger. So, gentlemen, he asked, the Commodore, on the part of the United States, wishes me to manufacture a war for them? According to Jones's memoir, they replied affirmatively. Jones politely demurred. He said the Texas Congress would convene on June 16th, and he couldn't sanction any such activity without congressional consent. Besides, he added, he was waiting for the return of the British chargé, Charles Elliott, with an anticipated Mexican offer of recognition for an independent Texas. He couldn't approve any such military plan without violating commitments he had made to Elliott before his departure. Privately, Jones viewed Elliott's return as an opportunity to thwart Stockton, and, as he put it in his memoir, declare my independence of Commodore Stockton, and Mr. Wright, Governor Yell, Major Donelson, Mr. Polk, and Mr. Buchanan. Meanwhile, the New Orleans Republican published a letter from an anonymous observer at Galveston. The important event of the day, the letter said, is the arrival of Commodore Stockton with his fleet. It added Texas officials had received word that Mexico plans to capture disputed territory east of the Rio Grande all the way to the Nueces River. The letter continued, this news was communicated to the Commodore, who advised an immediate occupation of the line by the Texan troops, offering his cooperation by sea. The Commodore will sail tomorrow to obtain intelligence and will return in a week. In the meantime, Major General Sherman is to visit the executive and ask his approval and cooperation. Should he refuse, Sherman contends that he is empowered by the general terms of an existing law to act independently of the President, and he will do so. He will call 3,000 men into immediate service to rendezvous at Corpus Christi, and the call will be promptly obeyed. Things here are in a great ferment. History does not record whether Donelson, during his New Orleans visit, read this provocative item in the Republican. History does record that Donelson moved aggressively about this time to rein in Stockton. On June 2nd, writing to Buchanan from Galveston, he corrected an impression left in his previous dispatch, in which he suggested that Stockton had joined up with General Sherman to protect the Rio Grande region. This was not correct, he now explained. Since Stockton's return from his recent cruise, he said, the Commodore has taken no step susceptible of construction as one of aggression upon Mexico, nor will he take any unless ordered to do so. Though Donelson expressed skepticism that Mexican troops were poised to cross the Rio Grande, he said Texas was prepared to thwart any such move, but without U.S. assistance. Captain Stockton will not cooperate with it, he emphasized, so long as Texas remained officially an independent republic. Wycliffe, too, could see the grand scheme beginning to deflate. On June 3rd, he wrote to Polk saying he soon expected to hear through General Sherman the views and wishes of President Jones. He predicted Jones would discountenance the movement under the impression that the United States will have the right and will be bound to remove the Mexican military from east of the Rio Grande after annexation. He asked, would not this be an act of war upon Mexico by the United States? The next day, Wycliffe dashed off another letter to Polk with the news, through Sherman, that Jones had indeed discountenanced the plan. In the meantime, Elliott had returned with the Mexican offer, acceptance of Texas independence if the Lone Star Republic would forswear any intention to join the United States. Jones immediately issued a proclamation announcing the development and adding, I do hereby declare and proclaim a cessation of hostilities by land and by sea against the Republic of Mexico. For the first time in a decade, the two states were in an official state of peace, and the Stockton-Wycliffe-Sherman war scheme was dead. Jones now had the simultaneous dual choice he wanted. The Texas Congress was set to convene on June 16th, and he would place before the members the two options, independence under the terms of peace with Mexico, or statehood within the United States. His apparent aim was to get Congress to place the Mexican treaty on hold, and then use it as leverage to extract from Polk better terms than the President was willing to grant under the House annexation approach. Meanwhile, Jones issued a second proclamation calling for a state convention to ratify whichever action Congress adopted. Delegates to this convention would convene on July 4th. The President took pride in his success in maneuvering his country into position to decide its destiny. But from this point forward, things began to go awry for Jones. He had not taken sufficient account of his constituency's overwhelming enthusiasm for annexation, and now his well-meaning machinations simply struck most Texans as a clever conspiracy designed to thwart their wishes. Public sentiment declared the Union is rushing on with the impetuosity of a mountain torrent. The Galveston News accused Jones of seeking to kill annexation through a triple alliance among Texas, England, and Mexico. And a town meeting in Bastrop, Texas, dismissed his convention proclamation, which placed independence on an equal footing with annexation, as dictatorial and designed to frustrate the anticipated action of Congress. Angry crowds gathered in the streets to protest the president's actions. Throughout the state he was pilloried as a villain and labeled a traitor. When the Texas Congress convened on June 16th, Jones beheld the assembled politicians as demagogues, emissaries, factionists, disorganizers, and personal and political enemies, all united against me. The members of both Senate and House promptly brushed aside Jones's complex maneuver and unanimously embraced annexation. Then the Senate, voting to a man in executive session, killed the Mexican treaty. Sighed Jones, the Senate are so much afraid of the people they dare not do right. The legislators also approved a resolution asking the United States to send troops to the Texas frontier to repel any Mexican hostilities that might materialize there. 19 days later in Austin, at the old Capitol now used as a schoolhouse, delegates assembled for the state convention established to consider the congressional actions of June 16th. Our duties, declared Convention President Thomas Rusk, soon to be a United States Senator, are plain and easy: to enter the great American Confederacy with becoming dignity and self-respect. The convention promptly ratified annexation with a single dissenting vote. News of the decisive congressional action was rushed to Washington by Stockton, whose warship Princeton made the sea journey to Annapolis in 9 days. The act, pronounced the Union, was one of great solemnity, marked by that quiet dignity of manner which is most expressive of the decision and firmness of a free people. The paper added the Texas decisions gave unqualified assent to the reunion of that fair country to the parent stem, from which, in an unguarded moment, it had been rudely torn. The Texas Convention spent most of the next 2 months crafting a state constitution to be presented to the United States Congress by the new state's elected representatives. And throughout Texas and throughout the United States there was much celebration. Texas annexation was not listed among Polk's 2 great expansionist ambitions: settling the Oregon question with Great Britain and acquiring California from Mexico. No doubt this was because the Texas matter had been set in motion a year earlier by John Tyler, who inevitably would garner a substantial share of the credit. But the issue obsessed Polk and filled him with an intense sense of urgency during his first months in office. The president's approach reflected traits that were gaining notice throughout official Washington: impatience, a penchant for intrigue, a willingness to stir political animosities, a focus on large ambitions. By insisting on the House version, Polk risked not only the enmity of Benton, a man whose Senate voice and influence he would need in coming political battles, but also the adversity of Sam Houston, the one man in Texas he couldn't afford to antagonize. And yet the prize before him, by his calculation, was so alluring, so grand and consequential, that he would pay the political price necessary to secure it. Few other presidents had been willing to operate on the basis of quite so bold, or reckless, a political calculus. Did this include a willingness to manufacture a war with Mexico to advance another of his grand goals, acquisition of California? Perhaps, but the historical record provides no clear evidence that he did. Clearly, Stockton and Wickliffe were sent to Texas with instructions that went beyond those officially recorded, and clearly Polk and Bancroft monitored their activities in nuanced terms not fully captured in the official correspondence. But the only direct allegation that Polk involved himself in a plan to invade Mexico came from Ensign Jones. This was written some 15 years after the fact, and shortly before Jones, despondent over his reduced circumstances and the course of his life since becoming a national villain at the time of annexation, killed himself. Even assuming Jones accurately portrayed his sessions with Wright and Sherman, there is no historical confirmation that Wright accurately portrayed the president's wishes or that Stockton was acting explicitly on orders from Washington. But the Stockton intrigue did not escape notice among prominent Texans. Particularly vexed was Houston, who sent Donelson a letter extolling his diplomatic success and expressing opprobrium for Stockton and Wickliffe. The two, he wrote, stood forth in the first ranks of the political menagerie. They were the big beasts. Such men, such scoundrels, ought to be repudiated or abated as nuisances. Nothing but respect for the President Polk has prevented the exposure of their conduct. Later historians, to the extent they paid much attention to the Stockton intrigue, generally portrayed it as a rogue operation by an expansionist zealot given to manipulating people and facts. One academic, Glenn W. Price, sought to prove presidential complicity in the intrigue, but his effort is marred by ideological fervor and historical conjecture. We simply don't know precisely the extent of presidential interest in an invasion of Mexico, as opposed to a resolve to protect Texas from an invasion from Mexico. What we do know is this was a time of abundant American adventurism and unbridled adventures. In most instances, these adventurers were driven by an overarching sentiment that animated the national consciousness of the day, the dream of expanding America's territorial reach to the Pacific, then as far north and south as possible along that coastline. Texas represented a large chunk of that dream. Chapter 10. The United States and Oregon. The people here are worn out by delay. On April 29, 1845, Washington's two rival political newspapers, the Globe and National Intelligencer, carried editorials on the often troubled relationship between the United States and Great Britain. Reflecting two distinct perspectives, the editorials framed a debate that would rage throughout America over the next year. At stake was nothing less than whether the American people would once again go to war with their mother country, for the third time in 70 years. The flashpoint in this instance was Oregon Territory. Francis Blair's Globe, like its successor, Thomas Ritchie's Union, extolled with utter consistency the Democratic Party philosophy. And on April 29th, in one of its last expressions before ceasing publication, the Globe waxed bellicose, almost dismissive of British world power. Without discussing Oregon specifically, it defined the issue as one involving an epic struggle between two world outlooks and two competing ambitions for global influence. What, asked the Globe, can explain Britain's seemingly obsessive preoccupation with America's continental aims? It was, the paper answered, that nation's passion for global dominance. We are beginning sensibly to interfere with their pursuit of wealth, and they have the sagacity to perceive that a continuance of peace and commercial and mechanical activity will in the end give us the trident of the seas, that free government, freedom from national debt, fertile soil, and various climate are elements of national greatness and commercial prosperity which the mere concentration of money capital in England cannot withstand. That the bare prospect of the supplanting of their trade draws with it their capital and population. And finally, that successful competition with us involves a change of the form of government itself, so that, to keep pace with us in commerce and the arts, they must keep pace with us in the march of freedom, which imparts the energy, ingenuity, and activity to our pursuits. The Whig Intelligencer, run with feisty conviction by Joseph Gales and William Winston Seaton, viewed such thinking as dangerous, a spur to American hostility toward Britain that almost inevitably would lead to war. Consider, said the paper, the question of Oregon, jointly occupied by the United States and Britain. Nearly everyone agreed the current joint occupancy could not continue indefinitely. But why take a belligerent tone now when all the realities surrounding the issue favored America in the long term? We run the hazards of war and all the miseries which war brings with it to get immediate possession of that which time must inevitably make ours, said the intelligencer. The key was immigration. The Oregon settlement ratio between the two nations was 9 or 10 Americans to 1 Englishman. Thus, when Oregon's white population reached 100,000, there would be only 10,000 Englishmen. Now, asked the intelligencer, does any man in his sober senses believe that these 90,000 are going to take their notions of civil freedom and of civil government from the remaining 10,000? Does any man believe that these 90,000 will forget their lineage, lose their sympathy with republican institutions, and swear allegiance to the British Crown? No, said the paper. Oregon is bound to us by the great laws of affinity and sympathy, laws which can be defeated only by rashness and folly. In short, all the country needed was patience. Patience was not a trait to be found in the personality of James Polk. He had promised to invest his national ambitions in a single presidential term, and he wasn't about to leave to successors the accomplishments he could himself obtain. Oregon loomed among his 4 central goals, and he would bring it into the American Union at all costs. The Oregon story is one of intertwined geography and history. The geography was relatively straightforward, although the region's remoteness led some Easterners to underestimate its richness and value. The history was another matter. It stretched back centuries into reaches of the past only sketchily recorded and dimly understood, offering shards of knowledge that could be pieced together coherently only with great difficulty, and then with little definitiveness. Yet this fragmented narrative, subject to all manner of interpretation, formed the basis for both the British and American claims upon those mysterious lands. The prize was immense, 360,000 square miles stretching from the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, and from the California border to the frosty frontiers of Russian America, later known as Alaska. The region was rich in water, supplied by the mighty Columbia and Fraser rivers and their tributaries, as well as myriad other streams fed by winter snows in the Cascade and Olympic Mountains. In navigable harbors within that maritime jewel Puget Sound, and points north, in sturdy evergreen timber for structures, ships, and bridges, and in fertile agricultural valleys and plains. The regions west of the Cascades enjoyed an equable climate, seldom reaching extremes of cold or heat, and were cleansed frequently by gentle rains. East of the mountains could be found excellent conditions for growing wheat and apples. Although Spanish and British adventurers had arrived at the remote coastline as early as the 16th century, no real settlements emerged until the early 1800s. Even then, settlements remained few and sparse. The white population consisted mostly of a few missionaries and a collection of rough fur trappers and traders associated with 2 big companies, John Jacob Astor's American Chartered Pacific Fur Company at the mouth of the Columbia River, and Britain's Hudson's Bay Company, headquartered upriver at Fort Vancouver. At one point, the Hudson's Bay Company administered lands that encompassed nearly the entire Columbia River watershed. But the aim was pelts, not people. Now people were arriving in ever greater numbers. Most came overland in covered wagons, starting off in Missouri and proceeding via numerous routes jointly dubbed the Oregon Trail. By the time of Polk's inauguration, there were some 7,000 American whites in the region, mostly in the rich Willamette Valley, and their numbers were growing by the month. One settler sent a letter from his new home of Oregon City near Willamette Falls that made it into the pages of Blair's Globe. The town, he reported, contains a population of several hundreds, 4 respectable stores, 3 sawmills, 2 flour mills, one of which has 5 run of stone and is worth at least $15,000. In the surrounding area, he added, we have now a regular colonial form of government, well administered, 5 district counties represented by 13 members. The little legislature established by these civic-minded folk recently had conducted a quiet but effective session that resulted in passage of 25 bills, all in due form, and several of them of considerable length and much importance. He concluded, crops of all kinds come in favorably this season, and the late emigrants are delighted with the country. But a certain political impatience was emerging. The settlers wanted full U.S. government protection, and soon. Another letter writer to the Platte Argus in Missouri reported that Oregonians were waiting anxiously for word of a U.S.-British resolution on the region, but if no resolution emerged, they likely would go their own way. A regular convention will be held, he warned, and a constitution adopted, and an independent government put in operation at once. He added that his neighbors wished to be citizens of the United States, but if she will never do anything for us, we must and will do it for ourselves. The people here are worn out by delay, and their condition becomes every day more intolerable. But which nation would gain sway over the region and take jurisdiction over these people? At the heart of that question was the sketchy history stretching back 3 centuries. A history of exploration, territorial claims, the fur trade, land skirmishes, treaties, failed negotiations, and endless confusion. No one on either side of the Atlantic could ignore that history, and neither could anyone later who wished to understand how the issue unfolded during the Polk years. Through centuries of New World maneuverings and wars over territory following the European discovery of America, certain conventions emerged for resolving land disputes. Though vague, they boiled down to 4 principles: exploration, cession or transfer by treaty, contiguity, meaning a nation's right to claim territory necessary to protect adjacent, undisputed lands, and settlement. Ultimately, no country could maintain a claim to any lands indefinitely if it didn't send its people there to take jurisdiction through settlement. 4 nations claimed parts of Oregon based on exploration: Spain, Britain, Russia, and the United States. Various Spanish adventurers explored the region's coastline between 1543 and the late 18th century, reaching as far north as latitude 53 degrees. One, Juan de Fuca, sailed into the strait that was to bear his name, the gateway to Puget Sound. Another, Juan Perez, reached the 54th parallel, discovering Nootka Sound on Vancouver Island and, further north, the Queen Charlotte Islands. In 1775, Bruno Heceta also reached Vancouver Island and later spotted the mouth of what would be called the Columbia River, although he didn't realize the magnitude of the waterway and didn't explore it. These wanderings, all catalogued in fragmentary records maintained in dusty archives in Mexico City and Madrid, bolstered Spain's claim to the region, although it fostered no lasting settlements north of latitude 42 degrees. The British claimed a record of discovery stretching back to 1579 and the arrival of Sir Francis Drake, who explored the coastline as far north as latitude 43 degrees or 48 degrees. His ship logs were ambiguous on the question. In 1778, Captain James Cook of the Royal Navy conducted a careful exploration of the coastline, including a thorough inspection of the inviting Nootka Sound, previously discovered but never settled by Spain. In the early 1790s, 2 explorers, one an American private citizen, the other a British naval officer, found themselves in the region at the same time. Captain Robert Gray, the American, commanded a merchant ship, the Columbia, on a mission to acquire Indian otter pelts and transport them to China for sale. In the course of his explorations, he found the mouth of the Great Northwest River, sailed some 15 miles into the interior, named the river after his ship, and claimed its headwaters for the United States, although there was some question whether a private citizen could legitimately make such a claim. Some months later, he encountered the British captain, George Vancouver, and told him of his discovery. Vancouver proceeded to the Columbia and sailed upriver some 150 miles in a small craft. Vancouver's primary mission was to accept the Spanish surrender of Nootka Sound following resolution of a land dispute that almost led to war between Britain and Spain. It began when Lieutenant John Meares, a Briton leading a mercantile mission under the Portuguese flag, to evade Spain's resolve to thwart British trade in the region, landed at Nootka Sound, erected some buildings, built a ship or two, and utilized the protected waters as a staging area for coastal trading expeditions. The Viceroy of Mexico, agitated at this encroachment, dispatched an armed force that seized Meares's ships and destroyed his business. Britain responded by disputing Spain's Nootka claim and demanding reparation. Both countries armed for war, but ultimately the dispute was settled by what became known as the Nootka Sound Convention. This treaty restored Meares's settlement and trading enterprise. More important, it gave citizens of each nation free access to areas of the territory not already settled by citizens of the other. In other words, the two nations accepted joint occupation. Ultimately, the dispute was settled not through any careful study of the historical record, but by perceptions of power. Spain knew the British Navy possessed the might to cancel out Spain's sole Nootka claim, so it settled for a shared arrangement. But soon overland explorations were adding to the cumulative history. In 1805, the Lewis and Clark expedition traversed the Rocky Mountains, reached a tributary of the Columbia River, and navigated that great waterway some 300 miles to the Pacific. Around the same time, the British explorer Simon Fraser traveled some 800 miles down the river that was to bear his name. The two expeditions claimed for their respective countries these rivers, their tributaries, and their watershed lands. Thus, by the second decade of the 19th century, the record of exploration generated more confusion than clarity, and plenty of agitation. The matter was complicated further by Russian claims based on coastal explorations from the Arctic Circle down to about latitude 56 degrees. Based on the contiguity doctrine, Russia declared coastline rights well south of that to ensure security for its northern lands. But slowly, a series of treaties brought a measure of clarity to the matter. First, President Jefferson's Louisiana Purchase gave the United States a vast new frontier to the west, thus providing a contiguity argument for adjacent Oregon Territory even further west, subject, however, to other claims and rights. Then, in 1819, came the U.S. Spanish-Florida Treaty, formerly called the Adams-Onis Treaty, ceding all of Florida to the United States in exchange for clear Spanish title to Texas and all western lands below latitude 42 degrees. As for lands north of that latitude, Spain ceded all rights, claims, and pretensions, whatever they might be, to the United States. After Mexican independence in 1821, the two republics renewed that agreement. This was big. The United States now held 4 titles to Oregon, her own by discovery and contiguity, and those of Spain by discovery and contiguity. Whatever merits these claims might have, they were nonetheless subject to the claims and interpretations of other nations, including, Britain maintained, the joint occupancy provisions of the Nootka Sound Convention. But there also remained the Russian question. That was resolved in separate treaties the Tsarist Empire signed with the United States and Britain around 1825. The three nations agreed on a boundary at latitude 54 degrees 40 minutes. Russia's claims were contained. So now only the United States and Britain vied for the vast lands between latitudes 42 degrees on the south and 54 degrees 40 minutes on the north. Even before the Russian treaties back in 1818, the two English-speaking nations had sought to settle the Oregon question in conjunction with a negotiation in London over a number of contentious issues left over from the War of 1812, including the U.S.-Canadian boundary east of the Rocky Mountains. Those talks, led on the American side by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams, established a boundary line of latitude 49 degrees from Minnesota's Lake of the Woods to the crest of the Rocky Mountains. The American negotiators offered to extend the 49-degree boundary to the Pacific, thus giving Britain clear title to all lands north of that line. Britain countered with a proposal to extend the 49-degree line west to the Columbia River, then down that waterway to the ocean. This the Americans rejected outright because it would have meant relinquishing full dominion over the Columbia and the harbors of Puget Sound. The final treaty of 1818 fell back on the joint occupancy concept of the Nootka Convention. The full territory would be left free and open for the term of 10 years to the vessels, citizens, and subjects of the two powers, without mitigating territorial claims of either country or any other nation. Thus, the two powers opted for the status quo and avoidance of a nettlesome territorial confrontation. It will certainly come upon us again, predicted Quincy Adams, for which I ought to be prepared. It came upon him during his presidency when the countries, in 1826, sought to settle the matter before expiration of the 1818 treaty. America put forth the same offer, extension of the 49-degree line to the Pacific. Britain extended the same counteroffer. All lands north of the Columbia River, including Puget Sound, ceded to Britain. The two powers finally agreed, in what became known as the Convention of 1827, to extend the joint occupancy formula indefinitely into the future, subject to abrogation by either party with a year's notice. There the matter rested for the next 19 years. But through those years, the points of dispute took on greater emotion and edge. Every rationale put forth by one nation was reflexively countered. America said Gray's exploration of the Columbia River gave it clear title to that waterway and its drainage lands. Britain dismissed Gray as a private citizen whose exploration didn't count. Britain said Drake's voyage bolstered its claims. America argued he never got above latitude 43 degrees. Britain said the Nootka Sound Convention nullified Spanish title to any lands claimed by America through the Florida Treaty. The United States vehemently disagreed, but argued in any event this agreement was vitiated by a doctrine of international law that Britain championed whenever it served its interests, namely that wars between nations nullified all treaties between those nations. Britain and Spain had fought a war following the Nootka Agreement. And anyway, said America, John Mears had been operating under Portuguese colors, so his ordeal had little relevance to the question. Britain argued its Hudson's Bay enterprise constituted a claim by settlement. America said its citizen migration trumped Britain's collection of trappers. And on it went. Both sides genuinely wished to settle the matter and bind up the festering sore in their relations. But neither would relinquish the strategic imperatives driving its stance. For America, it was that vision of a transcontinental power facing both east and west across two oceans, unmatched in naval and commercial prowess. For Britain, it was the geopolitical imperative of thwarting that vision and becoming itself the dominant North American power, with possessions encompassing Canada to the Pacific, large stretches of Oregon, and perhaps even the vast Mexican lands to the south that seemed ripe for the picking. During John Tyler's presidency, the two nations tried afresh to negotiate a settlement, but couldn't get past the old arguments. British Ambassador Richard Pakenham contended anew that Nootka Sound nullified any exclusive claim America wished to assert, particularly those derived from the 1819 Adams-Onis Treaty with Spain. If Spain could not make good her own right of exclusive dominion over those regions, he wrote, still less could she confer such a right on another power. John C. Calhoun, then Secretary of State, countered that Nootka Sound was vastly overblown in Britain's assumption of rights. There was, he said, nothing in the Nootka Sound Convention, or in the transactions which led to it, or in the circumstances attending to it, to warrant the assumption. With this and other arguments, Calhoun claimed for the United States a clear title to the whole region drained by the Columbia. Calhoun said his government would offer no counter-proposal in light of Britain's hard stance. These failed efforts seemed all the more frustrating to insiders in light of some enticing behind-the-scenes diplomacy in London. Tyler's minister to Great Britain, Edward Everett, had been working the issue for some time with Britain's peace-minded foreign minister, the Earl of Aberdeen, and had come up with a solution to what seemed like a hopeless snag. The snag stemmed from each side having repeatedly rejected the compromise proposal of the other without offering any further compromise. Now, in light of all that past rigidity, any movement by either side would constitute an untenable diplomatic defeat. There had to be some further compromise that could pass muster with both sides. Everett's formula was simple and modest, yet perhaps just enough to break the impasse. He proposed extending the 49th parallel line to the Strait of Juan de Fuca, then south and west in order to skirt the southern tip of Vancouver Island. This would give Britain full possession of that large and strategically placed island, while preserving Puget Sound for the United States. Aberdeen responded warmly to the concept, and Everett, before returning home to make way for his successor, informed Washington that his formula might constitute a framework for breaking the deadlock. And there matters stood on Inauguration Day, March 4, 1845, when James Polk, covered under that umbrella in a driving rain, declared, "Our title to the country of Oregon is clear and unquestionable, and already are our people preparing to perfect that title by occupying it with their wives and children." This was audacious diplomacy by any reckoning. It was true the Democratic platform had declared the same clear and unquestionable title, and thus Polk was merely expressing a party policy he had no role in creating. But his provocative statement set off firestorms of protest throughout America, and in London. In April, Her Majesty's government ordered a 36-hour delay in the departure for Boston of the steam packet Caledonia, so the mail it carried could include news of a forthcoming parliamentary debate. In that debate, Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel, saying he wished to state his case in language the most temperate, but at the same time the most decisive, declared it was Britain that held clear and unquestionable rights to Oregon. He said he desired an amicable adjustment of the issue, but having exhausted every effort to obtain it, if our rights are invaded, we are resolved and prepared to maintain them. Lord John Russell, the opposition leader, denounced Polk's blustering announcement and America's efforts at territorial aggrandizement. He too hinted at war if Polk insisted on clinging to his inaugural formulation. News of the debate reached Washington on April 23rd, along with copies of the Times of London, which bared a bellicosity reminiscent of Ritchie's Union. Americans, said the Times, should be warned in the most explicit manner that their pretensions amount, if acted upon, to the clearest casus belli which has ever yet arisen between Great Britain and the American Union. The London paper added, "The same democratic folly which makes Americans arrogant in the cabinet makes them habitually feeble in all that constitutes a nation's strength in the field." For good measure, the British government ordered the Admiralty to keep frigates in the vicinity of Oregon and asked the Colonial Office to assess the country's military prospects in Oregon should war break out. Much of America reacted with outrage. Democratic sentiment was led inevitably by Ritchie's Union, which castigated the insolent tone of the British public, and its supposition that we are weak and cowardly, devoid of public spirit and patriotism. But, said Ritchie 3 days later, England cannot be serious in her menace. The expansive power of popular freedom cannot be restrained. Not surprisingly, the Intelligencer took a different line, rebuking Polk for setting off the controversy with an indiscreet but irregular and ineffective declaration. Whatever America's rights to Oregon, the Intelligencer said, it was entirely wrong and unpardonably imprudent to assert them in Polk's extreme and violent manner. The more blunt-spoken Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune called Polk's declaration palpable knavery and babbling folly. The political temperature in America was rising. This was bad news for Polk, who had resolved to settle the Oregon question amicably, if possible, by pressing once again the 49th parallel as the natural compromise, with perhaps a nod toward the Everett formula to loosen the logjam. Although firmly believing in America's right to all of Oregon, he felt constrained, given previous U.S. compromise proposals, to seek a resolution along the same lines. But the raging controversy increased his political difficulties in taking that tack. Particularly intense was expansionist sentiment in the Old Northwest, the area encompassing Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, where frontier Americans felt a kindred spirit with the settlers of Oregon and foresaw ripening trade opportunities with the region. The new president also couldn't ignore the ire of his dying mentor. "This is the rattling of British drums," wrote Andrew Jackson on May 2nd, "to alarm the timid and give strength to the traitors in our country against our best interests and growing prosperity." The general reminded his protege that during the canvass I gave 1,000 pledges for your energy and firmness, both in war and in peace, to carry on the administration of our government. He concluded, "No temporizing with Britain on this subject now. War is a blessing compared to national degradation." Even before getting this admonition, Polk had written to assuage any Jackson concerns. "The arrogant tone of defiance and of menace of the British press and government," he wrote, "has not disturbed my nerves." He promised to pursue the matter firmly and boldly, but at the same time prudently. But Polk didn't want war, and he instructed Secretary of State Buchanan to pursue serious negotiations with Pakenham aimed at a compromise at the 49th parallel, perhaps with the Everett formula attached. Buchanan found Pakenham coy, unwilling to commit to a position and pushing for arbitration. The British minister was aware of Aberdeen's interest in a new compromise, but he feared a British offer along the Everett lines would be rejected summarily by the United States, at which point the impasse would simply be extended. Pakenham said if negotiations were to be revived, the United States would have to make the first move. Thus, on July 16th, Buchanan delivered to the British minister a letter that can only be described as diplomatically inelegant. It declared America's right to the whole of Oregon, dismissed the Nootka Sound Convention as irrelevant, and added that anyway, America's claim to the Columbia River Valley predated its 1818 treaty with Spain and was controlling. Thus, said Buchanan, America's own legitimate claims gave it rights to the Columbia River Basin, while its 1818 treaty with Spain provided title to the rest of Oregon. Britain had no permanent right to any of it. Then he eased up. Buchanan's letter said President Polk found himself embarrassed, if not committed, by the acts of his predecessors, who had uniformly pursued the compromise line at the 49th parallel. Thus, the President was willing to pursue a similar compromise. In this determination, wrote the Secretary, he trusts that the British government will recognize his sincere and anxious desire to cultivate the most friendly relations between the two countries, and to manifest to the world that he is actuated by a spirit of moderation. He added the United States was willing to give Britain free access to harbors on Vancouver Island that dipped below the 49th parallel. But he didn't include British navigation rights on the Columbia, something previous U.S. presidents had offered. Though stark in its claim to all of Oregon, the Buchanan letter, written with Polk's close supervision, was designed to offer the British an opportunity to put forth a counter-proposal more along the lines of the Everett formula. Through some recent back-channel communications to Bancroft from an American businessman in London, Polk and Buchanan had reason to believe Aberdeen genuinely wished for such a solution. The letter was designed to leave some negotiating room for getting there. Meanwhile, Polk sought to ease the way politically for his likely retreat from his inaugural pronouncement. On May 2nd, the Union offered a historical analysis that seemed remarkably passive given the paper's past expressions. It noted that the United States had been pressing its claim to all of Oregon for 30 years and had been, throughout that time, willing to compromise at the 49th parallel. Conversely, Britain had been declaring its right to the whole of Oregon while also offering to compromise. Thus, suggested the Union, there was nothing wrong with either country demanding its perceived rights while offering to give up a portion of them. Such expressions in the Union and elsewhere diminished the war fevers in Washington and generated a mood of peace, along with jeers from the Whig press. In Maine, the Portland Advertiser proclaimed, "Mr. Polk will not fight for Oregon," and thus his inaugural pronouncement was mere claptrap. Indeed, this surge of optimism turned out to be ill-timed. Less than 2 weeks after receiving Buchanan's letter, Pakenham rejected the proposal outright and declined to submit a counter-proposal. He didn't even send the American offer to London, leaving Polk with the impression that Pakenham had operated under instructions to adhere strenuously to his government's previous position, irrespective of what Polk proposed. Pakenham said he hoped the United States would be prepared to offer some further proposal for the settlement more consistent with fairness and equity, and with the reasonable expectations of the British government. Polk was stung and furious. He had no way of knowing Pakenham's superiors in London also would be upset that the minister hadn't submitted the Polk formulation to them for consultations on how they might respond. Neither would he concede that Pakenham's response was dictated, at least in part, by his own diplomatic lapse in sheathing his letter of compromise in a querulous argument for the extreme U.S. claim to all of Oregon. Now the negotiation, which had appeared so close to resolution, was close to death. Those who knew Polk weren't surprised that his response was one of pique mixed with a cold calculation on how he could exploit the situation through toughness and guile. He withdrew his compromise offer, refused to extend another, and resolved to make his stand upon what he considered America's rightful claim to the entire territory of Oregon. There would be, as Andrew Jackson had insisted, no temporizing. Chapter 11. The United States and Mexico. Divergent New World cultures on a path to war. The Republic of Mexico didn't wait to see what Texas would do about the U.S. annexation resolution before making its move. On March 28, 1845, Foreign Minister Luis G. Cuevas addressed a letter to U.S. Ambassador Wilson Shannon, protesting America's annexation action and calling it as offensive to Mexico as it is derogatory to the honor of the American Union. He added that diplomatic relations between the two countries cannot be continued. Shannon replied in measured terms that he had hoped differences between the countries could be arranged amicably upon terms just and honorable to both. But, he added, it appeared Mexico declines to adjust these differences in this manner, and thus preserve the peace. The United States didn't pursue annexation in any spirit of hostility, he said, and Mexico must decide whether the country's peaceful relations would be severed by a conflict equally injurious to both. Cuevas rejected the ambassador's note, saying Mexico could not maintain friendship with a country which has usurped a portion of territory which belongs to Mexico by a right which she will maintain at whatever cost. Then he cut off further communication. It wasn't surprising that once Texas embraced annexation on July 4th, a war spirit would emerge within both countries. On July 15th, the New Orleans Jeffersonian Republican reported that the probabilities of a war grow more and more likely. The paper reported Mexico was marching troops into its interior, no doubt destined for Texas. The Baltimore American ran a letter from a U.S. businessman in Veracruz saying, "War between this country and the United States appears inevitable." Ritchie's Union considered it probable that Mexico will declare war. If the two countries were indeed on a path to war, it was a path that stretched far into each nation's history, accentuating profound differences between Anglo-Saxon and Spanish Indian outlooks, attitudes, religious sensibilities, and governance. Those differences would complicate all efforts at post-annexation conciliation. The Anglo-Saxon migrants to the New World arrived bent on perpetuating the folkways and mores of the old country. The menfolk brought their own women and generally refused to mix with the Native Americans, whom they pushed aside brutally to make way for the preservation of their own culture. That culture included powerful new concepts of the Enlightenment, incubated through centuries of English history and reflected in Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence, and such profound civic principles as freedom of speech and conscience, popular sovereignty, governmental checks and balances, a degree of social and political equality, and free enterprise. Eventually, many of these concepts were codified in the U.S. Constitution, considered by citizens of the new nation to be a quantum leap forward in the development of human freedom and progress. Alexis de Tocqueville agreed. The famous French intellectual called the Constitution one of those beautiful creations of human diligence which give their inventors glory and riches, but remain sterile in other hands. An example of other hands, he said, was Mexico, beset by anarchy and military despotism. Unlike the early Anglo-Saxons who ventured to America as families to create communities, commerce, and wealth born of toil, the early Spaniards came as conquerors and plunderers. They mixed freely with indigenous women, beginning with Hernán Cortés himself, who, upon arriving, promptly took a mistress, the lovely Princess Malintzin. They wanted quick riches, preferably in the form of gold and rare gems stored away by leaders of the highly developed civilizations of central Mexico, Peru, and elsewhere. The story is well known of the Spanish conquest of Mexico, particularly the bloody 1521 victory of Cortés over the Aztec civilization and its capital, Tenochtitlan, as refined and exquisite a city as could be found anywhere in Europe. It contained nearly 300,000 inhabitants and presided over a sprawling empire of several millions. In a few months, the Castilian conquistador and his hearty band of adventurers, in one of the greatest exploits of derring-do in the history of the European explorations, laid waste to the entire place. The empire, as Oswald Spengler would lament centuries later, was destroyed like a sunflower whose head is struck off by one passing. Soon the population was decimated by waves of European diseases for which the Indians had no immunity, and a once proud people were reduced to degradation. Modern Mexico was thus born in blood, but born also with a dual legend. The first was that of Tenochtitlan and its fallen heroes, the last emperor, Moctezuma, and the martyred resistance fighter, Cuauhtémoc. The other legend was that of Cortés, the military genius who brought the Spanish culture and Catholic religion to these New World lands. The two intertwined legends framed centuries of subsequent history, marked by ongoing tensions between the heirs of Tenochtitlan and the heirs of Castile. Three primary forces would be embedded in this history: the dynamic of ethnicity, the Spanish crown, and the Catholic Church. Ethnicity was a particularly perplexing issue in the lands of New Spain. Unlike the Anglo-Saxons to the north, who could subjugate with relative ease the weak and scattered Indian tribes whose lands they wished to confiscate, the descendants of Cortés had to live with the much more numerous Indians of the Mexican plateau. They lived with them by assigning them a second-class social status, but also, over time, by mixing with them. Both added delicate complexities to the social fabric and political framework of the Spanish colony. Cortés's military conquest soon gave way to what was called the spiritual conquest, the conversion of millions of Mexicans to Catholicism. From Old Spain to New Spain, thousands of friars flocked. They became known among the indigenous peoples as Padrecitos, or Beloved Fathers. The appellation was well earned, for the priests showered affection as well as instruction upon the Indians, who embraced the teachings of Christ, at least in part, to fill a gap created by the utter destruction of their own religious structures, which included the worship of many gods and elaborate ceremonies marked by human sacrifice and sometimes cannibalism. The Padrecitos also fostered what was called the New Laws of the Indies for the good treatment and preservation of the Indians, promulgated by the Spanish crown in 1542. Put forth with compassionate intent, and designed as protection for the Indians, this charter locked them into a perpetual state of paternalistic servitude. There were rules for proper treatment of the Indians by the Spanish, and to ensure their observance, the Indians were kept apart in their own communal lands and separatist societies, with little education, few economic opportunities, and no political sway. New Spain would be run by the heirs of Castile. Such was the Castilian dominance of New Spain's society and government that even colonists of Spanish blood but born in New Spain, the Creoles, were considered second-class citizens. In theory, they enjoyed full rights, but in practice they never seemed to rise very high in governmental or church hierarchies. Over the 3 centuries of colonial New Spain, there emerged a new class, the mestizos, persons of mixed Spanish and Indian blood. Initially, they were almost universally despised by Indian and Spaniard alike, in part because they invariably were of questionable legitimacy. But the intermixture soon absorbed a substantial part of the population, approaching 40% by 1803, and likely constituting a national majority by the time of Mexican independence in 1821. They constituted also a large reservoir of political and social resentment directed at the European elites who kept them locked in working-class status. The elites turned avidly to old country customs of autocracy to preserve their standing. Societal structures were based rigidly on inherited privilege. Rights were bestowed from above, notably from the King of Spain, rather than proclaimed from the people, who were given no avenue for demanding prerogatives of citizenship. Social inequalities were considered part of God's plan, a blessing to ensure social stability. Commerce was firmly controlled through a mercantilist system that included no concept of wealth creation, the central idea of Anglo-Saxon capitalism. In the Spanish mind, wealth was finite, and thus the elites must ensure dominion over their share. The government controlled the means of production, the distribution of goods, the development of natural resources. The result was economic stagnation, masked only slightly by the rich seams of silver and other minerals extracted from the ground of New Spain and transported to Old Spain in monopoly ships. New Spain's powerful priesthood embraced this system, which bestowed upon the church immense benefits, huge landholdings, its own tax system, an opulent way of life, even immunity from prosecution under civil law. One Mexican historian would write that Mexico had been conquered by the Spanish sword, then held in check by the cross on that sword. In short, Mexico was a place of social and economic rigidities, governmental despotism, massive illiteracy, and high mortality. The German scientist Alexander von Humboldt, after traveling through Mexico in 1803, called it the country of inequality. Nowhere does there exist such a fearful difference in the distribution of fortune, civilization, cultivation of the soil, and population. This generated 2 political realities: a rumbling discontent among the masses, and feelings of hostility toward the Anglo-Saxons to the north, viewed as a gathering threat. In 1800, total income in the United States was about twice that of Mexico's. Half a century later, it was 13 times greater. In 1790, Mexico's population approached 5 million, compared to fewer than 4 million in the United States. By 1840, the U.S. population had soared to 17 million, while Mexico's had reached just 7 million. Among Mexico's white Creoles, there was no shortage of hostility toward their Spanish overlords, but a move toward independence seemed risky, likely to unleash the wrath of the country's impoverished Indian and mixed masses. This was confirmed in 1810 when a 57-year-old priest named Miguel Hidalgo, dedicated to the liberal ideas of democracy, equality, and liberty, initiated a rebellion against the government and enlisted the masses in his movement. The result was a spree of looting and killing in 2 major cities that left hundreds dead, their bodies mutilated and decapitated in the streets. Hidalgo was captured and executed a year later. but the white population embraced a renewed conviction that dangerous liberal ideas must be suppressed at all costs. Political power would be the domain of the conservatives, who styled themselves hombres de bien, men of goodness, who would protect the nation from the violent passions of the masses. Indeed, when the break with Spain did materialize in 1821, it came through the agency of an arch-conservative royalist army officer, Agustin de Iturbide, who brought together his fellow hombres de bien with remnants of the Hidalgo rebellion in support of a new nation based upon three general ideas they could all embrace. Mexico would be independent, it would be Roman Catholic, and it would be a constitutional monarchy. Once established, Iturbide brushed aside his former allies among the liberals and crafted a system of centralized power in Mexico City, controlled by the white autocracy, with himself as emperor. Thus did he establish the political fault lines that would shape Mexican history for decades. That history, which now converged with that of the United States, is best seen through the life and exploits of one man, Antonio López de Santa Anna. For 25 years, from independence to the time of the Polk presidency, he managed to insert himself into nearly every military and political development of his country, often rising to the pinnacle of the nation, and then thrust to the depths of misfortune. He was Mexico's irrepressible man. Born without advantage in Veracruz, he amassed considerable local influence in his native region through his wiles and force of personality. One newspaper described him as standing 6 feet tall, dark of complexion, well-made and of graceful bearing, with a showman's flair, a gambler's temperament, and a military man's resolve, but without any discernible conviction about the issues then roiling his country. He attached himself to Iturbide in the early years of independence, expelled the Spanish from Veracruz, and was awarded the governorship of his home region. But when Iturbide sought to remove him from his command, Santa Anna took up arms against the emperor, attached himself to the rising Republican forces, and helped overthrow the fledgling Mexican monarchy. The result in 1824 was a new constitution patterned after the U.S. document and encompassing a greater degree of liberal values. In place of Iturbide's centralized authority, the new federalist approach granted far more autonomy to the various Mexican states. But Santa Anna felt the new leader, Guadalupe Victoria, hadn't sufficiently rewarded him for his exertions. Soon he took up arms against Victoria. Failing to dislodge the president, he retreated to one of his intermittent retirements at his vast estate at Manga de Clavo in the Veracruz region. Subsequently, he initiated a new assault on Victoria's successor, with similar results. He fled to the mountains, to all appearance an outlaw and a ruined man, as the Union described it in an 1845 profile. Ultimately, however, that revolt, under other leadership, succeeded, and Santa Anna found himself Secretary of War under the new president, Vicente Guerrero. He took command of the forces sent to repel the last Spanish effort to retake Mexico. He succeeded and became a national hero, finally enjoying a level of national acclaim to match his own extravagant self-regard. Alas, within a few months, Guerrero was deposed by his vice president, Carlos Maria de Bustamante, and Santa Anna again found himself tending his cattle and orchards at Manga de Clavo. Bustamante brought back centralized authority, turned the autonomous states into departments of the Mexican government, and generated angry opposition in many outlying regions. Among them was the northern department of Texas, with its large population of U.S. migrants who had no intention of submitting to the overthrow of the 1824 Constitution and the suppression of their own previous grants of authority. Bent on getting back into action, Santa Anna soon initiated a movement against Bustamante, forced him to flee, installed a new president, and placed himself in position to succeed to national leadership. Though he had fought on the side of both autocratic centralizers and democratic federalists, and had deposed the latest centralizer, He now embraced Bustamante's governmental philosophy and fostered a new constitution to replace the 1824 document. Then he took an army north to subdue the rebellious Texans. He fell upon the hapless rebels of the Alamo and Goliad with a bloodlust that would live in the American consciousness for generations. But he succumbed to the far greater military acumen of Sam Houston, who annihilated Santa Anna's army at San Jacinto on April 21, 1836. Hunted down and forced to sign a Texas independence treaty upon pain of death, he did so, then returned to Mexico once again a broken man. Mexico declared the treaty null and void, and Santa Anna again returned to Manga de Clavo. In the resulting power vacuum, Bustamante returned to the presidency. But Santa Anna was called back to service when France invaded Mexico at Veracruz to force reparations for French citizens whose rights had been trampled by Mexicans in and around the country. France got the reparations, but in the course of the fighting, Santa Anna lost a leg, which endeared him once again to the Mexican populace. In typically grandiloquent fashion, he held a solemn burial ceremony at Veracruz for the severed limb. In 1841, upon efforts by General Mariano Paredes y Arriaga to overthrow Bustamante once again, Santa Anna returned from retirement and threw himself into Paredes's campaign. It succeeded, and Santa Anna fostered a movement to cast aside the Constitution of 1836. He was invested with the powers of dictator, with a mandate to reconstitute the Republic under yet another constitution. In 1843, that new constitution, called the Basis of Political Organization of the Mexican Republic, was promulgated by a committee under the dominance of Santa Anna. One historian later would call it a most cynical attack on popular rights under an assumption of the form of democracy. Its creation was essentially a constitutional despotism with Santa Anna at its center. Liberalism and federalism were cast aside. In January 1844, Santa Anna resigned his position as dictator and assumed presidential powers. But before the year was out, Paredes was at it again, organizing an army for the overthrow of Santa Anna on allegations of administrative abuses. When the president raised his own army to defend his government, a series of revolts broke out in the departments. His government collapsed. Routed on the battlefield, he submitted to the new regime, installed by Paredes and headed by José Joaquín de Herrera. He was, said the Union, forced to yield to the common fate of eminence in Mexico, that is, exile or the scaffold. He chose exile and retreated to Cuba on orders to remain out of the country for 10 years. What this story reflects, aside from the extraordinary resilience, trickery, and force of Santa Anna, was the unfortunate reality discerned by Tocqueville. Mexico, despite its pretense to constitutional government, was a dysfunctional country. Throughout the 1830s and into the 1840s, officials and citizens of the United States watched these developments with sympathy mixed with growing contempt. The United States had been the first nation to recognize Mexican independence, had befriended its sister republic, had signed treaties of territorial limits and mutual friendship with Mexico. And the United States also sought to settle peacefully a reparations issue similar to that which had stirred the French to military action. Britain also had threatened a military assault if Mexico wouldn't pay reparations to British subjects abused by Mexican officials and citizens, and the threat had led to a settlement. The United States had confined itself to diplomacy, with little to show for it. Now U.S. patience was running out. By the end of Andrew Jackson's presidency, the reparations issue had become a serious point of contention between the two nations. For years, American citizens who had ventured in or near Mexico had experienced abuses at the hands of Mexican officials and citizens. U.S. ships were seized in Mexican ports by government officials or upon the high seas by rogue Mexican vessels. U.S. businessmen operating in the fledgling republic were abducted and impressed into servitude or thrown into jails without benefit of jurisprudence. An American merchant ship captain transporting Mexican soldiers on a government contract was killed en route, along with his mate. The soldiers forced his crew into servitude for 3 years. Ship cargoes were stolen at gunpoint in Mexican waters. In all, there were some 95 episodes of such abuses recorded by U.S. officials. They added up to millions of dollars in reparation claims. When the United States protested, the Mexican government, preoccupied with its internal strife, generally ignored the protests. That led President Jackson, just before leaving office, to send the matter to Congress, along with the suggestion that these wanton outrages and Mexico's refusal to offer redress would justify, in the eyes of all nations, immediate war. Yet even this impetuous warrior urged a more measured response based on a national desire to treat the sister republic with particular courtesy. We should act, he said, with both wisdom and moderation by giving to Mexico one more opportunity to atone for the past before we take redress into our own hands. Congress agreed. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee submitted a report saying it could, with justice, recommend an immediate resort to war or reprisals. The corollary House Committee suggested Mexico's refusal to redress these wrongs stemmed from its assumption that the United States, unlike France and Britain, would refrain from military action. It added that ample cause exists for taking redress into our own hands. Both committees recommended, however, one last effort to secure an appropriate Mexican response. The matter wasn't quite as simple as this rhetoric suggested. First, while international law at the time accorded foreigners in Mexico all the rights they would enjoy in their home countries, it could be argued that U.S. citizens in Mexico were subject instead to the 1831 U.S.-Mexican Friendship Treaty, which seemed to specify that the country's citizens should be subject to the laws of the country they were visiting. Mexico thus argued that U.S. citizens should seek redress through Mexican courts. Mexican citizens couldn't easily swallow the idea that U.S. visitors should get legal rights they themselves didn't enjoy. Secondly, Mexican officials believed many U.S. citizens, seeing financial opportunity in the controversy, had filed inflated or specious claims. Moreover, Mexico simply didn't have the resources to make payment on even legitimate claims. Indeed, portions of the British claims had been settled with grants of California land rather than cash. And Mexican officials harbored suspicions that the United States, knowing Mexico couldn't make payment, pressed the issue to secure Mexican land through ultimate negotiation. Thus, some Mexican leaders felt justified in doing whatever they could to nullify or minimize the U.S. claims. But they could not resist the issue entirely, and in 1839 a U.S.-Mexican negotiation yielded a method for resolving the multiple disputes. The two countries agreed to empanel a joint board to identify the various claims and specify the information needed to assess each. Then, when all the information had been collected, it would be submitted to an independent arbitrator for final disposition. After numerous delays, which the Americans attributed to Mexican intransigence, the board finally met in Washington in August 1840, with an 18-month timetable for transfer to the arbitrator. Immediately, the Americans perceived Mexican bad faith. Requested information was presented in sketchy form or not at all. False documents found their way to the table. Delays threatened to push some cases beyond the deadline. Mexico, declared U.S. Secretary of State Abel Upshur in a letter to his ambassador at Mexico City, has rendered herself liable to the charge of having disregarded her obligations. She has not complied with a single stipulation of the Convention of 1839. Thus, the information ultimately submitted to the arbitrator hardly constituted a complete rendition of the facts. With the information at hand, the arbitrator certified claims of some $2 million out of $6.5 million originally submitted, and Mexico accepted an obligation to pay these in 20 installments. By the time of Polk's inauguration, however, only 3 payments had been made, and new claims were piling up. Mexico was stuck with a monetary obligation it could not meet.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
No doubt Polk had this in mind when he listed the acquisition of California among his top 4 presidential goals. A grant of rich Mexican territory could serve as a tidy bit of recompense for those American claims, with the U.S. government then paying off the claimants in cash. And California was the ideal territory, lightly populated, beyond Mexico's ability to govern anyway, a perfect adjutant to the coveted Oregon Territory to the north. John Tyler's ambassador to Mexico, Waddy Thompson, had suggested such a settlement as early as 1842. But now, as Polk contemplated the impending annexation of Texas and its diplomatic aftermath, this nettlesome issue was only one of 3 incendiary conflicts between his country and Mexico. Another was the annexation itself, which Mexico considered an act of war. And the third was the boundary question between Mexico and Texas, whether the border rightfully was the Rio Bravo del Norte, as the Rio Grande was often called, or the Nueces River to the east. Although only about 200 miles separated the rivers, Texas's Rio Grande claim encompassed a huge tract of land to the north and west, beyond both rivers, stretching all the way to the 42nd parallel. This disputed land now loomed as a major flashpoint between the two countries. Polk justified the Rio Grande claim on a number of counts. It had been the U.S. claim when it possessed Texas as a result of the 1803 Louisiana Purchase. Texas had stipulated the claim in declaring its independence, had forced the claim upon Santa Anna in its 1836 treaty with the defeated Mexican, and had declared it formally in legislative action in December 1836. Besides, Mexico had been unable to reverse those actions militarily for some 10 years. On the other hand, Mexico could argue that Texas, as a Mexican state or department, had never extended west of the Nueces, and hence no land claim beyond that river could be justified. The problem with this argument, noted repeatedly by Democratic politicians and newspapers in the United States, was that Mexico made no distinction between Lesser Texas and Greater Texas. It insisted the entire territory rightfully belonged to Mexico, and U.S. presence on any portion of it constituted an invasion. As Texas's July 4th annexation approval approached, President Polk grappled with the delicate territorial challenge before him. As soon as Texas became part of the United States, he would be charged with the military protection of its territory. He had no intention of ceding the disputed lands beyond the Nueces, and hence he would have to defend all of Greater Texas. And yet he wished to avoid war if possible and settle the matter diplomatically. But he would need an army at the ready, and perhaps, he thought, a show of force would stave off hostilities from the agitated Mexicans. The man chosen to field this army was Brevet Brigadier General Zachary Taylor, then 61 years old and a veteran of every American war since 1812. An angular-faced man with a rugged countenance and air of confidence, he came from a wealthy family that had amassed large landholdings in Virginia and Kentucky. He himself had purchased 2 extensive southern plantations during his military career. A figure of little spark or imagination, he showed almost no curiosity about subjects beyond his immediate involvement. In settings of peace, he seemed aloof, even languid, perhaps a bit cynical about the machinations of civilian leaders. In war, he manifested an instinct for action that had served him well in the few combat episodes he had experienced in his long career. On May 28th, War Secretary William Marcy sent a letter to Taylor, then commanding a force at Fort Jessup, Louisiana, on the Texas border. The general was instructed to prepare for a march to the Texas frontier. With annexation, said Marcy, would come the government's responsibility to protect and defend Texas. Taylor's troops were to be placed and kept in readiness to perform this duty. Marcy also authorized Taylor to draw upon state governors for additional troops. A few days later, Taylor was ordered to gather 2,000 soldiers, and on June 15th, he received War Department orders, pending Texas acceptance of annexation, to march his troops to Texas's western frontier, all the way eventually to the Rio Grande. But on July 8th, Marcy added a clarification, saying Taylor was not to disturb any Mexican military outposts on the east side of the Rio Grande unless an actual state of war should exist. Around the same time, Navy Secretary George Bancroft sent similar instructions to Commodore David Connor, urging him to position himself for war, but avoid all actions that could lead to it. That you may precisely understand what is meant by aggression, you are instructed to avoid, wrote Bancroft. I will add that while the annexation of Texas extends our boundary to the Del Norte, the President reserves the vindication of our boundary, if possible, to methods of peace. On the other hand, both Taylor and Connor were instructed by Washington to respond to any breach of peace with highly aggressive tactics, it being the determination of the President, as Bancroft put it to Connor, to preserve peace if possible, and if war comes, to recover peace by adopting the most prompt and energetic measures. Polk found himself well pleased by these show-of-force maneuvers, which he thought had staved off any hostile action by Mexico. In late July, he wrote to Alfred O.P. Nicholson, the prominent Nashville politician, saying he suspected Mexico would have declared war but for the appearance of a strong naval force in the Gulf and our army moving in the direction of her frontier on land. Now, if these actions could ensure stability at the border, Polk surmised, then perhaps he could settle the matter through negotiation and satisfy his aims without war. As measured as he considered his actions to be, Polk nevertheless set off a powerful political debate. The question involved America's proper policy with regard to Texas's expansive land claim to the Rio Grande, and prospects for war unleashed by that claim. As usual, the debate was crystallized in the rival polemical writings of the Union and the Intelligencer. If America allowed a Mexican invasion of any territory claimed by Texas, said Ritchie's Union, we should sacrifice our own rights, disregard our obligations to Texas, violate our honor, and cast a stain upon the American escutcheon. Gales's Intelligencer decried such bellicosity. But it is apparent that Texas has claimed, and we fear it is equally apparent that the executive has granted, the occupation of everything up to the Rio Bravo, which occupation is nothing short of an invasion of Mexico. It is offensive war, and not the necessary defense of Texas. This debate, beginning as small rivulets of sentiment in these rival newspapers, would grow through the Polk presidency to become a rushing river of political contention. Chapter 12. Britain and Mexico. Playing with prospects of a dual war. The Polk administration was barely 6 months old when the President discovered the extent of James Buchanan's penchant for generating presidential irritation. A pivotal episode occurred on Tuesday, August 26th, as the Cabinet discussed the U.S. government's reply to Richard Pakenham's stern rebuke over the Oregon question. Buchanan, at Polk's direction, had drafted the reply, a lengthy exposition of the American stance, and a firm rejection of the Pakenham critique. But now he wished to soften the language and undermine Polk's resolve to place the onus for further negotiations squarely on the British. Buchanan proposed a paragraph inviting Britain to make a counter-proposal. Polk instantly rejected the idea. It would mean, he said, they soon would be haggling over a line between the 49th parallel and the 42nd. He would never settle for less than the 49th, he insisted, and actually wanted more. That was the point of his decision to withdraw the U.S. proposition and refuse to submit another. That was why, he added, he was glad Pakenham had rejected his proposal. Let the British minister take his own course, said the President. If he chooses to close the negotiation, he can do so. If he chooses to make a proposition, he can as well do it without our invitation as with it. Buchanan, unmoved by these presidential words, said the president's approach could lead to war. The rest of the cabinet listened with some disbelief at Buchanan's obstinacy. "If we do have war," replied Polk, reflecting his own stubbornness and sanctimony, "it will not be our fault." Buchanan said the American people would not sustain such a war. Polk disagreed. Buchanan then suggested the administration should hold off sending the letter until it could be discerned what would happen with Mexico. Polk said he didn't see any connection between the two issues. "We should do our duty to both Mexico and Great Britain and firmly maintain our rights," said the president, "and leave the rest to God and country. God won't have much to do in justifying us in a war for a country north of 49 degrees, said Buchanan. He proposed withholding the letter until the following month. Polk said absolutely not. That would show hesitancy and indecision. Already the reply was tardy, he said. He asked when the final draft could be completed. Buchanan said Thursday, 2 days hence. Polk said he wanted it the following day and announced a special cabinet meeting to discuss it. This sparring reflected two distinct personalities. Polk prided himself on his boldness and resolve, traits that now would be bundled into a bargaining stratagem designed to place the British adversary off balance. Buchanan had no stomach for such stratagems. His instinct for accommodation didn't mix easily with Polk's Jacksonian impulses. Yet, in a kind of paradox of personality, he was perfectly willing to forego accommodation at cabinet meetings and challenge the president with numbing persistence. And Polk, who took pride in his decisiveness and policy-making audacity, accepted Buchanan's argumentative demeanor despite the annoyance it generated. Yet Polk was sufficiently angered by Buchanan's obstinacy that he went to his writing table that evening and summarized the episode for posterity. Thus began, on that contentious day, Polk's presidential diary, a daily rendition of events, conversations, thoughts, and complaints that would illuminate the remainder of his presidency. Polk's opening ploy was clever and bold. In withdrawing his offer and refusing to submit another to the British, Polk had in fact placed them in a seriously awkward position and removed prospects for a compromise below the 49th parallel. On the other hand, Buchanan had identified an ominous flaw in the president's approach, the prospect that his aggressiveness could lead to war with Britain at a time when war with Mexico also loomed. A disastrous scenario for Polk and for America would be a dual war with two continental powers acting in concert to attack the United States wherever it was most vulnerable. Yet Polk seemed unmindful of any risk. The next day the cabinet met to discuss the final draft, and Polk pronounced it able and admirable. Everyone agreed, except Buchanan, who again suggested postponement. Polk, finding his Secretary of State increasingly tiresome, again rejected the notion. But the specter of dual war emerged within 24 hours when the cabinet took up the threat of a Mexican invasion of Texas. Polk submitted a number of propositions which were quickly embraced by his team. First, if Mexico should declare war or otherwise commence hostilities, General Taylor should attack and drive the Mexican forces back across the Rio Grande. Second, even if Mexico simply crossed the Rio Grande into what Texas considered its territory, that in itself would be considered an act of war, and Taylor's orders would include a counterattack. Finally, Taylor would be authorized, in the event of hostilities, to push far enough into Mexican territory to take the town of Matamoros and any other strategic towns west of the river, but not to penetrate any great distance into enemy lands. Meanwhile, Commodore Connor, commanding the U.S. Naval Squadron in the Gulf of Mexico, would be ordered to blockade all Mexican ports on the Gulf if war broke out. Then he was to seize them if possible. At the next day's meeting, Buchanan arrived late, as he had been at the British Embassy to deliver his letter. "Well, the deed is done," said the secretary as he strode into the cabinet room. He couldn't help adding, with a touch of petulance, he didn't consider it wise statesmanship given the state of Mexican relations. "I'm glad it was delivered," replied the President. Then the Cabinet approved the formal language of the orders to Taylor and Connor, which were dispatched the next day via an express messenger. Polk's hope, as those dispatches went out, was that the military maneuvers of his land and naval forces would inhibit Mexico from any belligerence. As he remarked to Senator William Archer of Virginia during a courtesy call by the senator on September 1st, he felt those maneuvers would deter and prevent Mexico from either declaring war or crossing the Rio Grande. Archer agreed. By September 16th, it seemed Polk had made the right moves. At the noon cabinet meeting that day, the President's men discussed 3 dispatches just arrived from Mexico, suggesting an opportunity had emerged for negotiations. The most significant came from a former Mexico City dentist named William S. Parrott, an American whose reparation claim against Mexico, $690,000 for the illegal seizure of a large shipment of port wine he had ordered, constituted the single largest American claim against the American government. The episode had thrown him into personal bankruptcy, but Mexico insisted Parrott's claim was wildly inflated and labeled him untrustworthy. Some of Parrott's countrymen shared that view. Despite Parrott's history, Polk had sent him to Mexico City as a confidential agent to inform the President on developments there. By mid-September, Parrott had dispatched nearly 30 reports tracing political, military, and diplomatic activities within the country. Buchanan never quite trusted the man and asked 2 U.S. consuls in Mexico to evaluate his dispatches. They generally verified his interpretations. Now Parrott was reporting Mexican willingness to receive a U.S. envoy charged with negotiating a settlement between the countries. The Republic unrealistically wanted payment for the loss of Texas, said Parrott, and he had sought to disabuse its officials of any prospect of that. But, despite that issue, he wrote, an envoy from the United States might, with comparative ease, settle over a breakfast the most important national questions. U.S. Consul John Black, writing from Mexico City, corroborated Parrott's favorable perception, as did the U.S. Consul in Veracruz, F.M. Diamond. Black added, however, that Mexico's foreign minister, Manuel de la Peña y Peña, would not deal with Parrott. The prejudices existing against him cannot easily be removed, he wrote. Discussing all this on September 16th, Polk's cabinet decided to send Louisiana Representative John Slidell, who was fluent in Spanish, to Mexico as envoy. Then the President digressed a bit on what he called one great object of the mission, the acquisition of substantial portions of Mexican territory in exchange for a pecuniary consideration. He wanted, he said, Upper California and New Mexico. But he added a better boundary would be the Rio Grande to El Paso, near the 32nd parallel, and then west to the Pacific, with the United States getting all the country east and north of these lines. Such territory, combined with the greater Texas demands embraced by Polk, would encompass all of present-day Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and California, as well as parts of present-day Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Wyoming. It was a huge swath of land that, combined with Oregon Territory, would expand the United States by more than a third and secure its dominance of western North America and the Pacific coast from Juan de Fuca to San Diego. For such a boundary, the amount of pecuniary consideration to be paid would be of small importance, the President said, adding it might be available for $15 million or $20 million. But he gladly would pay $40 million, and his cabinet colleagues agreed. The next day, alas, this excitement dissipated. Polk called another cabinet meeting to discuss new developments conveyed in New Orleans newspapers reaching Washington the previous evening. On August 21st, Mexican President Herrera had issued a military circular breathing a war spirit, as Polk put it in his diary. Herrera had also appointed the fiery Anastasio Bustamante commander-in-chief of the Mexican Army. This raised questions about Mexico's true intentions. Polk wished to avoid the embarrassment of sending an American minister to Mexico City, and having him rejected by authorities there. The cabinet members decided to proceed more cautiously. They would wait for further dispatches before assessing the climate for negotiations. Buchanan would ask Consul Black to ascertain officially whether a minister would be received, with the answer to be whisked back to Washington in a fast military ship. And Polk would write to Slidell asking him to take on the diplomatic mission and, if he consented, to stand by for further instructions. The letters went out that evening. In his letter to Black, Buchanan suggested that, were the President disposed to stand upon a mere question of etiquette, he would wait for the Mexican government to request a restoration of relations, since it was Mexico that had severed contact between the two countries. But his desire is so strong to terminate the present unfortunate state of our relations with that republic that he has consented to waive all ceremony and take the initiative. No doubt this was a sincere expression of administration sentiment. Polk genuinely wanted to avoid war, but he wanted Mexican territory more, and it wasn't clear he could get it peacefully. Parrott had written back in July that it would be far better that Mexico should declare war now than that she should propose to open negotiations for the settlement of pending differences. That was because a territorial settlement might be possible following a war, he explained, but not in negotiation, now nor at any future period. He added, "I am fully persuaded they never can love or respect us until after we shall have given them a positive proof of our superiority." Hence, he advocated that Mexico should be well flogged by Uncle Sam's boys ere we enter upon negotiation. But Polk reversed the Parrott formula and sought negotiation first. His calculation was that Mexico was too weak and chaotic to confront the United States, however intense the anti-American sentiments then flowing through the body politic. The cabinet was weak. Herrera seemed beleaguered. General Paredes had refused to march to the Rio Grande with his army of 7,000 men, and now threatened a return to Mexico City to depose Herrera. The populace was livid over the loss of Texas and the failure of the Elliott mission, but didn't know what could be done about it. Mexico hardly seemed in position to wage war against the United States, and hence the time seemed perfect for negotiation. As Polk waited for word from Black, another political drama emerged with the death of Supreme Court Justice Henry Baldwin of Connecticut, named to the bench by Jackson in 1830. Buchanan called on the president one evening in late September to say he wished to discuss rumors that he wanted Baldwin's seat. First, he said, it might be best to remove him from the cabinet because his political colleagues in Pennsylvania were certain to oppose Polk's plan to reduce tariffs, and his presence in the cabinet thus might prove awkward for the president. Not to mention, though he didn't say it, awkward for himself. On the other hand, he said, should war come with Mexico or England, he would wish to remain in his current pivotal position. But Buchanan wanted the president to know he had harbored for years a strong desire to become a high court justice, and he wondered whether, should he remain in the cabinet, he might be considered for some future court vacancy. Polk expressed complete satisfaction with Buchanan at State, and noted the difficulties he would face in seeking a replacement. He suggested they let the matter ride until Congress convened in December, and Buchanan agreed. 2 weeks later, Buchanan reported to the president on a shrewd bit of politicking he had undertaken at Polk's behest. The secretary had conversed at length with Senator Benton, and had submitted to him large portions of the official correspondence on the Oregon question. Benton had seemed pleased with this display of confidence and responded favorably when Buchanan suggested the president would enjoy talking with him directly. Benton said he would make himself available at the president's pleasure. The timing was good, for the Oregon issue was heating up. On October 21st, the cabinet took up a dispatch from Polk's ambassador to London, Louis MacLean, who reported an intriguing conversation with British Foreign Minister Lord Aberdeen. Aberdeen expressed regret at Pakenham's rejection of Polk's compromise proposal, and suggested a willingness to accept a modified version of that proposal. Would the President, asked Aberdeen, negotiate further on the subject? Buchanan, visibly excited, said he expected Pakenham had received new instructions by the same ship that had brought the Maclean dispatch. No doubt, he said, the British minister would call on Buchanan to inquire whether the U.S. government would receive another proposition. If so, what modifications would be acceptable? He turned to Polk for the answer. The President offered nothing. His proposal, he said, had been rejected in terms not very courteous. Thereafter, the United States had withdrawn its offer and vowed to extend no other. However, America remained open to further negotiation, if the British wished to put forth a proposal. Hence, Buchanan could say only that the United States would consider any British proposal. He was instructed to say nothing as to what the United States would or would not accept. This did not please Buchanan, who repeated his earlier suggestion that the President's approach would inevitably lead to war. Polk expressed satisfaction with his country's position, and digressed at length on why he had never wished to pose the 49th parallel in the first place, and why he was pleased it had been rejected. Now he was free to spurn that compromise line altogether and hold out for more. He doubted, added the President, that the British minister could propose anything he would accept, although he might submit the proposal to the Senate for its judgment prior to his taking action. Seizing on that concept, Buchanan asked if he could tell Pakenham that Polk would submit a British offer to the Senate for its prior advice. That would be improper, said Polk. The British minister had no right to know U.S. intentions. Polk emphasized that he had not closed the door to further negotiations, and that was all the British needed to know. On October 23rd, Buchanan reported to Polk the substance of a 2-hour conversation between himself and Pakenham at the State Department. Pakenham clearly was feeling the heat, seemed troubled, and expressed regret the American proposition had been withdrawn. Following his instructions carefully, Buchanan said simply his government would consider any proposition put forth by the British minister. After hearing Buchanan's report, Polk reiterated he was unlikely to accept any Pakenham proposal. The next morning, Polk sent a message to Thomas Benton. The President would receive the senator that afternoon if he was available. Benton arrived at 1 o'clock, and the two men held a long conversation, focusing particularly on Oregon. This was important political outreach. The maverick from Missouri was well positioned to help or thwart the President's aims in the Senate according to his latest whim, and it was always best to control his whims if possible. Benton entered the discussion very cheerfully, as Polk put it to his diary, and expressed support for administration policy up to that point. He noted an earlier promise to Buchanan to support the 49th parallel as a compromise line. Polk carefully walked through his own thinking. That he had offered the 49th only in deference to actions of his predecessors, and that now, in the wake of British rejection, he was inclined to press for the whole territory all the way to 54-40. Despite a brewing disagreement on this question, the two men found common ground on a number of items. Benton agreed Polk should give the 12-month notice for abrogation allowed under the Convention of 1827. That U.S. laws and jurisdiction should be extended to American citizens in Oregon in the same way that British laws had been extended to British subjects. That the U.S. government should establish forts and other means of protection for Americans traveling to Oregon, and that U.S. Indian policy should be extended to the territory. The two felt none of these issues would violate the current treaty. Polk added he was strongly inclined to reaffirm the Monroe Doctrine against permitting foreign colonization in North America, including Mexican lands that weren't being seriously administered, such as California. Benton, without taking issue with that, then remarked that Britain's claim to the Fraser River Valley in the north of Oregon was every bit as strong as America's claim to the Columbia River Valley in the south. A bit of wary sparring on the question revealed a possibly serious disagreement on this point. Benton did agree that the United States could permit no European power to colonize California, particularly the maritime jewel in that territorial crown, San Francisco Harbor. The senator then mentioned his son-in-law, John C. Fremont, the Army's famous scientific explorer and topographer, then on his third expedition into the wilds of the western lands, only vaguely mapped and catalogued for civilized eastern folks who might want to make their way there. Fremont, then in his early 30s, was a man to stir the nation's imagination. Handsome and imposing, with a luxuriant black beard, fiery eyes, and a messianic mode of expression, Fremont was a man on the make. The bastard son of a penniless French vagabond and a fallen woman of Virginia society, he seemed driven to attain fame and glory. He had his fame. Now he was looking for the glory. The fame had materialized through his first two remarkable Western expeditions: an 1842 journey to chart and depict the Oregon Trail, and a later 1843 to 1844 trek that had wound its way extensively throughout much of the West, including California, Oregon, and vast expanses of the Rocky Mountains. The third voyage, which had commenced the previous June from St. Louis, was ostensibly a mere 6-month affair focused on the exploration of the southern Rockies and the upper Arkansas River. But now the explorer's devoted father-in-law was telling the president he expected Fremont to go beyond his precise orders and veer into California before returning to St. Louis. Colonel B., Polk later reported to his diary, expressed the opinion that Americans would settle on the Sacramento River and ultimately hold the country. Indeed, this process was already well in progress. Like Texas before it, California was a land that Mexico could not adequately govern or control. Mexico had neither the population to stock it nor the military reach to protect it. And again, like Texas, it was now in receipt of growing numbers of U.S. citizens making their way there for land and opportunity. Particularly receptive was the Sacramento Valley and the protective harbor at Monterey, operational base of U.S. whaling enterprises for a generation. Polk and Benton shared the same view about California, namely, it would fall into U.S. hands eventually, and there was no reason not to accelerate the process. Besides, for Benton, the added incentive was that in California, John C. Fremont might find his glory. On October 27th, Pakenham delivered to Buchanan a letter designed to seek progress in negotiations, and the next day's cabinet meeting was devoted to the proper U.S. response. The members began with a draft prepared by Buchanan, and unpalatable to his colleagues. There ensued the same old argument between the President and his Secretary of State. Finally, Polk suggested the reply language was too important to craft in the heat of debate, and so they should sleep on it and resume the discussion at 9 the next morning. But Polk didn't sleep on it. Instead, he asked Treasury Secretary Robert Walker to come by the White House at 6 and help him restructure the Buchanan draft. With a brief interruption for the President to greet White House visitors, they worked until 10 o'clock to fashion a final product. Gone were Buchanan's passages of accommodation and signals of U.S. flexibility. In their place was the austere Polk language. "We have nothing to say, but go ahead and make an offer, and we will consider it when we see it." The revised letter was presented to the Cabinet at the next morning's meeting and accepted. Outmaneuvered, Buchanan took a new approach. Noting that Pakenham had suggested he might not declare his letter to be official until after he heard the response, Buchanan proposed that he read the reply and then let the British minister decide whether his letter was official. If not, he could withdraw it. Polk soundly rejected this approach. Pakenham, he said, must declare whether his letter was official before he could know the U.S. response. Buchanan protested with some earnestness that his honor was at stake. As Pakenham had indicated earlier, he might reserve the right to withdraw the letter. Polk sternly issued instructions as to how Buchanan must approach the impending Pakenham meeting. He must force the minister to declare whether his letter was official. If so, he could release the reply. If not, no U.S. communication would be forthcoming. Buchanan accepted the instruction and retired. An hour later, he returned to report on his meeting with Pakenham. He did as instructed, said Buchanan, and the British minister had responded with apparent anguish and indecision. Buchanan then remarked that Pakenham could not expect the United States to abandon the ground it had taken in the negotiations, whereupon Pakenham withdrew his letter, and the interview ended. Polk was furious, certain the Secretary's remark had generated Pakenham's response. He said as much to Buchanan. The result of the whole, he later complained to his diary, is that after 2 cabinet meetings and much anxious discussion, the matter ended where it began. It was clear, he added, that Buchanan disapproved the President's approach and was laboring to prevent it. Polk had hoped his bold stratagem on Oregon would accelerate events and lead to a quick settlement, but now events were in suspension. They were, however, heating up elsewhere. On October 30th, Polk initiated a confidential conversation with a young Marine lieutenant named Archibald Gillespie, about to embark on a secret presidential mission to California. He was to deliver confidential messages to the U.S. Consul in Monterey, Thomas O. Larkin, and to John C. Fremont, wherever he might be found. Then, on November 7th, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Bancroft arrived at the White House with the reply from John Black, the U.S. Consul at Mexico City. The dispatch had been conveyed by William Parrott in one of Commodore Connor's fast ships, and it reported Mexico's willingness to accept an American envoy. Specifically, Black had inquired in writing whether Mexico would receive an envoy from the United States, entrusted with full power to adjust all the questions in dispute between the two governments. The Mexican Foreign Minister, Peña y Peña, had replied that his government was disposed to receive the Commissioner of the United States, who may come to this capital with full powers from his government to settle the present dispute in a peaceful, reasonable, and honorable manner. Peña had requested that the United States remove its fleet from the waters around Veracruz as a sign of good faith and a signal that no coercion was intended or implied by the Americans. Polk promptly complied as he unleashed a flurry of activity designed to set in motion the crucial negotiations. Instructions were drafted for John Slidell, who was invested with full powers as envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary. Strict secrecy regarding the entire mission was ordered, lest Britain or France find out about it and try to thwart the negotiations. Then Polk did a curious thing. He asked Parrott to return to Mexico as secretary to the Slidell legation. Polk knew from Black's earlier dispatch that Peña and other Mexican authorities considered Parrott untrustworthy and wished never to treat with him. Yet he urged the man nonetheless to take the assignment. Parrott reluctantly agreed. With Slidell organizing his trip to Mexico, Polk turned his attention to other matters, particularly the production of his extensive annual message to the new 29th Congress, which he intended to flood with major presidential initiatives. On November 17th, he met with Senator William Allen of Ohio, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. Then only 41, the earnest and easily agitated Allen was an ardent Polk ally, and he gave full assent to the president's decision-making, including his actions on Oregon. Buchanan came by on November 19th to say he had decided against asking for the vacant Supreme Court position. Polk expressed gratitude, adding he was entirely satisfied with Buchanan's cabinet performance. To his diary, the president confided that, although the secretary had differed with him on Oregon and tariffs, he had never caused embarrassment and had ultimately carried out presidential policies. The two men digressed a bit on Buchanan's political ambitions. The secretary said he aspired ultimately to a court seat and desired that position more than the presidency itself, particularly since his cabinet duties had given him a window on that difficult job. But some of his Pennsylvania friends harbored presidential ambitions for him, he confessed, and he hoped Polk would know that their agitations didn't have the secretary's sanction. Polk replied in avuncular fashion that history indicated presidential aspirants who were prominently before the electorate for too long a period often found their ambitions thwarted. He cited Henry Clay among others. Hence, if Buchanan ever did want the presidency, the president counseled, he should do everything possible to curtail his friend's activity in his behalf. Polk then assured his friend that he would be happy to consider Buchanan for future Supreme Court vacancies, and the Secretary departed well satisfied, as it appeared to Polk. Yet within 10 days the cabinet sparring between the President and his Secretary resumed. The topic, as usual, was Oregon, specifically the President's annual message language suggesting a desire to obtain all of Oregon. With congressional members flocking to Washington, said Buchanan, he had divined that many wished for a speedy compromise at the 49th parallel. Buchanan's channels of information, said Polk, were very different from mine. He added he had conversed with many members who were roused on the issue and wanted the whole length. Buchanan contended the country would not justify a war for territory north of 49 degrees, and Polk's greatest political danger was that he would be attacked for his warlike tone, as Polk put it to his diary. Polk said his greatest danger was opposition within his own party to any compromise at the 49th parallel. Had Britain accepted that compromise, he added, he would have sustained much anger from Western Democrats. It could have upended his entire administration, he argued. Later, Attorney General John Mason took Polk aside to report rumors that Buchanan had been promoting the 49th parallel with congressional members. The truth is, reported the President to his diary, Mr. Buchanan has from the beginning been, as I think, too timid and too fearful of war on the Oregon question. Around the same time, Polk received an evening visit from Representative Robert McLean of Baltimore, son of Polk's ambassador at London, Lewis McLean. Young McLean wished to impart to the President the substance of an hour-long train conversation he had shared with John Van Buren, son of the former President. Van Buren disparaged the President bitterly, said he was setting himself against his former New York friends on patronage matters, seemed intent on running for a second term, and was ill-treating Silas Wright. McLean said the younger Van Buren was emotionally opposed to the administration, and he speculated that he was visiting Washington to ascertain the tone of public sentiment toward the President. Polk himself speculated that if the administration were adjudged to be weak with the public, the New York barn burners would go public with their opposition. Polk didn't note to his diary his extensive and ardent efforts to ingratiate himself with the Van Buren faction during the long run-up to the 1844 election. The vice presidency had been his only request, which Van Buren had brushed aside with the barest minimum of politeness, while his good friend Francis Blair had used his globe to put forth a barely credible opponent. It all reflected the tenuous nature of politics, the shifting winds and fortunes of the game. Such slights and injustices of political life weighed heavily upon the consciousness of James Polk, as his diary revealed. But they never seemed to deflect him from his chosen course. Chapter 13. The 29th Congress. Polk takes command of the national agenda. The 29th Congress of the United States opened its first session on December 2, 1845. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, members received at their desks the President's first annual message. It was a manifesto of presidential resolve. James Polk intended to seize the national agenda. Running to more than 16,000 words, the message laid out in crisp and lucid prose the background of the major issues facing the country and presented the outcomes Polk wanted. Its tone reflected firm reasonableness, but there was an undercurrent of the self-righteousness that so often crept into the man's demeanor to the indignation of his critics, and sometimes the consternation of his allies. He extolled Texas annexation, soon to be consummated with congressional approval, and proudly noted that the sword has had no part in the victory. But he acknowledged with regret that U.S. relations with Mexico have not been of the amicable character which it is our desire to cultivate with all foreign nations. He attributed this in part to the long reparations history and Mexico's intransigence on that issue. Contributing also was that country's angry response to annexation. So far, the message said, he had managed to avoid hostilities by demonstrating America's military might on the Texas frontier and in the Gulf of Mexico. But he revealed he had sent a distinguished citizen of Louisiana to Mexico City with a mandate to adjust and definitively settle all pending differences between the two countries. He hoped for a peaceful resolution before Congress adjourned, and said he would recommend no legislative action on the matter until completion of the negotiations. On Oregon, Polk boldly dismissed British pretensions of title to any portion of the Oregon Territory upon any principle of public law recognized by nations. He had proposed his 49th parallel compromise, he said, only out of deference to his predecessors and in a spirit of moderation. Now that it had been rudely rejected, he told Congress, he asserted U.S. rights to the whole territory. He added, "The civilized world will see in these proceedings a spirit of liberal concession on the part of the United States, and this government will be relieved from all responsibility which may follow the failure to settle the controversy." He asked Congress to approve giving Britain notice of U.S. intent to abrogate the 1827 Treaty of Joint Occupation so the matter could be settled after a year's time. And he recommended legislation extending the jurisdiction of U.S. law and the protection of U.S. force to Americans in Oregon or on their way there. He invited other approaches from members of Congress, but emphasized the British insistence on getting all territory north of the Columbia can never for a moment be entertained by the United States without an abandonment of their just and dear territorial rights, their own self-respect, and the national honor. On domestic issues, Polk pressed Congress to reduce the nation's import taxes under the Whigs tariff of 1842 and to create the independent treasury that had been a hallmark of his presidential campaign. The only legitimate object of import duties, Polk declared, was to raise federal revenue. Discriminatory rates on various imported articles to help U.S. manufacturers could be justified only within a context of raising just enough revenue to sustain the government. He advocated modest ad valorem tariffs that taxed imports on a percentage basis, so the articles consumed by all are taxed at the same rate. Recalling the furious battles over the Bank of the United States, Polk expressed his resolve to ensure that federal funds would never again fall under the sway of private moneymen untethered from the popular will. The safekeeping of the public money, he wrote, should be confided to a public treasury created by law and under like responsibility and control. He ended his message with the hope that it may not be deemed inappropriate to memorialize the most eminent citizen of our country who, during the summer, has descended to the tomb. Andrew Jackson, said Polk, had an unfaltering confidence in the virtue and capacity of the people and in the permanence of that free government which he had largely contributed to establish and defend. Journalists and politicians alike reacted favorably to Polk's extensive message. Never in the period of our existence as a nation, gushed the Union, has a document appeared which could announce to the world a more prosperous state of affairs, or which is more imbued with the spirit of justice and nationality. Lewis Cass, now a Michigan senator, told Polk, "You have struck out the true doctrine." Even Pennsylvania politicians seemed pleased. "We Pennsylvanians may scratch a little about the tariff," said Senator Simon Cameron, "but we will not quarrel about it." More important, perhaps, than Democratic enthusiasm was the muted response from Whigs. The National Intelligencer pronounced itself pleased with the President's moderation, though the compliment was extended, said the Union, with the appearance of a charitable donation. Everyone knew, though, that serious debates would ensue shortly. On December 9th, as the Cabinet mulled a forthcoming meeting between Buchanan and Pakenham, the Secretary asked what he could say to the minister. Polk said he could say nothing beyond what was in his message. But Buchanan protested. "Suppose Mr. Pakenham inquires whether any further proposition which the British government might make would be received. What shall I say to him?" Polk replied the British government had no right to ask such a question. He repeated his oft-stated position that the onus for action rested entirely with the British. Polk, however, did modify his position slightly. In a draft letter of instruction to U.S. Ambassador Louis McLean, Buchanan had suggested Polk would send to the Senate, for prior advice, a British compromise proposal at the 49th parallel. Polk scratched out Buchanan's language and substituted his own. Should that government, Britain, take any further step with a view to settle the controversy, the President would judge of the character of any new proposition when made, and if, in his opinion, it was such as to justify it, would feel inclined to submit it to the Senate for their previous advice before he would take any action upon it. Buchanan deemed this an insufficient gesture and warned once again the country had better prepare for war. A few days later, this debate spilled onto the Senate floor when Cass introduced a resolution calling for executive branch reports on the country's military readiness to fight Britain. "A crisis is fast approaching in the intercourse between that country and ours," said Cass. Colleagues noted with interest Cass's leadership on the issue. They appreciated his immense stature, purchased over decades of public service as military leader, territorial governor, cabinet secretary, and diplomat. But they also had come to expect cautious circumspection from him on controversial issues. Now, having narrowly missed his party's presidential nomination the previous year, Cass appeared to have contracted the presidential bug and seemed bent on positioning himself for another try in 1848. That might explain this bold position on the superheated Oregon question. "I have said elsewhere what I will repeat here," declared Cass on the Senate floor, speaking for his Midwestern constituency, "that it is better to fight for the first inch of national territory than for the last. It is better to defend the doorsill than the hearthstone, the porch than the altar." The current system of joint occupation, said Cass, was becoming untenable as Americans flooded into Oregon in search of opportunity and betterment. He added, "England has placed herself in the path that is before us, and if she retain her position, we must meet her. If the last proposition she has submitted is her ultimatum, it is effectively a declaration of war. I hope, or I ought rather to say I wish, that England would awaken to a sense of her injustice and would yield where she could yield honorably. But will she do so? It is safest to believe she will not, and this dictate of prudence is fortified by every page of her history. When did she voluntarily surrender a territory she had once acquired, or abandon a pretension she had once advanced? William Archer of Virginia attacked the Cass resolution, deriding the country's war fever and asserting urgently the concerns that Buchanan expressed more mildly in cabinet meetings. Could any man calculate, he asked, the evil which would be conveyed to hundreds and thousands of bosoms by the mere intimation that we were to have war? He decried the overboiling patriotism guiding the debate. And for what? He answered, a small strip of territory, almost valueless and barren, beyond the reach of human comprehension, and so distant that it might not be found out, for an object so absolutely valueless that to fight a war for it would reflect criminality and venality. The next day, after further debate, the Senate passed the Cass resolution unanimously. No one felt comfortable opposing a measure that appeared so innocuous on its face, even if it carried ominous implications underneath. The debate had been the opening salvo in what would become a national preoccupation in the coming months. But American foreign policy ran on two tracks, and the Mexico track was rumbling with powerful events. John Slidell reached Mexico City on December 6th. When U.S. Consul Black informed Peña y Peña of Slidell's arrival, the foreign minister manifested great surprise at his speedy appearance and indicated a delayed schedule would have been better. Then, when Slidell sought to present his credentials to President Herrera, The response was vague. Word arrived the matter would be submitted to the Council of Government, an official advisory body of indeterminate standing but well-known capacity for mischief. The council, Slidell reported to Washington, was dominated by men not only in open and violent opposition to the present administration, but endeavoring to get up a revolutionary movement to overthrow it. It seemed the body had not been consulted when Herrera had opted for the negotiation, and now it was seeking to use the issue as leverage to bring down the president, whose cooperative spirit toward the United States was a minority sentiment in the country. As for Herrera, Slidell suspected he was desperately trying to fend off the opposition by cooperating with it. Mexican officials, Slidell wrote to Washington, in referring a matter entirely within their own competence to a body whose decision they cannot control, and upon whose sympathies they cannot rely, manifest either a weakness or a bad faith, which renders the prospect of any favorable issue to negotiations with them at best very problematical. On December 20th came word the Council had rejected Slidell on the ground that Mexico could not accept any U.S. envoy with full diplomatic powers. When Mexico had accepted the U.S. offer to send an emissary, wrote Peña to Slidell, it had not anticipated he would arrive with the presumptuous status of envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary, which implied the two countries enjoyed normal relations. They didn't, said Peña, and they couldn't, while the Texas issue remained unresolved. Hence, the United States needed to send an ad hoc minister whose negotiating portfolio was confined to the nettlesome issue of Texas. Mr. Slidell cannot be admitted in the character with which he appears invested, wrote Peña, as the honor, the dignity, and the interest of the Mexican Republic would thereby be placed in jeopardy. Slidell was livid. In replying to Peña on Christmas Eve, the envoy said he would abstain from the full expression of the feelings of astonishment and dissatisfaction, fearful that, if he did not do so, he might overstep the bounds which courtesy and the usages of diplomatic intercourse prescribe. He traced the correspondence that had brought him there and found no suggestion that Mexico would reject an envoy with full diplomatic powers. Besides, he added, without such status he could not treat on all the issues separating the two countries. He described his country's good-faith gestures, including the removal of Commodore Connor's naval forces from the vicinity of Veracruz. Then he turned menacing. Recounting the reparation history, he said, the annals of no civilized nation present, in so short a period of time, so many wanton attacks upon the rights of persons and property as have been endured by citizens of the United States from the Mexican authorities. Failure to resolve the country's differences, said Slidell, would lead inevitably to war, as Peña himself had suggested. If this, unfortunately, should be the result, warned the U.S. envoy, the fault will not be with the United States. The sole responsibility of such a calamity, with all its consequences, must rest with the Mexican Republic. With that broadside, Slidell left Mexico City for Jalapa, nearer the coast, where he planned to await further instructions from Washington. News of these developments didn't reach Washington until well into the new year, and in the meantime Polk's attention remained fixed on Oregon. On December 22nd, he received a visit from John C. Calhoun, who arrived in a fine humor but promptly expressed opposition to the one-year abrogation notice. He said he feared peace would be destroyed by an emotional congressional debate on the issue that could lock the country into a position of hostility toward Britain. Even on the tariff, the free trader Calhoun was petulant. He supported the president's position generally, but complained it didn't go far enough. After the session, Polk predicted to his diary that Calhoun will be very soon in opposition to my administration. At the next day's cabinet meeting, the relentless Buchanan won a concession of sorts from the president on Oregon. Peppering Polk with questions on how he would react to particular contingencies, the secretary posed a hypothetical. If Britain proposed a compromise at the 49th parallel, leaving the southern tip of Vancouver Island to Britain, but giving the United States full rights to the Columbia, would the President submit the proposal to the Senate for its prior counsel before responding? Polk replied he would consult 3 or 4 senators from different regions of the country, and if they agreed, he might submit the proposal formally for a senatorial judgment before acting. It was a small concession, but it pleased Buchanan, who reduced the proposition to writing in order to lock the President to it. The next day, Senator Allen called and bolstered Buchanan's position that a British offer at the 49th parallel should be submitted to the Senate for its prior advice. Polk replied that he thought that would be an appropriate course. Polk clearly was softening on Oregon as it became clear he could find himself in a political vice on the issue. Caught between Southern senators fearful that war with Britain would destroy their cotton trade, and hawkish Western senators bent on coupling all of Oregon with their own territory. The Westerners, Tennessee Senator Hopkins Turney told Polk, were almost mad on the subject. Turney warned of a brewing alliance between Calhoun and Benton to oppose Polk. Benton still harbored animosities over Van Buren's fate at the Baltimore Convention, and would break with the administration as soon as he thought he could do so safely, said Turney, while Calhoun was almost sure to organize a Southern spearhead of opposition. He counseled a quick compromise on Oregon to forestall this political threat. When Polk candidly revealed his inclination to seek prior senatorial advice on any British compromise at the 49th parallel, Turney heartily approved. James and Sarah Polk enjoyed a rare time of relaxation on Christmas Day. Few visitors called, and those who did stayed only briefly. Congress was out of session, and no public business was transacted in the city. But the President, never able to stay away from his toil for long, wrote an urgent letter to Vice President Dallas in Philadelphia, imploring him to return to Washington so he could sign, on behalf of the Senate, the joint congressional resolution admitting Texas into the Union. When Polk himself got a chance to sign the resolution a few days later, he used a quill pen made from an eagle feather sent him by a friend, Elizabeth Curtis of Virginia. Mrs. Curtis said the feather had dropped from an eagle flying overhead on the day Henry Clay got the Whig presidential nomination, and hence she considered it a welcome omen of Clay's inevitable defeat. Polk enjoyed a rare feeling of mirth over this little joke. Late on Christmas evening, Buchanan called at the White House in a mood of severe agitation. The issue was Polk's decision to nominate Judge George Woodward to the vacant Supreme Court seat. Polk considered the bright young Pennsylvanian to be a sound, original, and consistent Democrat of the strict construction school. But Pennsylvania's Buchanan-Cameron faction considered him a rival, and Buchanan viewed his nomination as a personal affront. The Secretary complained bitterly that Polk had not alerted him in advance and accused Polk of undermining his political standing in Pennsylvania with numerous adverse patronage decisions. Polk vehemently denied this and walked through his many appointments to bolster his defense. He said he wished his cabinet could accept his personnel decisions, but he must act on my own convictions on such matters. It was a painful conversation, Polk confided to his diary afterward, but Mr. Buchanan finally retired, expressing himself to be satisfied. 2 days later, Buchanan arrived at the regular Saturday cabinet meeting in apparent high spirits. On the question of soliciting prior Senate advice on a 49th parallel compromise, Polk went around the room to get the counsel of each member. Cave Johnson initially balked at the idea, but eventually all agreed it must be done. They also agreed to reject any British proposal to submit the matter to arbitration, in which a mutually acceptable third-party nation would determine the appropriate outcome. Pakenham had indicated an interest in an arbitration approach. As Polk inched toward a compromise position on Oregon, the debate intensified in Congress. On December 30th, Senator Edward Hannigan of Indiana expressed the fiery Western sentiment with a resolution demanding all of Oregon as part and parcel of the United States, and declaring the government had no power to transfer its soil, and the allegiance of its citizens to the dominion, authority, control, and subjection of any foreign prince, state, or sovereignty. Not surprisingly, the Senate erupted into a frenzy of political agitation. Calhoun promptly introduced a counter-resolution affirming the president's right to negotiate an Oregon settlement and pointedly declaring a compromise at the 49th parallel would not abandon the honor, the character, or the best interests of the American people. If the country could not avoid war on the issue, said Calhoun, he would support his country in war. But, he added, the war would be one of no ordinary character, and he would hold those responsible who rashly rushed us into it. Hannigan responded, if it is rashness in the representatives of the people to assert the rights of the country, and if this rashness should produce war, and for which we shall be held responsible, I, for one, do not fear the responsibility. All Democrats, said Hannigan, must adhere to the declaration of party made in solemn convention. By this, he added, he was willing to live or die, no compromise at 49. The people in this country would never consent to such a surrender. The resolutions were then placed on hold to be brought up at a later time. A few days later, the issue kicked up even more emotion in the House when Georgia's Democratic representative Hugh Harrelson introduced a bill to raise 2 regiments of dragoons. The military debate quickly spilled over into an Oregon debate. Charles Ingersoll of Pennsylvania, Democratic chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, urged calm and patience by arguing Oregon would fall into American hands peacefully in time based on demographics. He noted Benjamin Franklin's famous admonition to American colonists facing the prospect of war with Great Britain. Get children as fast as possible, Franklin had said. Added Ingersoll, that is precisely what we have to do now. The House erupted in tokens of assent that were loud and numerous, reported the Union. Preston King of New York believed the situation required more immediate action. Polk was wrong to propose the 49th parallel as a compromise, said King, because the British would use Oregon as a staging ground for attacks on U.S. western lands. What, he asked, was the purpose of such diplomacy? That it should demonstrate to ourselves and to the world that a territory that was ours, that we may then be enabled to show our magnanimity by surrendering it to our enemy? He warned that the British had but one purpose for that territory, a road on which she might send her powder, her balls, aye, and her scalping knives to her northwestern allies, Indian tribes. Robert Winthrop of Massachusetts rose to declare his absolute enmity toward all war generally and warlike talk regarding Oregon specifically. Everyone favored peace, he said, but everyone qualified it by saying it must be an honorable peace. Well, he wished to announce that he viewed peace as, in its own nature, and in its own simple essence, the highest of all honor, and war, the deepest of all disgraces. That's why he vehemently opposed giving Britain notice of America's intent to abrogate the Joint Occupation Treaty. Such an action, he declared, would almost unavoidably terminate in war, followed up, as it would probably be, by an immediate occupation of the whole territory by Britain. To those who cried, the whole of Oregon or none, he would reply, none. The House debate became even more fiery 2 days later when Ingersoll introduced a resolution effectuating the 12-month notice for U.S. abrogation of the 1827 treaty. That stirred Joshua Giddings of Ohio to deliver unto the House his usual brand of incendiary political prose. Giddings was a courtly and generous-spirited Whig who nonetheless projected himself in political discourse as a savage warrior against the ideas he hated. What he hated most was slavery and the slave-holding oligarchy of the South, and he viewed just about every issue before the House through the prism of human bondage. He had been livid when it became clear that Texas would enter the Union as a slave state, and now he wanted to redress that wrong through a war with Britain that would very likely, he believed, destroy the slave power forever. I am led to the conclusion, he declared, that war, with all its horrors and its devastation of public morals, is infinitely preferable to a supine, inactive submission to the slave-holding power that is to control this nation if left in its present situation. The North and West would survive the devastation, he said, but the greatest burden would fall upon the weak, helpless, slaveholding South, which now saw before it servile insurrections which torment their imaginations. He added, "Murder, rapine, and bloodshed now dance before their affrighted visions. Well, sir, I say to them, this is your policy, not mine. You have prepared the cup, and I will press it to your lips until the very dregs shall be drained. Let no one say that I desire a slave insurrection. But, sir, I doubt not that hundreds of thousands of honest and patriotic hearts will laugh at your calamity and mock when your fear cometh. No, sir. Should a servile insurrection take place, should massacre and blood mark the footsteps of those who have for ages been oppressed, my prayer to God shall be that justice, stern, unyielding, and unalterable justice, may be awarded to the master and to the slave." But, added Giddings, he didn't expect that war to come, even after treaty abrogation, because the Democratic executive would save the South with a compromise. Yes, sir, I verily believe that he will surrender up all that portion of Oregon lying north of the 49th parallel. Thus, Giddings vowed to vote for abrogation so the slave oligarchy would be destroyed. But he would do so, knowing the president would never permit the war that would destroy the slave oligarchy. Virginia's James McDowell pounced on the inconsistency. In one breath, he pointed out, the gentleman has declared that the notice to Great Britain would be inevitable, and in the next that there would be no war, and that he would vote for the notice. His rhetorical aim was never logical coherence or arguments designed to be. He wanted to assert the issue into the consciousness of to avoid that damnable subject. His that rage also on the pronunciation of he had been forced to resign for defending a murder that occurred during a revolt aboard a ship called the Creole, arguing this would not be murder because the slaves were merely pursuing natural rights of personal liberty. Giddings effectively advocated the lawless and violent overthrow of slavery. His constituents in Ohio's Western Reserve promptly sent him back to the chamber that reproved him. The debate raged on that day and in many days to come. Southerners decried the notice resolution as leading to plan on a political war, as Democrat Robert Barnwell Rhett of South Carolina put it. Midwesterners, alternatively dismissing prospects of war and welcoming it, demanded the full territory upon pain of national degradation. "I am for the whole of Oregon," declared Democrat Leonard Sims of Missouri, "and in defense of it, I will willingly see every river, from its mountain source to the ocean, reddened with the blood of the contest." Others supported the notice resolution on the grounds it would lead to a prudent middle-course compromise at the 49th parallel. James Polk followed the debate with one thing firmly in mind. Whatever the outcome, he would not show weakness. As he told South Carolina's Democratic Representative James Black, who called at the White House on January 4th to urge compromise, "The only way to treat John Bull is to look him straight in the eye." Thus, he said, a bold and firm course on our part was the more pacific approach, and if Congress faltered or hesitated, John Bull would immediately become arrogant and more grasping in his demands. On January 10th, Calhoun called again for what was a congenial conversation on Oregon, though the two men clearly saw the matter through different eyes. Calhoun urgently argued the president's notice policy was a recipe for war. He asked if Polk had any new information on what Britain might do. The president replied there had been no new compromise proposal, but signals from London indicated Britain was anxious to avoid war. He added his strong conviction that a compromise would be possible only after the treaty had been abrogated. Calhoun then offered a dosage of his characteristically insightful and well-grounded political analysis. Those favoring notice brought different considerations to the question, he said. Most did so in hopes it would foreclose any compromise, in which case Calhoun feared war would be inevitable. A few favored notice in hopes it would foster compromise. Calhoun feared the influence of the first group and revealed that 2 moderate Midwestern senators had offered Calhoun a deal. They would vote against the notice resolution if the South Carolinian and his Southern friends would promise to oppose any subsequent compromise. Calhoun, echoing Benton, emphasized he felt the United States held no legitimate title to any Oregon lands north of latitude 49. 2 days later, Ritchie's Union ran an editorial reflecting Polk's emerging flexibility on the issue. Noting the paper had always advocated a peaceful resolution, now argued that such a resolution was possible only after treaty abrogation. Under joint argument, Britain had no incentive to adjust the arrangement because it claimed an exclusive right to any territory below the 49th parallel. Thus, the current arrangement gave Britain cover for extending its administrative reach over the entire expanse in a way that never would be possible under any compromise. Notice to terminate this state of things must be given, said the Union, before a settlement of the question by negotiation can be hoped for. This was a strong signal that Polk was moving toward a compromise at the 49th parallel.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Events in Mexico were proving more nettlesome, however. In early January, Polk received word from Slidell that his mission had been rejected by Herrera. By this time, word also had reached Washington that Herrera's government was in danger of collapse as General Paredes was moving toward the capital with his army, now approaching 9,000 men. In a letter to Slidell, Buchanan praised the envoy's actions up to that time and urged a 3-pronged approach. First, he should conduct himself as to throw the whole odium of the failure of the negotiation upon the Mexican government. Secondly, he should declare his intention of staying in Mexico pending receipt of instructions from Washington. And thirdly, he should use that time to follow events and ascertain if they could improve prospects for commencing the negotiations, particularly if a new government emerged under Paredes. Then came word that in late December, Herrera's government indeed had collapsed. The central issue driving the anti-Herrera forces had been the president's willingness to negotiate with the United States, which was interpreted widely and angrily as a willingness to sell portions of northern Mexico. Now the general who had fomented much of that outrage was in charge, and he wasn't likely to entertain negotiations with Slidell and his despised associate William Parrott. Herrera had represented Washington's final opportunity to negotiate a settlement, but even he had succumbed to the anti-U.S. hostility within his constituency. Worse, the Mexican polity was in progressive deterioration, as Slidell explained in his cable to Buchanan. Yet another constitution was in the works, possibly to include provisions for a monarch to be imported from Spain, which inevitably would set off yet another round of civic strife. During that process, an estimated 13 months, Paredes would exercise uncontrolled power, unless, said Slidell, some discontented generals succeed in making a counter-revolution. This could only be avoided if Paredes could pay the army, but he had no money with which to do so. Already the government's civilian employees had not been paid for months, and the expense of the army exceeded the country's entire revenue. In these circumstances, the prospect for serious negotiations between the United States and Mexico seemed remote. Thus, it wasn't surprising that War Secretary William Marcy sent new orders to General Zachary Taylor. Sir, I am directed by the President to instruct you to advance and occupy, with the troops under your command, positions on or near the east bank of the Rio del Norte. Taylor's men, nearly 6 months at Corpus Christi, were becoming restless, and the stolid commander welcomed the opportunity for a major maneuver to the west. He began preparations for the move. On January 22nd, the powerful foreign policy issues occupying Polk's mind receded temporarily when a political crisis erupted closer to home. The Senate rejected Polk's nomination of George Woodward to the Supreme Court. The entire Whig caucus had voted against, along with 6 Democrats, Cameron, Benton, Ambrose Sevier, and Chester Ashley of Arkansas, and David Yulee and James Westcott of Florida. Polk knew Cameron, Sevier, and Westcott were intimate friends of Buchanan, presumably susceptible to entreaties from the Secretary to support the President. Clearly, Buchanan had not supported the administration in its hour of need. Worse, Polk heard that Buchanan had expressed hopes of getting the job even before the Woodward vote. "The information given me," wrote Polk to his diary, "left the painful impression that Mr. Buchanan had been willing to see Mr. Woodward rejected by the Senate in order to obtain the office himself." Later that evening, the President received visits from Vice President Dallas, Senator Daniel Dickinson of New York, and Allen of Ohio. They were indignant. The 6 errant Democrats had ignored all arguments in favor of the highly qualified Woodward, they reported, and voted simply for political effect. Cameron was the apparent ringleader, they said, and immediately after the vote, rumors began floating across the Senate floor that Buchanan would be the next nominee. Sure enough, Polk shortly received a letter from Benton recommending Buchanan for the job. In a long diary disquisition, Polk complained of Buchanan's inordinate sensitivity to presumed slights regarding presidential appointments. "I cannot surrender the appointing power to anyone else, and if, because I will not do so, Mr. B chooses to retire from my cabinet, I shall not regret it." But he stopped short of taking action based on reports that Buchanan actively had opposed Woodward and had fostered the 6-senator Democratic rebellion. One thing he made clear: Buchanan would not get the court vacancy. A few days later, Attorney General Mason stopped by the White House to relay a conversation he had with Buchanan, who clearly was trying to extricate himself from a bad situation. He protested that he had had nothing to do with Woodward's rejection, and suggested that, had he been consulted on the matter, he could have ensured the man's confirmation. Polk considered this evidence of conniving because it proved the Secretary could have reversed the outcome had he wanted to. Mason also revealed Buchanan had asked the Attorney General to support him for the court vacancy. All this constituted sufficient grounds for firing Buchanan, or perhaps putting him on the court simply to get rid of him. But, beyond fulminations to his diary, and vows that further such behavior would elicit a serious response, Polk chose to put up with his meddlesome secretary, seemingly unmindful that such forbearance in the face of Buchanan's behavior undermined his executive authority throughout a watchful Capitol. The President told Mason that if he discovered any cabinet member conspiring with the Democratic faction to join with Whigs in opposing his administration, that person would find me a lion in his path, and I would not submit to it. To his diary he added, "Mr. Buchanan will find that I cannot be forced to act against my convictions, and if he chooses to retire, I will find no difficulty in administering the government without his aid." But such bravado to intimate associates and his diary wasn't accompanied by any overt actions that gave it credibility. And around Washington a perception was gathering that James Polk, for all of his firm conviction, stubbornness, and power, could be mauled and outmaneuvered with impunity. James Buchanan was Exhibit A. Chapter 14. End of a Treaty. Diplomacy and politics at war with each other. On February 7, 1845, a backbench Democratic congressman named John D. Cummins rose in the House to add his voice to the territorial debate that had absorbed Congress for nearly 2 months. He was from the western state of Ohio, and hence he surprised no one with his call for U.S. acquisition of the entire Oregon expanse. But his vision and eloquence went beyond expectation. Cummins dismissed those, such as Virginia's Senator Archer, who deprecated the value and richness of the disputed lands. They were, said Cummins, nothing less than the master key of the commerce of the universe. Get that territory into U.S. jurisdiction, he argued, and soon it would fill up with an industrious, thriving American population, and flourishing towns and embryo cities facing west upon the Pacific within 4,000 miles of vast Asian markets. Now contemplate, he added, ribbons of railroad track across America, connecting New York, Boston, and Philadelphia to those burgeoning West Coast cities and ports that would spring up once Oregon was in American hands. Now, Cummins continued, think about how the inevitable eternal laws of trade would render America the necessary passageway for the whole eastern commerce of Europe. Traversing the American continent on their way to Asia, European goods could get there in little more than 7 weeks, whereas the traditional sea routes around Cape Horn or Good Hope generally required 7 months. The commerce of the world would thus be revolutionized, he said. The East India Company would be broken down. Great Britain must lose her commercial supremacy in the Pacific, and the portion of its commerce which forced its destination there must pay tribute to us. Cummins's bold vision was easily dismissed as hopelessly fanciful in a world utterly dominated by Great Britain, and yet it crystallized a fundamental element of the era's politics, the widely shared conviction that America was a nation of destiny, that one day it would supplant Britain as the world's dominant power, that Oregon represented merely an interim step toward realization of that vision. Of course, in the world of everyday politics, such rarefied concepts of destiny inevitably encountered messy realities of skepticism and counter-concerns about the price to be paid. That was the essence of the congressional debate on Oregon. In the House on February 9th, destiny carried the day. The chamber approved, by a vote of 163 to 54, a resolution calling on the President to notify Great Britain that the United States intended to abrogate the Convention of 1827 at the end of 12 months. The House added language inviting the President to pursue negotiations for an amicable settlement, but rejected by a heavy vote a provision that would have recommended pursuit of a compromise. The matter then went to the Senate. Ohio's Senator Allen, as Foreign Relations Chairman, led off with a rousing defense of the abrogation notice and a fervent prediction that Britain dare not go to war with this country single-handed on the subject of Oregon. So earnest was his call for unity on the issue that the galleries, filled almost to suffocation, according to the Union, erupted in applause. Though rebuked by the Senate President, it reflected, said the Union, the intensity of the public feeling on the great question of the time. The next day, John M. Clayton of Delaware, a highly respected Whig, echoed Allen in a speech that lasted an hour and a half. On this great issue, he said, there was but one party, the National Party. These expressions of Senate unity would prove false, and the unfolding drama would ensnare President Polk in a troubling predicament as his diplomatic approach abroad conflicted with his political approach at home. His audacious decision to withdraw his 49th parallel offer and refuse absolutely to present another was paying off. Britain was coming around to a reasonable compromise. But the President's stoic stubbornness on the issue split his party into two warring camps. After all, the President at different times had advocated two opposing outlooks: compromise at the 49th parallel, embraced by those consumed with war fears, and the claim of Oregon's entirety up to 5440, embraced by those who felt anything less would dishonor the Union. Now each camp claimed to speak for the President and desperately desired the executive to say as much. Not from James Polk. Any effort to assuage these animosities and harmonize his party would unravel his delicate diplomatic gamesmanship. And so Polk could only fall back upon the language of his annual message and let the Senate descend into bitter political discord that split not just the chamber but his own party. Across the Atlantic in London, political developments were playing nicely into Polk's diplomatic game. The ruling Tory government, led by Sir Robert Peel, collapsed over the incendiary issue of the Corn Laws, a shorthand term denoting the country's centuries of protectionist trade policies on farm goods. Pressures were mounting to repeal those high tariffs and move into a new era of free trade, much like the Jacksonian policies of America's Democratic Party. In quick succession, the protectionist Peel lost his cabinet consensus and resigned as Prime Minister. Lord John Russell, opposition leader and a strong free trader, but also a bellicose opponent of America's Oregon claims, sought to form a cabinet but failed. Queen Victoria rejected Peel's resignation and urged him to renew efforts to form a government. And so he put together a new reform cabinet dedicated to Corn Law repeal. He also retained Lord Aberdeen as foreign minister. All this benefited Polk in three ways. The anti-American Lord Russell was denied the Prime Minister's job. The new Peel administration suddenly found itself looking to the Polk government as a model on trade policy and potential commercial ally. And the harrowing political threats weathered by the Peel government, coupled with the risky repeal effort ahead, generated a strong governmental desire to dispose of the Oregon question. Aberdeen, a man of conciliatory temperament, was well positioned to do that. By early February, the mails brought to America editions of the London Times, marked by a decorum and reserve of expression and a new moderation of spirit, as the Union happily put it. A few weeks later came news of parliamentary speeches by Peel and even Lord Russell that reflected, said the Union, an amicable and courteous tone towards us. A subsequent London Times editorial hailed free trade across the Atlantic as the surest safeguard of peace. Puncturing the dire warnings of America's congressional doves, the editorial welcomed the abrogation notice as no less desirable to us than it is to them. But the peace process needed a reciprocal signal from Polk, and it wasn't forthcoming. Accompanying the placatory expressions from London were dispatches from U.S. Ambassador Maclean urging Polk to seek a compromise at the 49th parallel, which he said Britain would readily accept. Maclean revealed the frustrations of London officials who had been waiting in vain for a softening in Polk's hardline position. Peel and his government began to suspect Polk had fired up the Western expansionists to such a pitch that compromise would be impossible. As Aberdeen put it in a letter to Pakenham, I imagine the President and his government are more afraid of the Senate than they are of us. Reflecting this frustration, Peel's government moved ostentatiously to bolster its military readiness. On February 3rd, Maclean dispatched a stark report to Buchanan warning of a growing war fever in London born of discontent over Polk's silence. This spurred 2 days of urgent cabinet discussions in Washington, beginning on February 24th. Buchanan, perceiving that Polk now feared war, seized the opportunity. He recommended instructing Maclean to inform Aberdeen that nothing said or done before had closed the door to any forthcoming British proposal, and further that if Britain proposed a 49th parallel compromise, accompanied by British navigation rights to the Columbia for 7 to 10 years, Polk would seek prior counsel from the Senate in executive session. Since the Senate was considered highly likely to endorse such an outcome, this was tantamount to acceptance. After considerable cabinet discussion, Buchanan offered to draft a letter designed to pull together the sentiments of his cabinet colleagues. A special meeting was scheduled to discuss the draft at 8 o'clock the following night. But that evening the President received a visit from William Haywood, a close friend since the two had been students together at the University of North Carolina. Haywood, now a North Carolina senator and loyal Polk ally, warned that a scheme was afoot by Calhoun, McDuffie, and others to seize the Oregon issue from the President by fostering a resolution pushing for compromise. Calhoun and his group, said Haywood, would settle the Oregon question on just about any terms demanded by the British. Haywood himself vehemently opposed such a move, but also harbored concerns that William Allen and other Northwest senators, in demanding all of Oregon, would precipitate a war. An hour later, Allen arrived for a 2-hour visit marked by his insistence that Polk never compromise America's full right to all of Oregon. Contending that the cunning South Carolinians, Calhoun and McDuffie, were pushing compromise merely to break down the president and destroy his popularity, Allen predicted a compromise at the 49th parallel would cost Democrats many congressional seats in 9 or 10 states in the West and Southwest. The next morning at 10:30, in the midst of a snowstorm, Calhoun arrived at the White House with Senator Walter Colquitt, a former Methodist preacher from Georgia. Calhoun delivered to Polk a letter from McDuffie, unable to attend because of ill health. Polk read McDuffie's letter as the others looked on. It pleaded for a U.S. conciliatory gesture, and Calhoun echoed the sentiment by threatening to press a Senate resolution to be passed in executive session, advising the President to reopen negotiations on the basis of the 49th parallel. He said McDuffie would sponsor the resolution. "I must frankly say," replied Polk, "that I cannot, in the present state of the question, advise such a course. No executive session could guarantee the secrecy of such an action," he argued, "and the consequence would be disastrous to his entire diplomatic effort. The President revealed his intention to submit such a proposal, if it came from Britain, to the Senate for its prior advice. And he engaged Calhoun in a bit of debate on the importance of reserving to America full Columbia River navigation rights after a prescribed period. Calhoun clearly would yield on that point to forge a quick settlement." Polk later expressed to his diary suspicions that Calhoun, as usual, had an unstated motive. In this instance, to extricate himself from his previously stated hardline opposition to the abrogation notice, which had become a ridiculous position in light of the congenial signals emanating from London. That night the Cabinet met until 11 to discuss Buchanan's letter to McLean, which was approved substantially as the Secretary of State had initially proposed it. This letter constituted Polk's first olive branch since withdrawing his compromise proposal the previous July. But the political battle at home continued to threaten his delicate diplomatic dance. On March 5th, the Senate exchange erupted between the compromise-minded Senator Haywood and 2 Western hawks, Senators Allen and Hannigan, that threw the party into turmoil. It began when Haywood expressed faith that the President remained willing to compromise at the 49th parallel. "His actions," said Haywood, "require of us not to doubt that his purpose was pacific, that he had not placed himself in the perilous position of plunging his country into war. No," added the senator, "the President's initial compromise offer had been actuated by a strong sense of public duty, and nothing in his message countenanced the idea that the negotiation had terminated." Hannigan rose to pose a question to his colleague. "I ask him if he has the authority of the President, directly or indirectly, for saying to the Senate that it is his wish to terminate the Oregon question by compromising with Great Britain on the 49th degree of north latitude." "It would be unwise and impolitic," replied Haywood, "for the President to authorize any senator to make such a declaration as that implied in the question of the senator from Indiana." Allen interjected that he would construe the answer of the senator from North Carolina into a negative. "Then I desire to say that my friend from Ohio only proves that he is a very bad hand at construction." "Well then," said Allen, "I will adopt the other construction and consider his answer as an affirmative. And I put the question and demand an answer to it as a public right." "I deny the right of any senator to put questions to me in this way," replied Haywood. "I have not assumed to speak by authority of the President." Allen: "Then the senator takes back his speech." Haywood: "Not at all, but I am glad to see that my speech takes." Allen: "With the British?" From there the discourse deteriorated. "What is this, need I ask," demanded Hannigan, "but charging upon the President conduct the most vile and infamous?" He then predicted history's judgment on Polk would be extremely harsh if the President actually wanted to settle the matter at the 49th parallel, as Haywood had implied. "So long as one human eye remains to linger on the page of history, the story of his abasement will be read, sending him and his name together to an infamy so profound, a damnation so deep, that the hand of resurrection will never be able to drag him forth."
He who is the traitor to his country can never have forgiveness of God. I asked the senator whether he came here charged with missives from the President, or whether he assumed the dogmatic style on his own responsibility, and at this point North Carolina's Senator Willie Mangum interjected. I call the senator to order. I protest against these remarks. But the damage had been done. Within 24 hours, Polk was besieged by agitated visitors who lamented the party split. First came Cass, who vowed to force Hannigan to put the matter right and do Polk justice at the next senatorial session. McDuffie stopped by the next day with similar expressions, as did Tennessee's Senator Turney and Mississippi's Jesse Speight, who warned that the Northwest ultras were getting up a caucus to pressure Polk on the issue. All said they were aghast at the turn of events. To all of these expressions Polk replied blandly and disingenuously that he held no views beyond his annual message. More sincerely, he said no one was authorized to speak for him. On March 7th, Hannigan called on the President and worked himself into a state of high dudgeon. Do you go for the whole of Oregon up to 54 degrees 40 minutes, he demanded, or will you compromise and settle the question at 49 degrees? Polk replied that what he had done thus far on Oregon was before the world and had been approved by the country and, as he thought, by Hannigan himself. Yes, that is so, said the senator. Wait then until I act, said Polk, and then approve or condemn what I may do. He expressed frustrations that Senate Democrats would attack him for what they thought he might do. Hannigan seemed mollified, but then Allen showed up and denounced Haywood's speech as a direct attack on himself. He too wanted to know if the North Carolinian spoke for Polk. The President gave the same answer in the same measured tone. But Polk reminded Allen that the senator once had recommended the President submit to the Senate any British proposal at the 49th parallel. He revealed that other Northwest ultras, including Cass, had offered the same counsel. And so had Haywood. Thus, he suggested, the matter ultimately would rest with the Senate, not with him. But so intense was Allen's feeling that he came back the next afternoon to read remarks he intended to deliver in the Senate. A firm announcement that he was authorized to say the President continued to assert the U.S. title to Oregon up to 5440. Polk adamantly stood by his position that no one was authorized to speak for him. It fell to the Union, Polk's newspaper, to try to quell the intra-party strife. Democratic senators, said the paper, may exhibit, now and then, some evanescent flashes of momentary feeling, but ultimately they will rise superior to all such excitements, will preserve the equanimity of their temper, and along with it their union, their power, their invincibility. In light of the rhetoric rising on the Senate floor, this seemed like wishful thinking. As for Polk, he seemed unmindful that he himself had injected much of this venom into the body politic with his own ambiguity of leadership. He blamed the presidential aspirations of various Democrats, including Allen, Cass, and Calhoun, and Haywood's alliance with presidential aspirant Silas Wright. They all wanted to exploit the administration for their own purposes, he believed, and likely would so divide and weaken the Democratic Party as to render my administration unsuccessful and useless. He would not be swayed by such maneuverings, he vowed with characteristic self-righteousness. I will do my duty to the country, and if my measures fail, the responsibility shall rest where it belongs. As disturbing as these developments were, they didn't keep the President's attention away from that other foreign policy crisis, Mexico. A thick fog of intrigue had descended upon the White House on February 13th with the arrival of a mysterious figure named Colonel Alejandro T. Atocha. Born in Spain, with an extensive background as Mexican banker, he claimed to be a naturalized U.S. citizen. More important, he was a close associate of that flamboyant figure, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. In fact, his association with the discredited general had gotten him expelled from Mexico the previous December, when Santa Anna himself had been exiled upon pain of death. Atocha had visited Polk the previous June in an effort to get his reparation claim added to the dozens of outstanding claims that remained a major contention point between the United States and Mexico. But now he pressed a different agenda. Lately he had been visiting Santa Anna in Havana, Atocha said, adding that the general had supported the recent Paredes revolution and might soon get back into power in Mexico. If so, the general would seriously pursue a treaty with the United States that would grant a substantial portion of Mexican land in exchange for cash. He mentioned lands east of the Rio Grande and north of the Colorado River down through San Francisco Bay. All this could be ceded to the United States, he suggested, for as little as $30 million. Sufficient, he said, to pay down on much of Mexico's public debt, support the army, and establish the government on a sound footing. But Atocha told Polk that Santa Anna wondered why Polk had removed his naval forces from Veracruz and kept Taylor's army so far from the Rio Grande. If he wanted to treat with Mexico, said Atocha, Polk must place his forces in a more threatening position. No Mexican government could survive after making concessions to the despised United States unless he did so under some military duress. Polk took care to say nothing of substance in reply to Atocha's information, but he invited the man back for a subsequent visit a few days later. When Atocha returned on February 16th, Polk suggested that if Mexican officials wanted to put forth a proposition, it would be considered when made. Atocha said Polk had missed his point. No Mexican government would dare make such a proposition, he said, because it would instantly invite another revolution. There had to be an appearance of being forced. That's why he now wanted Polk to get his navy back to Veracruz and his army to the Rio Grande. Order Slidell away from Jalapa and onto a naval ship off Veracruz, he counseled, and then have him demand payment of all outstanding reparation claims. Everyone knew Mexico had no money with which to make such a payment, and hence the people, and the Archbishop, who was owed $500,000 from the government, would see the necessity of a settlement. Atocha said Santa Anna expected to be back in Mexico in April or May, and likely would assume power in collaboration with Paredes and his top general, Juan Nepomuceno Almonte, both of whom favored this settlement concept. But they would need money to stabilize the country, perhaps $500,000 up front to sustain themselves for a few months until the balance could be paid. Atocha gave Polk Santa Anna's last words to him. When you see the President, tell him to take strong measures, and such a treaty can be made, and I will sustain it. Polk didn't know what to make of Atocha, but he was intrigued. This might be the break he was looking for, an opportunity to get the land he wanted without bloodshed. The next day he spoke to his cabinet in a manner suggesting he was pondering the words of the mysterious Spaniard. He felt the United States must take strong measures toward Mexico in order to reach a settlement. He suggested Slidell should be instructed to demand an early decision on whether the country would receive him, and if so, whether it would make speedy reparation payments. If Mexico refused one or both, Slidell should leave the country immediately and take a position aboard a naval vessel off Veracruz to await further instructions. If Mexico then refused a final demand, Polk would send a message to Congress seeking authorization to take redress into our own hands by aggressive measures. Everyone agreed with the approach, except Buchanan, manifestly in a bad mood, as Polk noted to his diary, as indeed he had been in such a mood since it had become clear he would not get the open Supreme Court seat. Polk continued to vow to his diary that he would not tolerate rebellious behavior from Buchanan, but continued to do so. Polk delayed the dispatch to Slidell in part because Buchanan seemed hostile to it, in part because he desired more information from Mexico before making his next move. More information came on March 9th, with a dispatch from Slidell saying he remained at Jalapa pending word on whether the Paredes government would receive him. Polk and Buchanan managed to agree on an appropriate instruction for Slidell. He was not to leave Mexico before making a formal demand that he be received by the new government, which represented a revolutionary departure from the old one. Upon Slidell's empty-handed return, said Buchanan, Polk would recommend energetic measures against Mexico, and these might fail to obtain the support of Congress if it could be asserted that the existing government had not refused to receive our minister. Slidell, anticipating the instruction, had issued the demand on March 1st in bold diplomatic language. He had been prepared to request his passport following Herrera's rebuff, Slidell told the new foreign minister, Joaquin Maria Castillo y Lanzas. But in light of subsequent events, the president was unwilling to take a course which would inevitably result in war, without making another effort to avert so great a calamity. So now it was up to Mexico whether it shall give place to friendly negotiation or lead to an open rupture. 15 days later he got his answer. The Mexican Republic declared Castillo had been despoiled, outraged, contemned by the United States. The sentiment of her own dignity will not allow her to consent to such ignominy. Slidell promptly demanded his passport and made plans to proceed to New Orleans via Veracruz. The long diplomatic dance was over. Meanwhile, Congress remained fixed on Oregon. As it became clear the Senate would pass a notice resolution, the question narrowed down to the form of the language. Allen's Committee on Foreign Relations recommended a simple resolution without embellishment, referred to colloquially as a naked notice. The House version had invited the President to pursue further negotiations, but didn't request or demand it. But Georgia's Colquitt had proposed language declaring the Senate earnestly desired that the long-standing controversy be speedily settled by negotiation and compromise. This was totally unacceptable to Polk, who feared such language would embolden Britain to abandon its recent flexibility and hold out for concessions. This was the state of affairs on March 11th when Thomas Benton stopped by the White House for a chat. Polk reported later that Colonel B was in a pleasant temper and spoke in a kind spirit. The two men shared their mutual irritation at Allen, Calhoun, and other Democratic troublemakers. "I regret the division and excitement," the President complained, "which seems to prevail among the Democratic senators on the subject of the form of the notice." Benton agreed and predicted the Colquitt Amendment likely would pass the Senate, with a few dissident Democrats joining the United Whigs, unless an alternative approach could be found. The Missourian embraced Polk's plan to submit a reasonable British proposal to the Senate before responding. But if the British demanded permanent navigation rights on the Columbia, said the President, he would reject it outright. Benton concurred in that as well. But new problems emerged with the President's premier cabinet member and premier malcontent, James Buchanan. Suddenly, his convictions on Oregon had gone through a remarkable transformation. After months of fervently urging a compromise and issuing dire warnings of war, Buchanan now suddenly turned bellicose and manifested a disposition to be warlike in recommending language for a report to Congress on the country's military readiness. Polk had no difficulty in surmising the cause of this abrupt sea change. Buchanan had been noting in casual conversation that Lewis Cass seemed to be gaining political stature with his extreme views on Oregon, and it now seemed clear the Secretary wanted to supersede General Cass before the country, as Polk put it to his diary. He added a lament. "I cannot rely upon his honest and disinterested advice." The Senate's Oregon debate raged throughout March and into April. Reverdy Johnson, a Maryland Whig, said if war emerged from America's rejection of a compromise at the 49th parallel, there will be from one end of the civilized world to the other unmixed and absolute reprobation of the American character. Calhoun offered an elaborate rationale for why he had opposed notice some months before, but could vote for it now since prospects for compromise looked brighter than ever. But he insisted upon Colquitt's amendment calling for negotiation and compromise, and spun out a scenario of global woe should the United States and Britain stumble into war. Daniel Webster of Massachusetts said a consensus had emerged in America, and probably Britain, for a logical compromise line. "I am of opinion," declared the famous Whig, "that this matter must be settled upon the 49th parallel." Louisiana's Whig Senator Alexander Barrow said the President seemed to be sitting on a fence, that he might fall on either side as might be desirable based on the preponderance of political sentiment that emerged. He said Polk had mismanaged the entire matter from the beginning. Cass vehemently stuck with his call for all of Oregon. "I am among those," he said, "who mean to march, if we can, to the Russian boundary." He painstakingly picked apart Benton's rationale for confining U.S. claims to the Columbia River Valley. McDuffie, speaking with vigor despite deepening ill health, endorsed the Colquitt Compromise language. And so it went until April 16th, the day of the vote, some 65 contentious days after Allen of Ohio had opened the debate with a call for unity. Emotions remained highly charged when the chamber heard from the last Whig to speak, John Crittenden of Kentucky, longtime friend of Henry Clay. The problem with the naked notice as requested by the President, said Crittenden, was that it would not facilitate negotiation and might possibly be looked upon as an unfriendly proceeding. But if the notice should be given in terms of amity and respect, and without offense, the matter would become one of necessity, and be taken up by the people to avoid the dangers of war. Besides, he argued, the people of the United States were the great firstborn of the continent, and the continent was falling into their hands by virtue of demographics, superior technology, the industrious impulses handed down from their forefathers. Why then pluck green fruit, he asked, that tomorrow will fall ripe into our hands? As the chamber moved toward a vote, Reverdy Johnson offered 2 amendments that essentially rewrote the House resolution based on language put forth earlier by Crittenden. The most important change was the insertion of a long preamble urging that the attention of the governments of both countries may be the more earnestly and immediately directed to renewed efforts for the amicable settlement of all their differences and disputes in respect to said territory. Johnson's language was accepted, and the debate shifted to the new language. Allen attacked it as inappropriate because it presumed to advise the President on how he should exercise his treaty-making power, which the Senate had no jurisdiction to do. Besides, in authorizing the President, at his discretion, to give notice, argued Allen, the Senate was seeking to dodge the issue and place the entire onus upon Polk. The President had charged Congress to act, said Allen, and then the lawmaking power returns the subject to him, and with erratic, halting, cramped, manacled action, with timid unwillingness to meet responsibility. Could anyone think, asked Allen, moving his arms in emphasis in his own characteristic manner, that with passage of such language Great Britain, whose trident already keeps in awe the waters of the ocean, will stoop and go on her knees to us? That was too much for the usually courtly Crittenden. On what meat, he demanded, did this our Caesar feed that he came here to lecture the Senate in the style he did? Who gave him his commission to do so? He and his colleagues, declared Crittenden, were not accustomed to putting up with such unfounded charges, however vehemently made and enforced by all sorts of gesticulation. And so he dispatched Buchanan, Marcy, and Cave Johnson to the Hill to lobby House Democrats on the preferred approach. The efforts proved unavailing. On April 18th, the House amended the Senate version by saying the President was authorized and requested to serve notice of abrogation, thus accepting a measure of congressional responsibility in the matter. 2 days later, the Senate rejected that language and sent the issue to a conference committee. It crafted a final version almost identical to the Senate measure, and on April 23rd, both houses approved it, 142 to 46 in the House, 42 to 10 in the Senate. The Union gushed, "With one accord, we have met a great crisis nobly." But Polk groused about the unwanted preamble and the time it took Congress to finally act on the matter. He added to his diary, "After all, however, Congress have sustained the first great measure of my administration, though not in a form that is altogether satisfactory or one that was preferred." But the Oregon crisis seemed controllable for the first time in years. The Mexico crisis, on the other hand, was gaining fire. On April 11th, word reached Washington that Slidell had been turned away by the Paredes government. He was headed back to Washington. Polk and his cabinet decided to keep the matter private, aside from consulting a few trusted legislators, until the envoy's arrival. In the meantime, Polk was girding for an escalation in hostilities. As he told Calhoun on April 18th, U.S. relations with Mexico had reached a point where we could not stand still but must assert our rights firmly. He could perceive, he said, no alternative but strong measures toward Mexico. Chapter 15. War. every consideration of duty and patriotism. To James Polk's many critics, he didn't seem to view himself as they often saw him. Through his own eyes, he was a man of rectitude, seriousness, and sincerity, often beleaguered by the deceits and hypocrisies of those he had to deal with in order to press his grand and pure national aims. To others he seemed frequently to display his own deceits and hypocrisies. As Gideon Welles, a civilian naval official of the time, put it, he possessed a trait of sly cunning which he thought shrewdness, but which was really disingenuousness and duplicity. Welles gave him one quality, that few men could better keep their own counsels. These characteristics were evident at the cabinet meeting of Saturday, March 28th, when Polk once again brought up the subject of Mexico by suggesting John Slidell soon would be received by the Paredes government. In fact, there was no reason to believe any such thing. Slidell's mission already had been rejected by Herrera, and Slidell's latest communication had offered little hope that Paredes would be any more hospitable. Indeed, within just 2 weeks, Washington would learn that Slidell had been rebuffed by Paredes. But Polk had a purpose in his phony optimism. He told the cabinet that Slidell's biggest obstacle in getting a deal was his lack of authority to make a prompt cash payment at signing. Paredes's military regime, he noted, depended upon the army for its longevity. Unless Paredes could acquire money fast to feed, clothe, and pay his troops, he could find himself the object of another military rebellion. But if Slidell could pay down $500,000 or perhaps $1 million, then Paredes could maintain himself in power until the treaty could be ratified and subsequent payments made. That, mused Polk, might induce him to make a treaty. The President sought cabinet views on whether he should seek congressional approval for such a payment. Polk had done his homework. I called their attention, he wrote to his diary, to an act appropriating $2 million, which had been passed in 1806 in Mr. Jefferson's administration. Money, he noted, to facilitate Jefferson's desired purchase of Florida. After considerable discussion, during which Buchanan, as usual, expressed misgivings, it was agreed the President should consult with some key senators on the matter. That evening, Polk sought Benton's counsel in the President's White House study. Colonel B. entered very fully into all my views, noted Polk to his diary. He urged the President to consult also with Senators Allen, Cass, and Haywood. Allen and Cass seconded Benton's endorsement, but Cass suggested the President should discuss it also with Calhoun. Allen agreed. If Calhoun opposed it, said Allen, the matter would die, so they might as well find out beforehand. Polk promptly called in Calhoun. The South Carolinian pronounced himself sympathetic to Polk's aim of getting a settlement with Mexico to include U.S. acquisition of large tracts of southwestern territory. But he expressed fears the matter, when made public, would complicate the delicate effort to settle the Oregon dispute. He asked for a few days to ponder the issue and consult his trusted ally, McDuffie. 4 days later he returned to say it would be inexpedient at present to move in the matter in Congress. That killed the idea, for the moment. It was true Polk considered his upfront cash initiative to be crucial to his plans and ambitions regarding Mexico. But this had nothing to do with Slidell's doomed mission. More likely he was thinking of the words of Santa Anna as conveyed by Alejandro Atocha. He must impress Mexican officials with the threat of military action before a settlement could be reached. He must expect to treat with Santa Anna himself once the irrepressible general managed to get back into power. And he must be prepared to supply the forthcoming regime of Paredes and Santa Anna with upfront cash to help stabilize the country. Before he could ratchet up his belligerence toward Mexico, he needed justification, something that would stir Americans with heightened patriotism and hostility toward the southern neighbor. If Slidell were to return empty-handed after suffering insult from Mexican authorities, that could serve the purpose. Indeed, back in November, Polk had written Slidell that, should his mission fail, we must take redress for the wrongs and injuries we have suffered into our own hands, and I will call on Congress to provide the proper remedies. Thus, while Polk was willing to risk war to fulfill his designs on Oregon, it appeared he might actually need war to get what he wanted from Mexico. In any event, decisions made in both capitals were setting the two countries on a course toward war. One of those decisions was Polk's order, conveyed by Marcy on January 13th, that General Taylor march his army of 3,550 officers and men to the Rio Grande. By March 8th, Taylor had set his advance guard upon the winding 120-mile trek, and by March 28th, he had his army planted on the Del Norte, directly across the river from the dusty little Mexican town of Matamoros. The troops dubbed their little outpost Fort Texas, and ran up the Stars and Stripes as a band played the Star-Spangled Banner. Then they positioned their artillery to fire directly upon the town. Across the river, some 100 yards away, was the Mexican army of General Francisco Mejia, 3,000 strong and well fortified. Mejia had local civil authorities send Taylor a message warning war would ensue if he didn't withdraw his troops. The U.S. general, mindful his orders emphasized he was not to treat Mexican forces as enemies, sought to send a message to Mejia by hand of General William Worth. Mejia sent word he would speak only with Taylor, but he sent his artillery commander, Romulo Diaz de la Vega, to meet with Worth on the west bank of the river. It was a tense exchange. Both men, and both nations, accepted that this was disputed territory. But Polk felt justified in securing the sparsely populated lands claimed by Texas from the beginning, until the matter could be resolved through negotiations. Mexican authorities, on the other hand, considered this an act of war. When Worth asked to see the American consul at Matamoros, he was refused. Has Mexico declared war against the United States? Asked Worth. No. Are the two countries still at peace? Yes. But it was a precarious peace, residing in the hands of these two armies and their commanders, far from their respective governments. On April 11th, a famously sadistic and self-important Mexican general named Pedro de Ampudia arrived with an additional 3,000 troops. He promptly initiated plans to attack Taylor's force. First, he sent a message. I require you to break up your camp and return to the east bank of the Nueces River, while our governments are regulating the pending question in relation to Texas. If you refused, added Ampudia, arms and arms alone must decide the question. Taylor responded, I regret the alternative which you offer, but at the same time wish it understood that I shall by no means avoid such alternative. Taylor, viewing Ampudia's ultimatum as an act of war, responded by blockading the mouth of the Rio Grande. This cut off all supplies to the 6,000 Mexican troops around Matamoros, and forced the Mexican generals to break the delicate status quo. As Taylor expressed it, it will compel the Mexicans either to withdraw their army from Matamoros, where it cannot be subsisted, or to assume the offensive on this side of the river. Already 2 popular U.S. officers had been killed on the disputed side. First, Colonel Truman Cross disappeared during a routine horseback ride. Then, some days later, a search party under Lieutenant David Porter on a mission to find Cross came under attack. Porter was killed. Shortly thereafter, Cross's body was found. Tensions ran high on both sides of the river when yet another Mexican general arrived with orders to take command of his country's forces at Matamoros and drive Taylor's army from the Rio Grande Valley. This was the highly regarded Mariano Arista, 43, with sandy hair and freckled face. To test Taylor's resolve, Arista, on April 25th, sent some 1,600 cavalrymen across the river a few miles north of the U.S. general's army. The next day, Taylor sent an interdiction force of 63 dragoons under Captain Seth Thornton. A superior Mexican force ambushed the U.S. patrol, killed 11 soldiers, wounded 6, and captured the rest, including Thornton. Instantly, the tense Rio Grande face-off had escalated to war, with Taylor's seriously outnumbered troops in a precarious position. But it was merely an unofficial war in a far-off frontier, while word of the spilled blood made its way to the respective capitals. In the meantime, James Polk was pondering how to get his country into the war he long since had concluded was necessary to his territorial aims. On Friday morning, May 8th, he spent an hour with Slidell, freshly returned from his failed Mexican mission. The envoy said the United States had only one course of action now: to take the redress of the wrongs and injuries suffered at the instigation of Mexico, and to act with promptness and energy. Polk agreed and said he would be sending a tough communication to Congress soon. The next day, at the regular cabinet meeting, there was consensus that any Mexican act of hostility against Taylor's forces should prompt an immediate war message to Congress. Polk reminded his cabinet that the country already had ample cause of war. He propounded it his duty to send a message to Congress recommending definitive measures. The country, he said, was excited and impatient on the subject, and failure to act would constitute a dereliction of duty. He then went around the room seeking the opinions of his men. All supported the message except Bancroft, who said he preferred they wait for an actual act of hostility. Buchanan, in a rare display of cooperation, agreed the country had sufficient cause for war. The cabinet resolved to devote its Tuesday meeting to final editing on a message to Congress, much of which already had been drafted at Polk's direction. The meeting broke up around 2 o'clock. 4 hours later, the Army's Adjutant General, Roger Jones, delivered to the White House the latest dispatches from Taylor, just arrived with the Southern mail. Thus did Polk learn the fate of Thornton's mission and the outbreak of hostilities on the Rio Grande. Before he could finish reading the dispatches, Marcy rushed in with the same news. Polk said he was calling an emergency cabinet meeting for 7:30 that night. The cabinet members gathered in Polk's study with solemn faces. They agreed unanimously and without debate that Polk must send a message to Congress on Monday reporting on the new developments, recommending vigorous and prompt measures to enable the executive to prosecute the war, as Polk put it to his diary. Clerks were called in to help with the drafting and editing. Instructions were issued to collect the administration's official correspondence with Slidell and Taylor. Members of Congress, greatly excited at the news, as Polk described them to his diary, arrived to discuss the dramatic development. The cabinet adjourned at 10 o'clock, and Polk immediately began work on his message, with Bancroft and Buchanan remaining to help. The President rose early the next morning to resume the effort and stayed with it through most of the day, breaking only to attend church with Sarah. Once the draft was in final form, he turned his attention to discussions with key members of Congress. At 5 o'clock he conferred with Representative Hugh Harrelson of Georgia, chairman of the House Military Affairs Committee, and Illinois Congressman Edward Baker. Later he called for William Allen, Texas Senator Sam Houston, Congressman Joseph Ingersoll, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman James McKay of North Carolina, and Congressman Barclay Martin of Tennessee. All either read the message or had it read to them. All approved. Harrelson said his committee had met in emergency session that morning and unanimously supported legislation appropriating $10 million to prosecute the looming war and authorizing the President to raise 50,000 troops. The next morning, Polk called for Cass and Benton. The message was read to Cass, who highly approved it. Benton was another matter. After reading the document to himself in a quiet anteroom, he returned to express serious misgivings. He could support men and money to defend U.S. territory, he said, but not to wage aggressive war against Mexico. He added he had opposed from the beginning Polk's order to send his army to the Rio Grande, but had never said so publicly out of respect to the President. He suggested Texas territory didn't extend beyond the Nueces River. This was an ominous development. After wooing Benton and soliciting his support for more than a year, Polk now found the maverick senator opposing him on the most important issue of his presidency. Worse, he could see prospects for precisely the congressional alliance he had been working most intently to prevent, between Benton and Calhoun, those two powerful and irascible titans of the Senate. The message, sent to Capitol Hill at noon, was brilliantly crafted to leverage the death of American troops for maximum political effect. Recounting the events surrounding the Slidell mission, Polk said the envoy was rejected upon the most frivolous pretexts. Slidell had been invested with full diplomatic powers, the President explained, because the reparations issue had become inseparably blended with the territorial dispute. I could not for a moment entertain the idea that the claims of our much injured and long-suffering citizens should be postponed or separated from the settlement of the boundary question. Polk recounted all the reasons for contending that Texas included the disputed lands west of the Nueces. Texas had declared it so from the beginning. It had been part of the annexation process. It currently had representation in the U.S. Congress. Congress had declared it part of Texas, and the U.S. government had sent a revenue officer there. It became, therefore, of urgent necessity to provide for the defense of that portion of our country. Hence his decision to send Taylor's army to the Rio Grande. But, said Polk, the army had been under positive instructions to abstain from all aggressive acts, and to regard the relations between that republic and the United States as peaceful, unless she should declare war or commit acts of hostility indicative of a state of war. The Mexican forces at Matamoros, said Polk, assumed a belligerent attitude from the beginning, resulting in the April 26th attack on Thornton's unit on the east side of the Rio Grande. The President concluded, "The cup of forbearance had been exhausted even before the recent information from the frontier of the Del Norte. But now, after reiterated menaces, Mexico has passed the boundary of the United States, has invaded our territory and shed American blood upon the American soil. She has proclaimed that hostilities have commenced and that the two nations are now at war. As war exists, and, notwithstanding all our efforts to avoid it, exists by the act of Mexico herself, we are called upon by every consideration of duty and patriotism to vindicate with decision the honor, the rights, and the interests of our country." Polk asked Congress to recognize the existence of war and give him the authority and resources necessary to wage it with such vigor as to bring the existing collision with Mexico to a speedy and successful termination. The Democratic-controlled House took up the matter Monday afternoon under procedures designed to sweep any dissidents along with the majority. The leadership allotted just 2 hours of debate, much of it devoted to reading Polk's message and accompanying documents. Then the House took up the bill from Harrelson's committee authorizing the President to call up 50,000 volunteers and expend $10 million to prosecute the war. Jacob Brinkerhoff of Ohio, a member of Military Affairs, offered an amendment attaching a preamble that declared, "By the act of the Republic of Mexico, a state of war exists between the United States and that republic." He said the initial committee bill was deficient in that it failed to acknowledge the existence of war and confined the U.S. response to defensive actions. He could not support merely a defensive war. It will be expensive, it will be vexatious, it will be disastrous, it will be long continued, it will have no end. It will enable the enemy to choose his point of attack. No, said Brinkerhoff, the country needed to fight the war in such manner that our enemy shall be at once crushed. Such a war as should fully, instantly, at once bring them to our feet and compel an honorable peace. As majority Democrats tinkered with the language of the amendment, anti-war Whigs and Calhounites could see the debate had been transformed by Brinkerhoff's amendment. Now, if they voted for the resources needed to support Taylor in his imperiled frontier position, they also would be voting for Polk's version of events leading up to that necessity. Many recoiled at that prospect, since they didn't buy the Polk rendition. "Have the powers of Mexico declared war?" asked Elias Holmes, a Whig from New York. "If they have, there is war, and you need not respond but at the cannon's mouth. But the point is this. We know nothing more than that the two armies have come into collision within the disputed territory, and I deny that war is absolutely, necessarily, the result of it." He said his colleagues needed both action and reflection. Action in sending troops to support Taylor, and reflection on how all this came to pass. Garrett Davis, who represented Henry Clay's old district in Kentucky, was more blunt. "The river Nueces is the true western boundary of Texas," he declared. "It is our own president who began this war." But, as Polk had anticipated, the nation's blood was up, and an opposition vote struck most members as highly dangerous to their careers. Besides, a nay vote meant leaving Taylor exposed on the Texas frontier. After brushing aside efforts to delete or dilute the preamble, the House embraced the resolution 173-14. Even Garrett Davis joined the majority. The Senate's heritage as Congress's more deliberative body raised hopes in opposition forces that the upper chamber might halt or slow the rush to war. And the man to do it, if it could be done, was John C. Calhoun, whose famous polemical force mixed powerfully with his consistent aversion to war. He did not shrink from the challenge. The very language of the resolution, he argued, raised serious constitutional questions because it declared a state of war based on the president's say-so. There may be invasion without war, he declared, and the president is authorized to repel invasion without war. But it is our sacred duty to make war, and it is for us to determine whether war shall be declared or not. If we have declared war, a state of war exists, and not till then. He urged his colleagues to give the matter that high, full, and dispassionate consideration which is worthy of the character of the body and the high constitutional functions which it is called on to exercise. Delaware's John Clayton, like Holmes in the House, raised a distinction between Congress's responsibility to assess events leading to hostilities and its need to support Taylor's troops. "I will not undertake to decide in the first instance whether it was right or not," he said. "But I go for the soldiers and the millions at once to support the honor of the country and the army." Then Thomas Hart Benton rose in the well of the chamber to bring to the matter his considerable bulk, acknowledged stature, and capacity for reasoned discourse. "Yes," he said, "there were two distinct questions before the body, and each required a different form of action. The first was the President's right and responsibility to repel invasion, which was a military matter, and proper for the action of the Military Committee, of which he happened to be chairman. But the rest concerned the country's foreign policy, and hence should go to Allen's Foreign Relations Committee." It was a master stroke, separating the two questions Polk had wanted to keep as one, and doing so with the least prospect for raising political hackles. Allen, whose role would be enhanced, instantly pronounced Benton's idea very proper, and Cass rose to praise Delaware's Clayton for his balanced view. "He goes for the country first, and then intends to ask who brought the country into this position," said Cass. "That is a very fair course." Calhoun leaped to concurrence. "Now I hope," he said, "that there will not be the slightest difference of opinion, but the utmost unanimity and promptitude of action in repelling invasion." But war-issue emotions were too raw for complete civility. And while senators generally praised the issue split, some couldn't forbear from expressing themselves on the question of responsibility. Ambrose Sevier of Arkansas said he welcomed the eventual reckoning on that question. "The executive," he declared, "has done precisely what the national interests required, and what the Constitution and laws justified." Clayton vehemently disagreed. "If the acts of the executive do not amount to acts of war," he argued, "they are acts which necessarily tend to provoke war, and to bring on war. Therefore," he added, "I condemn the conduct of the executive." That prompted Allen to plead for restraint from Polk's critics. It was extremely unjust towards the president, he argued, to denounce him at this early stage by charging errors on the government, and accusing it of being the aggressor, before there is time to examine the state of the case. It was, he added, a very bad beginning that threatened to undermine the entire war effort. They all agreed on the necessity of sending help to Taylor, he said, so they should concentrate their thoughts and arguments on that for the present. There was little point in further debate, as the measure had been split in its assignment to two committees, and the Senate turned to routine business in anticipation of two separate debates over the next several days. For Polk, this was a looming disaster, rendered all the more ominous by the prospect of a Benton-Calhoun opposition alliance. That evening Benton arrived for a candid discussion with Polk, Buchanan, and Marcy, and, despite their earnest entreaties, he seemed implacable on the issue. Afterward, wrote Polk to his diary, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Marcy, and myself were perfectly satisfied that he would oppose the bill, and that if the Whigs on party grounds acted with him, the bill might be defeated. It could only be saved, he concluded, by the fear of the people by the few Democratic senators who wish it defeated. Polk moved to action as the evening waned. He got some of the Senate's Van Burenites, including New York's John Dix, to warn Benton that a vote against the resolution would harm him politically, perhaps irreparably. No dice. Then Dix, in distress, sought help from Francis Blair out at his Silver Spring mansion. The retired newspaperman rushed to Washington early the next morning to reason with the stubborn Missourian. He expressed surprise that Benton would make common cause with his despised rival Calhoun, and emphasized the political reality that opposition to the war would render him a ruined man. "I see you are right," declared Benton finally, and then joined forces with Allen to have their respective committees report out the House bill. The opposition was stunned at this reversal of fortune, with the measure now on the floor for a brief debate and quick action. Political angers flowed copiously on the Senate floor that afternoon. Mangum of North Carolina set the tone with an impassioned speech declaring himself unwilling to pass the bill in its present form because the fact is not to be disguised that it is to all intents and purposes equivalent to a solemn declaration of war. I am not prepared for that. But I am fully prepared this day, this very moment, if the political question be separated from the bill, to vote for the raising of supplies. Calhoun pleaded with his colleagues to split off the preamble for a later debate so the chamber could quickly and unanimously vote for the supplies. "Mr. President," said he, "it is as impossible for me to vote for that preamble in the present state of my information as it would be for me to strike a dagger to my own heart." Declaring he would withhold his vote from the measure altogether, he added, "I know not whether there is a friend to stand by me, but here I stand, and stand immovably. If I could not stand here on a question of truth and veracity, I should be little worthy of the small degree of respect which I am desirous to retain. I cannot vote for this bill without further information, because I will not agree to make war upon Mexico by making war upon the Constitution. As the facts now stand, there is no hostility, no conflict but that between the two armies on the Rio del Norte. And yet you affirm that mere local conflict, not authorized by either government, is a state of war, that every American is an enemy of every Mexican. The doctrine is monstrous." Cass countered that the mere effort to repel an invasion was folly, because it placed the U.S. military in a defensive posture that was ultimately untenable militarily. "A Mexican army is upon our soil," he said, adding, "Are we to confine our efforts to repelling them? Are we to drive them to the border, and then stop our pursuit and allow them to find a refuge in their own territory? And what then? To collect again to cross our frontier at some other point, and again to renew the same scenes, to be followed by a similar immunity? What sort of a condition of things would this be, sir? The advantage would be altogether on the side of the Mexicans, while the loss would be altogether ours. Now, sir, no vote of mine shall place my country in this situation." Cass dismissed Calhoun's suggestion that the Mexican government had not sanctioned the spilling of American blood at the Rio Grande. After all, he noted, Mexican officials had been threatening war in word and deed since the first stirrings of the latest annexation effort. They called annexation a casus belli. They withdrew their minister and broke off diplomatic relations. They refused to receive our minister or negotiate points of disagreement. They collected an army upon the U.S. frontier. Their military threatened war if Taylor didn't retreat from what the United States considered sovereign land. That military then commenced the war by killing Americans on the disputed land. Now, sir, I appeal to every senator on the other side of the chamber, if he does not believe that all this has been done by order of the Mexican government. slowly it became clear to opposition senators that they had little maneuver room. Democrat James Westcott of Florida said he had been prepared to vote against the measure on Monday, but calm and cool reflection had changed his mind. This was no time for verbal criticism, he said, but rather for prompt, decisive action. Even die-hard Whigs now expressed themselves in measured terms, knowing they were talking about a bill they eventually would have to vote for. Crittenden of Kentucky, conceding he didn't have all the facts in the case, nonetheless criticized the president's decision to send his army to the Rio Grande, for the hazarding of those consequences which every sensible man must have foreseen. It was impossible to imagine, he said, that the angry armies of two angry and quarreling nations should day after day face each other with cannons pointed at each other, and only a fordable river between them, and conflict not result. Sure, it was disputed territory, said Crittenden, but what right did that give the United States to occupy it before the matter had been resolved? He added, though, that he would not press that view at present, in deference to the need to pass the bill so Taylor could get his reinforcements. At 6:30, after numerous peace amendments had been voted down, the final roll call commenced. Vice President Dallas, surveying the scene from his perch as Senate President, felt the Whigs almost got on their knees to beg to be spared from voting on the preamble. But the Democrats had no intention of softening their tough stance. Only John Davis of Massachusetts and Delaware's Clayton hazarded nay votes, while two Whigs responded, "Aye, except for the preamble." As promised, Calhoun declined to answer the roll call. He was joined by two Whigs. The final tally was 40-2. And so James Polk now had his war. The congressional action loomed as a testament to Polk's manifold political talents, his steady nerve, operational stealth, ability to assess political sentiment, readiness to take risks, willingness to crush the opposition. But, as Polk set about the monumental task of prosecuting his war, a legacy of bitterness was left behind that masked the lopsided votes in the two congressional chambers. As long as the conflict was successful and retained voter support, that bitterness remained a small matter in the political firmament. But, should the war effort turn sour or appear hopeless, that legacy would rise up to threaten the very foundation of Polk's presidency. In the meantime, as the president had foreseen, the country rallied enthusiastically to the cause. In part, this was a natural surge of patriotism brought on by reports of spilled American blood and long-time frustration with the struggling Mexican nation. But in part also it was attributable to that impulse of expansionism that had been driving American politics for the past 2 years. This was crystallized by a leading officer of a liberal organization called the American Union of Associationists, devoted to salving the social wounds brought on by industrialization. The questions of war and slavery, declared Park Godwin in opposing an anti-war resolution within his organization, are only incidental ones, which can easily be put aside. But the question of extending constitutional republican institutions over this whole continent is one of the broadest, noblest, and most important that was ever presented to any nation.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 16. Vagaries of War. And may there be no recreant soul to fail or falter now. Of all the powerful officials in the U.S. government at the dawn of the Mexican War, probably no two men were more different or naturally antagonistic than the nation's commander-in-chief and his top Army General, Winfield Scott. To Polk's slight physical stature, Scott presented a towering bulk of 6 feet 5 inches. To Polk's reserved and suspicious manner, Scott presented human magnetism and a kind of in-your-face bluster. In contrast to Polk's inclination to absorb slights and avoid confrontation, Scott demonstrated an impetuous haste to hostility whenever he felt insulted, which could be easily triggered. To Polk's Presbyterian resolve to keep his ego in check, Scott manifested a lavish vanity probably unequaled in governmental circles. Beyond the catalytic chemistry of temperament was a history of mutual distrust, brought on in part by Scott's feuds with Andrew Jackson that nearly led, in one instance, to a duel. Besides, Scott was a Whig, and the president didn't trust Whigs, particularly those positioned to affect the success or glory of his administration. For 3 decades, Scott had basked in his status as one of the nation's most illustrious military men. Born in Virginia in 1786 into a declining landed family, he was orphaned at 17 and forced to make his way without inherited advantage. He set his sights on a legal career, but growing hostilities with Britain lured him into the regular U.S. Army. Intensely ambitious, he maneuvered relentlessly for promotion and rose quickly to lieutenant colonel at the start of the War of 1812. There followed an extraordinary career marked by signal battlefield actions, uncommon bravery, social success, and a tendency to let his personal flaws undercut his professional standing. Even before the 1812 war, his career was nearly upended by his verbal attacks on a superior officer named James Wilkinson. He called the man a traitor, a liar, and a scoundrel, and vowed to blow up General Wilkinson when the opportunity arose. He was court-martialed, convicted of unofficer-like conduct, and sentenced to a year of suspension without pay. Like Jackson, he manifested a tendency toward insubordination when superiors failed to earn his respect. This was attributable in part to his vanity, which seemed to surge whenever he donned his officer's uniform. Indeed, when he first obtained the raiment, he was so taken with it that he cleared out the furniture of his largest room, placed 2 mirrors at diagonal corners, and strutted back and forth for 2 hours of self-indulgent preening. If anyone had seen him, he quipped years later, the embarrassment would have forced him to kill the person. He developed a reputation as an exacting commander who put his troops through arduous training while he marched about in his gaudy uniforms. Hence his eventual nickname, Old Fuss and Feathers. In his first battle in the War of 1812, he was captured by the British but later released. He broke his collarbone at the Battle of Fort George, took a bullet to the shoulder at Lundy's Lane, and emerged from the war a hero and brigadier general. At 27, the youngest army general at the time. Later exploits in various Indian wars and political deftness in Washington contributed to his military rise, leading in 1841 to his appointment as the Army's general-in-chief. Intellectually ambitious, he read constantly, developed an impressive expertise in military history and tactics, mastered French, and kept up on the latest developments in the law. But his vanity and its attendant traits never remained in check for long. The chief ruling passion of the general, wrote a junior officer who served under him, was ambition and its uniform attendant, jealousy. Now, with war declared, the 59-year-old warrior found himself positioned for even more glory, perhaps enough to carry him into the White House. All he had to do was ensure his personal traits didn't get in the way of his military brilliance. As news of the Mexican War spread across America, the nation rallied to the cause. The general fact is well known, said the Union, that the whole country is roused to the most earnest and vigorous action. In the Senate, Pennsylvania's Simon Cameron told of a mass meeting in Philadelphia that drew 20,000 citizens of all parties who had forgotten their political predilections and come together to sustain the country in its emergency. Representative Seaborn Jones of Georgia speculated on the House floor that, had Polk refrained from protecting the Texas frontier, one general burst of indignation would have risen against him. He would have been called a poor, craven wretch. The Union ran a poem from a Washington writer labeled E.M.H. War! Ho, ho! Fling out our starry flag unto the sunny sky. Let sound the bugle and the drum with stirring notes and high. Grasp now the slumbering musket and harness on the sword, and stand erect and ready, for our country's voice is heard. The Mexican hath pressed our soil, his hand hath shed the blood of brave and gallant bosoms, and, fiend-like, he hath stood, gloating with all murderers' joy, as his poor victims lay, unburied on the desert shore, the loathsome vultures prey. Then ho! Shout out the battle cry, draw forth the glittering brand, and from the soil of freemen expel the invading band. Our cause is just and righteous. Meet with Dauntlers' brow, and may there be no recreant soul to fail or falter now. But the Polk opposition quickly crafted a counter-legend. The war, declared Representative Columbus Delano, a Whig from Ohio, was a presidential war, a war commenced by the president in an unconstitutional manner and by illegal means. With that sentence, Delano crystallized the Whig position. Slowly, the argument expanded to include the allegation that Polk had perpetrated his war solely to cadge southwestern territory from the hapless Mexicans. Ritchie's Union vectored in on the soft underbelly of the Whigs' argument. That is, if Congress would, by its silence, admit our war was aggressive and indefensible, then the Whigs would cheerfully vote the men and money to fight it out. For the moment, in the patriotic fervor that gripped the land, the Democratic outlook prevailed. But everyone knew that would continue only with success on the battlefield. And Polk knew military success required unity within his inner circle and among Hill Democrats. Within his inner circle, that unity appeared tenuous. The reason was two outsized personalities, Buchanan and Scott. The Buchanan problem emerged immediately. On May 13, 1846, the Secretary brought to the Cabinet a draft dispatch for U.S. ministers at London, Paris, and other foreign courts, outlining what they should tell those host governments. They should say, said the dispatch, the United States had no intention of acquiring Mexican territory in the war. This was a remarkable bit of mischief, perpetrated in full knowledge of Polk's oft-stated goal of acquiring California, New Mexico, and perhaps other Mexican lands. Polk brushed aside the proposed language as unnecessary and improper, and said his own statements to Congress offered sufficient guidance to U.S. envoys. Then you will have war with England as well as Mexico, retorted Buchanan, and probably with France also. For neither of these powers will ever stand by and see California annexed to the U.S. Polk, agitated, said he would wage that war with England and France or all the powers of Christendom, and would stand and fight until the last man among us fell in the conflict. Neither as a citizen nor president, he added, would he permit or tolerate any intermeddling of any European power on this continent. Treasury Secretary Walker attacked Buchanan's arguments with considerable heat, and Bancroft, Mason, and Johnson all opposed the Secretary. Buchanan refused to yield until Polk stepped to his desk, wrote out a substitute draft, and handed it to Buchanan. Then the Secretary wordlessly picked up his papers and left the room. As for Scott, Polk's wartime relations with the general began amicably enough. When the two met on May 13th, along with Army Secretary Marcy, the President offered Scott the position of commander of U.S. troops in the field. The general avidly accepted. The next evening the three met again and agreed the primary strategy would be to capture northern Mexico and hold it until a peace could be negotiated. They also agreed to call up for immediate service some 20,000 volunteers, largely from southern and western states. Afterward, Polk couldn't prevent his dislike for the general from seeping into his thinking. General Scott did not impress me favorably as a military man, he wrote to his diary, adding, the general seemed rather scientific and visionary in his views. He felt Scott's insistence on recruiting 20,000 volunteers went a bit beyond necessity, but kept silent for fear of getting blamed should things go awry with fewer troops than requested. Then a series of developments unfolded that soured relations between the two men. At the May 19th cabinet meeting, Polk noted rumors that Scott planned to remain in Washington until September. This was unacceptable, the president told Marcy, adding that Scott must proceed very soon to his post, or Polk would supersede him in the command. He urged Marcy to take charge and ensure his orders were obeyed. For his part, Scott also was hearing disturbing rumors that the president was working with Benton on legislation authorizing 2 new major generals and 4 new brigadier generals. Since Scott was the Army's only major general, he quickly smelt the rat, an apparent plan to push him aside. His anger was heightened by hints the president might elevate Benton, 30 years out of military uniform, to major general, thus massaging the egotistical senator's conceit that his capacity for military heroism, if given sufficient rein, would round out his career and perhaps elevate him to the White House. Scott confronted Marcy with these rumblings on the evening of May 20th. The secretary promptly countered by revealing the president's displeasure with his timetable for getting to the Rio Grande. Upon hearing this, the impetuous general began a slow boil that erupted the next day in a letter to Marcy that manifested more rage than sense. At great length he catalogued the arduous labors attending his effort to get to the front, then added a passage dripping with self-pity. In the midst of these multitudinous and indispensable occupations, I have learned from you that much impatience is already felt, perhaps in high quarters, that I have not already put myself en route for the Rio Grande. And now, with 14 hours a day of preliminary work remaining on my hands for many days, I find myself compelled to stop that necessary work to guard myself against, perhaps, utter condemnation in the quarters alluded to. Not an advantageous step can be taken in a forward march without the confidence that all is well behind. I am, therefore, not a little alarmed, nay, crippled in my energies by the knowledge of the impatience in question. My explicit meaning is that I do not desire to place myself in the most perilous of all positions, a fire upon my rear from Washington, and the fire in front from the Mexicans. Before this remarkable outburst could reach the president, Polk happened upon another Scott letter sent privately to Virginia's Senator Archer. It accused the president of rejecting Whigs for all Army officer positions in the West and reserving those slots for Democrats. Polk was outraged. The letter, he wrote to his diary, proved to me that General Scott was not only hostile, but recklessly vindictive in his feelings towards my administration. In fact, Polk had taken steps to ensure the wartime officers' corps contained both Whigs and Democrats, and rejected all Democratic entreaties that he reserve those slots for his own party members. Later, Polk got wind of efforts by Scott and others to kill his legislation to expand the Army's contingent of generals. Polk considered this highly censurable, evidence that Scott and his allies would throw every obstacle in the way of my prosecuting the Mexican War successfully. When Polk later read Scott's letter to Marcy, he instantly concluded the general lacked the requisite stability and sense for the field command. He read the letter aloud at the next cabinet meeting and asked what should be done. Walker echoed Polk's private views, whereupon the president replied that, if he could find any other qualified officer, he would supersede Scott. He found his officer that night when exciting news arrived from the Rio Grande that Zachary Taylor had scored 2 brilliant victories. After hostilities had broken out with the Thornton ambush, Taylor found himself in a dilemma. He had his army at Fort Texas without supplies, and he had his supply depot at Port Isabel, some 25 miles away, without an army to protect it. He marched the bulk of his troops back to his supply depot, secured its defense, then proceeded to march back to Fort Texas. On May 8th, at a point called Palo Alto, he encountered Mexico's General Arista with a force that outnumbered his own by 3 to 1. Taylor's army held firm and battled the superior Mexican force to a standoff. The Americans' newly designed artillery devastated the enemy. Only 4 American troops died, while 42 were wounded. Arista lost 500 soldiers, most of them killed at long range. The next day, Arista fell back some 6 miles and repositioned his army for a follow-up battle at what was known as the Resaca de la Palma. Taylor, in pursuit, sent a cavalry force to capture Arista's main artillery battery, while his U.S. infantry overran the retreat routes back to the Rio Grande. The Mexicans faltered, then retreated, then turned and fled in panic. In the rush to safety, many soldiers drowned in the Rio Grande. Within 48 hours, Taylor had eliminated any danger of a Mexican invasion and demonstrated superior American tactics and resolve. He lost 34 killed and 113 wounded during the 2 battles, while capturing 7 pieces of artillery, large caches of ammunition, and 100 prisoners, including General Diaz de la Vega. It was estimated the Mexicans lost 1,200 killed and wounded, while some 300 drowned in the panic flight across the Rio Grande. That night, Taylor sent a message to Washington. "Our victory has been complete." Washington was elated, and so was Polk. The exhilarating victories not only affirmed the president's war policy, but also expanded his range of options in the matter of Winfield Scott. On May 25th, Polk called a special cabinet meeting to consider Marcy's draft reply to the general's remarkable letter. Everyone agreed it was an appropriate response, and Polk instructed Marcy to deliver it that day. It was a masterpiece of pained condescension. After quoting Scott's letter at length, Marcy said it falsely alleged most unworthy motives in the executive government, of bad faith toward yourself, of a reckless disregard for the interests of the country, of a design to carry on a war against you while you are sent forth to carry on a war against the public enemy. Meanwhile, said Marcy, the volunteers rushing to serve would be arriving at the battlefront by June, and their brief enlistments could be over by the time Scott managed to show up under his proposed timetable. Every consideration of economy and duty, wrote Marcy, forbade that the troops should, if thus collected, be permitted to remain inactive, by reason of the absence of the general officer who was to direct their movements. On what basis, asked Marcy, did Scott conclude the president wished to open fire upon his rear? Had not the president, in a frank and friendly spirit, just entrusted you with a command on which the glory and interest of the country depended, to say nothing of the success of his own administration? Since Scott clearly felt the president intended to place him in the most perilous of all positions for the purpose of doing him in, and since the general had adopted that fear entirely without cause or even the shadow of justification, the president would be negligent if he were to persist in his determination of imposing upon you the command of the army. Thus, concluded Marcy, Scott would remain in Washington. He would not command the troops in the field. Scott wasted no time in responding with an almost desperate effort to get himself reinstated. But his ego and self-regard impaired his ability to hit an appropriate tone. He began, "Sir, your letter of this date, received at about 6 p.m., as I sat down to take a hasty plate of soup, demands a prompt reply." He noted that Marcy had taken 4 days to craft a reply that accused him of official and perhaps personal disrespect to his commander-in-chief. "And if the president shared this view," said Scott, "I am placed under very high obligations to his magnanimity, may I not add to his kindness, in not placing me instantly in arrest, and before a general court-martial." Since no such arrest had taken place, he averred, he had to conclude Marcy's indictment was not shared by the president. Then, dissecting the language of his letter, he expressed bewilderment that Marcy could possibly think he had directed his criticisms at the president of all people. He had not said this impatience was manifest in the highest quarters, after all, but rather in high quarters, by which he obviously meant not the president, but Marcy himself and some members of Congress, who were said to be grousing about Scott's timetable for action. My letter was written in part to guard both the President and myself against such a result, which would have been fatal not only to me, but perhaps to the service of the country. Having found himself in a hole, Scott dug furiously. When Marcy sent over a blistering reply in which he defended himself from the allegations that previously had seemed directed at the President, but now were aimed at him, Scott responded with a combination of defensiveness and sycophancy. Seeking with great rotundity to explain his previous expressions and ingratiate himself with his superior, he urged reconsideration of the President's decision to keep him in Washington. Marcy sent back a terse reply saying Polk wasn't inclined to reverse his previous judgment. Polk already had sent to Congress a message nominating General Taylor for promotion to the brevet rank of Major General. Taylor would be the President's man at the battlefront. But Polk had more on his mind than relations with his cantankerous General-in-Chief. As early as May 13th, the President instructed Navy Secretary Bancroft to issue a brief order to Commodore Connor, whose home squadron had blockaded all Mexican ports in the Gulf. It read, "Commodore, if Santa Anna endeavors to enter the Mexican ports, you will allow him to pass freely." Clearly, Polk's visit with Santa Anna's friend Atocha was on his mind. Also, on the 13th, Polk met with Benton to discuss plans for an invasion of California. Benton favored the idea, and the President began a series of cabinet discussions on the matter. On May 26th, the cabinet unanimously embraced a proposal to send an expedition immediately against Upper California if sufficient mounted regiments could be assembled and marched from Independence, Missouri, before winter set in. A few days later, Polk made his move. He would place some 1,000 mounted volunteers, then mustered at Independence, under the command of Colonel Stephen Kearny, a dignified and resourceful officer whose exploits in the far west had become legendary. Kearny would take Santa Fe and then, if deemed feasible, proceed toward California, perhaps with another contingent of dragoons that would be made available. Meanwhile, Polk would ponder the question whether he should send reinforcements by sea. The President's war strategy was coming into focus. Taylor would capture enough territory in northern Mexico to force a settlement. In the meantime, the United States would conquer the Mexican lands Polk wished to obtain in that settlement, notably New Mexico and California, encompassing all of present-day California, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah, half of New Mexico, and segments of Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Wyoming. The other half of present-day New Mexico already had been acquired with Texas annexation. By capturing New Mexico and California, the reasoning went, he would enhance his bargaining clout at treaty time. Polk, knowing such plans would raise hackles with the congressional opposition, carefully kept them secret. But the congressional opposition went after him anyway. On June 2nd, the House took up the bill to increase the number of generals, and Kentucky's Garrett Davis went on the attack. This action, declared the Whig politician, was totally unnecessary because the war would soon be over. Thus he could see but two motives behind it. First, to do in Scott and exclude him from command, and secondly, to do in Taylor, who had proved his military competence and ought to remain, no matter under what name he might be called. This was pure partisan politics born of the Whigs' most pressing political imperative. They desperately needed a leader who could rally their forces and carry them into the White House. Henry Clay, though much loved, clearly wasn't that leader. Now the war was about to generate some military heroes, most likely Whigs, as most Army generals were Whigs, notably Scott and Taylor. Whig politicians were painfully aware their party's only presidential victory had been at the behest of a military hero, William Henry Harrison, in 1840. So this looked promising, unless Polk managed to replace Scott and Taylor with Democratic generals. They couldn't allow that. Though the measure passed the Senate, the House sliced the bill to authorize only one additional Major General and 2 brigadiers. Thus, unless Polk was willing to take the political heat that would ensue if he fired Scott or Taylor, they would remain his top military command for the war. With all the activity surrounding Mexico, it might have been easy to forget Oregon. But the British didn't forget. On June 3rd, Polk received a dispatch from Ambassador Maclean at London saying Pakenham shortly would present to Buchanan a British proposal for settling the nettlesome diplomatic issue. Maclean's description of the proposal was sketchy, but Polk immediately concluded he probably couldn't accept it. He pondered his options. If he declined to send it to the Senate for prior advice and declined to offer a counter-proposal, the probable result will be war. If he submitted it to the Senate and the chamber recommended acceptance, which was likely, he then would have to accept that judgment, however reluctantly. Polk called a special cabinet meeting for the next day. The cabinet first pondered the probable terms. It seemed the British would accept a boundary line at the 49th parallel from the Rocky Mountains to the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Then through the strait, so Vancouver Island would remain entirely British. The strait itself would be considered open sea to both nations, and British subjects holding farms and lands between the Columbia River and the 49th parallel would be granted title to their property. Free navigation rights to the Columbia would be granted not to British subjects generally, but only to the Hudson's Bay Company and those trading with it. The sticking point was the Columbia navigation rights. But Buchanan noted the Hudson's Bay Company charter in the territory ran only to 1859, and hence those rights could be construed as expiring in that year. That put a new construction on the matter, and the cabinet coalesced around the view that the proposal should be submitted to the Senate. 2 days later, the cabinet returned to the subject, this time with Pakenham's actual language, which matched Maclean's previous report. One by one, Polk's men expressed satisfaction with the terms and urged it to be submitted. Then Buchanan posited a different view. He said the 5440 men were the true friends of the administration, and he didn't think Polk should back out of his previous claim to that boundary. Buchanan's cabinet colleagues were stunned. Here was the cabinet's premier Oregon dove, the man who had been wringing his hands for months over the prospect of war over Oregon and pleading for concessions, now urging a course almost certain to generate war, at a time when the nation already was fighting a war. Polk felt excited at the remark, but sought to hide his indignation. Walker made no such effort. He began a verbal attack on Buchanan that Polk felt obliged to cut off lest the meeting erupt into open hostility. Before that happened, however, Walker made clear he would oppose any submission to the Senate that wasn't supported unanimously by the cabinet. Polk assured Walker any action on his part would have full cabinet support. The President then outlined the message he would attach to the British proposal, should he decide to send it up. It would reiterate his views as expressed in his annual message, but then express deference to subsequent congressional debates and the precedents of former presidents. Further, he would say he would embrace a Senate recommendation of acceptance if it received the constitutional majority, 2/3, necessary for treaty ratification. If it didn't, he would reject the British proposal. When Buchanan expressed lukewarm support for such an approach, Polk asked him to draft the message. The secretary declined. The President, in accepting the task himself, harbored no illusions about his Secretary of State. The Pennsylvanian clearly was nurturing his presidential ambitions, seeking to undermine Cass's powerful standing among Westerners bent on getting all of Oregon. "My impression," wrote Polk to his diary, "is that Mr. Buchanan intends now to shun all responsibility for the submission, but still he may wish it to be done without his agency, so that if the 5440 men shall complain, he may be able to say that my message submitting it did not receive his sanction." On May 8th, Polk had 2 conversations with Buchanan that accentuated the Secretary's strange behavior. Buchanan, saying he wished to have no agency in drafting the presidential message on Oregon, complained about Walker's attack, and he revealingly sought to exclude certain dispatches penned by himself from documents to be sent to the Senate with the presidential message. Clearly, he sought to shield himself from public knowledge of his previous position. Then Buchanan went too far. "Well," he said, "when you have done your message, I will then prepare such a one as I think ought to be sent in." Polk became angry, but characteristically sought to control it. "For what purpose will you prepare a message?" he asked. "You have twice refused, though it is a subject relating to your department, to give me any aid in preparing my message. Do you wish, after I have done, to draw up a paper of your own in order to make an issue with me?" Buchanan feigned injury. It struck him, he said, to the heart, and he asked if Polk actually thought him capable of such a thing. Polk reiterated his complaint that Buchanan had been uncooperative, leaving it to Polk to do work that rightfully belonged to the Secretary's portfolio. He inquired again why Buchanan would now seek to submit an alternative draft. Then Polk, who now had the Secretary firmly in his crosshairs, buckled. "I told him that I thought I had cause to complain that he had not aided me when requested," the President told his diary, "but that, if I had misunderstood him, I retracted the remark." A presidential retreat. This led to mutual explanations that seemed to be satisfactory, and Polk disclaimed any unkind feelings toward his Secretary of State, personally or politically. Buchanan likewise expressed his friendship for me and for Mrs. Polk. The episode revealed a fundamental Polk trait. Though capable of outmaneuvering his opponents with brutal disregard for their political sensibilities and of sanctifying his actions through rationalization, he often lacked the fortitude necessary for face-to-face confrontation. Judging from his diary, Polk apparently felt he had brought Buchanan to heel, but it was the Secretary who had manipulated the President. That became clear during a 5-hour cabinet session on June 9th devoted mostly to the Oregon message. All agreed on Polk's language except Buchanan, whose recalcitrance generated frustration and irritation among his colleagues. Finally, Polk crafted compromise language that passed muster with everyone, and the cabinet signed off on the submission plan. Polk called in a number of prominent senators for consultation in preparation for the move. Most endorsed the plan, but Allen of Illinois, not surprisingly, urged the President to reject the British proposal outright. Cass, conceding the President was bound to submit the proposal, vowed nevertheless to vote against it. The British proposal went to the Senate on June 10th, and 2 days later Polk got word the Senate, in executive session, had recommended, by a vote of 38 to 12, that he accept the British treaty language. Later, official accounts would put the vote at 37 to 12. Polk promptly sent it up, and 3 days later the Senate ratified it 41 to 14. The long boundary conflict with Great Britain was over. It took days for news of the Senate action to seep into the public consciousness, but when it did, the Union promptly placed credit squarely upon the President. Though the Whig press sought to attribute the outcome to the Senate, in truth, said the paper, the Senate's meddling probably prevented further concessions from the British. But the final terms, such as they are, argued the Union, would never have been conceded to us had it not been for the firm and energetic, though not offensive, stand taken by the President. The Union had it about right in this instance. For decades, the British had utterly refused to give up navigation rights to the Columbia and full control over the lush harbors of Puget Sound. When Polk went public with his firm statement of U.S. demands, the immediate result was outrage. In Britain, and as well as among concession-minded Americans either fearful of war or disdainful of the expansionist impulses driving the issue in America. To many, Polk's approach seemed foolhardy, risky, and unjust. But it turned out he knew what he was doing. With his willingness to go right to the brink of war, he kept everyone guessing as to his true intentions, not least, perhaps, himself. His nerve and defiance yielded up a choice and strategically priceless stretch of land, about 3 degrees of seacoast on the Pacific, with the eventual exclusive navigation of the chief river on the western slope of our continent, as the Union put it. This acquisition, along with Texas, moved the country a far distance toward that heady vision that had animated American politics so forcefully over the past 2 years: conquest of the full midsection of North America from sea to sea. Chapter 17. Presidential Temperament. I prefer to supervise the whole operations of the government. Although Oregon and Mexico consumed most of the president's time and energy throughout his first 18 months in office, he never lost sight of his domestic ambitions, tariff reduction, and the independent Treasury. Others might shrink from pressing so many major initiatives simultaneously, particularly in wartime, but not Polk. Thus, in late April, the President invited Alabama Senator Dixon Lewis to the White House for a touching demonstration of intellectual attainment by about 30 blind students who read, solved math problems, and sang, all with a new communication method of raised letters. Afterward, Polk took Lewis to his office for a political chat aimed at getting the senator moving on the President's domestic agenda. A devoted ally of John C. Calhoun, Lewis was chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, which meant he had his hand on the Senate's spigot of revenue legislation. He was positioned to assist Polk's aims or thwart them. Lately, he had seemed inclined to thwart them, possibly, Polk surmised, because of Calhoun's ongoing hostility to his administration. Responding to a Senate floor query from Daniel Webster, Lewis had said his committee would take up the independent Treasury matter only after it had disposed of what Polk considered lesser bills. The President feared Lewis's priorities could sink the independent Treasury and also his tariff reductions as time ran out on the legislative session. In his office, the President told Lewis he felt great anxiety about the fate of the tariff and monetary bills because he had identified them repeatedly as presidential priorities. If they went down, said Polk, his political power and the glory of his administration would be seriously damaged. Apparently, Polk was persuasive. My suggestions seemed to strike him forcibly, he informed his diary. Lewis promised to ensure action on the presidential priorities. This episode reflected Polk's presidential temperament. He was his own chief lobbyist. He also was his own chief political strategist, chief speechwriter, chief policy analyst, chief scheduler. He insisted upon being involved in the minutiae of the departments represented in his cabinet. He delegated little and pulled a vast expanse of administrative and decision particulars into his own ambit, particularly on matters of the military. Even when Polk consciously intended to assign decision-making to his cabinet, in the matter of minor patronage jobs, for example, he couldn't resist his meddlesome ways. In part, this stemmed from his congenital affinity for the martyrdom of duty, in part from his lack of trust that others could handle any tasks as competently as he could. As he would write to his diary, "The public have no idea of the constant accumulation of business requiring the President's attention. No President who performs his duty faithfully and conscientiously can have any leisure. If he entrusts the details and smaller matters to subordinates, constant errors will occur. I prefer to supervise the whole operations of the government myself, and this makes my duties very great." Indeed, so great were those duties that he did in fact enjoy almost no leisure time. Seldom did he leave the White House except for a brief morning walk and a longer evening stroll. Occasionally Marcy or Mason would lure him out for an afternoon horseback ride, but most often their entreaties, issued in part out of concern for the President's fragile health, were rebuffed. On April 1st, 1846, he ventured forth to spend an evening hour of quiet conversation with Cave Johnson, and noted in his diary that it was only his 5th such evening excursion during 13 months in office. The Polks did attend church nearly every Sunday, Usually the Presbyterian congregation favored by Sarah, but occasionally the Foundry Methodist Church at 14th and G Streets, the President's preference. As for travels outside Washington, they almost never occurred. By August 1846, Polk had ventured beyond the capital only 3 times during his presidency. For a day trip to Mount Vernon, another to Francis Blair's Silver Spring Mansion in Maryland, and finally for several days at Fortress Monroe near Norfolk, where the President took ill with a severe fever that marred the outing. At the White House, when he did leave his desk for some diversion organized by Sarah, he often felt distracted or slightly contemptuous. He was lured downstairs at 8 o'clock one evening for a juggler act that stirred wonder and delight among some 50 guests. Polk felt the display contributed little to the guests' edification or profit, and considered his own time in attendance unprofitably spent. The Polk White House served as focal point of social Washington, and Sarah glistened in her role as the city's premier hostess. Reception night occurred twice a week at the mansion, and the couple frequently had important political players in for well-orchestrated dinner parties. Sarah allowed no spirituous liquors, but wine was available in abundance. No dancing, though. Sarah considered such amusements an assault on the dwelling's requisite decorum. Polk usually attended White House receptions, at least briefly, before returning to his desk for an hour or two of work or retreating for a chat with an important legislator. If he spent any appreciable time at social events, he would rise earlier than normal the next morning to compensate for the lost toil. During receptions or dinners, of course, he worked the room in behalf of his legislative aims. At one reception in April, when the Oregon Notice legislation was before Congress, the President earnestly urged 5 congressmen to embrace the Senate version in order to facilitate a speedy resolution of the matter. Sarah's warm personality was evidenced at White House receptions, which were open to anyone without ceremony and without invitation. On one occasion she spotted an old man in humble garb who tottered into the room with a cane. Sarah singled him out for special attention, discovered he was 108 years old, and conversed with him at length about his adventures during the Revolutionary War and before. As one participant later noted, when other guests claimed her ear, she followed the old man with her eye and directed that the venerable visitor should be treated with special respect. Through Polk's presidency, the captivating Sarah continued to serve as a social antidote to her husband's famous reserve. She was described variously as extremely affable, perfectly self-possessed, endowed with regal stateliness, and a most auspicious domestic influence. More significantly, she was her husband's only intimate adviser and his unofficial secretary and helpmate. None but Sarah, the President once wrote, knew so intimately my private affairs. One thing Sarah could not accomplish was to lure the President away from his conviction that Republican principles required a willingness to open the White House to streams of visitors, most of them job seekers. Yet he came to detest this ritual that left him contemptuous of the citizenry. His diary is filled with expressions of irritation that increased in frequency and intensity as time went on. "It is one of the most painful of my duties," he wrote in February, "to receive supplicants who are so patriotic as to desire to serve their country by getting into fat offices." He had become, he said, greatly disgusted with the whole business. He possessed a self-righteous tendency to assess others through a prism of jaundiced superiority. This was most pronounced in his feelings toward fellow politicians, whose motives he attributed largely to base ambition. Seldom did he accept opponents' actions as products of honest conviction. As he wrote during the fight over the Oregon Notice, "In the midst of these factions of the Democratic Party, I am left without any certain or reliable support in Congress. Each leader looks to his own advancement more than he does to the success of my measures." Of course, self-interest drives much of Washington's political maneuverings, but Polk's narrow tendency to view his opponents in only one way left him susceptible to a bitterness that often guided his political thinking. And it was true, of course, that Congress constantly tried to thwart his aims and policies. On May 25th, word reached Polk that the Senate had rejected his nomination of Henry Horn, an old House colleague, to Pennsylvania's top patronage job, collector for the Port of Philadelphia. The deed had been orchestrated by Senator Simon Cameron, a great friend of Buchanan in the Senate. Cameron had waited for a number of Senate Democrats to be away at the funeral of a colleague's son, then called up the nomination for certain defeat in what Polk called a thin Senate. Cameron, Calhoun, and James Westcott of Florida joined a solid Whig phalanx in voting down the nomination. Polk dismissed Cameron as a managing, tricky man in whom no reliance is to be placed, little better than a Whig. As for Calhoun, Polk felt his ambition is destroying him, while Westcott was simply a Whig in Democratic garb. After canvassing the absent senators and concluding Horn could be confirmed in a full Senate, the President sent his name up for a second vote. But the tricky Cameron, bent on controlling patronage in his state, corralled sufficient Democrats to reject him again. The selfishness of some members of Congress who make their public duties bend to their personal interests proves at least they are no better or purer than the mass of other men, declared the President to his diary. He sent up a second nominee even more distasteful to Cameron and to Buchanan than Horn. When the President refused to yield to Buchanan's entreaty that he choose someone else, or at least consult the Pennsylvania delegation, Cameron retreated before the stubborn President, and Polk's nominee went through. But the episode marked a turning point in Polk's congressional standing. Calhoun's Southerners, seeing how easily the President could be rebuffed on nominations, adopted a tack of joining with the solid Whig opposition on such votes, and soon it became clear the President's position in Congress was eroding. Vice President Dallas perceived a wretched condition in both houses of Congress, with the situation likely to get worse and worse. It was becoming clear why Polk needed to press Congress to move as quickly as possible on his favored initiatives. One of those, the independent Treasury measure, was reported by the House Ways and Means Committee in March 1846. It authorized the President to deposit government monies in Treasury vaults until they were dispersed in the course of governmental business. Later it was amended to stipulate that only specie was to be received by the government. Hence, the measure, as amended, ensured that government funds could not be deposited in private banks, that the government must confine itself to hard money policies, and that the government could not print money as needed. The debate was framed by the measure and a floor amendment designed to gut it: federal custodianship of federal monies versus custodianship of private banking interests, and hard money versus soft money. The Jacksonians had always believed federal custodianship and hard money offered the greatest security for the country's financial system. On April 2nd, with solid Democratic support and a considerable Whig tally, the measure cleared the House by a substantial margin. Reaching the Senate the next day, it was referred to Dixon Lewis's Finance Committee, where it languished until April 22nd. That's when the ever-alert Polk invited Lewis to the White House for the deaf student's performance and subsequent chat in the President's office. After the President managed to break down the chairman's resistance, the measure cleared the Finance Committee and obtained Senate passage on August 1st. On August 5th, the House accepted all Senate amendments, and Polk had his independent Treasury. Another of Polk's major policy goals was secured. The tariff issue would prove more nettlesome. On April 14th, the House Ways and Means Committee had reported a bill based on language provided by Polk and Treasury Secretary Walker. Its primary feature was that it substituted the specified dollar tariffs of the 1842 bill, imposed irrespective of import commodity prices, with ad valorem taxes, meaning percentage rates that would fluctuate with price. This was viewed by Democrats as fairer in that it ensured that commodities within certain groupings would be taxed at the same rate. It was not truly a free trade measure. The ad valorem rates on a few commodities would reach as high as 100%, and rates on some products wine and some apparel items, for example, actually would increase. But the vast majority of items would carry tariffs of just 30%, a substantial drop from the 1842 policy. And it would eradicate the idea that import taxes should be imposed strictly for purposes of protecting particular industries. Such protection, argued Seaborn Jones of Georgia, floor manager for the bill, distorted economic activity through governmental selection of favored and non-favored industries, bringing forth exotics which the soil and climate would not naturally produce. Whigs attacked the bill by arguing it would damage the economy and slash federal revenue to dangerous levels in wartime. But on July 3rd, the Democratic-controlled House passed it easily, 114 to 95. Will the protectionists longer resist this irresistible phalanx? Asked the Union. Will they learn wisdom and permit the present bill to pass through the Senate? That was the question on Polk's mind. By July 11th, he feared many northeastern Democrats would line up against the bill. In part, he surmised, because of lingering animosities over his patronage decisions. There is more selfishness among members of Congress which is made to bear upon great public measures than the people have any knowledge of, he wrote. Some days later, Polk heard that even his old college friend, William Haywood, planned to oppose the bill. On July 23rd, when Polk called Haywood to the White House to discuss the issue, the North Carolinian appeared highly agitated about the bill. "I would rather die than vote for it," he declared. Haywood's central concern wasn't the bill itself, but the abrupt manner in which it would be put into effect. If its effective date were delayed, he said, he could vote for it. The principal objection to such an amendment, replied Polk, would be that it might put in jeopardy the fate of the bill. Later that day, the two had another conversation, and Polk ratcheted up the rhetoric. The bill was his highest domestic priority, said the President, and it had received unanimous support among Southern Democrats. Haywood's opposition would harm the administration, harm the nation, and, added Polk as a friend, destroy Haywood. Polk brought up rumors that Haywood was thinking of resigning his seat over the issue. "I begged him not to do so," Polk informed his diary. He told Haywood a resignation was tantamount to a negative vote, as his tally was needed to generate a Senate tie that could then be trumped by Vice President Dallas. Haywood went away appearing intractable. So Polk turned his attention to Tennessee's Senator Spencer Jarnagin, a Whig, who was in a ticklish position. He opposed the bill on principle, but had been instructed by the Tennessee legislature to vote for it. On Saturday, July 25th, 3 developments occurred in staccato sequence. Jarnagin, in the cabinet's presence, assured Polk he would vote for the measure. Haywood resigned his Senate seat out of a conviction that he could not accept his state legislature's instruction on the issue, and rumors began flying around official Washington that Jarnagin would resign also. Without Jarnagin's vote, the measure appeared dead. "The revenue bill in danger," ran the headline in the Union that afternoon. It added, "North Carolina betrayed. Resignation of Senator Haywood." The President felt genuine sadness over Haywood's decision. His career success had been a source of pride for Polk, who judged Haywood's tariff issue actions to be ill-considered and a likely result of his being nervous and in an excited state. But Polk harbored no ill feelings toward his friend, whose behavior he considered to be from good motives. On Monday, after a stormy and violent debate, the Senate embraced, by one vote, a procedural action that placed the tariff bill in further jeopardy. Jarnagin, voting with the majority, enraged Polk by abandoning his earlier promise to support the measure. The Tennessean complained Polk holds the fate of the bill in his hands, and there is no reliance to be placed upon him. But the next day the measure cleared the Senate by a single vote, which turned out to be Jarnagin's. The maverick senator had voted his conscience, or ducked out, on all procedural tallies, but had accepted his legislative instruction on final reading. The House promptly accepted the Senate's lone minor amendment, and with Polk's signature some days later the measure became law. "The long agony is now over," crowed the Union, That Polk succeeded in getting congressional approval for his two domestic priorities was a testament to his political resolve and acumen. These were the two issues of lingering potency left over from the days of the great Jackson-Clay rivalry, and Polk now had put them to rest as matters of disruptive political contention. On domestic policy, the country was moving into a new era. This was particularly true of federal money management. Alexander Hamilton's concept of placing that management in the hands of corporate executives beholden to shareholders was now dead. Jackson's expediency of transferring those funds to state pet banks also was dead. The people's money now would be in the hands of the people's government. Polk's system would last for 70 years, until creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913, with its matrix of central banks throughout the country regulated by an independent board in Washington. Meanwhile, discovery of huge California gold reserves and a large influx of British investment capital prevented Polk's hard money approach from constricting U.S. economic activity unduly. The result was that the issue lost much of its sting, and Polk's approach became firmly embedded in American financial policy. The tariff victory was less definitive, as various trade policy wars would emerge in American politics over the decades. But the economic forces unleashed during Polk's time would blunt the call for protectionist policies in coming years. A railroad boom generated huge demand for Pennsylvania iron and steel, and textile manufacturers soon discovered high tariffs only spawned troublesome domestic competitors. More significantly, the world was moving in the Jacksonian direction, as reflected in Britain's repeal of its corn laws. As Ritchie's Union pointed out, Britain's closed ports had been put forth again and again, and in every form of ingenuity and emphasis, as justification for America's own high tariffs. But now Britain embraced free trade, and that argument was gone. Indeed, the booming British-American commerce was fueling much of the prosperity that undercut the protectionist rationale. As historian Michael F. Holt would later observe, all in all, the Whig demand for higher tariffs had become moot. All in all, indeed. The politics of the Jackson-Clay rivalry was receding rapidly, overwhelmed by the politics of expansionism, which had dominated American discourse since the spring of 1844. But the politics of expansionism was spawning, in turn, a new era, the politics of slavery, and nothing seemed more potent in bringing this new era into ascendancy than Polk's final presidential aim, acquisition of California and New Mexico, which had necessitated his Mexican War. Now that war would dominate his presidency just as its residues would dominate American politics for decades to come. Chapter 18. Wilmot's Proviso. Transformation of the War Debate. In early July 1846, a young American arrived in Havana, Cuba, and sought out the city's U.S. consul, R.B. Campbell. In a satchel he carried a letter from Secretary of State Buchanan and a copy of Navy Secretary Bancroft's May 13th instruction to Commodore Connor, ensuring free passage into Mexico for General Santa Anna. In his brain, the young man carried unwritten instructions from the President of the United States on what he should say if he managed to get an audience with that wounded but willful Mexican exile. The messenger was Alexander Slidell Mackenzie, a naval officer and nephew of Polk's rejected envoy to Mexico City, John Slidell. With Campbell's help, Mackenzie secured his interview with Santa Anna, and made his first mistake. Contrary to Polk's unwritten instructions, the young courier had crafted a written memorandum, which he proceeded to read to the Mexican general. It stated the United States remained bent on prosecuting what it considered a just and necessary war, and Polk would wage that war with brutal aggression. But he preferred a quick negotiated settlement, and considered Santa Anna both able and willing to effect such a settlement. Hence, the President of the United States would see with pleasure his restoration to power in Mexico. Mackenzie then stated the President's terms. The Rio Grande must be accepted as the boundary of Texas, and Mexico must grant to the United States a sufficient expanse of California to include San Francisco Bay. The President would pay handsomely for any acquired Mexican lands, and he wasn't inclined to demand any indemnity for the costs of the war. Santa Anna seemed receptive to Polk's proposal. He quibbled a bit initially about the Rio Grande boundary, but eventually relented on that issue and all others. He even extended his considered judgment on which American military actions, including occupation of Tampico, might most effectively bring leverage over his nation. Believing this martial advice to be highly valuable, Mackenzie made his second mistake. Violating his instructions to return directly to Washington, he rushed to the Rio Grande to deliver Santa Anna's views to Zachary Taylor, who dismissed the information as unimportant. The President didn't wait for Mackenzie's report before pursuing a second diplomatic channel. On July 27th, Buchanan, at Polk's instruction, sent a letter to Mexico's foreign minister offering to send an envoy to Mexico or receive one in Washington to terminate the present unhappy war. Around the same time, in discussions with Benton, Polk resurrected his old plan for a congressional appropriation, allowing him to lubricate any settlement with an upfront payment of some $2 million. I had but little doubt, he explained later, that by paying that sum in hand at the signature of a treaty we might procure California, and that in the present impoverished condition of Mexico, the knowledge that such a sum would be paid in hand might induce Mexico to treat when she might not otherwise do so. Benton approved. Now Polk could vigorously pursue his strategy, which was to seek a negotiated peace while waging aggressive war, with the $2 million bill, as it became known, paving the way toward the negotiated peace. But that legislation posed two troubling challenges. The first was procedural: how to ease the bill through Congress without unleashing a political firestorm. The second involved political perception, presidential acknowledgement, implicit in the bill, that the war issue now involved the President's resolve to acquire Mexican territory. This had been suspected, of course, and hurled at the President in the form of accusation by congressional Whigs and the National Intelligencer. But Polk had always finessed the matter. Now the finesse would be over. Polk addressed the first challenge in discussing his plan with Senator Cass, one of the President's most stalwart supporters. He thought it best, said Polk, to send his request privately to the Senate for consideration in executive session. If the senators approved without undue opposition, the Senate then could take up the measure in open session. The secret would be out, but by then he would have achieved mastery over the issue. Cass endorsed the approach. Polk addressed the second challenge in discussions with Senator McDuffie, who recently had replaced William Allen as chairman of Foreign Relations. The President drew a fine distinction between conquest of Mexican lands, which he had no wish to pursue in any manner whatsoever, and acquisition of such lands through a just peace process. Given this peace would ensue only after the United States managed to bring Mexico to heel militarily, it wasn't clear just what kind of logic girded this distinction. But McDuffie seemed to buy it. On August 1st, after getting his cabinet's consensus on the issue, Polk instructed Buchanan to draft his message to the Senate. 2 days later came word from Mackenzie that Santa Anna had accepted the President's terms for settling the two countries' differences, and intended soon to reclaim his lost mantle of Mexican leadership. Thus, if Polk's peace overture to the Paredes regime was rejected, which appeared likely, there was insurance in the form of Santa Anna's resolve to supplant that regime, made possible by his safe passage through Polk's Mexican blockade. James Polk, the political chess master, was arraying his pieces for maximum effect on the chessboard of statecraft. Throughout this time of complex maneuvering on the war, Polk grappled also with the congressional fate of his beleaguered tariff legislation, and he struggled simultaneously with a number of other high-intensity issues, notably 2 vetoes and his ongoing relations with James Buchanan. On June 10th, Polk surprised his Secretary of State by extending to him the Supreme Court seat that had remained vacant since George Woodward's Senate rejection. The President didn't explain to anyone, including his diary, why he would make such an offer to a man who, just weeks earlier, had been suspected of complicity in Woodward's defeat. But Polk seemed to have an underlying need to ingratiate himself with his annoying Foreign Secretary, and the June 10th offer certainly served that purpose. After a long conversation, the President reported to his diary, Buchanan retired, manifestly changed in his feelings and in a very pleasant humor. On June 28th, Cave Johnson arrived at the White House with a message from Buchanan. He would accept the court nomination. That led to a Polk-Buchanan conversation on July 1st, in which the President said he would send up the nomination shortly before the close of the current congressional session. Buchanan, seemingly taken aback, requested an immediate nomination. Polk said that wasn't possible, given the lingering policy matters in Congress as its late-session crunch loomed. Buchanan seemed to accept the rationale. But Buchanan never fully accepted any outcome that went against his wishes, and the next day he returned to the White House to express urgency in the matter. Rumors were rife about his impending nomination, he said, and he feared a groundswell of opposition. When Polk dismissed that possibility, Buchanan suggested Britain might intervene somehow in the Mexican War, thus precluding his departure from the cabinet. Highly unlikely, replied the President. Buchanan accepted Polk's judgment, but with great reluctance. On July 12th, Polk, concerned about Buchanan's lingering reluctance, told the Secretary he needed a definitive commitment, as he was about to write to U.S. Ambassador Louis McLean in London with an offer to become Buchanan's successor. Buchanan waffled once more, reiterating his desire for an immediate nomination. Polk responded with a lengthy and pungent political analysis of what would occur if he sought to replace Buchanan at state too soon. Every member would put forth his pet nominee, said the President, and the result would be a Donnybrook of competing interests. As soon as members learned their favorites were rejected, the resulting angers would jeopardize the President's entire agenda. My position, the President told Buchanan, would be one of perfect torment and vexation until the close of the session. Buchanan once again relented, but suggested Polk refrain from sending his letter to McLean, as he might change his mind. Polk speculated later that Buchanan probably feared Senate opposition stemming from his correspondence with McLean on Oregon. Before his abrupt and inexplicable conversion into a 54-40 man, he had been openly dovish on the issue, and perhaps now feared the Cass followers would hold that against him. Also, his alignment with the Free Trade Administration could stir opposition among Northeastern protectionists, most notably his own fellow Pennsylvanians. 2 weeks later, Buchanan, through Cave Johnson, stunned Polk with the news he would remain in the cabinet. Later that day, Buchanan personally delivered his decision, which Polk accepted in good grace. For good or ill, he would have Buchanan in his cabinet for the remainder of his presidency. Polk next turned his attention to other personnel matters. He offered the London ambassadorship to Bancroft, who readily accepted. He asked Mason to return to the Navy Department, which he had headed in the Tyler years. Always the good soldier, Mason accepted the President's wishes. Then Polk set about, without much urgency, to select a successor at Justice. More urgent was his response to domestic legislation under the rubric of the River and Harbor Bill, an appropriations measure that had become a kind of catch-all for pet pork barrel items desired by legislators. Henry Clay himself could not have asked for a measure more in keeping with his American system of internal improvements. By the time it reached Polk, the appropriations in the bill had ballooned to $1.5 million. Polk drafted a veto message in consultation only with Mason, whom he knew would approve the decision. Anticipating opposition from other cabinet members, he kept them out of the loop until August 1st, when the message was completed. Sent up on August 3rd, the message was a pure distillation of the Jacksonian philosophy of strict construction and limited government. The whole frame of the federal Constitution, wrote Polk, proves that the government which it creates was intended to be one of limited and specified powers. But the River and Harbor Bill implied a constitutional construction so broad that it tends imperceptibly to a consolidation of power in a government intended by the framers to be thus limited in its authority. In addition to being unconstitutional and inexpedient, said the President, the measure represented a disreputable scramble for the public money. Ritchie's union naturally applauded the action. It is one of the strongest vetoes which ever emanated from the executive department on this subject, said the paper. The Intelligencer, seeing national crisis in the Whigs' ongoing political defeat, saw the veto as evidence that our government is fast degenerating into a mere quadrennial elective despotism. On August 4th, the House took up the veto and failed, by a vote of 96 to 91, to override it. Around the same time, Polk vetoed the so-called French Spoliation Bill, designed to provide $5 million in land scrip to Americans who claimed they had been damaged by French plundering prior to 1800. Polk couldn't see why the U.S. government should assume responsibility for the actions of a foreign nation so many years before. Benton was so delighted with the President's decision that he offered to help draft the veto message. The veto was easily sustained. As the congressional session neared a dramatic denouement, however, political attention became riveted on the $2 million bill, which everyone knew would kick up intense controversy. On August 4th, Polk sent to the Senate his confidential message outlining the state of affairs with Mexico and requesting an executive session since of the Senate vote on the $2 million appropriation. Noting two precedents for this approach dating back to the Jefferson administration, the message emphasized Polk's intention to use the appropriation to help secure an honorable peace. 2 days later, in secret session, the Senate took up two resolutions brought forth by McDuffie's Foreign Relations Committee. The first declared the Senate's strong desire that the existing war with Mexico should be terminated by a treaty of peace, and urged the President to adopt all proper measures for the attainment of that object. The second declared, Second, resolved further that the Senate deem it advisable that Congress should appropriate a sum of money to enable the President to conclude a treaty of peace, limits, and boundaries with the Republic of Mexico, and to be used by him in the event that such treaty should call for the expenditure of the money so appropriated or any part thereof. The first resolution prevailed with only two dissenting senators, David Atchison of Missouri and Thomas Rusk of Texas, both Democrats. The second passed 33-19, with no discernible party line breakdown. 8 Whigs voted aye, while 3 Democrats opposed it. It was a signal victory for the political chessmaster in the White House. Then things began to go awry. Several Democratic senators, including Benton, urged Polk to send a similar confidential message to the House and get a corollary executive session action from that chamber before the Senate went public. Polk recoiled at the thought. No confidential message to the House could possibly be kept secret for long, he protested, adding such a move would be a perfect farce. The most effective approach, argued the President, would be for the Senate to pass the measure without debate in open session and send it to the House, where it could be acted upon without attracting much public attention. But word soon arrived that several Whig senators, including some who had voted for the bill in executive session, now were saying they would oppose it unless the President took responsibility for recommending it. Of course, Polk had done so in his confidential message to the Senate, but he dutifully ordered Buchanan to draft an open message to the appropriate Senate and House committees asking for the appropriation. On his way to deliver the missives, Buchanan ran into Benton, who strenuously questioned the President's judgment in rejecting his counsel and refusing to send a secret message to the House. Stung by the rebuke, Buchanan returned to the White House at around 9 p.m. with the undelivered letters. A frustrated Polk said he absolutely would not send up such a secret letter, and dispatched Buchanan once again to deliver the open letters. The next day, Saturday, August 8th, Polk heard from his Senate sources that the Whigs were uniting in opposition to the $2 million bill on the pretext that the President hadn't adequately accepted responsibility for it. Once again, the weary President summoned Buchanan to help draft yet another message to both houses of Congress, to be delivered, he insisted, in open session. The aim was to place the onus on Congress if the measure went down. In the new message, Polk identified the most difficult issue in any peace negotiation as the adjustment of a boundary between the two republics, which shall prove satisfactory and convenient to both, and such as neither will hereafter be inclined to disturb. In settling such a boundary, he added, the United States ought to pay a fair equivalent for any concessions which may be made by Mexico. Once again, he outlined the Jeffersonian precedents and suggested the money would be needed to assist Mexico as the slow ratification process unfolded.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
The House received the language of Polk's message as a beehive receives the poke of a stick. Whig Joseph Ingersoll of Pennsylvania sought to have the matter referred to the Ways and Means Committee, where it could be delayed or perhaps buried. But Virginia's Democratic Representative George Dromgoole foiled that ploy by moving a procedure that ensured immediate floor consideration. The House then took up the measure, presented in the form of a bill by North Carolina's James McKay, chairman of Ways and Means. It provided the $2 million for the purpose of defraying any extraordinary expenses which may be incurred in the intercourse between the United States and foreign nations, to be applied under the direction of the President of the United States, who shall cause an account of the expenditure thereof to be laid before Congress as soon as may be. After considerable procedural maneuverings on the bill, the House agreed to take it up at 5 o'clock, following a 2-hour recess. It was during this respite that a legislative resolve emerged in the consciousness of a Pennsylvania freshman named David Wilmot. It was never clear if Wilmot, a staunch Democrat, fully understood the explosive nature of his resolve, or just how decisively it would alter the course of American politics. But he clearly knew it would stir up a raucous floor debate, and he welcomed the verbal fracas with a kind of grim obstinacy. Wilmot, then 32, was a curious sort. Reared in relative affluence in rural Pennsylvania, he excelled at his studies, embraced a legal career, gravitated to politics, and impressed audiences with his rich and melodious voice tied to a defiant display of conviction. But he was slovenly, careless in dress and manner, and sometimes professionally listless. These traits occasionally dulled the force of his intellect. He was a big man, blunt-spoken and impetuous, with a chaw of tobacco ever present in his mouth. And when he set himself upon a course, he did so with fearless grit, as when he defied his Pennsylvania colleagues to cast the delegation's only vote for Polk's tariff bill. Now he was about to set himself upon a momentous course in opposition to his president. During the recess, Wilmot lingered with members of a political coterie of anti-slavery Democrats informally led by that resolute New York barn-burner Preston King. Devotees of Van Buren and Silas Wright, these men were developing an intense antipathy toward Polk, and it occurred to them, as they discussed the coming evening session, that the $2 million bill presented an exquisite opportunity to strike a blow at the president. The idea was to amend the bill to exclude slavery from any territory acquired through the Mexican War. It wasn't clear who within the King coterie actually came up with the idea. Most likely it was fashioned jointly. But Wilmot resolved himself to be the man to force the issue on the House floor. It was, in many ways, a peculiar maneuver for the Pennsylvanian. Never before had he demonstrated such a defiance against his party or his president. Neither was he an opponent of the war. Moreover, he was not by any measure an abolitionist. As a states' rights Democrat, he had consistently and forcefully opposed federal meddling with the South's controversial institution of servitude. His dislike of slavery and opposition to its expansion into new territories were not tied to any sense of moral outrage, such as that displayed with flamboyant emotion by Joshua Giddings or John Quincy Adams. His motivation was not anguish over black bondage, but rather a reverence for the free toil of his own kind. "I would preserve," he once pronounced, "for free white labor a fair country, a rich inheritance where the sons of toil of my own race and own color can live without the disgrace which association with Negro slavery brings upon free labor." Whatever his true motivation, young Wilmot entered the 5 o'clock House session poised to pounce at the opportune moment. The debate began with Hugh White, a fiery New York Whig, who took the occasion to denounce the war as unnecessary, uncalled for, and wholly unjustifiable, offensive in its inception, and, I fear, of conquest and subjugation in its ending. He could not vote for the $2 million bill, he said, unless it was amended to forever preclude the possibility of extending the limits of slavery. He added, "I call upon the other side of the House to propose such an amendment, as an evidence of their desire to restrain that institution within its constitutional limits." Robert Winthrop of Massachusetts, a Daniel Webster protege, argued the bill gave too much sway to a president bent on territorial acquisition. "Give him no countenance," said Winthrop, "in his design to take advantage of the present war to force Mexico into the surrender or even the sale of any of her provinces. If anybody wanted a better harbor on the Pacific," he added, "let him wait till it can be acquired with less of national dishonor." But Whig Joseph Ingersoll of Pennsylvania defended the president and hailed what he called the Rainbow of Peace. All branches of government, he said, must unite with the president in making peace as they had united in making war. A Tennessee Whig named Henry Grider added that, though he opposed the war, he favored the appropriation as a vehicle for ending it. Then Wilmot rose to declare the war both necessary and proper. Nor did he consider it a war of conquest. If it were, he said, he would oppose it in every form and shape. At the same time, he considered it earnestly desirous that the country should acquire some Mexican lands on the Pacific, including San Francisco Harbor, but only by fair and honorable means, by purchase or negotiation, not by conquest. But, he added solemnly, he would oppose, now and forever, the extension into those acquired lands of this peculiar institution that belongs to the South. He had voted for annexation of Texas as a slave state, he averred, only because slavery had already been established there. But if free territory comes in, God forbid that I should be the means of planting this institution upon it. Then he presented his amendment. Provided that as an express and fundamental condition to the acquisition of any territory from the Republic of Mexico by the United States, by virtue of any treaty which may be negotiated between them, and to the use by the executive of the moneys herein appropriated, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall ever exist in any part of said territory, except for crime, whereof the party shall first be duly convicted. Immediately the war debate took on a new cast, intertwined now with the slavery question, the most emotional and ominous of all controversies facing the nation. It didn't matter that none of the lands under discussion for possible acquisition contained slavery, or even seemed hospitable to it. It didn't matter that no one was advocating the introduction of slavery into those lands, or that any effort to do so would almost surely fail. It was as if a giant hand had reached down from above, grabbed the war discussion, and crumpled it up into an entirely new debate. Over in the Senate, Benton watched with disbelief the emergence of this Wilmot Proviso, as it became known. The amendment, he wrote later in his memoir, was nugatory, and could answer no purpose but that of bringing on a slavery agitation. Never were two parties so completely at loggerheads about nothing. Polk, not surprisingly, was outraged. It was a mischievous and foolish amendment, he wrote, adding, "What connection slavery had with making peace with Mexico it is difficult to conceive." On the House floor that afternoon, this intermingling of the war and slavery issues seeped into the chamber's collective consciousness only slowly. Some members seized upon it immediately, while others kept their focus on the merits and flaws of the $2 million bill. No doubt the amendment's import was obscured by the intensity of attention directed at so many competing interests as Congress struggled to wrap up the session. A New York Whig named Washington Hunt said he could perhaps support the bill and the acquisition of California in a war settlement, but not without the Wilmot Proviso. By contrast, Alexander Sims of South Carolina, a Democrat, decried the proviso as an unnecessary agitation and said he could never vote for Polk's request with Wilmot's amendment attached. Kentucky's bombastic Garrett Davis ignored the proviso in his assault on Polk's war. The president, said Davis, wants congressional complicity in his aim of extracting Mexican territory by force. In one hand, pronounced the Kentuckian, he already brandishes over weak, distracted, and prostrate Mexico the bloody sword. In the other, he asks Congress to place $2 million that he may present to Mexico. The tempting lure, with the alternative of desolating her with war's havoc. Quincy Adams announced he would vote for the appropriation with the same fervor with which he initially had opposed the war. In both instances, his vote reflected his distaste for the conflict. "Sir," said the former president, "we have whipped Mexico already more than the most cruel taskmaster ever whipped a slave, without cause and without necessity. And one of the reasons why I shall heartily vote for this bill is that instead of whipping Mexico, the president shows a desire to make peace with that republic." As for the Wilmot Proviso, he proclaimed it unnecessary, as there was no slavery in any Mexican territory. But he supported the proviso nonetheless as a statement of principle. As the time for voting approached, McKay offered a substitute amendment designed to add clarity to Congress's intent on the $2 million appropriation. Wilmot then moved his amendment to McKay's substitute. James Dobbin of North Carolina promptly issued a point of order. The Wilmot amendment was out of order, he declared, because the subject of slavery had nothing to do with the $2 million bill. The chairman overruled Dobbin's point of order, whereupon the North Carolinian appealed the decision. The floor upheld the ruling 92-37. William Wick of Indiana put forth an effort to amend Wilmot's language so it applied only to territory north of 36 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, the Missouri Compromise line. It failed. Then came the vote on the Wilmot Proviso. By now it was 20 minutes past 8, and word of the proviso had spread through the city. The gallery was filled with interested spectators. On the floor, reported the New York Herald, nearly every member was on his feet, and newspaper fans and ice water were in great demand. James Buchanan arrived at the House lobby, soon followed by Cave Johnson and George Bancroft. Polk got regular updates over in the Vice President's office on the Senate side, where he had repaired earlier in the day to sign legislation as it rolled out during the late flurry of congressional activity. Then came the proviso vote. It passed, 83-64. Finally, after disposition of further legislative maneuverings, the House voted on McKay's modified bill as amended by Wilmot. It passed 87-64. Almost absent-mindedly, the House had transformed the war debate into a slavery debate. On Monday morning, the 29th Congress's first session resumed its legislative activity under a previous agreement to adjourn sine die precisely at noon. An hour before the appointed adjournment hour, the Senate took up the $2 million bill under the floor management of Alabama's Dixon Lewis, Finance Committee chairman. Upon moving consideration of the bill, Lewis demanded the yeas and nays and refused to yield for any other purpose. Then, just before the third and final reading of the bill, the chairman moved to strike the Wilmot language. John Davis of Massachusetts, an earnest Whig and supporter of Wilmot's proviso, rose to inquire as to Lewis's reasoning for striking out the anti-slavery proviso. There was, snapped Lewis, no time now for giving reasons or making explanations. Well, said Davis, this seemed like legislating under a high degree of steam pressure. He proceeded to discuss the details of the bill at length, and it soon became clear he was talking against time, as senators put it when a member sought to dispatch legislation by talking it to death. Lewis sought to reclaim the floor, noting anxiously that only 20 minutes remained in the session. If the senator from Massachusetts wished to make a floor speech, said Lewis, perhaps he would not object to a resolution delaying the time of adjournment. I do object, said Davis, adding he didn't plan to talk beyond the adjournment hour. After a few minutes, Lewis again sought to gain the floor. Does the senator from Massachusetts yield the floor? Asked the presiding officer. For a question of order, replied Davis. Otherwise not. I merely wished to state the fact, said Lewis, with a tone of pained resignation, that the House has adjourned. The game was up. Without the House in session, the Senate debate fizzled. Polk's hope of getting his $2 million appropriation in the 1846 session was now dead, leaving him without the leverage he most desired in his efforts to negotiate a peace with Mexico. Davis later insisted his ploy had been to talk just long enough to preclude a conference with the House, thus requiring the Senate to take the bill with Wilmot's proviso intact. But he hadn't calculated that the House clock ran about 8 minutes ahead of the Senate clock, and hence his effort was foiled. Anti-slavery politicians throughout the nation expressed outrage at this political fumbling. 10 political lives of 10 John Davises spent in the best direction, wrote Ohio politician Salmon P. Chase, could not compensate for this half-hour's mischief. Pro-war Democrats were equally angry. Had the appropriation been passed, wrote Polk to his diary, I am confident I should have made an honorable peace by which we should have acquired California and such other territory as we desired before the end of October. Should the war now linger, he added, the responsibility will fall more heavily upon the head of Senator Davis than upon any other man, and he will deserve the execrations of the country. Though stung by the defeat, the president had reason to celebrate the congressional session just ended. Seldom in American history up to that time had any president dominated a congressional session as Polk had dominated this one, or filled any 18-month period with so many political accomplishments. Taking power at a critical moment in the Texas annexation matter, he thwarted European efforts and Lone Star intrigues to derail the outcome. Thus he played a decisive role in bringing Texas into the American Union. He successfully choreographed a complex and dangerous diplomatic and political dance that brought the most desirable expanses of Oregon into the Union. He pushed through Congress his two most cherished domestic goals, tariff reduction and the independent Treasury. And he engineered a war that seemed a necessary step in his aim of acquiring large tracts of Mexican land, territory that, pieced together with Oregon and Texas, would position America to dominate its continent and eventually 2 oceans. This record was played back to Polk during his late August visit to Fortress Monroe at Hampton, Virginia, during which he held a dinner party that included Virginia's highly acclaimed Littleton Waller Tazewell, former congressman, senator, and governor. Tazewell had befriended Polk during the Tennessean's early congressional years, and the president viewed the Virginian as one of the greatest Americans he had ever met. A man of great purity and uprightness of character, as he put it to his diary. The governor extolled Polk's accomplishments and said he had disposed of and settled more important public subject of great interest in the first 18 months of his administration than any of his predecessors had ever done in 8 years. Polk's pride in receiving such praise was manifest in his diary entry of that day. I was surprised, but of course gratified, to hear these opinions from such a man as Governor Tazewell, he wrote, and expressed my gratification to him. Chapter 19. The War in the West. Patriotism, Duty, Adventure, and Glory. On August 18, 1845, a week after James Polk's congressional defeat on the $2 million bill, a powerful development occurred some 1,600 miles to the west. On that day, Stephen Watts Kearny, freshly promoted to brigadier general brevet rank, rode into Santa Fe, capital of the Mexican Department of New Mexico, with 3 divisions of mounted dragoons. Passing wary and sullen-faced inhabitants aligned motionless against their adobe dwellings, he made his way to the town plaza, dismounted before the palace of the governors, and raised his hand as a command of silence. "I, Stephen W. Kearny, General of the Army of the United States, have taken possession of the province of New Mexico," he intoned. "In the name of the government of the United States, I hereby instruct the inhabitants to deliver their arms and surrender absolutely. I am your governor. Look to me for protection." Thus did the United States conquer a large expanse of Mexican territory containing 80,000 inhabitants without firing a shot or shedding a drop of blood. Now Mexico had lost not just Texas and the portion of Texas it considered eastern New Mexico. It had forfeited the remainder of that remote and forbidding department as well. For Mexico it was beginning to look like a costly war. And more costly still with events occurring some 700 miles further west in California. On August 17th, just a day before Kearny's march into Santa Fe, that irrepressible naval adventurer and Texas intriguer, Robert Stockton, issued a similar proclamation at the small town of Los Angeles. He declared the whole of California to be United States territory, with himself now serving as both commander-in-chief and governor. The Commodore then sat down and penned a report to President Polk, replete with abundant praise of his own signal role in the triumph. So intent was Stockton on indulging his characteristic self-absorption that he overlooked a budding resistance movement that would prove troublesome in the weeks ahead. But a new era had begun in the intertwined story of Mexico and the United States. That Polk actually could conquer these lands with just a few thousand men was a testament to the haplessness of Mexico and the audacity of those itinerant soldiers and their leaders. They came west for a host of reasons: patriotism, duty, adventure, glory. The men of destiny among them, notably Kearny, Stockton, and that military explorer and Thomas Benton's son-in-law, John C. Fremont, were focused particularly on glory. And thus it was perhaps inevitable, as the Mexican war story unfolded, that these ego-driven combatants would find themselves in heated controversy with one another, and one would return to Washington under arrest and facing court-martial. The war in the West had germinated in the Polk mind early in his presidency. On October 11, 1845, nearly 7 months before American blood was spilled on the Rio Grande, word reached the White House that Britain's Hudson's Bay Company had offered Mexico abundant money and arms to reassert national dominance over the errant Department of California, edging toward an independence movement as streams of U.S. immigrants entered the territory. This struck Polk as ominous. Already he had heard that Britain was bolstering its Pacific Fleet against the possibility of war with the United States over Oregon. And rumors had circulated that a Father Eugene McNamara had devised plans to settle 10,000 Irish Catholics in California. Thus it seemed Britain was preparing to take control of that western territory. 2 weeks later, Polk and Senator Benton agreed Britain must not be allowed to snatch California under any circumstances. Benton also took pains in the same conversation to mention the third western expedition, then in progress, of his son-in-law, Fremont. The famous explorer, said Benton, would be veering into California before returning to St. Louis. This suggested a hint of intrigue. At the time, Fremont was a U.S. Army officer, accompanied by a contingent of some 60 armed civilians. Officially, he was operating under the auspices of the Corps of Topographical Engineers, which meant his mission was that of a map-maker, assigned to explore the eastern slope of the southern Rocky Mountains. But here was his father-in-law, one of the country's leading politicians, telling the president that the young man and his armed followers intended to enter upon the sovereign soil of a neighboring nation, a nation with which the United States had a precarious relationship. In his diary that night, the president seemed untroubled by the prospect. 6 days later, Polk summoned Marine Lieutenant Archibald Gillespie and sent him on his secret mission, to deliver confidential messages to Thomas Larkin, U.S. Consul in Monterey, California, Commodore John D. Sloat, commander of the U.S. Pacific Squadron, and Fremont, wherever he might be found. Gillespie, a lithe, tough, cocky man of 33, set off on a remarkable journey as presidential courier. By ship to Veracruz, then overland to Mexico City and on to the west coast city of Mazatlan, from there to Hawaii aboard an American whaling ship, and finally to Monterey aboard a U.S. man-of-war. During his Mexican land trek, the bilingual Gillespie took on a disguise and gleaned valuable intelligence on the country's seething anger toward the United States. War, he concluded, was inevitable. Gillespie carried much of his secret messages in his head, and history has never revealed just what Polk wanted from the three Americans, or from Gillespie. But one written instruction from Buchanan to Larkin hints at the president's thinking. The United States vowed Buchanan would make no effort and use no influence to induce California to become one of the free and independent states of this Union. At the same time, said Buchanan, should California assert and maintain her independence, we shall render her all the kind offices in our power as a sister republic. And he went on, should the people of California wish to join the U.S. Republic, they would be received as brethren, whenever this can be done, without affording Mexico just cause of complaint. But, added Buchanan, should Britain or France attempt to absorb California, the United States would vigorously interpose to prevent that. And of course, should war break out between the United States and Mexico, California would be ripe for conquest according to the laws of war. It was typical Polk, delicately maneuvering between the imperative of diplomatic propriety and the aim of national expansion. By hand of the same courier, the president also designated Larkin a secret U.S. agent. In addition to his consular duties, he would be charged with gathering and reporting intelligence on developments within California. Larkin, well connected throughout the region, already had been working quietly to nudge events toward a peaceful transfer of the territory to U.S. jurisdiction. No doubt, Polk wished these activities to continue. For insurance, the same messages were dispatched to Stockton, then in Norfolk, Virginia, outfitting the frigate Congress for duty in the Pacific. He was to transmit them to the same three men. Gillespie arrived at Monterey Bay on April 17, 1846, nearly 6 months after getting his assignment, and conveyed his secret instructions to Larkin. Then he set out overland in search of Fremont. Stockton arrived 3 months later, by which time news of the war had reached the region. Whatever Polk's Western aims before the war, those aims became clear to Washington insiders afterward. As soon as Congress declared a state of war and authorized volunteers, Polk decided those mustered into service in Missouri would be sent west along the famous commercial route known as the Santa Fe Trail, that seemingly endless umbilical that for some 25 years had linked the American civilization of St. Louis with the trading opportunities of Santa Fe. He called on Missouri Governor John Edwards to recruit some 1,000 mounted volunteers to bolster Kearny's small contingent of regulars. He negotiated with leaders of Mormon groups fleeing persecution in Illinois for another 500 or so troops. And he ordered Kearny to find another 1,000 or so from among Americans living in New Mexico and working on the commercial caravans whose way west had been thwarted by the war. Kearny was the right man for this expedition. By temperament, he was probably the Army's finest high-ranking officer, well known for thorough planning, sound judgment, and fairness toward his troops. He had a knack for maintaining absolute discipline without sinking to preoccupations over petty matters that breed disaffection among soldiers. An Easterner by birth and a connoisseur of fine wines and a well-spread table, he nevertheless was completely comfortable in the roughs of remote mountains, prairies, and deserts. Just the previous year he had led a vigorous round-trip expedition between Fort Leavenworth and the South Pass of the Rocky Mountains, 2,200 miles in 99 days without a casualty.
Now he collected his troops at Leavenworth, on the edge of American civilization, where he drilled them into a knot of disciplined soldiery to prepare them for the 2-month journey through 900 miles of unforgiving wilderness. Before setting out, Kearny issued an assignment to James W. Magoffin, a longtime trader whose business acumen and force of personality had rendered him a well-known fixture along the trail. Fluent in Spanish and popular in Santa Fe, Magoffin had been summoned to Washington by Senator Benton in early June to discuss American objectives with Benton, Marcy, and Polk. His assignment was to travel to Santa Fe ahead of Kearny's army and persuade New Mexico's governor, Manuel Armijo, an old friend, to abandon any plans to fight. History doesn't record whether he was to do this merely with words or perhaps with suggestions of more material inducements. On June 16th, Kearny and his troops set out upon the Santa Fe Trail. Waiting for them was Governor Armijo. Cunning, brutal, vainglorious, and obese, a mountain of fat, as one traveler described him, Armijo was given to spouting flowery pronouncements that never seemed to say anything. He was utterly corrupt, brazen in his official thievery. He had emerged as a rich potentate by becoming customs collector for the Santa Fe Trail, and then levying huge tariffs against American traders and pocketing large proportions of the proceeds. Now, as governor, he had the job of stifling this invasion of Anglo-Saxons. He never seemed particularly committed to the challenge. Indeed, following his session with Magoffin, he liquidated his business assets and appropriated considerable riches from the region's churches. Kearny's Army of the West, as he called it, set out in stages during June with 1,458 men, to be followed shortly by another 1,000. They dragged along 12 6-pound guns and 4 12-pound howitzers. Also in the train were 1,556 supply wagons, 459 horses, 3,658 draft mules, and nearly 15,000 cattle and oxen. The men would march through 537 miles of heat, dust, and privation before reaching a semblance of civilization at Bent's Fort, on the north bank of the Arkansas River. From there the Army of the West turned south toward Santa Fe. On August 14th, Kearny entered the dusty town of Las Vegas, recently beset by a brutal Navajo attack. Standing atop an adobe building facing the town square, he spoke to the townsfolk through the interpretation of the mayor. "I have come amongst you by the order of my government to take possession of your country," he said, adding that he and his army came as protectors, not as conquerors. "Henceforth I absolve you of all allegiance to the Mexican government." Then, noting the recent Indian attack, he derided the Mexican government's inability to protect its citizens. "My government," he said, "will correct all this. It will protect you in your persons and property." The townsfolk didn't know what to make of this bold warrior who marched into their midst with such bravado. But they seemed subdued by his confidence and his promise to honor their religious sensibilities and pay for all provisions taken by his army. Along the trail, Kearny had heard from Armijo, who dispatched a number of fast couriers to deliver letters that were as ambiguous as his famous pronunciamentos. "You have notified me that you intend to take possession of the country I govern," said one letter. "The people of the country have risen en masse in my defense. If you take the country, it will be because you are strongest in battle. I suggest you to stop, and we will meet and negotiate on the plains." Armijo seemed caught between his patriotic duty and a growing desire to flee